The return of the sword god. How could I dare to fall? There is no one behind me. In the outskirts of Xiang City, deep within the mountains and forests, Lin Yi lay on the muddy ground, his body charred and his clothes in tatters, his skin resembling that of one struck by lightning, a truly ghastly sight. Where am I? Did I fail my tribulation? Lin Yi's gaze was vacant as he murmured to himself, utterly oblivious to the several watchful figures nearby who were curiously observing him. Their attire, accessories, hairstyles, and manner of speaking. Is this Earth? Lin Yi's pupils constricted suddenly, overwhelmed by shock. The tall youth who seemed to be the leader struggled to suppress his laughter as he scrutinized Lin Yi's antiquated attire. Brother, you look quite ill. Tribulation? Ha ha, you gotta be kidding me. Where did this fool come from? Must have watched too many fantasy dramas. Another slender, blonde youth was nearly in tears from laughter. Even a girl with short hair, appearing to be around 18 or 19, could hardly contain her amusement. Tong Lei, this person is so funny. After saying this, she seemed to realize something, casting a cautious glance at Tong Lei before obediently closing her mouth. Tong Lei remained silent, her curious gaze fixed on Lin Yi, her eyes flashing with a hint of sympathy, intertwined with an odd expression. In those years, he had battled severe illness, alone and parentless, dragging his weary body out at night to scavenge just to gather enough money for injections of medicine, only to unexpectedly run into a group of classmate friends, laughing and joking, along with that rich kid holding his girlfriend in his arms. Enduring the ridicule from his classmates and the disdain from his girlfriend, along with the contempt from that wealthy youth, Lin Yi was nearly driven to the brink of unconsciousness. Bearing this humiliation, Lin Yi, already feeble, swung a fist towards the man's face, but stumbled and fell onto the road instead. Everyone laughed uncontrollably, no one stepping forward to help. Lin Yi, I've had enough of you. You have no money, no looks. What was I thinking to be with a nobody like you? That one word, nobody, pierced Lin Yi deeply. Stricken by illness, he was unable to rise, only to be run over by a speeding SUV. Everyone believed Lin Yi was dead, yet unbeknownst to them, he had not perished. Instead, he had been transported to another world, a primal realm rife with peril and rampant with ferocious beasts. Not to mention that in modern society, killing is not an option. Did he even need to care? Lin Yi was dumbfounded. He had experienced far too much over 700 years, having seen all manner of people. It could be said that no one in contemporary society perceived matters with more detachment than Lin Yi. It's unnecessary. Lin Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. He understood that in this new life, he was no longer the weak Lin Yi of the past, but rather a Lin Yi imbued with 7 centuries of cultivation experience. I have high hopes for you. Ha ha ha. As he spoke the last words, he could not help but laugh again. Tong Lei, let us depart. The short-haired girl ceased to engage with Lin Yi. However, Tong Lei did not move an inch, seeming to struggle internally before finally speaking. If I heard correctly, your name is Lin Yi, right? Her voice was melodious, akin to an unreachable fairy, yet simultaneously conveyed a sense of warmth. At that moment, Lin Yi raised his head, fixing his gaze upon Tong Lei, slightly furrowing his brow as he asked, "What is it?" "You." Tong Lei seemed to have made a resolution, her tone resolute as she declared, "You will come with me." The three who had just taken a few steps were taken aback, the short-haired girl quickly grasping Tong Lei's arm. "Are you out of your mind?" "Tong Lei, where are you taking this lunatic?" "Let me clarify. He's not a lunatic, he has a case of Nin BNG," the blonde youth stated earnestly. The tall youth paused, evidently unfamiliar with the term. Nin BNG? What does that mean? It refers to unrealistic fantasies, always believing oneself to be some sort of superpowered being, akin to a fool. Tong Lei bit her cherry lips lightly, hesitating before saying, "You will accompany my younger sister as a study companion. She's in her final year of high school. And you look to be around 18 or 19 as well, so studying together should pose no problem." Upon hearing the term study companion, the expressions of the three who had initially tried to stop Tong Lei turned peculiar, curiously refraining from further persuasion. Lin Yi felt a flicker of doubt, but recognized that this was not the time for inquiries. He could discern that this woman named Tong Lei was likely a wealthy heiress, as suggested by her demeanor and speech. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Lin Yi suddenly broke into a harmless smile. "All right, I accept this job. With hunting no longer an option, Tong Lei hurriedly ushered Lin Yi into her Audi A4, flooring the accelerator as they sped toward Xiang City. Concerning his long hair, Lin Yi could only sigh and ask, "Is there anything I should pay attention to?" Tong Lei smiled slightly, saying, "If possible, try to talk to her as much as you can. Is it really that simple?" Lin Yi frowned inwardly, still completely unclear about what this role entailed. At least he needed to meet Tong Lei's mysterious sister before he could begin to speculate. Considering this, Lin Yi cautiously inquired, "So regarding her safety?" "You need not worry about her safety in Xiang City. No one dares to lay a finger on her." Tong Lei's tone was unequivocal. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed. A girl with a ponytail entered, and after changing her shoes, she turned to Tong Lei with a sweet smile. "Sister." For reasons unknown, her charming smile and sparkling eyes caused Lin Yi, whose mind was as steadfast as a rock, to glance away. Tong Lei, however, appeared unfazed, affectionately ruffling her sister's hair as she inquired, "Yao Yao, how was your day? Did any classmates come to play with you?" "It was fine. Many classmates like to play with me." The girl with the ponytail beamed with a subtle sense of happiness. Yao Yao was not shy at all. "Yao Yao," Lin Yi murmured. Yao Yao's smile evoked an inexplicable feeling within Lin Yi, one that he could not articulate despite having interacted with countless individuals. Was it a feeling that penetrated his heart? "All right, Yao Yao, you go upstairs to watch TV. Although you're in your final year, there's no need to rush. It can be quite exhausting. Can you fly?" Upon entering, she noticed a pair of ancient cloth shoes at the entrance, and Lin Yi was clad in ancient-style attire that, although tattered, was undoubtedly from the past. "Yao Yao," Tong Lei admonished. Yao Yao stuck her tongue out, falling silent as she ascended the stairs, the two sisters' figures vanishing from Lin Yi's sight. Before long, Tong Lei descended the stairs, her expression calm and untroubled, as if nothing had occurred moments before. Lin Yi glanced at the staircase, gravely stating, "She." Before he could finish his question, Tong Lei interrupted him with a sigh. "You must have guessed it, yes, Yao Yao. Doesn't have much time left." As she spoke, tears welled in Tong Lei's eyes, yet she valiantly held back her tears. Lin Yi was at a loss for words at that moment. He had pieced together the situation. "You want me to accompany her in her studies and encourage her to talk more, so she can find joy before she departs, right? But I am curious, what qualities do I possess? Or rather, why am I the one chosen, a person of ambiguous identity, unclean background, and unimpressive appearance?" What Tong Lei did not notice was that Lin Yi's expression had turned exceedingly peculiar. "I certainly do not wish to unwittingly gain another wife." Lin Yi mused internally. Of course, he could never voice such thoughts. This was his own secret, one he would not divulge to anyone, and the earlier uncontrollable remarks he made mattered little, for Tong Lei and the other three would not take them seriously. Left with no choice, Lin Yi rummaged through drawers for quite a while, but found no scissors. Fortunately, there was a kitchen knife available, which would suffice. Though he had lost all his cultivation and his body lacked any flow of true energy, for Lin Yi, a kitchen knife was adequate for a haircut. After cutting his long hair and taking a hot shower, Lin Yi, wrapped in a towel, appeared considerably revitalized to an onlooker. He bore no resemblance to anything but a modern individual. At least for now, that was the case. "Lin Yi, starting today, you'll be my classmate," Yao Yao exclaimed joyfully, seemingly thrilled to have a new classmate. It appeared that Tong Lei had already discussed this matter with her the previous night. Lin Yi naturally would not maintain a stern face, smiling politely as he inquired, "So, Miss Second, which school will I be attending?" "Chongjun High School," Yao Yao replied with a sweet smile. "Oh, Chongjun, is it?" Lin Yi nodded, but then suddenly recalled something, his emotions surging as he abruptly looked up. "What did you say?" "Chongjun High School." Yao Yao jumped slightly, bewildered by Lin Yi's unusual reaction, and could only instinctively nod. "Yes." "Yes, why?" "Nothing." A complex expression flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. Chongjun High School, the largest and most prestigious institution in Xiang City, where students were typically categorized into two types: those with exceptional academic performance, or those from affluent families. A school where countless students yearned to gain admission. He remembered all of this, yet the reason for his sudden reaction stemmed from the very girlfriend who once betrayed him and that arrogant wealthy youth, both of whom were enrolled in that prestigious school. Chapter 2. As for me, I have never been one to court trouble. Lin Yi, having lost both parents at a tender age, grew up scavenging and working various jobs to pay for his education. Initially, Xianxia, in her innocent youth, paid little mind to his circumstances. However, as they matured, she gradually distanced herself from him. It wasn't until that fateful summer after their college entrance examinations that Lin fell ill with a high fever while out collecting scraps. By chance, he encountered a classmate and, notably, Xianxia, who was in the embrace of an affluent young man. Now, it is the final year of high school. Lin's heart stirred with tumultuous thoughts. By the passage of time, it seemed highly probable that Xianxia had already forsaken him, her betrayal merely awaiting discovery. The wealthy young man, a student at Changchun High School, was likely to be Xianxia's classmate. Lin had heard of him before. His family was quite affluent, rumored to be the owners of a coal mine in Xiangling. "What troubles you, Lin?" Tong Lei inquired with a gentle smile. "It seems that Uncle Fong should be arriving soon. You all should prepare yourselves." Lin was bewildered by Tong Lei's mention of Uncle Fong, yet he refrained from asking further. Living under another's roof, he deemed it wise to keep his mouth shut. "Lin, you should acclimate yourself today. I will take you to the hospital after school. Your skin burns shouldn't pose too much of a problem, should they?" Observing Lin Yi's seemingly carefree demeanor, Tong Lei felt no urgency to rush him to the hospital. Little did she know that Lin Yi's vitality stemmed from his past as a cultivator. Although he had suffered backlash from a failed tribulation, leaving his skin looking quite alarming, it had little actual consequence on his well-being. Lin Yi shook his head and replied, "It's nothing, no rush." His eyes narrowed slightly. Sensing an elusive scent of blood surrounding the middle-aged man known as Uncle Fong, indicating that he was not an ordinary individual. "Here they come." Tong Yao pouted as she hurriedly slung her backpack over her shoulder and made her way towards the door. "Lin Yi, hurry up and get in the car. We're heading to school." Dressed in the clothes that Tong Lei had tossed to him that morning, Lin Yi lazily trailed after Tong Yao. "Are you the Lin Yi that the young lady mentioned?" Uncle Fong cast a glance at Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and replied, maintaining a composed demeanor, "Hello." Observing Lin Yi's lackadaisical appearance, Uncle Fong furrowed his brow slightly. After receiving a call from Tong Lei the previous night and learning about the entire situation, he had adopted an extremely dismissive attitude towards Lin Yi. Leaving aside the details, just the ambiguity surrounding Lin Yi's background was enough to raise his suspicion. In fact, Uncle Fong had conducted a thorough investigation into Lin Yi's identity the night before, discovering that he was merely a student from an ordinary high school. Although he excelled academically, he was an orphan from a poor family, lacking exposure to the world, leaving Uncle Fong puzzled as to how he had garnered the attention of the young lady to become the companion of the second young lady. Therefore, Uncle Fong had no intention of treating Lin Yi kindly. He fixed his gaze on Lin Yi and spoke in a low, ominous tone. "Do not let me discover any ulterior motives, otherwise." "Uncle Fong," Tong Yao interjected playfully, "enough of that. Let us just go." In Tong Yao's perspective, Lin Yi held little significance. Her amiable demeanor towards him yesterday stemmed from her mistaken belief that he was a friend of Tong Lei. Upon discovering that he was merely a companion arranged by her sister, her mood soured, and this discontent subconsciously extended to Lin Yi. The politeness she had previously maintained was solely due to Tong Lei's presence. Now, however, it felt utterly unnecessary. Uncle Fong let out a disdainful snort, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he pressed the car key, causing the parked Mercedes to emit a resonant sound. After assisting in opening the rear door, Tong Yao slipped inside. She glanced at Lin Yi and, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "You sit in the front." Naturally, Lin Yi would not cling to Tong Yao in the back seat. Such intimate contact was unwarranted. Feeling somewhat flustered, he awkwardly settled into the passenger seat. Uncle Fong observed all of this with keen interest. Although his wariness had diminished considerably, his contempt for Lin Yi only deepened. After all, it was merely a Mercedes. How easily this young lad was impressed. If Lin Yi were privy to Uncle Fong's thoughts, he would surely exclaim in protest. Lin Yi was simply unaccustomed to modern technology, which rendered even the act of opening a car door and entering it a clumsy affair. Throughout the journey, Uncle Fong maintained a stoic silence, while Tong Yao, engrossed in a book, kept her head lowered in the back seat. Lin Yi, gazing out at the bustling traffic beyond the window, furrowed his brow, as if deep in contemplation. Why was the Earth's spiritual energy so scarce? Were it not for my self-imposed mental seclusion, I might scarcely perceive it. In such an environment, the pace of cultivation felt agonizingly slow. The most essential and relied upon resource for cultivators is undoubtedly the spiritual energy found within the universe. The primary reason cultivators can ascend in their practice is their ability to absorb this celestial energy and transform it into vital true energy within themselves. Currently, Lin Yi's cultivation has plummeted to its initial state, leaving him devoid of any true energy, a situation that could only be described as dire. Nevertheless, whether in a position of strength or weakness, one must start anew. The scarcity of spiritual energy is of little concern to Lin Yi, who possesses over 700 years of experience. Gradually, Lin Yi calmed his mind. The morning in Xiang City was still relatively congested with traffic, but fortunately, the school was nearby, and they soon arrived at the entrance of Changchun Middle School. "Miss, we have arrived," Uncle Fong, who had remained silent throughout the journey, finally spoke as he halted the car. Lin Yi got out, and Tong Yao, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, beamed and waved. "Goodbye, Uncle Fong." Once the luxury car had receded into the distance, Tong Yao's cheerful demeanor abruptly vanished. Casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yi, who was clad in black, she huffed. "Keep your distance. Do not let my classmates know about our relationship." Lin Yi, scratching his nose, tentatively remarked, "Your sister specifically asked me to accompany you." Silence. Tong Yao, shedding her usual docile demeanor, threatened fiercely. "You can do as you please, but just stay away from me. Otherwise, I'll tell my sister that you're bullying me. And you'll regret it." "Very well," Lin Yi acquiesced, recognizing that it was only natural for a young lady of wealth to exhibit such temperament. He chose not to argue, understanding that being in such a precarious situation, having a place to stay was quite fortunate, especially with a generous salary to boot. Upon recognizing Lin Yishi's understanding of the situation, Tong Yao let out a satisfied hum and proceeded to navigate the campus with ease. She resolved to locate the so-called director of education, as mentioned by Tong Yao. Lin Yi mused internally. After a series of stumbles and inquiries, Lin Yi finally managed to find the director's office. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he caught a faint sound that made him pause. His hand suspended in midair. "The matter concerning that little wretch, Qin Yueshi. I must implore Director Wang for assistance." Though these whispers were subtle, they were not lost on Lin Yi, whose expression turned peculiar as he hesitated between knocking and departing. Just then, the door swung open. A balding middle-aged man, startled by Lin Yi's presence at the threshold, exclaimed, "You! Which class are you from? Why aren't you in uniform? What are you doing here?" This director, Wang Daji, was indeed the person Tong Yao had instructed Lin Yi to seek. He was uncertain whether this dark-clad student had uncovered something he ought not to know. Observing Wang Daji's apparent unease, Lin Yi spoke earnestly. "Tong Lei sent me to find you. I haven't discovered anything, and I haven't heard a thing. Rest assured, Director Wang, I will not spread any rumors." Wang Daji's countenance darkened considerably. He realized this student had indeed overheard something. "So it is you." Wang Daji coughed nervously and said, "Lin Yi, rest easy. I will handle your affairs appropriately. Shortly, you will receive your uniform and textbooks. I sincerely hope you refrain from speaking indiscreetly about this matter, understood?" "What matter? What could I possibly say? Nothing has occurred." Lin Yi appeared somewhat bewildered. Observing this, Wang Daji felt a sense of relief. He straightened his attire and chuckled awkwardly, saying, "It seems that Lin Yi is an astute individual. Follow me. I shall escort you to your class." With that, he composed himself, adopting a demeanor of authority, and led Lin Yi towards the academic building. Behind him, Lin Yi smirked inwardly, contemplating, this individual could prove to be advantageous. The director of education? Such significant privileges. It appears he could alleviate many of my troubles. Upon reaching the academic building, amidst the cacophony and the thronging students, Lin Yi realized that the renowned Changchun High School was not as prestigious as its reputation suggested. In fact, it seemed more chaotic than an ordinary high school. At least in other schools, there were not so many students with dyed hair and tattoos, huddled together, clandestinely smoking. As he walked, Lin Yi frequently found himself the subject of pointed stares. His dark complexion inevitably attracted some peculiar glances and suppressed laughter. He chose to disregard them. "What are you lot up to? Acting like a bunch of fools." Wang Daji reprimanded a group of students at the staircase of the academic building. By his expression, it was clear that he was no stranger to such behavior. Lin Yi remained silent, not uttering a word. Tong Yao spotted Lin Yi as well. She let out a disdainful huff, turning her head away, completely ignoring him as if acknowledging him were a source of embarrassment. The five boys merely scoffed, unperturbed, casually discarding their cigarettes without uttering a single word. Indeed, I caught sight of Lin Yi, standing behind Wang Daji, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Where on earth did this mudfish come from? Is there a fire at home? How tragic, truly. Reduced to such a state, one wonders which class they belong to. Remarkable. Simply remarkable. These words fell upon Lin Yi's ears, yet his expression remained unchanged, appearing remarkably composed, tasked with accompanying others in their studies. He had no desire to stir up trouble. Nevertheless, they spoke the truth. Lin Yi's current appearance was hardly pleasing to the eye. To describe his skin as unsightly would be a kindness. It was not only dark, but marred by several scars, which could not merely be encapsulated by the term ugly. Tong Yao stifled a laugh, unable to contain herself. Her face adorned with a devilish grin as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Yi. Observing his silence, the group of students grew increasingly brazen. Wow, it has been ages since I've encountered such a timid fellow in school. Damn it, another useless bookworm, preoccupied with nothing but his studies. Doesn't he even seem wealthier than us? Ha ha ha, what can he do? He is dark and unattractive, and his family is poor, if he doesn't rely on his studies. What other path is left for him? Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly, yet he remained silent. Wang Daji's expression darkened. As the head of the department, it would be easy to discipline other students, but punishing these boys, he dared not, for they were notorious troublemakers. Their family's power and wealth far too formidable for a mere headmaster to confront. How utterly useless. Witnessing Lin Yi's weakness, Tong Yao chuckled lightly, filled with disdain, her contempt for him only deepening. Lin Yi remained unfazed, calmly addressing Wang Daji. Director Wang, let us proceed to the classroom. Just then, a buzzcut boy erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, a transfer student? Blackie, from which rock did you spring forth? Damn, looking so hideous. If I were your father, I would have." Before the buzzcut boy could finish, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and he suddenly sprang into action. With a resounding thud, accompanied by a cry of agony, the buzzcut boy was propelled backward, crashing against the wall of the staircase, over a meter away. The other four boys stood in stunned silence. They had witnessed fights before, but never had they seen someone kicked so forcefully that they flew over a meter. Damn you! The buzzcut boy cursed from his half-seated position against the wall. You better watch out. I'll make sure you don't leave Changjian. He stifled another scream. Yet the excruciating pain felt as if his entire chest were being torn apart, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. At that moment, Lin Yi took 2 steps forward. The 4 boys, already paralyzed by fear, instinctively recoiled a few steps, terrified that this silent harbinger of doom might unleash his wrath upon them as well. Lin Yi approached the buzzcut boy, crouched down, gently patting his face, and smiled. You see, I am not one to instigate trouble, but I cannot tolerate anyone speaking ill of my parents. This is your first warning, should there be a second. As he spoke, Lin Yi's gaze turned ferociously intense, brimming with lethal intent as he fixed his stare on the buzzcut boy, enunciating each word. Then you shall forever remember the name Lin Yi. After speaking, Lin Yi stood up with a smile and approached Wang Daji, whose expression was a complex mixture of emotions. The harmless grin on his face was a stark contrast to the ruthless demeanor he had just displayed. The buzzcut boy's lips quivered slightly. Just moments ago, he had perceived the most terrifying thing in Lin Yi's eyes, leaving him utterly speechless. Faced with this situation, Wang Daji felt an overwhelming headache. He dreaded such occurrences. He could not provoke those rebellious students, nor could he afford to cross Lin Yi. Not to mention that Lin Yi was introduced by Tong Lei. But the fact that he had inadvertently uncovered Wang Daji's embarrassing secret made it imperative for him to avoid offending Lin Yi at all costs. Tong Yao, too, was grappling with her own tumultuous feelings. Chapter 3. The Unfeeling of Old Flames. Tong Yao had always believed that Lin Yi was a completely useless individual, devoid of any redeeming qualities. He was dark and unattractive, indifferent to mockery, and had a meek disposition, remaining silent like a closed book. Given such attributes, how could she not keep her distance? She feared that the other elite students at Changjian High would discover her connection with Lin Yi and subject her to gossip and ridicule. The mere thought of such a scenario was mortifying, making her wish to vanish into the ground. Thus, Tong Yao had 1,000 reasons to reject Lin Yi. However, the sudden shift in Lin Yi's demeanor, his act of kicking the buzzcut boy, and the tone of his speech left her feeling bewildered. Was this truly the Lin Yi she had always perceived as a simpleton? She inwardly scoffed at herself for such thoughts. She cast a glare at Lin Yi and, with a gleeful tone, exclaimed, "Well, look at you, daring enough to strike someone right in front of Director Wang." Upon hearing this, the other 4 boys reacted. turning their attention to Lin Yi. In broad daylight, he actually had the audacity to resort to violence. It was a blatant disregard for the school rules. In my opinion, such a student should be expelled, one of them declared. Indeed, not only should he be expelled, but he must also compensate for the medical expenses and emotional damages, and face a public reprimand from the entire school. It must be said, the few bystanders who happened to overhear these comments rolled their eyes in disbelief. How could they, of all people, claim that violence was against school regulations? These 5 privileged young gentlemen constantly bullied others and had undoubtedly committed countless outrageous acts. If fighting warranted expulsion, they would have been expelled numerous times over. However, it was indeed rare to find a student bold enough to strike another right under the watchful eye of the stern director Wang. No wonder they were reveling in Lin Yi's predicament. Yet, in the next moment, the first words uttered by Wang Daji left everyone utterly bewildered. Ahem. It's perfectly normal for boys to engage in a bit of playful tussling. After all, it's typical for youth to be spirited. I propose we let this matter slide. Lin Yi, why don't you shake hands with Wei Haoran and make amends? Wang Daji stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, instinctively rubbing their ears in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. Playful tussling? It's normal for youth to have passion? A handshake to settle it? What absurdity! Was this truly the unyielding director Wang speaking? Indeed. Lin Yi, unfazed by the opinions of others, approached the young man named Wei Haoran with a cheerful smile, extending a grimy, charred hand. Classmate, it's all a misunderstanding. How infuriating. Tong Yao understood well the reason behind Wang Daji's slight favoritism towards Lin Yi. Despite Wei Haoran's considerable family influence, it paled in comparison to that of herself and her sister. A mere show of power. Tong Yao ground her teeth in frustration, feeling utterly powerless against Lin Yi. However, as a dignified second young lady, she would not let this indignity pass. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with mischief, her mind racing with thoughts of a possible prank to play on Lin Yi. Yet, Lin Yi was taken aback by the sight of that woman. How could she also be in this class? A ripple of unease stirred within him. The woman, upon noticing Lin Yi, widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Lin Yi, what are you doing here? How have you changed?" Indeed, this woman was Lu Xianxia, Lin Yi's girlfriend from another school. Her stammering repetition of how revealed the extent of her astonishment. At that moment, Tong Yao entered the classroom, initially perplexed, then contemplatively glancing between Lu Xianxia and Lin Yi. Upon realization, she seemed to concoct some amusing notion, stifling giggles behind her hand. Although the fervor of his past obsession had faded over time, encountering the very object of his countless life and death moments left Lin Yi unable to maintain a state of tranquil composure. Why am I here? Lin Yi pondered for a moment, a smile that danced on the edge of jest gracing his lips as he replied, "Of course, I came to see you. I like you so much. Don't you agree?" The words "my girlfriend" were emphasized by Lin Yi with a noticeable weight. Lu Xianxia's expression shifted, her gaze flitting to the surrounding classmates who erupted in laughter. She seemed to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over her and hurriedly explained, "Director Wang, please don't misunderstand. I don't know him." "Don't know?" Lin Yi chuckled softly. With his astute perception, he discerned that Lu Xianxia was employing her own form of subtlety, distancing herself from him while ensuring he wouldn't feel humiliated, especially in front of director Wang Daji. Later, when they were alone, Lu Xianxia could easily use this as an excuse. However, the mere utterance of the phrase "don't know" left Lin Yi feeling an overwhelming chill in his heart. He suddenly realized how blinded he had been to have loved such a woman so fervently. "All right, I understand." Wang Daji cleared his throat twice, gesturing for the class to maintain silence. He then announced, "Let me introduce this student. His name is Lin Yi, a new transfer student. I hope you all support each other throughout this year in the 3rd year of high school." "Hello, everyone." Lin Yi nodded, offering a brief greeting, not wishing to say anything further. Several classmates glanced curiously at Lin Yi and then at the visibly perturbed Lu Xianxia, whispering amongst themselves, "Where did this unremarkable, dark-skinned kid come from? Did he just claim to be Lu Xianxia's boyfriend?" Chapter 4. Teacher. I can play a bit of Guqin. Could it be that his current level of study has reached such excellence that Changjun High School is eager to recruit him? The more Lu Xianxia pondered, the more plausible this seemed. Only this explanation could clarify why Lin Yi had transferred to Changjun High School. "Lin Yi, there are a few seats available at the back. Feel free to choose any unoccupied one," Wang Daji instructed. He was not the homeroom teacher and could only suggest that Lin Yi find a seat for the time being. as the final arrangement would be made by the homeroom teacher upon arrival. Lin Yi nodded and silently walked to the back row. In truth, he wished to sit next to Miss Tong Yao, not out of any ulterior motive, but rather to protect and observe her. This was the most appropriate choice. However, after being met with Tong Yao's fierce glare, Lin Yi touched his nose and instinctively chose a seat one space away from her. He considered this to be a wise decision. Tong Yao let out a soft snort in response. After Lin Yi took a moment to assess his surroundings and the various expressions of his classmates, he gathered a general understanding of the situation. He chose to remain silent and closed his eyes to rest. Yet, some individuals were unable to maintain such composure. What should I do? If young Master Xiang finds out? The thought of young Master Xiang sent a wave of panic through Xianxia. Her mind was a flurry of anxious thoughts. It was all Lin Yi's fault. Had he not transferred here so suddenly, she would not be burdened with so many worries. At that moment, Xianxia felt an increased aversion toward Lin Yi, especially when she glanced over and saw him calmly resting with his eyes closed. She felt even more embarrassed by his presence. Lin Yi, a penniless wretch who cannot even produce a single 100-yuan bill, possesses an utterly ordinary appearance that hardly aligns with the notion of handsomeness. Now it seems, whether scorched by fire or struck by lightning, he has become even darker and more unappealing. The mere thought of others discovering my romantic involvement with him sends a wave of anxiety through Xianxia. I cannot allow anyone to know that I am dating him. If they do, it would surely be a source of embarrassment for him. I must swiftly sever our ties. During this morning's self-study session, Xianxia began devising a plan to rid herself of Lin Yi, the impoverished misfit. Meanwhile, Lin Yi indulged in a moment of leisure, reclining comfortably in his chair. Rather than merely resting, he was absorbing the ethereal energies of the universe. Unbeknownst to anyone, each pore of his skin was subtly pulsing, and his breath gradually intensified. Though still barely perceptible, though the spiritual energy around him was thin, it could still be discerned with careful contemplation. In no time, he would reach the first layer of qi cultivation. Lin Yi's heart was as tranquil as still water. Within the hierarchy of cultivators, the first layer of qi cultivation represents merely the most rudimentary level of entry. Despite being the lowest and most vulnerable tier, it still far surpasses that of an ordinary person. Once an average individual attains the first layer of qi cultivation, they have crossed the threshold into the realm of cultivation, capable of extraordinary feats such as slaying a tiger with a single punch or outrunning a car and leaping 7 to 8 meters into the air. These are not mere fantasies. Indeed, this is but the most elementary level of achievement. If Lin Yi were to cultivate from the first to the 10th layer of qi refining, and then, by utilizing extraordinary treasures, refine a foundation establishment pill to successfully enter the foundation establishment stage, he could even leap from a 100-meter-tall building without sustaining any injury. The distinction between cultivators and ordinary individuals is profound, and Lin Yi comprehends this truth better than anyone else. The reason he acquiesced to Tong Lei's request to accompany Tong Yao in her studies was simply due to financial constraints. Without funds, he would be unable to procure the foundation establishment pill in the future. Without the pill, he could not ascend to the foundation establishment realm. While the necessary herbs to concoct the foundation establishment pill might exist on Earth, they would undoubtedly be incomplete in such an environment. Nevertheless, I could substitute with other herbs and still manage to refine a foundation establishment pill. Lin Yi's thoughts became increasingly lucid, and the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy within him accelerated. Why is today's breeze so delightful? Tong Yao, seated just a few meters away, murmured in curiosity. Despite the sweltering summer heat, and although there was an electric fan in the classroom, a slight warmth still lingered. Yet, Tong Yao suddenly felt less affected by the heat, even experiencing a tranquil and refreshing comfort. Uncertain of the reason, perhaps driven by a woman's uncanny intuition, she instinctively glanced at Lin Yi. To her surprise, she was unsure if it was merely an illusion, but Lin Yi appeared neither as dark nor as unattractive as she had previously thought. It seems I have been mistaken in my recent readings, leading to this curious delusion, she mused. What Tong Yao remains oblivious to is that the peculiar sensation she experiences is precisely linked to Lin Yi, who sits beside her with an empty seat between them. Presently, Lin Yi is in a rather pleasant mood. In just a few days, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is poised to officially enter the first level of qi training. Upon achieving this milestone, Lin Yi's frail physique will undergo a remarkable transformation, and his skin ailments will be completely healed. No longer burdened by the unflattering nickname of the little black boy, As Lin intensifies his absorption of the celestial energy, the class bell tolls. In a mere moment, they arrive at their destination. It is a unique classroom, spacious and filled with a plethora of musical instruments. Each seat is equipped with a standard piano alongside an array of smaller instruments, and Lin gazes upon them with great fascination in his 2 lifetimes. He has never laid eyes on such an extravagant item as a piano. The teacher at the podium has already taken his seat. He is an elderly man with a stern expression, exuding an intimidating aura that silences the students, deterring them from whispering or daydreaming, as it appears that this instructor possesses a rather volatile temperament. Lin, that name seems passable, but how skilled are you? Can you play the piano? The old man inquires. Lin shakes his head. No. Can you play the guitar? No. How about the violin? No. The elder's eyes widen in indignation as he retorts. You are utterly useless. You cannot do this or that. What can you actually do? Upon hearing these words, the room falls silent. Then, a wave of laughter erupts, with nearly every student clutching their stomachs in mirth, some even on the brink of tears from laughter. Ha ha ha, he claims he can play the guqin. Ha 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 ha. The young lady possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the guzheng, chuckling softly at the audacity of the brash youth who boasted without a shred of humility. As if bovines were soaring through the heavens, Tong Yao erupted in laughter, while Lu Xianxia, with a scornful sneer, harbored an ever-deepening disdain for Lin. Fully aware of his limitations, the notion of him playing the guqin or guzheng seemed farcical. He could not even afford a single string. Old Li shared the sentiment. Believing the student was merely there to cause a ruckus, he slammed the table with indignation, reprimanding, "You little rascal, are you intentionally trying to disrupt the class?" After a brief silence, when the onlookers anticipated that Lin would falter or fabricate an excuse, he approached confidently, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Though I am but an unworthy student, may I ask which piece you would like me to perform?" His demeanor, though seemingly modest, provoked laughter among his peers, who thought him a pretender, desperately trying to maintain an appearance of grandeur. Yet, none could fathom the extent of Lin Yi's terrifying mastery of the instrument. Chapter 5. The innocuous smile indeed. The crowd had misconstrued Lin Yi. His demeanor was not one of arrogance, but rather a habit cultivated over 7 centuries, not easily altered in a day. Despite his earnest attempts to assimilate into the contemporary societal norms, significantly modifying his behavior, certain ingrained habits remained. Had he been the Lin Yi of yore, he might not have posed the question, "Which piece should I play?" Instead, he would have calmly stated, "Which piece would you like to hear?" While the 2 phrases may appear similar, their underlying implications are worlds apart. For Lin Yi, each performance could be considered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as countless cultivators and formidable beings clamored to experience a piece live. However, Old Li, rather than expressing anger, broke into a smile and, with a piercing gaze, remarked, "Play any piece you wish, as long as you can produce something worthwhile." Lin Yi fell silent and selected a fine-quality guqin, taking his seat on the platform. Gently, he brushed his fingers against a string, seemingly testing the sound quality or perhaps seeking a connection. To the others, however, it appeared rather ludicrous. Playing the guqin is an art of elegance and refinement. What could a poorly dressed, unattractive youth possibly offer? Yet, in the next moment, silence enveloped the room, for Lin Yi had commenced his performance. As the prelude began, Old Li immediately recognized that this piece bore no name. Based on his extensive experience, it was inconceivable that he would not identify it. A lyrical composition? Old Li raised his thick brows in surprise. The students were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable boy possessed such talent. However, as the prelude faded and the piece truly unfolded, their expression shifted from disdain to astonishment, their eyes widening, ultimately rendering them utterly speechless. He truly knows how to play the guqin. Everyone was struck with disbelief. The melodious sounds of the guqin gradually resonated throughout the lecture hall, penetrating their hearts. Unconsciously, they all closed their eyes as if visions began to materialize in their minds. Each individual's perception of the scene is unique, yet for the elderly man, it unfolds as a tranquil and idyllic paradise, a realm untouched by strife. The air is filled with the melodious chirping of cicadas, the presence of domestic fowl, diligent farmers, and fishermen casting their nets, alongside devoted wives. The village is enveloped in the comforting aroma of a midday meal. Just as the atmosphere resonates with an enchanting serenity, suddenly, Lin Yi's hands transform. He accelerates his playing. The scene shifts abruptly. The village is in disarray. Chaos reigns as people scatter in panic. The piercing cries of children strike at the hearts of all present, a harrowing sound echoing throughout the music classroom. A duet. The old man's heart races. Instinctively, he opens his clouded eyes, gazing anew at Lin Yi, whose expression has completely changed. He is astonished that such a young lad possesses such remarkable skill on the piano. After the anguish, the melody takes on a fierce tone. The old man envisions a child who has merely survived, harboring deep-seated resentment, growing step by step, gritting his teeth in relentless effort. With a flourish, Lin Yi shifts his technique once more, the tempo escalating ever faster. Should anyone dare to open their eyes and observe, they would see his hands leaving ethereal traces upon the strings. Blood. The vision before the old man is drenched in blood, a hellish landscape of crimson, yet paradoxically, it does not evoke a sense of despair, but rather a cathartic release. The child of Ur has now reached middle age, and ultimately, he exacts his vengeance. The invaders of his past lie slain beneath his sword, a myriad of lifeless bodies symbolizing the complete severance of the hatred he has harbored for over 3 decades. Suddenly, the sound of the zither gradually faded, at times accompanied by faint sobs, and at other moments enveloped in profound tranquility. Now, the middle-aged man had become an elderly soul in the twilight of his years. He sat in the depths of the mountains. Casting a glance at the modest grave he had prepared for himself, his murky eyes slowly closing. As the final notes of the zither played, the scene shifted. An unremarkable mound of yellow earth appeared, exuding an overwhelming sense of desolation, yet it seemed to evoke memories of that village, a serene village. The melodies he had once heard, could they even be deemed music? Compared to this piece, they were utterly worthless, mere detritus. Instantly, the gazes of all present towards Lin Yi transformed entirely. Lu Xianxia was rendered speechless, her heart swelling with tumultuous waves. When had he learned to play the zither? Furthermore, why did he perform with such exceptional skill? No, this was nothing short of mastery. Wasn't Lin Yi merely a hapless individual devoid of any redeeming qualities? Yet, inexplicably, Lu Xianxia felt a sudden shift, as if Lin Yi was no longer the Lin Yi she once knew. Tong Yao's inner turmoil mirrored her own, equally tumultuous. No one noticed the tears at the corners of her eyes. In the recent strains of the zither, she glimpsed events from years past, as well as her own future. Discovering a striking similarity to what old Li had seen, she too beheld a solitary grave, her own yellow earth, bitten by a large dog, yet fearful of the injection. Yao Yao remained as foolish as ever. The crowd was utterly astonished. An original composition. What a jest. However, Lin Yi nodded, and, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, "Inspired by my emotions, it has been a long time since I last played. My hands have grown clumsy, so if I play poorly, I ask for your guidance, teacher." The old man Li's lips twitched violently. Guidance? He felt an urge to curse. What could he possibly offer in terms of guidance? With Lin Yi's expertise on the guqin, he might as well consider himself the student. Li's face turned crimson with embarrassment, and after clearing his throat twice, he managed to say, "You play exceedingly well. There is nothing that requires correction." The teacher is overly flattering, Lin Yi humbly replied. As a third of the class elapsed, Li's inner thoughts began to shift dramatically. He pondered numerous matters to the point where he became distracted during the subsequent lecture. This young lad, Lin Yi, was indeed a talent worth nurturing, yet regrettably, he was beyond Li's ability to teach, and no master in Xiang City seemed worthy of such a task. How could a mere youth, even if he had started learning the guqin from the cradle, attain such proficiency? Could it be related to his family background? It must be so. Only those born into esteemed families could possess such innate talent. Just then, a group of short-haired, tall boys obstructed his path. The leader, with a disdainful and haughty gaze, took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled, the smoke enveloping Lin Yi's face. "Want to leave? Huh? Where do you think you can go?" As he recognized the newcomers, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. At that moment, a sharp and piercing female voice rang out from behind. "That's him. Xianxia, this obnoxious scoundrel has been incessantly harassing me, and now he has even followed us to Changchun Middle School. This wretched toad is simply relentless." Lin Yi furrowed his brow as he gazed at the arrogant youth at the forefront. "Do you require something from me?" This youth, as it turned out, was none other than Huang Xiang, the supporter of Lu Xianxia. "It's nothing of great significance, merely a casual intention to sever your tendons," Huang Xiang replied nonchalantly. As if it were a trivial matter, Lin Yi suddenly broke into a grin, a smile so radiant and innocuous that it could easily deceive the unsuspecting. Should a practitioner from the realm of cultivation witness Lin Yi's smile, they would undoubtedly feel a chill run down their spine, instinctively igniting their vital energy and fleeing without a second thought. For every time Lin Yi displayed such a smile, it heralded the imminent spattering of foul blood. Chapter 6. Silence Like a Grave. Who is Lin Yi? In the realm of cultivation, he spent 7 centuries bearing the initial moniker of the Little Devil, Lin Yi, gradually evolving into a figure that instilled terror in the hearts of those 1,000 miles away. When Lin Yi truly unleashed his ferocity, he transformed into a madman who defied all logic. Once, a disciple from a prestigious sect oppressed him, and he, like a stray dog, dared not retaliate, merely surviving in the shadows. 40 years later, an individual personally descended upon the sect, annihilating the entire faction, leaving 60,000 disciples as lifeless corpses scattered across the land, sparing not even the youngest of novices. The title of a ruthless practitioner is not one to be taken lightly. It is a moniker forged through the passage of time and countless trials. Although it is indeed Earth, in our contemporary civilized society, murder is an abhorrent crime. Lin Yi is acutely aware that in the absence of absolute power, it is prudent to avoid trouble. Yet, Huang Xiang's actions and his words provoked an involuntary tremor in Lin Yi. To flaunt his possession of Lin Yi's girlfriend in such a public setting as school, while threatening to sever his tendons, is the epitome of arrogance displayed by the wealthy Huang Xiang. Lin Yi forced a grin and shrugged, remarking, "I have always been robust and resilient. It would truly be a challenge to break my tendons if one lacks sufficient strength." Indeed, his audacity is commendable. Observing that Lin Yi appeared unfazed, Huang Xiang scrutinized the young man before him with a hint of mockery, his frown deepening as he remarked with a chuckle, "You resemble a wretched toad, emaciated and frail. Do you often go hungry?" Laughter erupted from Huang Xiang's companion, a young man with purple hair, drawing the attention of many onlookers. As the curiosity of the crowd piqued, the purple-haired youth tossed his bangs aside and began to read from his phone. Lin Yi, orphaned and raised in an orphanage until the age of 13, subsequently living independently, scavenging for discarded vegetables at the market by day and collecting refuse by night, working odd jobs at a small eatery on weekends. As the crowd absorbed his words, a wave of laughter rippled through them. At Changchun High School, the majority of students come from relatively well-off families. Even those bookish individuals who are bullied by the offspring of wealthy families belong to the category of the moderately affluent. True poverty is a rarity, with only a handful of such cases throughout the institution. Yet, it is astonishing to hear of someone reduced to such a dire state, relying on scavenging discarded cabbage for sustenance, and funding tuition and living expenses through collecting scraps and doing odd jobs. This is nothing short of being at the very bottom of society, a disgrace to the urban landscape. For reasons unknown, as the mocking laughter echoed in her ears, Tong Yao did not feel vindicated. Rather, an overwhelming sense of injustice welled up within her for Lin Yi, accompanied by a tinge of sorrow. She could not fathom why such peculiar sentiments arose within her. What truly moved Tong Yao was Lin Yi's unwavering composure in the face of ridicule, maintaining a gentle smile amidst the jeering crowd. Perhaps this was what her sister had often referred to as indomitable spirit? Tong Yao mused. Lu Xianxia gradually found herself perplexed by Lin Yi's demeanor. In the past, encountering such mockery would have left Lin Yi feeling utterly humiliated, yearning to escape. How could he now be so composed? What has happened to me lately? She pondered, continually plagued by these disconcerting thoughts. A poor wretch will always remain a poor wretch, unchanged by circumstance. Shaking off these unsettling notions, Lu Xianxia cast a venomous glare at Lin Yi, thinking, "Xianxia, this wretched toad is tarnishing my reputation. You must take action on my behalf." Rest assured. In the midst of the crowd, Huang Xiang casually pinched Lu Xianxia's rear and nonchalantly remarked, "Today, no one can save him." At this moment, the violet-haired boy chuckled mischievously. "What is the matter? Do we need to invite you along? Just walk on your own." Lin Yi feigned ignorance. "Walk? Where to? Heh, what a fool." Another boy burst into laughter, brazenly adding, "Where else could he go? Of course, we're taking him to the restroom. It's a bit troublesome to get physical here." The violet-haired boy sneered, while Huang Xiang remained indifferent. The trio approached menacingly, with Huang Xiang leading the charge, having never intended to let Lin Yi escape. The onlookers were oblivious to Lin Yi's thoughts, as his face revealed no trace of fear. He merely stroked his chin in contemplation before surprisingly nodding and saying, "All right, let us go then." Was he not afraid of death? The crowd exchanged glances. Huang Xiang let out a cold snort. I do hope you can keep up your bravado later. The violet-haired boy and another boy flanked Lin Yi, coercing him toward the restroom. However, after just a few steps, a voice rang out. No, you can't take him away. It seemed that Tong Yao and her sister Tong Lei held a significant status. Tong Yao found herself at a loss for words, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Indeed, her previous reasoning was utterly feeble and lacking strength. With merely 2 months until the college entrance examination, was it truly impossible to engage in a fight? It was common knowledge that brawls occurred daily at Changchun High School. While Tong Yao's mind spiraled into chaos, frantically conjuring excuses, Lin Yi unexpectedly spoke up. Let us resolve this quickly to avoid wasting time and missing class. You, Tong Yao, filled with frustration, exclaimed in exasperation, then hurry up and die. I don't want to see you again. It would be best if you were to break a leg. With a huff, she stormed off in a fit of anger. Observing that Tong Yao had ceased her interference, Huang Xiang breathed a sigh of relief and, casting a mocking glance at Lin Yi, sneered, keep pretending. I shall see how long you can maintain this charade. He gestured aggressively for Lin Yi to move toward the restroom. The onlooking students stifled their laughter, well aware that this new transfer student, the so-called black sheep, was in for a tough time. Meanwhile, Tong Yao descended the staircase, her fury palpable. As a prominent second young lady, she had never endured such indignity, especially at the hands of someone as inconsequential as the impoverished Lin Yi. Let them do as they please. I offered my assistance, and he foolishly walked into trouble. It infuriates me. After a moment of contemplation, Tong Yao devised a plan to seek help from Teacher Qin. She quickened her pace toward the teaching building and soon arrived at the homeroom teacher's office, knocking on the door. Come in. A melodious female voice beckoned from within. Tong Yao entered, breathless, and hurriedly exclaimed, It's bad, Teacher Qin. Lin Yi is in trouble. Teacher Qin, known as Qin Yueshi, stands apart from her colleagues at Changchun Middle School due to her remarkable youth. In her early 20s, she graduated from university just last year and began her teaching career directly at Changchun, where she has now served for a year. Initially an ordinary teacher, she has gradually ascended to the position of class head, which has led to speculation among envious female teachers that her advancement was facilitated by connections. Despite her tender age, Qin Yueshi possesses an astonishing beauty that transcends her years. Her delicately shaped willow-like eyebrows are meticulously groomed, and although her expression suggests fatigue from work, her eyes, tinged with a hint of green, remain refreshingly clear, akin to a spring in the desert, radiant and pure like a pool of azure water. Her figure is extraordinarily voluptuous. Epitomizing perfection, every curve is satisfyingly full, yet devoid of any excess or flaw. With a pronounced bust and an alluring silhouette, one must witness such a woman to comprehend the essence of a natural beauty, one that stands out even among the rarest of gems. Qin Yueshi belongs to that rare category of women who, upon first glance, can leave men utterly entranced, their eyes wide with desire, wishing to be as close to her as possible. Typically, when people encounter her for the first time, they often overlook her exquisitely refined features, as her striking physique commands overwhelming attention. Lin Yi, the class teacher Qin Yueshi appeared puzzled. Tong Yao promptly slapped her forehead and hurriedly clarified. It's that new transfer student in our class. Upon hearing this, Qin Yueshi recalled that indeed, a new classmate had joined her class today. Immediately, she ceased her tasks. Rising quickly, what has happened? Huang Xiang and his companions forced Lin Yi into the restroom just moments ago. It seems that a confrontation is imminent. Tong Yao exclaimed quickly, unaware of the anxious expression etched on her own face. Qin Yueshi, contemplative, glanced at the visibly tense and worried Tong Yao and decisively said, Take me there at once. What puzzled Qin Yueshi was that the usually mischievous and trouble-loving Tong Yao, who typically thrived on such chaotic spectacles, appeared strangely altered today. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for further contemplation. As a teacher, even if it was the first day for a new student, her sense of responsibility towards her pupils was paramount. Without hesitation, Tong Yao led the frantic and hurried Qin Yueshi to the scene. In less than 2 minutes, Tong Yao arrived at the previous floor, breathless, only to find a throng of onlookers gathered, seemingly captivated by the unfolding drama in the restroom. Observing the congested crowd, Qin Yueshi furrowed her brows. What is this spectacle? Disperse immediately. Typically, when the cold and stoic teacher Qin Yueshi spoke, no one dared to defy her, not out of fear, but rather because the female students felt a sense of closeness towards her, while the male students revered her as an untouchable goddess. Yet, in this moment, no one heeded her command. They were all transfixed, like statues, gazing at the scene within the restroom, enveloped in an unusual silence. Witnessing this, Tong Yao's concern deepened. She was oblivious to what had transpired inside and anxious about Lin Yi's well-being. Was he gravely injured? Make way. Step aside, Qin Yueshi exclaimed, as she and Tong Yao navigated through the congested crowd. Once they managed to break through, the sight that greeted them left both women momentarily stunned. Tong Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. There lay a purple-haired young man and another boy, writhing on the ground in anguish, clutching their stomachs and unable to articulate a sound, as if they were enduring excruciating pain. In stark contrast, Lin Yi appeared utterly unfazed. Not only was he unscathed, but beneath his feet lay a dark, unseemly object. When Tong Yao took a closer look, her mind went blank. That dark mass was none other than the previously arrogant and graceful nobleman, young Master Xiang. Tong Yao felt as though her entire worldview had shattered. Only now did she comprehend the profound silence that enveloped the crowd, each person frozen in disbelief. The young Master Huang Xiang had been trampled under Lin Yi's shoe, right into a filthy urinal. Initially filled with concern for the new student, Qin Yueshi now stood dumbfounded. Chapter 7. Qin Yueshi's distress. What on earth transpired in those fleeting minutes? This was the question both Qin Yueshi and Tong Yao desperately sought to answer in their minds. Tong Yao, though shaken, managed to accept this reality. After all, she had witnessed Lin Yi kick Wei Hao with such force before. While this situation had similarly upended her perspective, it was not entirely beyond her comprehension. But Qin Yueshi, what were you doing? Under Lin Yi's somewhat bewildered gaze, Qin Yueshi boldly entered the men's restroom, exclaiming, "Classmate Lin Yi, kindly release classmate Huang Xiang at once. This is a school. Such behavior in a public place is utterly disgraceful." Observing Qin Yueshi's attire, Lin Yi deduced that this woman was likely not a student. In an educational institution, if one is not a student, they are most likely a teacher. Perceiving Qin Yueshi's fierce approach and arched brows, Lin Yi did not hesitate. With a disdainful snort, he kicked aside the nearly incapacitated Huang Xiang. "You've got some nerve." Huang Xiang gasped, his appearance far from dignified, drenched in filthy water and urine. His eyes reddened with rage. He was on the brink of losing his sanity, declaring, "I will make you pay dearly. You won't leave Xiang City alive." In the face of Huang Xiang's threats, Lin Yi remained unfazed. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, he cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yueshi and stated coolly, "Madam Teacher, I must report that classmate Huang Xiang has assaulted me." "He assaulted you?" Qin Yueshi was taken aback. Clearly, it was Lin Yi who had rendered Huang Xiang unrecognizable, not the other way around. Huang Xiang, upon hearing this, was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy, almost losing consciousness, while his two companions, alarmed, reacted swiftly. "Young Master Xiang, are you all right?" exclaimed the violet-haired boy, panic-stricken. If anything happened to Huang Xiang, the consequences would be dire. The other slender companion, equally distressed, suppressed his pain as he supported Huang Xiang, urging, "Quick, take young Master Xiang to the infirmary." Yes, the violet-haired young man promptly supported Huang Xiang's other arm, hastening to escape as if fleeing from danger. "What are you blocking the door for? Get the hell out of the way," he shouted. "If anything happens to young Master Xiang, not only will I be in trouble, but so will all of you." Hearing the reckless words of his two incompetent subordinates, Huang Xiang, still barely conscious, felt a surge of anger that nearly caused him to lose consciousness entirely, his vision darkening as he succumbed to the abyss. The crowd instantly parted. They could not afford to offend Huang Xiang. Qin Yueshi furrowed her brow slightly, but chose to remain silent. In the entire Changjun High School, few dared to provoke the affluent young Master Huang, even when he smoked and drank in front of the principal, who dared not utter a word against him, let alone her, a mere class teacher. Furthermore, given Huang Xiang's current dire situation, it was indeed imperative to rush him to the infirmary. At that moment, Lu Xinya felt exceptionally pleased, for she had just accomplished something she had long contemplated but never dared to execute, severing all ties with Lin Yi, that insufferable pauper. Lu Xinya had regretted her association with Lin Yi 1,000 times over. Yet their different high schools and infrequent encounters had hindered her from finding the opportunity to speak up. Now, as if fate played a cruel joke, Lin Yi, that wretched toad, had the audacity to pursue her to Changjun. Lu Xinya felt compelled to hasten her actions. Should Xiang discover that she had once been Lin Yi's woman, who could predict how the proud Huang would react? Thus, she placed all the blame upon Lin Yi, proactively seeking out Xiang to teach him a lesson he would never forget. By now, that wretched creature, Lin Yi, should have been beaten to the point where even his own mother would fail to recognize him. Xianxia sneered, silently adding a thought. No, his mother never recognized him to begin with, since he is an illegitimate child without parents. With this in mind, Xianxia closed her portable mirror and, after touching up her makeup, casually strolled toward the restroom. What does this mean? Xianxia was momentarily taken aback as a vague realization dawned upon her. The boy referred to as Monkey was equally furious, casting a venomous glance at Xianxia. That kid is quite formidable. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Let me tell you, once young Master Xiang regains consciousness, you will have much to answer for. With that, Monkey and Zitai hurriedly carried the already unconscious Xiang downstairs, leaving Xianxia alone, frozen in the corridor. He can fight? Xianxia felt as though she had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. A destitute boy who only eats once a day, frail and weak, capable of fighting? 1 against 3? And to dominate? What nonsense! Yet, the evidence lay before her. Witnessing Xiang and his companions flee like frightened dogs, Xianxia felt utterly disoriented. Is this truly the timid and apprehensive Lin Yi she knew? In the class teacher's office, Qin Yueshi was at a loss, staring at the new student Lin Yi, whose face revealed no emotion. Uncertain whether to feel anger or amusement. To express frustration, Lin Yi is remarkably polite and humble, making it difficult for anyone to unleash their anger upon him. Yet, when it comes to laughter, Qin Yueshi finds it impossible to smile. The identity of Xiang as a student is her greatest headache. Had it been any other noble student, it would have been more manageable, for at least she could have contained the situation. However, the one who was assaulted is Xiang. Qin Yueshi massages her temples, overwhelmed with distress. Teacher, are you all right? Lin Yi gazes at Qin Yueshi innocently, as if nothing had transpired moments ago. It was only recently that he discovered this woman before him as his homeroom teacher. Qin Yueshi waves her hand dismissively, saying, I am fine, but Lin Yi, do you have any idea of the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Lin Yi's eyes widen in disbelief as he plaintively responds, it was clearly Xiang who came with others to beat me up and bully me. 3 of them cornered me, threatening to sever my tendons. Teacher Qin, you have no idea. I nearly fainted from fear. If it weren't for the fact that I've been doing tough labor since childhood and have a bit of strength, I might have been beaten to death by Xiang and his crew. I will help you bear this burden. No one shall bully you. Thank you, teacher. Lin Yi expresses his gratitude profusely, and then, as if struck by a thought, he timidly inquires, Teacher Qin, will this cause you any trouble? Trouble? Qin Yueshi sighs internally. It is more than mere trouble. One misstep and her position as homeroom teacher could be jeopardized. Chapter 8. The night in the city. As for Tong Lei, that doesn't count. Her relationship with Lin Yi is merely one of mutual need, a transaction, nothing more. Certainly, Tong Yao is hardly an exception at times. Even Lin Yi struggles to decipher the whimsical thoughts swirling in the mind of this peculiar second miss. Nevertheless, Lin Yi remains resolute in his purpose for being there. It appears that his role as a companion is no longer needed, as Tong Yao does not permit him to approach her. Thus, he can only serve as her protector, vigilantly observing to prevent any mischief from the playful Tong Yao. On his first day, encountering such a multitude of events was beyond Lin Yi's expectations. Fortunately, following the incident with Xiang, no one dared to disturb Lin Yi again, allowing him to enjoy a leisurely existence. Clad in his new school uniform, he quietly practiced in an unremarkable corner of the classroom, unnoticed by anyone. It was not until the end of the school day that Lin Yi emerged, burdened with heavy textbooks. What is going on? Tong Yao instinctively leaned her head out the window. To her surprise, she spotted Lin Yi, resembling a panting puppy, fervently trailing behind, nearly causing her to burst into laughter. Uncle Fong furrowed his brow and inquired, shall I intervene? Observing Lin Yi's exhausted state as he dashed after the car, Tong Yao's eyes gleamed with mischief as she replied, No, just let him follow. He deserves the challenge. Uncle Fong, step on it. Understood, Uncle Fong nodded. Instantly, the once smooth-driving Mercedes unleashed its remarkable capabilities, roaring to life as it accelerated. The speed escalated rapidly, nearing the limit for the urban area, only halting when Uncle Fong eased off the accelerator. Meanwhile, Tong Yao in the backseat abandoned her book, laughing heartily. Now, let us see how you keep up. Humph. After finishing her words, Tong Yao instinctively glanced at the back of the car and was astonished to discover that Lin Yi was still running behind, hardly losing any distance. What? Tong Yao was taken aback. She was well aware of the car's speed, and yet, at such velocity, Lin Yi had not been shaken off. Tong Yao's temper began to flare, and with a tone of playful reproach, she exclaimed, "Uncle Fong, accelerate. I refuse to believe this. Miss, please." Uncle Fong felt a bit troubled. Safety was his paramount concern. However, Tong Yao, carefree and dismissive, responded, "It's fine, Uncle Fong. Just drive faster. I won't speak ill of you in front of my sister and father." Deep down, she harbored a thought she refrained from voicing. After all, I won't have much longer to live. What is there to fear? Very well, miss, please hold on tight. Uncle Fong, resigned to her stubbornness, pressed the accelerator to the floor, increasing their speed once more. Even though they were exceeding the limit, Uncle Fong was unconcerned. For the Tong family, it was hardly a significant issue. They could easily send someone to the vehicle management office to settle a fine. Goodbye, Mississippi. I shall come to fetch you again tomorrow. Uncle Fong smiled. As Tong Yao hopped with joy, ready to enter the villa, a shadow caught her peripheral vision. Turning her head, she was taken aback, her eyes nearly bulging as she stammered, "Why you? How did you catch up? I'm so exhausted. I almost lost you." Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. Nevertheless, his complexion remained healthy, and astonishingly, he was not out of breath after such vigorous exercise. However, what irked Tong Yao even more was the fact that Lin Yi was holding a bottle of mineral water. Despite Uncle Fong's rapid driving, he not only kept pace, but also found the leisure to stop and buy water. Seeing Lin Yi's shameless grin, Tong Yao stomped her foot in frustration. After shooting him a furious glare, she stormed into the villa, carelessly kicked off her shoes, too lazy to change into slippers, and headed straight upstairs. "What's wrong? Yao Yao? Why are you so angry?" Tong Lei approached with concern. Tong Yao truly wished to voice her thoughts, to have her sister Tong Lei send Lin Yi away. But as the words lingered on her tongue, she held back. Perhaps it was compassion, or perhaps it was the desire to maintain her sister's dignity. In any case, Tong Yao refrained from speaking ill of Lin Yi. "Off to the company?" Lin Yi queried, puzzled. Regarding this matter, Tong Lei felt helpless. "It seems my father has taken quite an interest in you and wishes to meet." "All right, I understand," Lin Yi nodded. After their conversation, Tong Lei ascended the stairs, leaving Lin Yi alone in the living room. Naturally, Lin Yi saw no need to procure any medicine. After preparing a simple bowl of noodles in the kitchen, he retreated to his room early, locking the door behind him. He did not succumb to slumber, but instead sat cross-legged on the bed, palms pressed together, channeling energy from the universe. A cultivator is one who absorbs the breath of heaven and earth, comprehends the cyclical nature of existence, walks in accordance with the natural order, and ascends against the current. One day he shall transcend the realms, free from the 5 elements, defying fate to become divine. Lin Yi's mature and composed visage bore a trace of determination as the flow of vital energy within him accelerated at an increasingly frantic pace, drawing in the sparse spiritual essence of the world around him with a fervor reminiscent of a black hole, sending shivers down the spine. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed, and the remnants of the moon hung in the sky while the faint sound of cicadas resonated from the villa's backyard. Concurrently, an invisible tempest, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, swept through the entire villa. Breakthrough to the chi refining stage. Lin Yi roared in a deep growl. Suddenly, a resounding force echoed within Lin Yi's consciousness. His previously darkened skin began to shed visibly, falling onto the bed in dark patches. In that moment, Lin Yi's skin became as pure and flawless as that of a newborn, and the scars on his face gradually faded, revealing his true countenance. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Yi opened his eyes. His first instinct was to leap out of the window and execute a set of 5 elements fist in the backyard. Each punch stirred the air with vigor. "Huh," he exclaimed, striking a sturdy pine tree. Under Lin Yi's gaze, the towering tree remained utterly still, seemingly impervious to his punch. However, mere seconds later, while the trunk stood firm, its branches shattered like glass, and countless leaves cascaded to the ground. This was the internal force of a cultivator. If Lin Yi's punch were to land on a person, they might appear unscathed on the surface, yet their internal organs would be left in utter turmoil. Excellent. I have successfully entered the first layer of the chi refining stage. My strength has finally recovered by a mere 0.2%. Lin Yi gazed up at the moon, uncertain whether it is merely an illusion. Lin feels an inexplicable sense of ease as he smoothly steps into the realm of cultivators, officially becoming a practitioner. Contemplating this, Lin retrieves a jade pendant from his chest. This pendant has been with him since childhood, its origins shrouded in mystery. He only knows that it accompanied him when he was abandoned amidst refuse, presumably left by his parents. Even now, as Lin inspects it with his vital energy, he discovers it to be nothing more than an ordinary piece of jade. After a while, a woman swirls the wine in her glass, a flicker of intense curiosity illuminating her gaze. Her alluring red lips part slightly, as if she is speaking to herself. How intriguing. A mere small city like Xianxia has someone who has stepped into the realm of cultivators. Suddenly, a low, raspy voice interrupts. Shall I go and eliminate them? No need. The enchanting woman replies, sipping her wine and letting out a melodic laugh. In this era, true cultivators are indeed a rarity. I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, she opens the window, glancing down at the vehicles traversing the streets far below. To her surprise, she leaps out into the night, her figure ascending with a speed that defies the naked eye, vanishing swiftly into the darkness. Chapter 9. Dr. Kong that night. In a villa community within Xianxia, a beautiful figure glides through the air. How peculiar, she muses, her brows knitting together in contemplation. The aura of a breakthrough undoubtedly emanated from here, yet where has the person gone? She distinctly felt the energy of a breakthrough radiating from this very spot. But despite her relentless searching, she can find not a trace nor a hint of their presence. A captivating woman gazed thoughtfully at the tranquil residential area, pondering whether the little fellow had backing from a sect, adept at concealing his presence, or perhaps was being hidden away by peers. After a considerable time, the enchanting woman finally rose from her crouched position amidst the trees. Indeed, given the scarcity of cultivators, it was only natural for other factions to vie for newcomers. It seemed this individual was fated to remain unrelated to her. After murmuring softly, her figure vanished beneath the night sky. It was unclear how much time had passed when a silhouette emerged slowly from the rear courtyard of a private villa, leaping towards the very trees where the alluring woman had lingered. As expected, cultivators existed on Earth. Lin inhaled the lingering scent in the air, his expression turning grave. Suddenly, he caught sight of something. He reached out to grasp a delicate strand of azure hair, his gaze flickering. She was a female cultivator. Yet her intentions towards him remained shrouded in mystery. Regardless, it was prudent not to act rashly. At present, he was merely at the initial stage of qi cultivation, the very first layer, and should he attract unwanted attention, a single misstep could lead to an untimely demise. Lin still felt a shiver of trepidation at the thought. Previously, he had been uncertain of the existence of cultivators on Earth, which had led him to neglect concealing his aura before his breakthrough, inadvertently exposing himself. The sudden appearance of that enchanting woman had heightened his vigilance. The treachery of the cultivation world was a reality Lin had experienced in abundance. Threats from magical artifacts, the plundering of techniques, and a myriad of profit-driven conflicts that could easily lead to enmity. If money could drive individuals to risk their lives in crime, how much more perilous would it be for something infinitely more precious than gold? To speak plainly, who wouldn't desire a miraculous elixir capable of enhancing one's physical constitution, elevating memory to extraordinary levels, and granting strength and speed akin to that of cinematic superheroes? Who wouldn't yearn to master the art of flight? Weapons with lethality and velocity surpassing that of a handgun. Surely anyone would wish to procure them for self-defense or other ventures. Furthermore, in the 21st century, where many incurable diseases prevail, a pill that works instantaneously to completely heal and restore vitality, what soul would not covet such a remedy as long as there is breath remaining? The principles remain the same in any realm. One must exercise caution. A careful approach ensures longevity. As dawn broke, Lin concluded his meditation, donned his shirt, and stepped out of his chamber. To his astonishment, the two young ladies, Tong Lei and Tong Yao, had risen much earlier than expected. The true surprise lay not with Lin but with the sisters, who were utterly taken aback. Lin, is that you? They exclaimed, staring in disbelief at his unblemished complexion, especially Tong Yao, whose jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Could this truly be the once unremarkable and dark-skinned Lin? At that moment, he appeared in simple attire, a plain short-sleeved shirt and casual pants, with flip-flops and tousled short hair, seemingly unchanged from yesterday. Yet, his aura radiated a remarkable transformation. Such an essence, however, is elusive and intangible. Tong Lei pondered for an extended time, unable to articulate her thoughts. merely sensing that Lin Yi seemed significantly more vibrant than before. "Good morning," he greeted with a warm smile. Tong Yao stood frozen in place, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi, her expression unmistakably conveying the sentiment. What on earth? Meanwhile, the young lady Tong Lei was not in a much better state. Incredulously, she inquired, "Lin Yi, have you truly healed yourself?" "Well, I tried some traditional Chinese medicine yesterday, and to my surprise, it worked quite rapidly." Suddenly, Lin Yi felt utterly incapable of communicating with Tong Yao. Tong Lei cast a disapproving glance at her beloved sister. "Yao Yao, stop making a fuss for now. Come, let me help you with your hair. We have important matters to attend to today." Lin Yi recalled that Tong Lei had mentioned the previous night that she would take him to her company today, prompting him to curiously ask, "Is Tong Yao going too?" "She was already scheduled to go. My father's interest in you is secondary," Tong Lei replied succinctly. Lin Yi obediently closed his mouth, refraining from further inquiries, fully aware of his position as merely a companion and maintaining the humility that came with it. Yet, what puzzled Lin Yi was the urgency that compelled both young ladies to forego breakfast and rush out the door. As he sat in the car, he found it baffling. In his eyes, Tong Lei undoubtedly cherished her sister immensely. What could be so pressing that it made her disregard Tong Yao's hunger and head straight to the company? Lin Yi chose not to ask, and Tong Lei, engrossed in driving, offered no explanations. Meanwhile, Tong Yao, disinterested in conversing with Lin Yi, remained absorbed in the book she had been reading the previous day. "Yao Yao, haven't you finished that book yet?" Tong Lei inquired as they paused at a red light. Tong Yao replied without lifting her head, "It's almost over. I've already watched most of it." "Sister, I must tell you, the male lead is truly romantic, soaring through the air while holding the female lead, gazing at the stars. Is it really that impressive?" Tong Lei feigned surprise. Clearly, she had grown numb to such tales. Her words were merely an attempt to indulge her younger sister and bring her joy. "Of course," Tong Yao exclaimed dreamily, "cultivators are extraordinary beings akin to immortals. If my future boyfriend happens to be a cultivator, I would surely be blissfully overwhelmed." At that moment, Lin Yi, sipping from a bottle of Nongfu Spring, nearly choked on his drink. "What are you doing?" Tong Yao shot him a glare. Lin Yi quickly wiped his mouth, his expression peculiar as he stammered, "In nothing." Tong Lei chuckled softly. She was well accustomed to her sister's fanciful musings. Her sister was delightful in every way, though she often indulged in unrealistic fantasies. Amidst this atmosphere, they arrived at their destination, Deqiang Information Technology Company, Limited. After parking the car, Tong Yao eagerly hopped out and joyfully entered the company, with Tong Lei and Lin Yi following closely behind. "Miss." "Second miss." Along the way, employees greeted Tong Lei and Tong Yao, as if they had encountered these two young women many times before. Lin Yi, however, felt a twinge of confusion regarding such addresses. Logically, employees in large companies typically do not refer to the boss's daughters in such a manner, unless the identity of the esteemed owner is indeed quite extraordinary. Tong Lei wasted no time, taking Tong Yao's hand and directly entering the elevator to ascend. Lin Yi silently followed behind. Upon reaching the designated floor, Tong Lei deftly approached the door of the chairman's office. After knocking gently, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. As soon as they entered, Tong Yao rushed forward, exclaiming, "Dad." A middle-aged man, reclined on the sofa with a cup of tea, smiled warmly. "Yao Yao, what brings you such joy today?" Lin Yi glanced at the man speaking. It appeared he was indeed the father of Tong Yao and Tong Lei. "Dad," Tong Lei chimed in as well. The middle-aged man nodded, then turned his attention to Lin Yi, chuckling. "It seems this young brother must be Lin Yi, whom Lei has mentioned." "Hello, sir." Lin Yi acknowledged with a nod. No need for such formality. The middle-aged man waved his hand, saying, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tong Deqiang. If you prefer, you may simply call me uncle." Lei seldom praises anyone, but I have heard her speak highly of you repeatedly just the other day. Quite remarkable indeed. Lin Yi had yet to grasp the significance of the name Tong Deqiang in Xiang City, and humbly responded, "Uncle Tong, you flatter me." Tong Deqiang nodded appreciatively, and then glanced at his watch, addressing Tong Lei. Considering the time, they should be arriving shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a voice rang out from outside. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Tong, thank you for your patience." Lin Yi turned his gaze toward the door, where a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a mustache and dressed elegantly in white, entered. Tong Deqiang immediately rose to greet his guest, saying, "Not at all. I have just arrived at the company. Dr. Kong, please take a seat." Tong Lei remained silent, quietly exiting the room, presumably to brew some tea. Meanwhile, The second young lady, Tong Yao, was intrigued and, with curiosity, moved closer. After scrutinizing him repeatedly, she blinked her large eyes and inquired, "Senior, are you a cultivator?" Was this truly the case? Tong Deqiang was unable to contain his excitement and abruptly stood up. It seemed almost certain. Dr. Kong smiled calmly. Upon hearing these words, Tong Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. She was acutely aware of her own ailment, which, although currently in a latent phase, had manifested just half a month prior. She understood the intricacies of her condition better than anyone. Yet, this Dr. Kong claimed he had the means to treat her. For a moment, Tong Yao felt utterly stunned. In contrast, a barely perceptible cold smile flitted across Lin Yi's face. In today's world, unless a cultivator concocted a spiritual elixir, there was no other way to remedy Tong Yao's affliction. And as for this Dr. Kong, Lin Yi sensed no fluctuations of true energy emanating from him. It could be said that in the vast city of Xiang, there were no more than a handful capable of saving Tong Yao. Among those present, the only physician who could determine Tong Yao's fate was the unassuming Lin Yi. Chapter 10, Divine Doctor? Quack. Just as Dr. Kong and Tong Deqiang were engaged in conversation, Tong Lei entered, carrying a cup of exquisite Longjing tea. With utmost respect, she said, "Dr. Kong, please enjoy your tea." Very well, Dr. Kong replied, repeating his approval thrice, smiling warmly at Tong Lei, though his inner thoughts remained a mystery. Lin Yi glanced at the tea, then cast a sidelong glance at the dazed second Miss Tong Yao, lost in thought. Miss Yao's condition had deteriorated to a critical stage. If treatment were not administered promptly, the consequences could be dire. At this point, Dr. Kong sighed and shook his head, leaving Tong Deqiang and Tong Lei in a state of shock. Tong Deqiang, filled with anxiety, urgently implored, "Dr. Kong, I beseech you to save my daughter. I am willing to do anything if it means preserving her life." Dr. Kong stroked his mustache and reassured him, "Rest assured, since I am here, I will certainly extend my assistance." However, Tong Deqiang immediately understood and said, "If there are any difficulties, please do not hesitate to speak. Whatever I can do, I will." "Very well, I shall be direct." Dr. Kong coughed lightly and frowned. Miss Yao's ailment is indeed quite troublesome and requires a variety of rare medicinal ingredients. Should we fail to procure all the necessary materials, just say the word. I will send someone to gather them immediately. Tong Deqiang interjected hastily. Dr. Kong, however, shook his head, stating, "While the majority of the herbs can be obtained quickly due to your standing, there is one crucial ingredient, a millennium-old snow lotus seed. Such a rare herb is virtually unparalleled, growing only in the snowy highlands. Though ordinary snow lotus seeds are more abundant, those over 1,000 years old are nearly impossible to find." Upon hearing this, Tong Deqiang was left speechless, exclaiming, "What shall we do now?" Dr. Kong sighed, as if recalling something, and after a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "In truth, during my many years of practicing medicine in the Xiangnan region, I have encountered numerous rare and precious herbs. Yet I have never come across a snow lotus seed that is over 1,000 years old. However, I possess an old friend who treasures such a specimen. Where can I find this gentleman? I shall pay him a visit at once." Upon hearing this glimmer of hope, Tong Deqiang's sense of responsibility was rekindled. He dotes on his daughters, showing no preference for sons over daughters. Since the passing of his wife, he has remained unmarried and harbors no intention of fathering a son, which speaks volumes about the affection he holds for his daughters, Tong Lei and Tong Yao. It could be said that he would unhesitatingly relinquish all his wealth if it meant saving Tong Yao. Dr. Kong, however, appeared hesitant. After a brief pause, he sheepishly continued, "That 1,000-year-old snow lotus seed is regarded as a family heirloom by my old friend. Many have sought it, yet he has refused them all without a second thought. Perhaps, Mr. Tong, I could visit him on your behalf. I am somewhat familiar with him, and he is generally amiable. However, whether it will yield success remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, Tong Deqiang and Tong Lei did not immediately agree. It was not that they were unwilling to save Tong Yao. Rather, the entire situation felt rather dubious. It resembled a scheme straight out of a trickster's playbook. Were it not for witnessing Dr. Kang's genuine capabilities firsthand, Tong Deqiang might have already dismissed him. However, driven by a desperate desire to save Yao, Tong Deqiang did not harbor suspicions in that direction. Moreover, any individual with even a modicum of intelligence would refrain from attempting to deceive him, for should they be discovered, the repercussions would be unbearable for most. Tong Deqiang was no mere entrepreneur. Despite this, his name resonated loudly throughout Xiang City. Those who entertained thoughts of approaching him needed to consider their intentions with great care. Thus, neither Tong Deqiang nor Tong Lei questioned the authenticity of Dr. Kong, even when he boldly claimed he could cure rabies, a disease otherwise deemed incurable. Until just moments ago, was this merely a trick of the trade? Tong Deqiang scrutinized Dr. Kong in silence, while Tong Lei, displaying her understanding, chose to remain silent as well. Only Tong Yu seemed lost in thought, oblivious to her surroundings. At that moment, Dr. Kong unexpectedly smiled calmly and declared, "My old friend and I share a bond of life and death. There is no need to worry about financial matters. Rest assured, Mr. Tong. I shall take nothing in return. How can that be appropriate?" Upon hearing Dr. Kong's assertion, Tong Deqiang's initial doubts dissipated instantly. He chuckled, "Dr. Kong, you must accept the remuneration you deserve, otherwise it would tarnish my reputation." Without further ado, he continued, "Saving lives is the duty of a physician. It is settled then. I shall personally pay a visit to implore the old man for his precious Millennium Snow Lotus seeds." With that, Dr. Kong, exuding an air of righteousness, flicked his sleeves and departed. Tong Deqiang stood speechless for a while, before instructing Tong Lei, "Lei, please close the door." Tong Lei nodded, casting a glance outside before firmly shutting the office door. "I shall step out for a moment." Lin Yi, ever astute, rose to his feet, recognizing that Mr. Tong Deqiang intended to discuss serious matters with his family. "Mr. Tong, I apologize for the wait." Dr. Kong entered with a wooden box cradled carefully in his arms, his face aglow with excitement. Unable to contain his eagerness, Tong Deqiang stood up and inquired, "How did it go?" Dr. Kong smiled faintly, placing the wooden box steadily on the tea table. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he replied, "I have fulfilled my duty." "Excellent, excellent." Tong Deqiang, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, "I shall never forget your immense kindness, Dr. Kong. However, let us not rejoice too soon. While the primary medicine has been located, additional ingredients are still required, and we shall need Mr. Dong to send someone for procurement," Dr. Kong stated earnestly, producing a piece of paper detailing all the necessary herbs. Tong Deqiang slapped his thigh and quickly commanded, "Lei, hurry, have the recipe executed properly." "Understood." Tong Lei nodded enthusiastically. Just as she reached out to grasp the prescription from Dr. Kang's hands, a voice suddenly interjected, "Hold on." The assembly turned in confusion towards the source of the interruption, revealing the previously silent and inconspicuous Lin Yi. "What is it?" Tong Lei blinked in surprise. Tong Deqiang, perplexed and faintly irate, restrained his anger, asking, "Young man, is there something amiss?" "Hey, what are you doing?" Tong Yao, too, expressed her irritation, feeling that Lin Yi's interruption was a blatant attempt to thwart their progress. Lin Yi rose, snatching the prescription and scrutinizing it closely, a cold smile creeping across his face. "What are you laughing at? What is so amusing?" The esteemed Dr. Kong puffs his cheeks and glares. Under the bewildered gazes of Tong Deqiang, Tong Lei, and Tong Yao, Lin Yi scrutinizes Dr. Kong several times before coldly remarking, "I wonder whether this Mr. Kong is a miraculous healer who saves lives, or a nefarious charlatan who takes lives." Chapter 11. Numerous doubts. Lin Yi's somber words reverberated throughout the office, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Dr. Kong, incensed, huffed and glared, exclaiming, "You insolent brat! You dare to insult me! After over 20 years of dedicating myself to healing, I have never endured such slander. Young brother." Tong Deqiang's face darkened as he cautioned, "There are some things one should not say lightly." Tong Lei, too, appeared displeased, urging Lin Yi to apologize. "You, Lin Yi, are intentionally provoking me, aren't you?" Tong Yao seethed, her teeth clenched in anger. Had it not been for her father and sister's presence, she would have lunged at Lin Yi to deliver a sound thrashing. Unfazed by the hostile stares surrounding him, Lin Yi merely chuckled coldly, stating, "Though I am uncertain how many thousand-year-old snow lotus seeds remain in the Chinese market, I can assert that any seed over a millennium old is undoubtedly worth a fortune. To speak bluntly, even if Uncle Tong were to exhaust his entire fortune, it would be uncertain if he could afford even a single one." Pausing to observe Tong Deqiang's astonished expression, Lin Yi continued, "Dr. Kong is truly a benevolent celestial being, offering such priceless treasures without asking for a single coin in return." It was evident to all that Lin Yi was mocking Dr. Kong. "What do you understand?" The expression on the esteemed physician Kang's face abruptly changed as he rebuked, "I share a profound bond of life and death with that old friend. Miss Yao is in the prime of her life, suffering from such a grave illness. My heart cannot bear it." Those of us who have dedicated our lives to medicine have long upheld the principle of saving lives. Upon hearing these words, Tong Deqiang and Tong Lei expressed their heartfelt gratitude. However, Lin Fei merely chuckled derisively, stating, "Let us assume for a moment that your intentions are noble. But I must point out that while it is indeed true that snow lotus seeds originate from the high-altitude regions of Qinghai Tibet, the notion that seeds over 1,000 years old could survive in such an environment is utterly fallacious. Your assertions are nothing more than unfounded nonsense." Physician Kong snorted in disdain, retorting, "Are you still attempting to argue?" Lin Fei, unfazed and now smiling, replied, "The lifespan of a snow lotus seed, let alone a millennium, is indeed difficult to achieve. Such celestial treasures can only flourish in the Antarctic regions." With a flourish of his sleeve, Physician Kong declared, "Do not use your ignorance as an excuse. Just because you lack knowledge does not mean it does not exist." "Very well," Lin Fei said, holding the prescription. "Setting aside that matter, the medicinal properties of snow lotus seeds are warming, phlegm-reducing, antibacterial, blood-circulating, blood pressure-lowering, and beneficial for the heart. They serve as both a remedy and a nourishing food for the liver and lungs, enhancing beauty as well. However, the second miss is afflicted with rabies, which bears no correlation to snow lotus seeds whatsoever. Moreover, while this prescription may superficially appear unremarkable, any discerning physician would recognize that the combination of licorice, bitter melon, seaweed, and various other herbs would ultimately yield nothing but a poison." The final words resonated with Tong Deqiang and his companions, each one a gem of truth. Poison? At that moment, Tong Deqiang's expression changed. He had failed to recognize this crucial point and had not intended to have the safety of the prescription assessed by professionals. Noticing the insidious gazes from Tong Deqiang and Tong Lei, the divine physician, Kong experienced a swift transformation in his demeanor and hastily exclaimed, "Nonsense. This is my exclusive secret formula. What would a mere child know about it?" "Exclusive secret formula?" Lin Fei chuckled lightly. "How can someone who lacks even the most fundamental medical knowledge claim to have concocted a secret remedy?" Upon hearing these words, Kong was left aghast, rendered completely speechless. Lin Fei cast a glance at the visibly shaken Kong and coolly stated, "Rabies, medically known as hydrophobia, implies that those afflicted cannot tolerate water. Otherwise, they may experience chest tightness and nausea, significantly increasing the likelihood of an outbreak. You insist that the second young lady's condition is dire. Yet I have closely observed her after the tea. She exhibits no abnormal symptoms, indicating that her illness remains in the incubation period and is far from the outbreak stage." Tong Yao was taken aback. Indeed, she had not experienced any discomfort regarding water. Lin Fei continued, "Patients suffering from rabies cannot even tolerate a sip of tea. In severe cases, even the mere mention of water could cause them immense distress." With this revelation, Tong Lei gasped, while Tong Deqiang's hand trembled, nearly spilling his Longjing tea. It was only at this moment that they began to realize that if Tong Yao's condition was still in the incubation stage, why did the divine physician persistently assert that her condition was exceedingly grave? This alone is sufficient to prove that he is a fraud. "You, doctor." Kong was on the brink of collapse. He had not anticipated that just as his scheme was about to succeed, an unexpected challenger like Cheng Yaojin would emerge. How could someone so young and inexperienced possess such profound knowledge? "I refuse to accept this." Dr. Kang's face turned ashen. With a fierce glare at Lin Fei, he clenched his teeth and declared, "Even as a ghost, I will not spare you." Under the horrified gazes of those present, Dr. Kang's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backwards, his body convulsing a few times before falling still. Lin Fei furrowed his brow and remarked, "Poison concealed in his mouth? It seems he came prepared. He is dead?" Tong Yao was greatly frightened, while her elder sister Tong Lei, though slightly more composed, was hardly calm. Tong Deqiang, wishing to shield his daughters from such a terrifying scene, stood up with a steady demeanor and instructed, Lei, go and fetch Uncle Fong to handle this." "All right, I will call him right away." After a moment's thought, Tong Lei took Tong Yao's hand and walked out, not wanting her sister to remain in this unsettling environment. Once the two women exited the office and closed the door behind them, Tong Deqiang let out a long sigh, as though he had aged a decade in that instant. Lin Fei remained silent, quietly standing by. After a considerable time, Tong Deqiang slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Lin Fei with gratitude, and said, "Young brother, I will remember this incident. Your great kindness shall not go unacknowledged. It is nothing, since I serve the second young lady. It is only fitting that I fulfill my responsibilities," Lin Fei replied with earnest humility. Tong Deqiang was filled with profound emotions had it not been for Lin Yi's intervention. The consequences could have been dire. Simultaneously, while he felt a wave of apprehension, a flicker of anger surged within him. Who, he wondered, dared to conspire against his daughter right under his nose? Though certain thoughts were not befitting his station, he couldn't help but feel that the so-called Dr. Kong was merely a puppet, with a more sinister mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows. Lin Yi expressed his judgment, to which Tong Deqiang nodded in agreement. I have considered that as well, he admitted, but one thing puzzles me. To put it bluntly, given Yao Yao's condition, her time may be limited, so why would anyone go to such lengths to harm her? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi tentatively suggested, perhaps, they are simply impatient? Is that so? A glimmer of insight sparkled in Tong Deqiang's eyes, as if he had begun to unravel a deeper truth. Lin Yi paused, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Uncle Tong, have you ever considered that it might be someone close to you? Tong Deqiang's expression shifted, curiosity etched across his face. Why do you say that? Lin Yi analyzed the situation. While I am unaware of your exact status, it is evident that you are not an ordinary individual. Anyone bold enough to scheme against you would certainly possess their own complexities. Moreover, I believe that only a select few are privy to the severity of the second Mrs. Illness. When I arrived this morning, I could discern from the employees' demeanor that their gazes toward her were entirely unremarkable. Therefore, it is highly probable that the individual aware of the second Mrs. Grave condition is someone within your inner circle. Tong Deqiang was slightly taken aback. It was only now that he began to reassess Lin Yi. In his view, the young man displayed remarkable cleverness, maintaining an air of composure in his presence. The recent events indicated that Lin Yi possessed a considerable talent, as one would not grasp so much otherwise. Moreover, from his previous remarks, it was evident that Lin Yi was adept at interpreting subtle cues. It was rare for someone of his age to exhibit such poise. This Lin Yi was indeed extraordinary. Tong Deqiang mused to himself. Lin Yi chose to be succinct, refraining from elaborating further, for he discerned that Tong Deqiang had likely started to piece together some insights. Uncle Tong, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, he stated. Not so fast. Let us converse a bit more. Tong Deqiang chuckled, retaining Lin Yi's presence. A hint of perplexity washed over Lin Yi. He was uncertain about the additional matters Tong Deqiang wished to discuss. After a brief pause, Tong Deqiang fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, a smile dancing on his lips, and inquired, Young brother Lin Yi, what do you think of my daughter Yao Yao? Lin Yi was momentarily dumbfounded. The question felt strikingly akin to that of a future father-in-law inquiring about a prospective son-in-law. Chapter 12. That place is quite ominous under Tong Deqiang's unwavering gaze. Lin Yi felt a flicker of unease rise within him, hastily responding. The second young lady is truly wonderful, possessing a kind heart and a diligent approach to her studies. I'm not asking about that. Tong Deqiang interjected with a placid smile. What I mean is, what are your feelings towards her? Such a query was straightforward to the point of bluntness. Lin Yi, with a gentle smile, reassured, it won't be a problem. The second young lady is inherently vivacious and will not dwell on such matters. She must also understand that Uncle Tong's daily exertions are all in consideration of her and the eldest young lady's future. I hope that is indeed the case. Tong Deqiang responded with a hint of bitterness. Lin Yi smiled faintly, patiently awaiting further discourse. After taking a sip of tea, Tong Deqiang continued, from childhood to now, only Lele has cared for and looked after Yao Yao. I do not wish for things to remain this way until Yao Yao departs. I hope you can bring to her a unique and special experience. At this juncture, the stalwart Tong Deqiang was already overcome with tears, his voice quavering. It is hard to fathom that a formidable figure commanding the underworld of Xiang City could possess such a tender side when it comes to familial affection. Lin Yi remained silent. Although he had no relatives, he could comprehend the sentiment. Thus he did not immediately decline. Tong Deqiang's intentions were unmistakably clear. They were quite similar to those of the eldest young lady, Tong Lei. The distinction lay in the nature of their requests. Tong Lei desired Lin Yi's companionship as a friend, while Tong Deqiang aspired for Lin Yi to facilitate Tong Yaoyao's experience of one of life's most significant emotions, romantic love. In essence, this was an official request to pursue a romantic relationship. Moreover, it was Tong Deqiang himself who had willingly sought to allow Lin Yi to court his daughter. Lin Yi saw no necessity to acquiesce, as he had never required emotional entanglements in any form. Family ties? Unnecessary. Friendship? Not needed. As for love, Lin Yi had not even contemplated it. He was not eager to endure the pain of betrayal once more. Lin Yi remained contemplative, weighing the pros and cons. The promises made can lead to considerable complications. After all, even if he were willing, Tong Yao would undoubtedly be reluctant and might create difficulties for Lin Yi. Yet, if he were to decline, Lin Yi pondered for an extended period but could not conceive a valid reason for refusal. Uncle Tong, I shall take care of this matter. After some time, Lin Yi confirmed his decision. Closing the door behind him, he shrugged. As if conversing with himself, is it merely rabies? Is it truly that exaggerated? As long as the vital energy is sufficient, it can be easily cured. Although the company was vast, Lin Yi swiftly located Tong Lei and Tong Yao. At that moment, Tong Lei was escorting Uncle Fong to the chairman's office on the upper floor when Lin Yi fortuitously encountered them upon exiting the elevator. No, I cannot allow you to go alone. Tong Lei immediately rejected the idea without hesitation. Subsequently, she addressed Lin Yi, saying, "Today is the weekend, and Yao Yao has a classmate gathering in the mountains for a barbecue. I am rather uneasy about it, so please accompany her." "Understood, miss." Lin Yi replied with a nod. Despite Tong Yao's vehement disapproval, she dared not counter her elder sister's firm stance and could only glare resentfully at Lin Yi. Lin Yi shrugged and helplessly remarked, "This is a task assigned to me by the young lady. Then you may accompany her. I shall pretend you do not exist." Tong Yao exclaimed, trembling with indignation. With that, she tossed a car key to Lin Yi, placing her hands on her hips and commanding, "You, go fetch a vehicle for me." Regarding Tong Yao's spoiled demeanor, Lin Yi chose not to comment further. Being unable to drive and lacking a vehicle, he silently hailed a taxi on the bustling street. To Lin Yi's astonishment, Tong Yao surprisingly showed no disdain and boldly took a seat in the taxi. "Where to?" inquired the taxi driver. Lin Yi glanced at Tong Yao, who was seated in the back, as she nonchalantly extracted the book she had been perusing for several days, and, without lifting her gaze, replied, "To the outskirts, Wulu Mountain." "Wulu Mountain?" The taxi driver's eyes widened in disbelief, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. Speaking with a strong local accent, he exclaimed, "No way. That place is quite sinister. I can't take you there. You should find someone else." "What is wrong with Wulu Mountain?" Lin Yi frowned, perplexed, as he had never heard of such a place before. The driver regarded Lin Yi with a peculiar expression and remarked, "Young man, you're not from around here, are you? Lately, strange incidents have been occurring at Wulu Mountain. Some say it's haunted." Tong Yao set her book aside, visibly displeased. "Oh, come on, driver, that's just superstitious nonsense," she retorted. The driver, swallowing hard, cautiously added, "I've heard that a male university student has been going mad every day, claiming there are ghosts. On this sweltering summer day, a chill seemed to permeate the air in the back seat where Tong Yao sat, causing her to shiver slightly. Stammering, she implored, "Driver, please don't scare me. Regardless, I can't take this fare. You must find someone else." The taxi driver insisted obstinately. At that moment, Tong Yao's phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello?" She answered hastily. I'm here. Yes, on the way. I'll be there soon. Have you all arrived? Waiting for me. All right, I understand." After ending the call, Tong Yao appeared significantly bolder and declared to the driver, "You can take us. There are 7 or 8 of us." Chapter 13. Fishing. Wulu Mountain, nestled among the myriad hills on the outskirts of the city, possesses a certain uniqueness. What makes it so distinctive, you may wonder. The answer lies within its name, which has been in use for many years. According to the elders, it is best to refrain from attempting to ascend this mountain, yet the reasons remain a mystery, as does the origin of its name. Consequently, through the generations, this mountain has been referred to simply as Wulu. The taxi driver seemed to harbor a deep-seated apprehension towards this locale, accelerating briskly along the national highway. Upon reaching their destination, he collected his fare and hastily made a U-turn, seemingly eager to distance himself from any potential malevolence that might linger there. Is it truly so fearsome? After stepping out of the taxi, Tong Yao murmured to herself, instinctively glancing up at the mountain, only to find it indistinguishable from the others, devoid of any remarkable features. As she spoke, Tong Yao made her way towards her classmates, who had already gathered, greeting them with, "Thank you for waiting. I was delayed by traffic in the city." "No worries, it's still early, so you're not late," replied Wei Haoran, a short-haired boy among the 7 or 8 classmates present. Tong Yao recognized all of them, save for Wei Haoran and his few close friends, with whom she had clashed the previous day. The remaining 3 were female classmates from the same class. Yet Lin Yi was taken aback to discover that Xianxia was among them as well. At that moment, Lin Yi approached, and it was only then that the group realized he had arrived too. Their astonishment was palpable, not only at Lin Yi's unexpected participation in this outing, but also at the perplexing sight of him accompanying Tong Yao. Tong Yao's expression was somewhat awkward as she chuckled and remarked, "On my way here, I happened to encounter Lin Yi and casually invited him along. Is that all right?" Wei Haoren's face clearly showed signs of discomfort, yet he waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's fine. We are all classmates, after all." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, fully aware of the tension between Wei Haoren and Lin Yi. However, Wei Haoren's nonchalance in this instance revealed a gentlemanly disposition that garnered quiet admiration from those present. Notably, the gaze of several girls towards Wei Haoren transformed entirely, and even Tong Yao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Observing this, Wei Haoren secretly scoffed, "Lin Yi, I shall not forget what transpired yesterday. Just wait. I'll let you revel for a bit before you face the consequences." Naturally, he refrained from voicing these thoughts aloud. "All right, everyone, please prepare yourselves. We shall ascend the mountain shortly," announced a tall male classmate, whom Lin Yi recalled was named Gao Gu. The sun was still high, with the time barely past 2 in the afternoon. Their decision to embark on the ascent at this hour suggested they were aware of the mountain's challenging terrain, necessitating an early start to adequately prepare. Under the leadership of Wei Haoren and Gao Gu, the group began to mobilize. Lin Yi noticed that, apart from himself and Tong Yao, who were empty-handed, the others were all equipped with backpacks filled with snacks, bottled water, and various cooking tools and flavorful seasonings commonly used for outdoor meals. While everyone else busied themselves with preparations, only Tong Yao and Lin Yi remained idle. Perhaps feeling a touch of embarrassment, Tong Yao shyly remarked, "I apologize for my haste. I arrived without bringing anything." "No worries," Wei Haoren replied with a smile while busily distributing food. "Tong Yao, please come over and allocate the water supplies for everyone." "All right." Tong Yao walked over. Among the students present, only Lin Yijing stood still, seemingly at a loss for what to do. Wei Haoren and Gao Gu exchanged knowing glances, their cold laughter echoing in the air as they observed Lin Yi's isolation, reveling in her anxious and awkward demeanor, a sight they relished. However, to their disappointment, Lin Yi maintained her composure, her expression unchanged, as if nothing had transpired, displaying no sense of embarrassment, but rather an air of entitlement. Is she truly so thick-skinned? Wei Haoren's expression darkened slightly. At that moment, Gao Gu let out a quiet scoff and raised his voice, saying, "Lin Yi, isn't it? Everyone is busy working. Yet you seem to have nothing to do. That hardly seems appropriate, does it?" The crowd turned their attention, casting cold glances in Lin Yi's direction. Unfazed by the many pairs of eyes fixed upon her, Lin Yi calmly and politely inquired, "May I ask what you need me to do?" Gao Gu and Wei Haoren exchanged glances, silently communicating, and Wei Haoren chuckled, saying, "How about this? Since no one has brought substantial food, and most of us only have snacks, that one tea suffice. We ought to have a hearty meal this evening. I noticed a river over there. Why don't you catch a few fish? Otherwise, we might find ourselves searching for a fishing spot once we ascend the mountain." Upon hearing these words, the boys accompanying Wei Haoren burst into derisive laughter, while the girls nearly gasped in astonishment. Catch fish? What a ridiculous notion. Fish in the wild are notoriously difficult to catch, especially when one is utterly unprepared, devoid of any fishing equipment. Although they were unaware of the river's depth, it was certain that it was not shallow. If it were a stream, one might attempt to catch fish, given its clear and shallow waters. However, a natural river of this sort, Tong Lei began to feel restless, her expression tinged with concern as she remarked, "Perhaps we should reconsider. It's quite dangerous." Yet, at that moment, Lu Xianxia interjected with a mocking tone, "It's just a small river. What danger could there be? If everyone is so fearful of every potential risk, we might as well stay home and enjoy the air conditioning." "Indeed, Lin Yi, you need not worry. There is nothing to fear," Gao Gu reassured. Wei Haoren smirked inwardly. He secretly hoped that Lin Yi would encounter some unfortunate mishap, preferably drowning. After all, every individual present, including himself, held a significant status, and it was rumored that Lin Yi, the newcomer, was an orphan, a mere illegitimate child, thus rendering him inconsequential. To Wei Haoren, such societal detritus would elicit no concern upon their demise. Lin Yi remained silent, his expression betraying no signs of his thoughts. However, to his astonishment, Tong Yu boldly stepped forward, hesitating only briefly before mustering the courage to declare, "No, we cannot. If you are going, I will accompany him." Observing the intense worry and anxiety etched on Tong Yao's face, Wei Haoran and Gao Gu were left dumbfounded. The other girls, noticing the distinct change in Tong Yao's gaze toward Lin Yi, began to regard them with newfound scrutiny. Lu Xinya's expression darkened with jealousy as she cast a furtive glance at Lin Yi, followed by a resentful look at Tong Yao. You. Tong Yao nearly choked on her indignation, responding with a mix of grievance and defiance. Then you should just leave. I couldn't care less whether you live or die. This revelation delighted Wei Haoran and his companions. Initially, they were vexed by Tong Yao's interference and unsure of how to proceed. However, Lin Yi's own reckless decision to sever his escape route provoked nearly audible laughter from them. As Lin Yi departed, the group began their preparations once more. Wei Haoran and Gao Gu considered that they would wait for no more than an hour. Should that time pass, they would ascend the mountain without further waiting for Lin Yi. Amidst the busyness of preparation, Tong Yao appeared somewhat distracted. While tidying up snacks, she muttered to herself, "That wretched Lin Yi, that terrible Lin Yi, he drives me crazy." As she scolded him softly, she vented her frustrations by tossing snacks about. Yet, an additional layer of concern crept into Tong Yao's heart. The river's current was so swift, it must be quite deep. Once this thought took root, it clung stubbornly to her mind, causing her to zone out several times, oblivious to the chatter of her classmates. I must go check. What if I can't even find the river? Gao Gu was preparing to reprimand her when, from a distance, Lin Yi's voice rang out. Huh? What? I've caught a fish. Caught it? One should know the limits of boasting. If you can't catch anything, then you can't, while it may be somewhat embarrassing. It is certainly preferable to making such grandiose claims. Aha! Gao Gu, Wei Haoran, and Lu Xinya exchanged disdainful sneers. Lin Yi, feeling a bit awkward, let go of the plastic bag, allowing it to fall to the ground, and sheepishly admitted, the river is rather tricky to fish in. I could only manage this little bit, and I truly apologize. The crowd scoffed. Just as they were about to mock him, a commotion erupted from the plastic bag. The sound was anything but trivial. Could it be that he actually caught some fish? With puzzled expressions, everyone turned their gaze towards the grassy ground. Upon closer inspection, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Fish were hopping about on the grass, of various types, male fish, grass carp, and even two bighead carps, each weighing around 5 to 6 pounds. Upon counting, there were exactly 10, matching the number of people present. Chapter 14. Some people. Wei Haoran felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have simply let Lin Yi handle things instead of provoking him to catch fish, resulting in this predicament. Gao Gu and Wei Haoran were on the verge of madness, while Tong Yao was nearly laughing out loud. Humph, who told you to look down on Lin Yi? Tong Yao mused happily to herself. Suddenly, she paused. When did she start defending Lin Yi? The quality of the fish he caught was quite impressive. What is there to feel embarrassed about? Gazing at the fish scattered across the grass, Wei Haoran felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly diverted the conversation. All right, these fish. There are far too many for us 10 to consume. Let us take just 2 with us. While we have secured our dinner in terms of fish, it is still far from sufficient. Indeed, has everyone prepared adequately? With the daylight still in our favor, let us hasten our ascent. Gao Gu echoed in agreement. Lin Yi, remaining silent, selected 2 of the largest fish, a male and a bighead carp, placing them in a plastic bag without bothering to add water, for they would inevitably perish within a few hours, thus avoiding additional hassle. Once all was arranged, the group bolstered their spirits. Now, let us ascend the mountain. At Wei Haoran's command, the 10 found a relatively accessible path. Bending forward as they climbed, the trail was treacherous, starkly contrasting with the well-trodden paths designed for tourists. This was the wild, where the act of climbing was a trial. Everywhere were thorns, dense branches, decayed wood, and an abundance of insects, with snakes lurking unseen, their venomous presence a hidden threat. Fortunately, the group was well prepared, carrying essential medical supplies in their backpacks. I'm so tired. Several girls began to voice their complaints. Tong Yao, the unspoken leader among them, though humble, received preferential treatment from the group, particularly from Wei Haoran, who lavished her with attention, treating her almost as a revered figure. The path upward was arduous, and had it not been for a few boys paving the way ahead, they might not have reached the summit before nightfall. Ah, a snake. Suddenly, a girl's piercing scream echoed through the air. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly rushed over, filled with anxiety, while the girls nearly fainted from fear. Lin Yi followed suit, and at first glance, he spotted a small, jet-black snake. Mo, are you all right? Tong Yao asked with concern, gazing at the girl who had screamed. The girl, known as Mo, seemed momentarily stunned. After retreating a safe distance, she finally managed to utter, "I'm fine." Lin Fei shook his head, calmly stating, "It's nothing. It's just a black snake. Just avoid provoking it." The black snake is a common species, non-venomous, and relatively swift. They can grow between 1 to 1.3 meters in length, and this particular snake was less than a meter long, clearly just a juvenile, posing no real threat. Snakes behave this way. They will not attack unless provoked. It was evident that the educated Wei Haoran understood this principle as well. He swallowed hard and discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat, saying, "It's fine. Let's not bother it. Everyone, step back and continue our ascent. Let's stay close together in case anything happens, so we can look out for one another. Yes, everyone should avoid spreading out too much," Tong Yao earnestly advised. Lin Fei looked on in surprise. He hadn't expected Tong Yao, the privileged young lady, to possess such sense. Though she could be mischievous and had a rather peculiar temperament, her heart was undeniably kind. While others might not think much of this, Lin Fei felt differently. Upon hearing this, several girls became even more frightened. "I've also heard tales that there are ghosts on Wulu Mountain. Not long ago, a young woman went missing on this mountain." The previously frightened girl, Mo, spoke with a quiver of suppressed tears in her voice. "Why don't we descend the mountain? It's far too terrifying here. Don't listen to those old folks. It's all nonsense, isn't it? Superstitions." Wei Haoran scoffed dismissively. Gao Gu chimed in, "Exactly. It's the 21st century. We, as the youth, must embrace science. There is no such thing as ghosts." The other 3 boys mustered their courage, refusing to retreat. However, Tong Yao felt an unsettling anxiety within her and suggested again, "How about we find another place? We didn't have to come to this mountain." Having already reached halfway, did they truly need to descend? Gao Gu frowned in displeasure. Wei Haoran appeared somewhat conflicted, gently reassuring her, "It's all right, Tong Yao. You girls can stay behind us. We'll look after you. Rest assured." With the boys expressing such sentiments, Tong Yao and the other girls felt compelled to suppress their apprehensions and continued onward, albeit reluctantly. Lin Fei remained silent, trailing quietly behind. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, they finally paused, breathless and exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. "Why is this mountain so steep? I'm utterly drained. I need a sip of water." During their respite, Tong Yao inquired, "Where exactly are we now?" Gao Gu glanced down into the distance and surveyed the area before hesitantly concluding, "We must be nearing the summit." Wei Haoran gasped for breath and remarked, "Let us not venture further. The summit is likely uneven. Instead, let us settle here. Everyone, set up the tents and take a moment to rest. Later, we shall search for some wild game." This proposal was met with approval, for the weary group, panting and fatigued, could hardly muster the energy to ascend any further. Immediately, they busied themselves with erecting the tents. At that moment, however, the previously frightened girl, Momo, suddenly pointed into the distance, her voice trembling as she stammered, "Teach there. There is someone." Chapter 15. Isolated and helpless under the cover of a moonless night, amidst the depths of the wilderness. Momo's quavering voice sent shivers down the spines of the group. Even the boys, typically brimming with bravado, felt a chill creeping over them. They were all aware of the ominous tales surrounding Wulu Mountain. This outing, a suburban picnic, was partly chosen to bolster their courage, with a hint of adventurous spirit, but mostly to impress the girls. Yet, as night fell, an unsettling fear enveloped them. Just then, Momo uttered her alarming statement, prompting the group to muster their courage and look in the direction she indicated. To their horror, they beheld a shadowy figure standing motionless at a distance, its gaze fixed intently upon them. "Who? Who are you?" Wei Haoran shouted, his voice trembling. Gao Gu, equally startled, attempted to mask his fear with bravado, bellowing through gritted teeth, "Who the hell is trying to scare us over there?" The young women were utterly petrified, rendered speechless. Lu Xianxia instinctively retreated a few steps, grasping a boy to shield her from whatever horror lay ahead. The other girls were not faring much better, while Tong Yao's complexion turned ashen, her spirit nearly crumbling. Fortunately, a sudden hand clapped her shoulder. Startled, Tong Yao gasped. It was Lin Fei, who comforted her, saying, "Do not fear, second miss. You are merely imagining things." Tong Yao shot him an incredulous glare, retorting, "Are you trying to frighten me to death?" Yet, despite her words, she did not shake off Lin Fei's hand. For some inexplicable reason, perhaps a mere illusion, his presence alleviated her earlier trepidation. Noticing Tong Yao's expression gradually returning to normal, Lin Fei raised an eyebrow and glanced towards the shadow. At that moment, the shadow had inexplicably vanished. Where did it go? Lin Yi inquired, his brow furrowed. Wei Haoran stammered. It left. After glancing at us, it just walked away. As he spoke, a chill ran through the group. In such desolate mountains where not even birds dare to linger, the sudden appearance of a figure, silent and motionless, merely observing them from afar before disappearing was enough to send shivers down their spines. Merely contemplating such a scene was unbearable, let alone witnessing it unfold before Wei Haoran and the others. In the remote mountains on the outskirts of the city, venomous snakes and wild beasts were not the most terrifying. Rather, it was the presence of unspeakable entities that instilled genuine fear. The group was bewildered. Just moments ago, Mo had appeared dazed, seemingly paralyzed by fear, yet suddenly her complexion improved significantly, and she even initiated conversation. Linny, was that your doing? Tong Yao curiously inquired, uncertain of the validity of her own judgment. Instinctively, everyone turned their puzzled gazes toward Linny. At that moment, Linny explained, she has been startled. Her mind is somewhat unclear. If the consequences are severe, it could even lead to dementia. When I tapped her on the head, it was merely to rouse her, albeit in a rather blunt manner. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the group felt a wave of apprehension wash over them. They had hardly paid attention to Mo. Had anything truly unfortunate happened to her, they would surely regret it for the rest of their lives. Mo hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Linny. It's nothing. We're classmates after all, Linny replied with a gentle smile. Wei Haoran, however, appeared unfazed by this exchange. His expression was exceedingly grim as he stated, everyone, let us remain calm. We cannot descend blindly. As the saying goes, it's easy to ascend a mountain but challenging to descend. The path down Wulu Mountain is treacherous. Especially at night when visibility is poor, it is quite unsafe. Lu Xinxia interjected, but staying here is not safe either. Just now, there are indeed those frightening entities on this mountain. Regardless of what you all decide, I refuse to spend the night here. Wei Haoran insisted, no. This outdoor activity was initiated by me, and thus, I must take responsibility. We cannot descend at this moment. What if something were to happen? His suggestion was reasonable, as most people were also reluctant to descend. Wulu Mountain was too steep. If someone were to slip, they would surely meet a gruesome fate. Rather than risk such a peril, it was wiser to endure a single night here until dawn. Moreover, with 10 individuals together, what was there to fear? Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Lu Xinxia let out a cold snort, refraining from further rebuttal. Once a consensus was reached, the group busied themselves with their daily lives. Wonderful, wonderful, exclaimed Tong Yao, the first to nod at the mention of food. However, a dilemma arose. What to eat? Aside from a few snacks, they only had the 2 fish that Lin Yi had brought up the mountain in the afternoon. Yet, when it came to foraging for food, no one dared to move an inch. Ever since that terrifying shadow had appeared, not only had they refrained from hunting small game, but even gathering fruits and wild vegetables had become a daunting task. Let us endure a bit longer and just snack on some tidbits, suggested Wei Haoran, casting a glance at Linny. Linny, why don't you bring out those 2 fish and grill them over the fire? We have seasonings, so they should taste delightful. Though there are only 2 fish, at least everyone can have a share. Naturally, Linny did not refuse. He promptly handed the 2 fish to Wei Haoran. However, as soon as Linny passed the plastic bag, Lu Xinxia remarked with a sarcastic tone, is this little offering enough for everyone? There are 10 of us here. Linny, since you seem so adept at catching fish, why don't you go and procure some game? Upon hearing this, Wei Haoran eagerly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, yes, Linny, I believe in you. Indeed, we are all starving. You wouldn't dare refuse, would you? Gao Gu, with a knowing smile, fixed his gaze on Linny. Unable to bear it any longer, Tong Yao widened her eyes and protested. No way. Why should everyone stay here while Linny goes alone? If anyone is going, it should be all of us together. Lu Xinxia sarcastically remarked. He is a child of impoverished beginnings. From a young age, he understands these matters better than we do. Nonsense. Suddenly, Tong Yao erupted in anger. The dignified second young lady cursing vehemently, what of being born into a poor family? Just because he is destitute, must we bully him? We are all human. Why should he be subjected to such unjust treatment? The simplicity of Tong Lei's sentiments drew scornful laughter from the crowd. Although they were merely in their 3rd year of high school, they were all adults of at least 18. Hailing from well-off families that had afforded them a quicker understanding of the harsh realities of society, where true fairness is a myth. As Linny spoke, he disregarded Tong Yao's protests and simply walked away. Tong Yao, feeling aggrieved, stomped her feet in frustration, shouting at Lin Yi's retreating figure. Lin Yi, you are a fool. A complete idiot. An imbecile. Unbeknownst to her and the others, Lin Yi bore a smile on his face as he turned away. What an amusing spectacle. Pretending to conjure spirits on this desolate mountain at night. With his hands clasped behind his head, Lin Yi strolled leisurely along the rugged path, muttering to himself. I am curious to see what you lot are up to on this forsaken mountain, engaging in your underhanded antics. Chapter 16. You may touch me, but do not lay a hand on her. The mountain path was treacherous, yet Lin Yi traversed it as if strolling in his own garden, encountering no obstacles. His quest for food was not his primary aim. Rather, he had more pressing matters to attend to. From the traces left during the daylight ascent, it is evident that at least 5 individuals have traversed this path on Wulu Mountain. Regrettably, recent heavy rains have obscured the footprints, rendering them indistinct and challenging to discern. Without meticulous examination, one might easily overlook them, making it difficult to ascertain their precise age. Lin Yi muttered to himself as he walked along the trail. Were it someone else, one might undoubtedly conclude that Lin Yi was either a detective or a criminal investigator. However, the truth is that Lin Yi is merely an ordinary individual, and his investigative skills are merely rudimentary. In that realm, every cultivator possesses such basic knowledge. Otherwise, one would be utterly oblivious to the perils that could lead to their demise. As for the existence of spirits, Lin Yi firmly believes in them. Rather than referring to them as ghosts, it is more accurate to describe them as souls. Every person possesses a soul, and those devoid of one are akin to soulless puppets. Yet, souls are exceedingly rare, to the extent that one might struggle to find even a handful remaining in this world. Upon death, the soul departs from the body. The vast majority of souls are reborn almost immediately, unless they are so violently severed from their essence that they lack even the opportunity for reincarnation, resulting in the soul failing to coalesce. In a true sense, souls capable of wandering the earthly realm are extraordinarily uncommon. Even if one were to encounter such a soul, the human eye would be unable to perceive it. These ethereal entities are often bewildered and ignorant of their surroundings, akin to newly born infants, aimlessly wandering. In essence, even if one were to stumble upon a soul, there is no cause for alarm, for these dim-witted entities are even more timid than oneself. They are far more afraid. Consequently, the notion of terrifying or malevolent spirits is a fallacy. The shadow that had just appeared was unmistakably human to Lin Yi, a living, breathing individual. However, the reasons behind the figure's sudden appearance and its fleeting gaze upon them remained a mystery to him. Lin Yi had ventured out with the purpose of uncovering the truth, not out of an excessive curiosity, but rather due to the sheer improbability of human presence in such desolate mountainous terrain. The thought that not just one, but multiple individuals lingered in this wilderness ignited his curiosity about their intentions. Lin Yi speculated that there was a significant possibility that this pathless mountain concealed treasures of great worth. Only such valuables could elucidate the presence of those individuals on the mountain. As Lin Yi quietly treaded forward, he suddenly halted. Had the trail vanished? He scanned his surroundings attentively and soon discovered a small campsite, though the night enveloped the area in darkness, rendering it nearly invisible without fire. Lin Yi's senses had sharpened considerably since he entered the first stage of qi training, far surpassing those of an ordinary person. Thus, even in the absence of light and sound, he discerned the camp from a distance. Utilizing the cover of night and the surrounding foliage, Lin Yi stealthily approached the campsite, gradually catching faint whispers. What had become of those students? The voice that reached his ears was clearly hushed, as if the speaker was straining to keep it low. It was almost inaudible to an average person. Lin Yi remained silent, quietly channeling his internal energy, as the vital energy permeated the vicinity of Lin Yi's brain and ears. His auditory faculties ascended to a remarkable level, allowing him to discern the conversations of these individuals with unparalleled clarity. Uncertain, yet presumably still present. Not departed? Humph. The audacity of these students is quite striking. Should I take action against them? Perhaps not. It is best to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, I recently eliminated a female university student, and the man responsible fled. Thankfully, he has lost his sanity. Otherwise, the situation could have become quite precarious. Indeed, if more individuals were to go missing, the authorities would likely intervene and conduct a search. For the moment, I shall disregard those students. Old 5 has just frightened them, and I suspect they will leave of their own accord by morning. Upon overhearing these dialogues, Lin Yi felt a stir within him. Indeed, something was amiss. Concealed behind the tree, Lin Yi took a careful glance and counted precisely 5 individuals, neither more nor fewer. They were all robust men, seemingly around the age of 34. What caught Lin Yi's attention was the assortment of tools accompanying these men. These implements appeared to be designed for excavation. Upon hearing this, the 5 robust men abruptly stood up. Have you found it? Are you certain? Old 3 swallowed hard, his tone animated and rapid. Yes. It is indeed at the eastern side, near the mountain's summit. There can be no mistake. The eastern side? Beneath the summit? Someone pondered for a moment and remarked, wouldn't that be precisely where those students are congregating? Oh, Lu Xianxia rolled her eyes and said, what? Our Miss Tong heir is so concerned about Lin Yi? Tong Yao was immediately at a loss for words, her face flushing as she stammered. I am not concerned about him at all. Hee, Tong Yao, let's not concern ourselves with him. Wei Haoran scoffed, extending the roasted fish in his hand towards her. Here, taste the flavor. Listen to me, Lin Yi interjected hastily. Let's set aside the matter of food for now. There are others on this mountain, ruthless and vicious men, and they are approaching swiftly. We must descend the mountain, quickly. The crowd paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, is this person foolish? Ruthless men? Surely, he must be dreaming. It was evident to all that Lu Xianxia was mocking Lin Yi. Lin Yi was at a loss for words. He sighed in resignation. These individuals were courting death, and he could not be held accountable. He was no saint. He had already conveyed the urgency of the situation, and their disbelief left him disinclined to further explain. Turning to Tong Yao, he commanded, come with me. Tong Yao was taken aback. Initially, she too had harbored doubts, but upon gazing into Lin Yi's profound and fathomless eyes, coupled with his earnest tone, she found herself engulfed in a quandary. All right, I will follow you. For reasons unknown, the proud and haughty second young lady, Tong Yao, nodded in acquiescence, allowing Lin Yi to grasp her hand as they made their way down the mountain. Lin Yi paid no heed to the fate of those left behind, resolutely leading Tong Yao away without hesitation. Wait. Suddenly, the previously frightened girl, Mo, stood up, calling out to Lin Yi. I will go with you. Having been saved by him, the timid Mo chose to side with Lin Yi in this moment of crisis. The 6 individuals, armed with tools such as hoes and shovels, were further accompanied by 2 burly men wielding shotguns. Their expressions varied. Some wore menacing visages, others exuded a chilling coldness, while a few bore lewd smirks, each displaying a different demeanor. The mocking smiles of Wei Haoran, Gao Gu, and Lu Xianxia were abruptly silenced, replaced by sheer terror. What Lin Yi had claimed was indeed true. As the crude remarks of the burly men echoed, the girls were driven to tears by fear. One of the hulking figures swaggered forward, capturing Momo, Lu Xianxia, and another girl, demanding, behave yourselves. Little lady, soon you shall have quite the experience. Laughter followed. But Momo was nearly rendered unconscious by fright. Lu Xianxia, her survival instinct kicking in, suppressed her dread and hurriedly pleaded, Big brother, we can play. But could you spare us a chance to live? I can offer you money. Before she could finish, the man struck her sharply, cursing, damn it. Who needs your petty cash? Overwhelmed by terror, Lu Xianxia fell silent. At that moment, another brute set his sights on Tong Yao, exclaiming, oh, this girl is a real gem. Please, don't touch me. My father will kill you, I swear. She stammered as the man approached. He merely scoffed. Disregarding her threats, Tong Yao, nearly in despair, cast pleading eyes toward Wei Haoran and the other boys, silently imploring them to rescue them. Yet, Wei Haoran and his companions were too paralyzed by fear to offer any resistance. Tong Yao shook her head self-deprecatingly, reflecting on how boys often seem dependable until the critical moment arrives, revealing their unreliability. As she observed the burly man approaching, despair enveloped her, prompting her to close her eyes. Just then, a pair of strong hands grasped her. Lin Yi positioned himself protectively behind her, coldly declaring, you may harm me, but do not touch her. Tong Yao was taken aback. Chapter 17, Do Not Move. Lin Yi. Tong Yao trembled uncontrollably. Why? At such a moment when everyone else stood aloof and dared not intervene, was the one who ultimately shielded her not the noble-hearted Wei Haoran, nor the tall, affluent, and reassuring Gao Gu, but rather, the most unassuming Lin Yi? Tong Yao could not fathom this, leaving her utterly bewildered. In a bid to save her, Lin Yi had taken such a daring risk. Lin Yi, gazing at his sturdy back, Tong Yao felt as though he embodied her entire sanctuary. Tears streamed down her porcelain face, no longer able to be contained. Who the hell are you? The burly man blinked at Lin Yi's frigid and furrowed brow. On the surface, Lin Yi appeared reluctant, yet it was evident he was making a blatant threat. A raw, unabashed threat. It is not that Lin Yi is overly fearful or cunning. He could easily escape alone and even overpower the 6 burly men if he wished. However, ensuring Tong Yao's safety while successfully evading capture is a far more complex endeavor. Damn it, if only I possessed the strength of the 2nd level of Qi refinement. I wouldn't need to waste words with these brutes. Lin Yi clenched his fist in silence. Crisis compels one to evolve. It is only now that Lin Yi has come to a profound realization. Danger exists in every world, and to wield the greatest influence, one must enhance their own strength. This is an undeniable truth. As expected, the burly men were momentarily taken aback. They scrutinized Tong Yao, who was hiding behind Lin Yi, and then glanced at Lin Yi himself, their expressions darkening. In truth, they had sensed something amiss from the beginning. The attire of these students was far from ordinary, yet they had not anticipated encountering such formidable resistance. The man wielding the shotgun hesitated for a moment before turning to inquire, "Big brother, what should we do?" As the saying goes, even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Despite their extensive travels and the fearlessness they had cultivated over the years, the burly men were still wary of the local influencers in xianxia. To hell with that. The leader scoffed, dismissing the concern with a spat of disdain. Why be afraid? Regardless, someone is going to die. We might as well take them all out at once to avoid leaving any loose ends. Once we complete this job tonight and secure our goods, we can disappear far away. Who cares how powerful a dragon is in xianxia? Once we leave this place, who can catch us? Exactly. Indeed, those who traverse this perilous path have long prepared themselves for the possibility of losing their lives. With fears of wolves ahead and tigers behind, it is perhaps best to abandon this line of work altogether. One of the burly men wielding a gun cursed vehemently, declaring, "Damn it, I shall be the first to take this brat down." With that, he raised his weapon, aiming directly at Lin Yi. Confronted by the ominous muzzle of the gun, Lin Yi's brow furrowed deeply. At this moment, 3 choices lay before him: retaliate, turn and flee, or succumb to the gun's threat. The first option bore certain risks, yet Lin Yi, possessing the foundational skills of the Qi refining stage, knew that these thugs could not hinder his escape, even with a firearm in hand. However, if he were to disregard these 2 alternatives, he would be left to await his demise, with no one to save him. No. Please no. Just as Lin Yi's mind raced with these thoughts, a sudden shout from Tong Yao interrupted him. She turned and positioned herself protectively in front of Lin Yi, her face pale yet stubborn. "You can shoot me first," she exclaimed. Immediately after, she offered an explanation in hushed tones, comprehensible only to the 2 of them. "After all, my life is hardly worth much anymore." Lin Yi fell silent. Indeed, Tong Yao, afflicted by a terminal illness, had little time left to live. Yet, it was not merely this reason that compelled her to sacrifice herself for Lin Yi. Rather, her explanation was but a flimsy excuse for her stubbornness. "What are you doing? You foolish girl. Stay back," Lin Yi said, unhesitatingly pulling Tong Yao behind him, exhibiting a domineering resolve devoid of any rationale. If Lin Yi had previously been uncertain about which path to take, clarity now enveloped his mind. Even at the peril of their lives, if they must flee, it is imperative to take Tong Yao along. In such dire circumstances, Tong Yao is not merely Lin Yi's employer, nor is Lin Yi merely her companion. Rather, this bond of friendship is invaluable. Understanding this, Lin Yi fell into a contemplative silence. His heartfelt gestures had indeed touched Tong Yao, yet her actions had equally moved him. Previously, he had regarded Tong Yao solely as a means to procure materials for foundational elixirs, but now he realized that humanity is imbued with emotion. The way one treats others reflects back upon oneself. Rest assured, as your friend, I shall ensure you live well and continue to live on. However, amidst this extraordinary situation, no one seemed to notice, not even Lin Yi himself, who detected no signs of foreboding. "Have you 2 had your fun yet?" A burly man brandishing a firearm spat disdainfully. "Enough of this competition. Everyone here is destined to die. Kid, I'll take you out first, and then I'll enjoy myself with the little lady behind you." With that, the man pulled the trigger. The deafening crack of the gunshot shattered the air. A stark contrast to the muted sounds often portrayed in dramas. The noise was so intense it nearly induced temporary deafness, as the thunderous sound echoed in their ears. Wei Haoran and the others were paralyzed with terror. They had witnessed murder. Imomo's lips turned pale. Wei Haoran trembled uncontrollably, tears and snot spilling forth in his fright. Help, help me. Big brother, spare me. I have money. I can give you so much money, I beg you. Please. Before he could finish his plea, Wei Haoran was left in stunned silence, because he witnessed an astonishing and unbelievable scene. The imagined scenario of Lin Yi's head being smashed to pieces did not come to pass. He remained unscathed, seemingly unchanged. The only distinction was, he was gripping the neck of the burly man. You wish to take my life? How naive. Lin Yi licked his lips, a cold smile playing upon his face. At this moment, Lin Yi appeared transformed, entirely unlike his usual self. His eyes no longer reflected calmness and indifference, but were instead filled with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Everyone was taken aback, including the other burly men, and even the man wielding the gun was momentarily stunned. When did he even make a move? The gunman could not fathom it. When he fired, Lin Yi had not yet moved. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Yi was unharmed. The girl behind him was unharmed, and instead, he found himself ensnared. Wait, what was he afraid of? This kid was unarmed, relying solely on one hand. What use was it to choke him? Realizing this, the gunman suddenly exerted his strength, letting out a low roar. Get off me. However, no matter how he struggled, he found himself utterly unable to budge an inch. Lin Yi cast a glance at the man whose throat he had locked, noting the feeble strength he possessed. With such little power, how could he survive in this world? Chapter 18. The Collapse of Tong Yao. Though Lin Yi was not a ruthless villain, he was hardly a benevolent fool. If truly cornered, he would not hesitate to commit murder before so many witnesses. He could always flee to xianxia. This world was vast, and there would always be a place to escape. The previous kick was executed with a singular intention, to instill fear in those heartless brutes. In truth, Lin Yi felt quite uncertain about engaging in a real confrontation. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that his own strength was insufficient. Otherwise, he would not have to resort to such complexities. With a mere blink, he could have incapacitated all the thugs, denying them any chance to retaliate or perish together. Kid, be cautious with that gun. Watch for accidental discharge. The leader's face was grim. Yet, Lin Yi smiled, casting a glance at the thug he had apprehended, and remarked, You may pursue your intentions, but allow us to depart. Once we reach the foot of the mountain, I shall release him. Huh. We are the ones threatening you, not the other way around. The leader bellowed, seizing the trembling Wei Haoran and Mo, his voice dripping with menace. Release the third one, or I will blow their heads off with a single shot. Lin Yi was unfazed, retorting with a cold smile. Then you may as well try. Let us see whose gun is swifter. As he spoke, he aimed his shotgun at the leader, their gazes locked in a chilling standoff. It must be said, Lin Yi was indeed ruthless. But the classmates present held a different perspective. Wei Haoran already had a conflict with him, and Lin Yi had previously attempted to dissuade them, only to be met with disbelief. They could hardly blame him. Furthermore, Lin Yi was not entirely devoid of compassion. He remained in a stalemate with the thugs, ostensibly to buy time for a potential rescue. However, they were gravely mistaken if they thought Lin Yi would exhibit such benevolence. Such kindness was utterly improbable. He has endured the harsh realities of the cultivation world for a full 7 centuries, his temperament firmly established, with compassion and kindness far removed from his character. The reason Lin Yi chose to maintain this stalemate was simply that he had no proficiency with firearms. Such modern technological devices were entirely foreign to him. He had never encountered them in his past life, nor had he since. This evening marked his inaugural experience with a gun, and whether he could even hit a target remained uncertain. To put it plainly, Lin Yi was merely bluffing. Being at the first level of chi refinement was exceedingly weak, rendering him unable to perform even the most basic act of manipulating objects. Should he reach the 3rd level, firearms would be unnecessary. With merely a few bamboo sticks, he could unleash strikes comparable to bullets in both speed and lethality. It was evident that he must accelerate his cultivation progress. Lin Yi contemplated inwardly. While his mind raced with thoughts, Lin Yi maintained a facade of calmness and spoke, Continuing this way is inevitably futile. Perhaps you have pressing matters to attend to? Why not expedite your tasks? Once you have completed your business, you may release us at the foot of the mountain, and I will likewise release my companions. This way, you will have ample time to make your escape without fear of our notifying the authorities. Upon hearing this, the leader and several burly men fell into deep contemplation. The young man had a point. They could no longer afford delays and needed to obtain the items swiftly to leave. The leader's eyelids twitched as he arrived at a conclusion. Presently, this was the only feasible course of action. After a rapid assessment of the pros and cons, the leader nodded and said, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, I advise you, young man, to refrain from any tricks. Otherwise, we are not cowards." Naturally, Lin Yi smiled faintly, lowering his firearm and positioning the hostage securely in front of him as a human shield. The leader hesitated momentarily before also lowering his weapon, signaling to the others with a glance. "Get to work." With this command, the sixth member, who had previously scouted the location, grabbed a shovel and began to loosen the soil in a damp area. The others quickly joined in, swiftly digging until they unearthed a small pit. Meanwhile, the leader remained still, fixated on Lin Yi, ever vigilant. Tomb robbers? Lin Yi felt a twinge of surprise. It was only now that he fully recognized these individuals as grave robbers, engaged in such illicit activities. Yet, what extraordinary figure could possibly be concealed within the depths of Wulu Mountain that prompted such relentless pursuit? Although curiosity piqued Lin Yi's interest, he refrained from voicing his questions, choosing instead to observe quietly. Tong Yao tugged at Lin Yi's arm, whispering, "What are they doing?" The other students were equally perplexed, their minds clouded by fear, unable to maintain their usual calm and rational thinking. Lin Yi cast a glance at the laboring men and offered a succinct explanation. "They are robbing a tomb." "Ah!" Tong Yao instinctively gasped, the realization striking her as particularly chilling amidst the remote mountains and forests. Noticing the leader's frown deepen with impatience, Tong Yao quickly covered her mouth, silenced by fear. Before long, the burial passage had been completely excavated. Wei Haoran and his companions dared not utter a word. Everyone immediately surrendered their phones, treating them as though they were ticking time bombs. "Come here," the leader threatened Lin Yi. Lin Yi's brow furrowed. Despite his reluctance, an inexplicable, peculiar sensation stirred within him, as if something underground was beckoning him. "Descend the mountain. We must descend immediately." Gao Gu was equally terrified. Regardless, these individuals had already developed a psychological scar. It was likely they would never again venture into such remote and wild areas. Yet, Tong Yao was unwilling to leave, stubbornly declaring, "I refuse to go. If you wish to leave, you may do so. I will wait for Lin Yi." Xianxia scoffed, "Who knows if he will even make it back alive?" Tong Yao paid her no heed, remaining at the entrance of the tomb passage. Despite the horror and dread surrounding her, the timid and delicate girl trembled yet did not budge an inch. This predicament thoroughly vexed Wei Haoran and the others. Tong Yao's refusal to leave heightened their anxiety. Should anything unfortunate befall her, the consequences would be beyond their capacity to bear. Just as Wei Haoran prepared to offer words of consolation, the situation suddenly shifted. A thunderous roar erupted from beneath the ground, and before the terrified gazes of the group, the soil near the tomb entrance collapsed a staggering 70 centimeters, nearly swallowing Tong Yao whole. "Tong Yao." The group was horrified and rushed to her side, grasping her tightly. "Are you all right?" Casting a glance back at the sunken earth, Tong Yao felt a shiver of fear. I'm fine." Yet in the next moment, she seemed to glimpse something, standing frozen in place. The entrance to the tomb was entirely gone. Tong Yao was momentarily stunned, and upon regaining her senses, frantically searched, yet found no small opening. "Lin Yi." Her voice carried a hint of sorrow, and then, like a child, she cried out in despair, "Lin Yi." Meanwhile, Lin Yi, lying beside her, bore a pallid complexion. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Feeling the turmoil within him, Lin Yi immediately crossed his legs to meditate, forcefully suppressing the poison coursing through his veins. "Where on earth are we?" Lin Yi's face grew increasingly ashen, filled with dread. Earlier, they had just descended, guided by their experienced leader. But after only a few steps, they triggered a trap, sealing the exit and releasing a toxic gas. 6 strong men perished on the spot. The poison's potency so fierce that Lin Yi himself narrowly escaped death. Yet, it merely delayed his demise. As the toxin invaded, Lin Yi's complexion worsened, his lips turning pale, devoid of life. He felt his eyelids grow heavier, unable to resist any longer. Suddenly, his mind spun, and Lin Yi collapsed heavily, unconscious and motionless. Abruptly, the jade pendant hanging on his chest began to flicker violently, emanating 5 strange colors: gold, green, blue, red, and black. At that moment, Lin Yi's body acted like a black hole, wildly absorbing the spiritual energy of the universe, and his cultivation was escalating at an alarming rate. Boom! Accompanied by the roaring of immense true energy within him, Lin Yi broke through. he reached the second layer of the qi refinement stage. Yet, this was far from over. The speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy only intensified. In the third layer of the qi refinement stage, to the fourth layer, it was only when the jade pendant ceased its trembling that it halted the absorption of spiritual energy. At that moment, Lin Fei, who lay on the ground, oblivious to life and death, had already reached the fifth layer of the qi refinement stage. Chapter 19. Escape from Death. In Xiang City, Anshan Community. Sister. Upon bursting through the door, Tong Yao stumbled in, her shoes unaltered, with one shoe missing from her left foot, appearing utterly disheveled. Yet, she paid no heed to her disarray, racing up the stairs in a frenzy. Tong lay, watching television in her upstairs bedroom, was taken aback when the door swung open abruptly. However, upon recognizing her sister, covered in dirt and in a state of distress, she immediately rose to her feet. Yao, what has happened? Who has bullied you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. Lin Fei, what happened? What transpired? Tong Lei sensed something amiss. Tong Yao gradually lifted her tear-streaked visage, crying out loudly, Lin Fei, he died to save me. What? Tong Lei stood in shock. Just earlier in the day, he had been perfectly fine, and now he was suddenly. As she watched her sister weep, a mixture of heartache and urgency washed over Tong Lei. Yao, please do not panic. Speak slowly, and tell me everything. I went on a picnic with Lin Fei to the outskirts of the city. Tong Yao quickly recounted the events. When she mentioned the ruthless tomb raiders, Tong Lei's brows knitted together, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. In Xiang City, no one dared to act so brazenly against members of the Tong family. Once Tong Yao finished her narration, Tong Lei fell into deep contemplation. It is clear that Lin Fei faces a dire situation, as he is essentially trapped with no means of escape. Setting aside the possibility of the burly men turning against him, the collapse of the tomb entrance has completely sealed him inside, leaving him to perish in the depths below. If fortune favors him, he may not succumb immediately, but rather suffer a slow demise from suffocation. However, should there be any lurking dangers underground, Tong Lei could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. To be honest, she held a certain admiration for Lin Fei. He was mature, composed, and adept at handling matters. Sister, say something. Please save Lin Fei. Tong Yao was already in tears, unable to articulate her distress. Tong Lei quickly reassured her, saying, Do not cry. I will call father right away and have him send help. We will go together. Okay. Tong Yao was so choked with emotion that she could hardly speak. Without further ado, Tong Lei set aside her concerns about the television and swiftly took out her phone, relaying the situation to her father. Initially, she believed there was a strong likelihood that her father would refrain from intervening, considering Lin Fei an insignificant individual, one who had probably perished, rendering any efforts futile. However, to Tong Lei's surprise, her father, Tong Deqiang, seemed even more anxious on the other end of the line. Without hesitation, he agreed and instructed Uncle Fong to gather a team and head over. Once she hung up, Tong Yao eagerly inquired, What did he say? Tong Lei, taken aback by her father's decisive approach, finally responded, Father has sent Uncle Fong and his team. Let us prepare to set out. All right. Tong Yao wiped the tears from her eyes and quickly changed her shoes. Before long, several vehicles came to a halt outside the villa. These were not ordinary sedans. Uncle Fong and his companions were driving a commercial vehicle filled with an array of tools, including bright floodlights, shovels for excavation, and even chilling handguns. Uncle Fong, exclaimed Tong Lei and Tong Yao in unison. Uncle Fong nodded slightly, offering no further words, as he ushered the two young ladies into the car. They then sped off towards the outskirts of the city without hesitation. In truth, had this been any other day, Uncle Fong would have surely been reluctant to embark on such a journey. Yet today was different. The usually proud Tong Deqiang had repeatedly mentioned the young man Lin Fei during dinner, expressing his admiration for the boy's remarkable capabilities. Although Uncle Fong's insight may not be as sharp as Tong Deqiang's, his years of loyalty to him had imparted an important lesson. If Tong Deqiang valued someone, it was certain that the individual possessed exceptional qualities. Moreover, disregarding this fact, Lin Fei had found himself in peril while attempting to save the second young lady, which would compel Uncle Fong to act. Despite his ruthless reputation and hands stained with countless bloodshed from years of service to Tong Deqiang, his true nature was one of deep loyalty and honor. Otherwise, Tong Deqiang would not have regarded him as a trusted confidant. Thus, this journey to Wulu Mountain was one that Uncle Fong genuinely wished to undertake. Uncle Fong, drive faster. Please, faster. Tong Yao murmured anxiously to herself, her heart racing. Lin Yi, you must not come to harm. Meanwhile, the young man in question remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil outside. He lay motionless on the cold stone slabs of the tomb passage, suspended between life and death. Time passed, the duration unknown. At last, Lin Yi let out a low groan of discomfort, his fingers twitching ever so slightly. Gradually, he opened his eyes and instinctively sat up with a jolt, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Only after confirming that there was no immediate danger did he exhale in relief. Lin Yi lowered his gaze to his hands. Bewildered by the thought, how am I still alive? He vividly recalled the sheer potency of the poison, which was renowned as a lethal toxin capable of penetrating the protective barrier of his vital energy and infiltrating his internal organs. Logically, he should have already become a grotesque corpse by now. But why? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Upon inspecting his internal injuries, he discovered that the toxin had completely dissipated, and his body had regained its normal metabolic functions. Ah, the vital energy. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yi circulated the energy within him, and in the next moment, he was struck dumb. What is happening? Why do I possess the cultivation of the 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage? Lin Yi was astounded. Instinctively, he attempted to circulate it once more. Yet no matter how he tried, the overwhelming magnitude of his vital energy repeatedly affirmed that he was indeed at the 5th layer of cultivation. What on earth has transpired? Even the seasoned Lin Yi found himself momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, he recalled something and reached into his chest to retrieve a jade pendant, examining it closely. Yet he found no signs of abnormalities. Never mind, I shall study it further once I exit. Steeling his resolve, Lin Yi cautiously rose to his feet. The entrance to the tomb had been completely sealed, leaving him with no choice but to seek an escape route. With measured steps, Lin Yi advanced forward. Fortunate that no further crises arose, and he smoothly arrived at the main burial chamber. Whose tomb is this? Though the style is not particularly extravagant, the layout is exceptionally remarkable. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to open the door to the main burial chamber. Retreating at this point was not in his nature. The greenstone door to the main chamber could not simply be opened at will. It either lacked a switch altogether or contained a clue for access. Lin Yi, however, deemed it unnecessary to squander time. He forcefully struck the green stone door with his fist. With a cracking sound, a visible fissure appeared, rapidly expanding until the entire door shattered and collapsed with a thunderous crash. What is this? Before even stepping into the main burial chamber, Lin Yi found himself astounded by the scene before him. There was no coffin whatsoever. More bluntly, behind the green stone door lay not a main chamber, but an endless expanse of precious medicinal herbs, dragon-patterned grass, 7-color lotus, longevity fruit. Even after living for 7 centuries, Lin Yi found himself swallowing hard at the sight. These herbs, if presented to the outside world, would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the realm of cultivation, prompting countless practitioners to scramble for them. Yet now, they lay scattered like worthless weeds. Suddenly, Lin Yi was overtaken by the urge to turn and flee. There must be something amiss. Though he desired these rare herbs, one must also possess the fortune to claim them. Whose tomb is this, truly? A shiver ran down his spine. After much internal struggle, Lin Yi resolved to swiftly collect a few strains that were easier to store, herbs that could indeed enhance his current state. With remarkable swiftness, Lin Yi gathered 5 or 6 precious herbs in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, an eerie, unsettling sound emanated from the main tomb chamber. Indeed, something was amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi abandoned all the herbs and turned to flee desperately. As he sprinted, he channeled all the vital energy within him, breaking through the soil of the tomb passage. He had initially believed this was an exit, only to find himself plunging into the underground stream. With a splash, Lin Yi's head broke the surface, and he swam vigorously downstream. Before long, he emerged from the water, looking up at the waning moon in the sky and hearing the chorus of cicadas and frogs. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned to realize he was at the very river where he had come to fish during the day. With a splash, he dragged his weary body ashore, gasping for breath. What secrets does this tomb hold? Whose tomb is it? Lin Yi had never imagined that such astonishing things could lie within a seemingly simple underground burial site. He resolved that he must not return until he had attained a certain level of cultivation. Exhaling a deep breath, he made his way toward the national highway. He understood that he would inevitably return to Wulu Mountain one day, but only when he possessed absolute strength. This time, he had truly struck gold with these herbs. The foundation-building elixir was within reach. Moreover, he could concoct 2 rejuvenation elixirs and 1 longevity elixir. This journey to Wulu Mountain had certainly not been in vain. The maximum potential of these herbs lay in their ability to produce these 3 types of elixirs. The significance of the foundation establishment pill cannot be overstated. Without it, one cannot establish a foundation, and one's cultivation will forever remain stagnant, unable to ascend to the foundational realm. A thought crossed Lin Yi's mind, and a subtle smile played at the corners of his lips as he recalled having gathered a stalk of condensing grass. As for Tong Yao's ailment, it no longer seemed a formidable challenge. Perhaps even Tong Yao herself had not anticipated this. She had believed those who were deemed dead to be irretrievably lost. Yet one had miraculously emerged from the depths of the earth. Even more astonishing was that the terminal illness that had tormented her and her family was, in Lin Yi's eyes, merely a trivial matter. Chapter 20. She struggles in defiance. While tears surrender, Tong Yao was nearly driven to madness. For no matter how hard she searched, she could no longer locate the entrance to the tomb she had once seen. She could not even ascertain its precise location, only able to estimate a rough area on the collapsed muddy ground. Second miss, Lin Yi is likely dead, Uncle Fong stated impassively. He had dispatched his subordinates to dig for a considerable time, yet they had failed to unearth any passage, and it was nearly time to concede defeat. With a leap, he vaulted into the courtyard, entering through the window. Lin Yi had just taken a hot shower downstairs, cleansing himself of the grime that clung to him, and subsequently began to inspect the medicinal herbs. Once he confirmed their quality, he stored them properly and retrieved a potted plant from the courtyard, planting the herbs within. During his selection underground, Lin Yi had chosen these particularly resilient herbs, employing the simplest cultivation methods to ensure their survival for at least a year or so without wilting. Tong Lei tugged at her, admonishing, "That's enough. He sacrificed himself for you. You ought to live well for his sake." Sitting on the sofa, Lin Yi awkwardly touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. Observing Tong Yao's desperate demeanor, he pondered for a moment and decided to interject. Good evening." Upon hearing his voice, Tong Yao, who had been struggling fiercely, suddenly fell silent. Tong Lei, too, stared at Lin Yi with wide eyes, as if she had seen a ghost. Fixated on his somewhat awkward expression. You, Tong Yao exclaimed, her eyes wide, pointing incessantly at Lin Yi, unable to articulate her thoughts. Lin Yi cleared his throat and inquired, "What was that, second miss?" Tong Yao's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly wiped away her tears. Fuming as she lunged at Lin Yi, You insufferable fool, you drive me to madness." With that, she began to pinch his arm fiercely. After witnessing this exchange, Tong Lei couldn't help but marvel at Lin Yi's luck. However, Tong Yao dismissed the notion. She suddenly felt that Lin Yi's survival was nothing short of wonderful. As for why it was so, she couldn't quite articulate it, but deep down, she believed that if Lin Yi were truly gone, she would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Seemingly struck by a thought, Tong Yao hesitated before asking, "Hey, why were you so foolish?" "What?" Lin Yi replied, taken aback and confused. Tong Yao rolled her eyes and said, knowing full well the danger, "Why did you still act that way? You could have easily abandoned us and escaped on your own." Her words rang true. At that moment, Lin Yi held a hostage and wielded a shotgun. If he wished to leave, no one could have stopped him. What perplexes Tong Yao is why he chose to save others. After a brief hesitation, she spoke softly with a somewhat peculiar expression, "Sister, you should rest now. I will head upstairs to sleep later. I need to discuss something with Lin Yi." Tong Lei nodded and replied, "All right, but remember to go to bed early. Tomorrow is Monday, and you have classes." Once Tong Lei had completely gone upstairs, Lin Yi looked at Tong Yao with a strange expression and asked, "What do you need to discuss?" "Follow me." Tong Yao did not respond but walked toward the backyard. With no choice, Lin Yi followed her. Tong Yao took small steps until she reached the grass, where she found a relatively flat spot and sat down. "What is it?" Lin Yi asked, slightly puzzled. Tong Yao patted the grass beside her, indicating sit. Confused, Lin Yi complied and sat next to Tong Yao, waiting for her to speak. However, she did not address any serious matters. Instead, she stretched lazily, leaning back to gaze at the starry sky. "Lin Yi, do you truly consider me a friend?" "Sort of," he replied after a moment's hesitation, nodding. Lin Yi had lived many years without ever truly understanding the concept of friendship, leaving him unaware of its true significance. Silence enveloped them for a considerable time. Tong Yao turned her cheek, her bright, clear eyes fixed on Lin Yi, resembling a crystal-clear spring, flowing gently and stirring ripples of brilliance with the soft breeze of her emotions. Suddenly, Tong Yao chuckled softly. Her laughter resembled the pouring of rich, fragrant wine, enveloping one in a gentle spring breeze, akin to blooming in the jade pool, where paths of fragrant blossoms meet in joyous laughter. Lin Yi was momentarily entranced. He had never encountered such a pristine and unblemished dimple. He had witnessed countless smiles, many laced with sarcasm or mockery. Yet he had never been graced with a smile of genuine kindness directed towards him. It brought him joy to gain a new friend. But Tong Yao smiled faintly, playfully sticking out her tongue as she said, "I'm afraid I will soon perish. And I want to be able to remain your friend for long." Without allowing Lin Yi a chance to respond, she brushed off the dust from her backside and rose to her feet. She turned and departed from the backyard. Unbeknownst to anyone, Tong Yao, with her back turned to Lin Yi, bit her lip with fervor, suddenly feeling a pang of sorrow and a tinge of trepidation. She was putting on a brave face while her tears surrendered. The words that lay buried deep within her heart remained unfit to be uttered. For even with boundless wealth and breathtaking beauty, she was merely a dying patient. "I'm sorry. How wonderful it would be if I weren't a frail wretch. Then I could boldly express to you, Lin Yi, that I have developed a fondness for you." Chapter 21. Do you dare to strike me? The morning air was particularly refreshing. In this capricious climate of xianxia, it was not an exaggeration to say that one might wear short sleeves one day and a winter coat the next. Lin Yi rose early, and Tong Yao had already donned her outerwear, while Lin Yi remained in his t-shirt school uniform, feeling indifferent to the cool breeze. "Aren't you cold, Lin Yi?" Tong Yao inquired. Lin Yi, not thinking much of it, assumed it was merely her curiosity and replied casually, "Not really. It's not that cold." As a cultivator, he had long since become impervious to such ordinary fluctuations in temperature. Even in the biting cold of winter, one can feel no chill when bare-chested, let alone when merely caressed by a gentle, moist breeze. However, Lin Yi found himself somewhat perplexed when Tong Yao suggested, "Why don't you wear a coat? What is the matter with you?" Lin Yi's expression was peculiar. This was hardly characteristic of the second young lady. Tong Yao seemed to realize her words were out of place and quickly shifted the topic. "Given today's temperature, many people are surely wearing 2 layers. I merely thought you seemed somewhat out of place." Lin Yi touched his nose. Her remark indeed struck a chord with him. This was not the realm of cultivation. They were on Earth, where one might attract some peculiar glances. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to don a coat. Once prepared, Tong Yao and Lin Yi boarded Uncle Fong's vehicle. Tong Yao remained engrossed in her book, while Uncle Fong remained silent, and Lin Yi, naturally, would not seek to entertain himself with idle chatter. Upon arriving at the gates of Changchun High School, Tong Yao surprisingly did not urge Lin Yi to leave. Instead, she suggested, "Let us go together to the cafeteria for breakfast." Lin Yi felt no unease. After all, since the previous night, Tong Yao had begun to treat him as a friend. Throughout the journey, Tong Yao scrutinized Lin Yi repeatedly, remarking, "Not bad. I didn't realize you had such potential." Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he had changed significantly since his arrival. When he first came, he appeared rather unappealing, marked not only by his darkness but also by a blemish reminiscent of a skin ailment. Today, however, his complexion resembled that of an infant, clad in a school uniform. Presenting himself as a typical student, Tong Yao inquired, "What would you like to eat?" As Xianxia fixed her gaze upon her, Tong Yao felt a pang of anxiety and hastily explained, "Teacher Qin, Lin Yi and I just happened to run into each other." Lin Yi's expression was peculiar. Xianxia offered a subtle smile, choosing not to expose the truth. Tong Yao quickly averted her eyes, clutching the bowl of bridge rice noodles and hurriedly departing, leaving Lin Yi and Xianxia behind. Lin Yi was utterly perplexed. What was going on with Tong Yao? Noticing his presence, Xianxia frowned slightly. The woman let out a cold laugh and remarked, "What is this? Teacher Qin now holds quite the stature, doesn't she? Not only has one of her students struck Huangxiang, but now she also disregards a colleague?" Aware of the curious gazes from the surrounding students, Xianxia softly responded, "Teacher Han, please mind the occasion." The atmosphere felt somewhat unnatural. Initially, the changes in Lin Yi's appearance did attract the attention of many classmates, but soon, amidst the tense atmosphere of their final year studies, they gradually forgot about him. The textbooks of their senior year were neither particularly simple nor overwhelmingly difficult. These were subjects Lin Fei should have mastered, yet having lived for 7 centuries, he had gradually forgotten most of it. Consequently, he found himself unable to keep pace with his classmates. Continuing down this path was not a viable solution. As a cultivator, Lin Fei possessed an extraordinary memory, and thus he resolved to seek assistance to catch up on the material he had missed. However, within this school, he knew very few people. Mo was one, as she was appreciative and would likely be willing to help him. Yet, given Tong Yao's prior remarks, approaching Mo was out of the question, and seeking Tong Yao's assistance seemed absurd. In a moment of desperation, Lin Fei thought of someone, Qin Yueshi. During the midday break, Lin Fei gently knocked on the door of Qin Yueshi's office, but to his surprise, she was not present at that hour. Just as he was about to leave, a soft voice came from behind him, inquiring if he was looking for Teacher Qin. Moments later, Lin Fei found himself at the same place he had reported to on his first day. Similar to his previous visit, there was a commotion inside. However, this time it was not the suggestive sounds he had encountered before. Instead, there were faint sounds of an argument. The soundproofing was remarkably effective. Had it not been for Lin Yi's exceptional hearing, he might not have discerned anything at all. He knocked again, and the bickering ceased abruptly. After a few seconds, a voice called from within, "Come in." Upon opening the door, Lin Fei beheld 3 individuals, Wang Daji, Han Wan, and Qin Yueshi. "Lin Fei, what brings you here?" Qin Yueshi inquired. "Actually, Teacher Qin, I would like to request some tutoring. Before transferring, I fell behind in many subjects." Lin Fei quickly stated his purpose. Just then, Han Wan interjected with a teasing tone. "Oh, aren't you that boy from this morning? What's the matter? Can't wait for class to end to seek out Teacher Qin for a little rendezvous?" Qin Yueshi was instantly incensed. "Teacher Han, please mind your words." Meanwhile, Wang Daji began to break into a cold sweat. He cast a fearful glance at Lin Fei, just as he intended to silence Han Wan, who continued with a mocking smile. "Ah, have I struck a chord? What an utterly shameless woman, entangled with a student in such a manner." Before Qin Yueshi could retort, a resounding slap echoed as Lin Fei struck Han Wan's face with force. "Have you consumed excrement? Your words reek," Lin Fei remarked coldly, shaking his hand. Han Wan was momentarily stunned, but in the next instant, rage consumed her. Covering her face, she pointed at Lin Fei and bellowed, You dare to hit me?" As she spoke, Han Wan turned to Wang Daji, frantically exclaiming, "Director Wang, did you see this? This student is utterly unrestrained." Han Wan cast a venomous glare at Lin Fei, envisioning how Director Wang would undoubtedly chastise him severely, leading to his expulsion. Chapter 22. The unassailable Lin Fei. In the face of Han Wan's threats, Lin Fei remained unfazed. In truth, he had already recalled why Han Wan's voice sounded so familiar. It was her sultry tone that had echoed from Director Wang Daji's office on the very first day of his reporting. Lin Fei was certain his memory served him correctly. There was a high probability that it was indeed she. Furthermore, he surmised the reason for Qin Yueshi's presence here. It was likely that Han Wan and Qin Yueshi had long harbored animosity towards one another. Following the incident involving Huang Xiang the previous day, Han Wan had seized the opportunity to launch a series of attacks against Qin Yueshi. Director Wang Daji served as Han Wan's primary ally in this endeavor. Lin Fei recalled vividly that day in the office when Han Wan had uttered a particular phrase, "I entrust the matter of that little wretch Qin Yueshi to Director Wang." Truly, it was a disgrace to the teaching profession. Lin Fei was enraged. He did not wish to comment on the matter between Han Wan and Qin Yueshi. Yet Han Wan had dragged him into it, leaving Lin Fei no choice but to retaliate. Indeed, it was he who had struck her. What of it? Lin Fei remained unfazed. This left Qin Yueshi utterly shocked. She hurriedly tugged at Lin Yi's arm, exclaiming, "Lin Fei, please, do not speak recklessly." Han Wan was incensed, her voice rising sharply. "You audacious student. To strike a teacher and yet act so brazenly. It's utterly outrageous." With that, Han Wan seemed ready to confront Lin Fei with ferocity, her demeanor entirely unrestrained. "Lin Fei," Qin Yueshi stamped her foot in desperation, filled with frustration. She could not comprehend why Lin Fei would engage in such a foolish act. Han Wan's provocations could have simply been endured. Why act impulsively? Now, it seemed inevitable that he would face censure from the entire school, and with a single misstep. Expulsion was not an exaggeration. The regulations at Chongjun High School had always been stringent, though often overlooked due to the influential backgrounds of many students. But what of Lin Fei? He had no family, no support, How could he possibly contend with Han Wan and the disciplinary head, Wang Daji? Qin Yueshi's conviction began to waver. She questioned whether she had made a mistake. Lin Yi's foolishness left her exasperated, and she thought perhaps it would have been better to let him fend for himself. Just then, Lin Yi remained remarkably composed. As Qin Yueshi contemplated how to intervene, a sudden turn of events occurred. A resounding slap echoed through the air once more. Much like before, it was Han Wan who received the blow, yet this time, the one delivering it was not Lin Yi. It was none other than the disciplinary head, Wang Daji. Director Wang. You. Han Wan was taken aback, unable to fathom why Wang Daji, who had always been on her side, would suddenly turn against her. Was she dreaming? Yet, everything unfolding before her was so undeniably real that Qin Yueshi felt her mind was overwhelmed. Wang Daji's face turned ashen as he shot a fierce glare at Han Wan and barked, "Silence." Immediately afterward, he turned to Lin Yi, adopting a completely different expression. Lin Yi, my apologies. Please do not take this matter to heart. What? Qin Yueshi instinctively rubbed her eyes. She could not shake the feeling that Wang Daji's demeanor towards Lin Yi subtly hinted at a rather obsequious attitude. She hoped Director Wang would keep his subordinates in check, for trouble could easily arise. Lin Yi seemed to issue a veiled threat. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Qin Yueshi broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Yi. In a panic, Qin Yueshi quickly grasped Lin Yi's arm, signaling desperately. Who are you speaking to? That is the Director of Education. Are you certain that speaking to him like this won't result in dire consequences? However, to Qin Yueshi and Han Wan's astonishment, Wang Daji did not respond with anger. Instead, he nodded submissively, saying, "All right. I understand. Lin Yi, please rest assured that such incidents will not occur again." Han Wan, clutching her throbbing cheek, was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Qin Yueshi trembled, feeling as if the very ground beneath her was giving way. What on earth was happening? Confronted with Wang Daji's assurances, Lin Yi remained unconvinced. Casting a meaningful glance at Qin Yueshi, he remarked, "Teacher Qin is my homeroom teacher, and I personally believe she is an exceptional educator." With that, Lin Yi turned and exited the office. Some matters are best left subtly implied. Astute individuals often grasp the underlying significance. Wang Daji wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that Lin Yi intended to shield Qin Yueshi. Had it been anyone else who dared to speak to him in such a manner, Wang Daji would have already erupted in anger. Yet, when faced with Lin Yi, he found himself lacking the audacity to retaliate. It was not a matter of foolishness. On the contrary, Wang Daji was quite astute. Having ascended to the position of Director of Education, setting aside the fact that Lin Yi was sent by Tong Lei, the mere knowledge that Lin Yi had uncovered his indiscretions with Han Wan was enough to instill fear. Should that information be divulged, it could provoke an investigation from higher authorities, and any hint of wrongdoing could spell ruin for Wang Daji's career. Thus, to put it bluntly, if Wang Daji wished to continue navigating the treacherous waters of his profession, he must treat Lin Yi with the utmost reverence. After rapidly contemplating these thoughts, Wang Daji's expression shifted, and he forced a smile at Qin Yueshi, saying, "Teacher Qin, regarding the matter with student Huang Xiang, the school will reach a resolution. Rest assured. Neither Lin Yi nor yourself bear any responsibility and will certainly not face any punishment. Huang Xiang is not to be trifled with, and neither is Lin Yi." He could leverage his position as Director of Education to attempt to appease the affluent Huang Xiang, but Lin Yi would undoubtedly see through such tactics. Reluctantly, Wang Daji had no choice but to proceed with this approach. Qin Yueshi remained unaware of Wang Daji's inner thoughts. At this moment, she was utterly dumbfounded. Previously, Wang Daji had criticized her harshly, and it seemed he was about to impose punishment. However, after Lin Yi's visit, Wang Daji's demeanor shifted a complete 360 degrees, leaving Qin Yueshi struggling to comprehend the sudden change. Not one to be easily fooled, she began to discern some clues. What could Lin Yi possibly possess that would compel Wang Daji to behave in such a manner? Just as the astonished Qin Yueshi pondered this, Han Wan, upon hearing Wang Daji's remarks, could no longer remain seated and erupted in a fit of rage. Why should this be? That wretched Qin Yueshi. Not only is she colluding with students, but she even assaulted classmate Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang, no less. Even the principal would. Silence. Han Wan was momentarily taken aback. Tong family? Which Tong family are you referring to? In Xiang City, which Tong family? Wang Daji countered, casting a sidelong glance at Han Wan. It's not just that his identity is unclear, He is also aware of the relationship between you and me. What? Hanwan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She understood the implications of his words, and suddenly everything became clear to her. Are you saying? A wave of dread washed over Hanwan. The thought of how she had treated Lin Yi just moments ago caused her heart to plummet, nearly fainting on the spot. What have I gotten myself into? Following the recent events, Lin Yi had lost any desire to catch up on his studies. The afternoon classes were brief and soon passed by. I remember the way, Lin Yi softly stated. Once Tong Yao had completely departed, Lin Yi inquired, Teacher Qin, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Qin Yueshi gently bit her cherry lips, hesitating for a moment before timidly suggesting, it's not convenient to discuss here. How about we go to my home for a chat? Hearing these words, Lin Yi was taken aback. Chapter 23. The Invitation from Qin Yueshi. Qin Yueshi's sudden request caught Lin Yi completely off guard. Visiting her home, Lin Yi felt a bit bewildered. He could not fathom why Qin Yueshi would extend such an invitation. Meeting at a CAF would have been more acceptable. But going to her residence, noticing Lin Yi's peculiar expression, Qin Yueshi hurriedly clarified, please don't misunderstand. I simply have some matters I wish to inquire about. After saying this, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she herself was unsure why she felt the need to explain. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment and replied, Teacher Qin, if there is something to discuss, we can do so here. After all, visiting your home might not be the best idea. Observing the scattered students passing by, Qin Yueshi, looking somewhat troubled, said, I believe it would be better to find a quieter place. My home is very close. It's just a few minutes' walk. Reluctantly agreeing, Lin Yi acquiesced to her repeated requests. It wasn't as if he were entering a den of tigers. There was no real danger. Besides, Lin Yi was a grown man. Surely he had nothing to fear from Qin Yueshi. With Lin Yi's affirmation, Qin Yueshi led him onward. True to her word, they reached a residential area near Chongjun Middle School in about 6 or 7 minutes. Just as Lin Yi was taking in his surroundings, Qin Yueshi pulled out her keys and unlocked the door. Pushing open the door and changing her shoes, Qin Yueshi introduced, I usually live here alone. My parents are not in Xiang City. As soon as she finished speaking, her face flushed crimson. Goodness, what am I saying? That sounds far too easy to misinterpret. Qin Yueshi dared not look at Lin Yi, and after a moment, she furtively raised her head for a glance. Upon realizing that Lin Yi exhibited no unusual expression, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hasn't misconstrued my words. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in her mind, Qin Yueshi prepared a cup of tea for Lin Yi. Please, make yourself at home, she invited. All right, Lin Yi replied, unperturbed by the situation as he settled comfortably onto the sofa. Noticing Qin Yueshi remove her outerwear and sit down with ease, Lin Yi hesitated for a moment before inquiring. I wonder why you summoned me today, Teacher Qin? Qin Yueshi gazed into Lin Yi's eyes for a moment, until he began to feel somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny. Then she asked, what is your family's financial situation like? The question felt a bit like an arranged marriage inquiry. Lin Yi blinked a few times and responded, I have no relatives. I grew up alone, so there is no family background to speak of. I seek the truth, Qin Yueshi said earnestly. Taken aback, Lin Yi chuckled helplessly, Teacher Qin, I'm not lying to you. I truly. Qin Yueshi rolled her eyes, showing no pretense of authority. Lin Yi, I'm only a few years older than you. Let us be frank. What is it about your background that instills such fear in Director Wang Daji? Qin Yueshi sighed and remarked, if it weren't for you, I would likely have to pack my things and leave Chongjun today. Lin Yi, I owe you a significant favor. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively and replied, no need for such formality, it was merely a trifling effort. This is the treatment a principled teacher rightfully deserves. Principled? Perhaps. Qin Yueshi seemed to recall something disheartening, offering a self-deprecating smile. Lin Yi smiled gently and said, I too have a matter for which I must trouble Teacher Qin. Qin Yueshi replied, please feel free to speak. I shall do my utmost to accommodate any request within my capacity. Without rushing to express his thoughts, Lin Yi first took a sip of tea, and after a brief pause, he slowly articulated, it is quite simple. Earlier today, I mentioned in Director Wang's office that I would like Teacher Qin to assist me in catching up on the courses I have fallen behind. Qin Yueshi was taken aback, as she did not anticipate Lin Yi's seriousness. Upon closer inspection, she began to regard Lin Yi with newfound respect. At Chongjun Middle School, students fell into two extreme categories, those who squander their days in idleness, and those who are exceptionally diligent in their studies. The former group roamed in packs, causing trouble wherever they went, while the latter tended to be more reclusive, lacking friends and immersed in their studies. Yet, regardless of his previous altercations on the very first day of school or the subsequent incident involving teacher Han Wan, Lin Yi hardly appeared to embody the characteristics of a diligent student. Originally, Qin Yueshi felt a sense of regret, contemplating how to persuade Lin Yi to focus his thoughts on more serious matters, emphasizing the importance of diligent study. However, she was taken aback when he proactively expressed his desire to catch up on the courses he had previously neglected. "What's the matter, Teacher Qin? Are you facing difficulties?" Lin Yi inquired, noticing her prolonged silence. Little did he know, Qin Yueshi misinterpreted his eagerness for learning. It was not out of a passion for knowledge, but rather a fear of losing his position as a study companion. Lin Yi was in dire need of money, substantial amounts, in light of the impending college entrance examination. Soon, Tong Yao would likely be admitted to a prestigious university, while he might struggle to secure a spot in even a mediocre institution, casting doubt on his future as a study companion. "Oh, no, not at all. I was merely contemplating a few matters," she replied. With such a studious student, Qin Yueshi was more than willing to assist and promptly agreed. "How about this? After school each day, you can come here, and I will do my utmost to help you improve your academic performance." Lin Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Will this cause you any trouble, Teacher Qin?" "Not at all. It's perfectly fine," she reassured him with a radiant smile. "With the days to the examination dwindling, why not begin today? I still have the textbooks in my study. Let me retrieve them." With that, Qin Yueshi rose and entered her study. Moments later, she emerged holding several books. Unlike before, she wore black-rimmed glasses, and with her elegant black stockings and high heels, her demeanor transformed significantly, embodying the essence of a dedicated female educator. Thud! Lin Yi stared wide-eyed, instinctively swallowing hard. He was no paragon of virtue. Rather, during his several centuries in the realm of cultivation, he had earned the reputation of a demon and a ruthless individual, often exhibiting the demeanor characteristic of the demonic path. Having endured countless acts of slaughter, he frequently sought solace by venting his frustrations upon the maids in his household. Moreover, in this current youthful body, he was still in the throes of burgeoning vitality. The sound of his swallowing was distinctly audible, causing Qin Yueshi to momentarily freeze before her cheeks flushed crimson. Although she was only a few years his senior, she had always regarded Lin Yi as her student. Now, witnessing such an unusual reaction from him, how could she not feel embarrassed? Though slightly awkward, Qin Yueshi mustered her courage to sit beside Lin Yi, placing her textbook on the coffee table and opening it. "Where would you like to begin, fellow student?" she inquired. "Let's start with the drawbacks of Confucian thought in China." Lin Yi's expression was somewhat abnormal. Qin Yueshi nodded and began her explanation. Lin Yi listened attentively, yet his gaze could not help but wander towards her intermittently. The temperature in the living room gradually grew warm and stifling, and a light sheen of perspiration glistened on Qin Yueshi's delicate form. As she busily elaborated, she occasionally swept her silky hair aside, and the black stockings tightly enveloped her thighs, exuding an undeniable allure. What rendered Lin Yi utterly helpless was the fullness of her bosom. Chapter 24. Do you understand medicine? Qin Yueshi had never anticipated a day when a student several years her junior would take advantage of her. Strangely enough, instead of feeling repulsed by Lin Yi, she found her heart racing uncontrollably. I will go prepare dinner." Qin Yueshi hurriedly rose to her feet, stammering, You haven't eaten yet, have you? Please stay and dine with me tonight." With that, she dashed into the kitchen as if fleeing. Lin Yi, seated on the sofa in the living room, could not help but smile wryly. He had never anticipated such a blunder at that moment. However, Lin Yi felt little embarrassment. After all, having lived for so many years and experienced a myriad of events, he was as seasoned as an old fox, with a countenance as resilient as a fortress. There was no room for awkwardness in his demeanor. Yet, the earlier mishap left a peculiar expression on Lin Yi's face. Could it be that I am captivated by a young girl? He touched his nose, reflecting that to him, Qin Yueshi, who was a few years his senior, was merely a girl in her 20s. Initially, Lin Yi believed that once Qin Yueshi departed the living room, he would regain his composure. However, several minutes passed, and no matter how he attempted to calm his mind, tranquility eluded him, as fleeting images of Qin Yueshi's mature elegance and striking form lingered in his thoughts. Just as Lin Yi sat restlessly, a sudden exclamation erupted from the kitchen. Before he could grasp the situation, a loud crash followed. immediately succeeded by Qin Yuexi's cry of pain. What happened, Teacher Qin? Lin Yi hastily rushed over to investigate. Upon reaching the threshold of the kitchen, he was taken aback to find Qin Yuexi sitting on the floor, shards of a porcelain bowl scattered about, with egg whites strewn across the ground. Lin Yi quickly approached to help her up, asking, "Are you all right?" "No, I'm fine. I just accidentally tripped and fell." Qin Yuexi winced, clearly having twisted her ankle. Upon witnessing her discomfort, Lin Yi softened his grip and inquired, "How could you be so careless?" As he looked at her with a furrowed brow, a mix of dissatisfaction and concern evident on his face, Qin Yuexi felt her cheeks flush. With her head bowed, she replied, "I haven't cooked in a long time, so I'm a bit out of practice. I must have made a fool of myself." This was indeed the case. Typically, Qin Yuexi dined at the school cafeteria, and for dinner, she either ate out or ordered takeout, never cooking at home. "Don't move around. You've sprained your ankle. Just sit in the living room for now." Lin Yi assisted her carefully as they made their way to the living room. After a while, with Qin Yuexi limping slowly, they finally reached the sofa with great difficulty. "Take it slow." Lin Yi helped her onto the sofa. The moment she sat down, a sharp pain radiated from her ankle, nearly causing her to cry out. Lin Yi, not wanting to stare at her foot, could only ask, "How does it feel?" "It hurts. It hurts." Qin Yuexi's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Lin Yi was unsure where the air conditioning remote was, but now was not the time to inquire. He promptly grabbed a couple of tissues and handed them to Qin Yuexi. She was too pained to even utter a word of thanks, revealing the extent of her discomfort. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi hesitated before suggesting, "Teacher Qin, I have some knowledge of massage and bone setting. Would you like me to help? You know medicine?" Qin Yuexi was taken aback. Lin Yi nodded and said, "To some extent, I know a bit." Suddenly, Qin Yuexi recalled that on the very first day Lin Yi entered school, he had numerous skin injuries. However, within just a couple of days, not only had his skin returned to its original state, but it appeared even more radiant than that of an average person. Could it be that he healed himself? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, yet this revelation made her hesitate. After all, Lin Yi was a boy, and everyone understood the principle of modesty between the sexes. However, the excruciating pain radiating from her ankle left Qin Yuexi with little choice. Bearing the agony, she reluctantly said, "Well then, I shall trouble you." Internally, she incessantly reassured herself, "This is merely a treatment." Observing the motionless Qin Yuexi, Lin Yi, with a somewhat troubled expression, remarked, "This won't do. You must first remove your shoes." Qin Yuexi's voice was as faint as a whisper, and she shyly lifted her foot from the slipper. This was the first time Lin Yi beheld Qin Yuexi's bare feet. Her feet were delicate and elegantly arched, with proportions that were just right, truly deserving of the term beautiful feet. Her ice-like, jade-like legs resembled a piece of exquisite jade, warm and smooth. What captured Lin Yi's attention even more was the bright crimson nail polish adorning her toes, adding a touch of allure to her otherwise flawless complexion. Had it been only this, Lin Yi might have managed to maintain his composure. But the problem lay in the fact that Qin Yuexi's ethereal feet were tightly encased in black stockings, rendering Lin Yi momentarily spellbound. What happened? Noticing Lin Yi standing there in a daze, Qin Yuexi's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Yi swallowed hard, taking a deep breath before accepting the delicate foot of Qin Yuexi. His heart raced with fervor. After a brief examination, Lin Yi had a general understanding of the situation. Without further hesitation, he found his inner calm, his gaze transforming entirely. It was as though Qin Yuexi was no longer a breathtaking beauty, but rather a skeletal figure adorned in crimson. Massage, being the most fundamental approach to treating external injuries, was something Lin Yi had mastered thoroughly. With no hint of unfamiliarity, his hands began to move. A sharp intake of breath escaped Qin Yuexi as she winced in pain. Lin Yi, maintaining a stoic expression, reassured her, "At first, it may be a bit painful. Bear with it, and it will soon subside." With that, he increased both the pressure and the speed of his movements. Qin Yuexi felt her face flush with embarrassment, avoiding Lin Yi's gaze. Initially, the pain was unbearable, causing her to cry out several times. However, as mere minutes passed, the discomfort gradually diminished. To her surprise, she began to experience waves of comfort enveloping her. With her eyes tightly closed and her body relaxed, she contemplated initiating a conversation with Lin Yi to alleviate the awkwardness. Yet, a delightful sensation coursed through her feet, neither an itch nor static, but a tingling, euphoric feeling. It felt as if every pore in her body was awakening, yearning to burst forth. Oh! Qin Yueshi instinctively let out a shy exclamation. Immediately after, her cheeks flushed crimson, burning with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Stealing a glance at Lin Yi, she was uncertain whether he had heard her. Lin Yi lowered his head, intently performing the massage. Although Qin Yueshi could not see his expression, it was evident that he momentarily froze, halting his movements before quickly burying himself back into his task. He had indeed heard her. A vivid blush ignited across Qin Yueshi's cheeks as she cast her gaze downward, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Despite her desire to halt the proceedings, willing to endure discomfort rather than face embarrassment, the lingering, intoxicating sensation of comfort made it difficult for her to stop. She bit her lip tightly, stifling any sounds of shame that threatened to escape. "Teacher Qin, your feet are quite beautiful," Lin Yi suddenly complimented, breaking his silence. Qin Yueshi felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, and as she opened her mouth to respond, the waves of delightful sensations radiating from her feet rendered her speechless. Oh! She could not help but emit another soft sigh. As Lin Yi's hands quickened and intensified their pressure, Qin Yueshi found it increasingly challenging to contain herself. Her mind was utterly dazed, and the feeling of her pores opening wide, breathing freely, led her to succumb completely. Chapter 25. A small world. Fortunately, this was modern Earth. Otherwise, Qin Yueshi's fate. Contemplating this, Lin Yi's gaze towards Qin Yueshi was devoid of admiration or heat, instead filled with sympathy and compassion. Meanwhile, the utterly weak and shy Qin Yueshi, who lay languidly on the sofa with a flushed face, was momentarily perplexed by the strange, inscrutable look in Lin Yi's eyes. Unable to grasp his intentions, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Lin Yi cleared his throat a couple of times, taking the initiative to break the silence. "Teacher Qin, are you feeling any better?" The voice of Qin Yueshi was as soft as a whisper. Awkwardly, both fell into a mutual silence, rendered speechless. Unable to endure the uncomfortable atmosphere any longer, Qin Yueshi clenched her teeth slightly, her crimson lips parting to say, "Lin Yi, I must have embarrassed you earlier. Fear not, I shall keep it to myself. Allow me to see you off." She attempted to rise and escort him. Lin Yi hurriedly interjected, "No need, Teacher Qin. Your foot injury has yet to heal completely. You must rest. There is no need to see me off. A good night's sleep will have you feeling 70 to 80% better by morning." Qin Yueshi nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, do take care of yourself." With a slight smile, Lin Yi departed from Qin Yueshi's residence. As his silhouette disappeared and the door clicked shut, the strength that had surged within Qin Yueshi dissipated. She collapsed onto the sofa, her hands pressing tightly against her face. "Oh, how mortifying," she gasped. She had never anticipated that Lin Yi's simple act of massage would elicit such a reaction from her. Not only did her foot experience waves of delightful numbness, but she also felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She lost all appetite for dinner and neglected to order takeout. After a hasty wash-up, she lay on her bed, burying her face in her pillow, succumbing to sleep. Yet this night was destined to be restless. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded her as the lingering sensation of that blissful discomfort and Lin Yi's resilient yet mature visage haunted her thoughts. As she prepared to leave, she couldn't help but remind Tong Yao to retire to her room early and refrain from watching television too late. Tong Yao had not lingered merely to watch television. She was simply waiting for Lin Yi. Now that Lin Yi had safely returned home, there was no reason for her to stay any longer. Feeling somewhat drowsy, Tong Yao stifled a yawn and said, "Lin Yi, I'm off to bed." For practitioners at the qi refinement stage, a meal every couple of days suffices, and hunger is seldom felt. However, the vast majority of cultivators still take pleasure in fine cuisine. Many can go 10 days or even a fortnight without sustenance, yet continue to enjoy 3 meals a day, for their stomachs are not easily filled, and they naturally do not refuse delicious food. Hence, Lin Yi could indulge whenever he wished, and abstaining would bear little consequence. Currently, Lin Yi had attained the 5th level of qi refinement. Although he had not cultivated any particular technique, he possessed a certain degree of self-protection capability. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, Lin Yi had no intention of practicing any techniques. This was due to the existence of an exceptionally unique method of cultivation that could not be practiced at the qi refinement stage, as the minimum requirement was the foundation establishment stage. Only when his cultivation reached that level in the future would Lin Yi consider pursuing this extraordinary technique. Once his cultivation was thoroughly consolidated, A thought crossed Lin Yi's mind, prompting him to retrieve an ordinary, yet somewhat peculiar jade pendant from his chest. The pendant was dull and lacked any luster. Previously, when I infused it with my true energy, I found no discernible clues. Could it be that my cultivation was too low and my true energy insufficient? Now, Lin Yi had progressed to the 5th level of qi refinement, a stark contrast to his initial level. Upon this realization, Lin Yi tentatively infused his vital energy into the jade pendant, seeking to uncover its mysteries. However, at that moment, a dramatic turn of events ensued. Lin Yi's mind spun in disarray. As a cultivator, he found himself on the brink of fainting. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi steadfastly held on. The wall paintings, tatama mats, and the television within the room gradually faded away, revealing an expanse of ethereal whiteness. An endless void before his eyes. An independent space? A miniature world? Lin Yi was taken aback. Having lived for 7 centuries, he naturally understood the implications of a miniature world, a realm conjured by the powerful, painstakingly crafted to provide a sanctuary for cultivators' consciousness to cultivate. To put it plainly, while Lin Yi's body remained seated on the bed in his room, his consciousness had traversed into this miniature world. Lin Yi lowered his head, murmuring to himself, "What is the origin of this jade pendant? Why does it harbor a miniature world within?" Just as he pondered, a deep voice resonated throughout the expanse, echoing from all directions. A mere child in the qi refinement stage, and yet he possesses knowledge of the miniature world? Indeed, it seems this generation of inheritors holds some promise. I wonder, can he survive the next 3 years? Chapter 26. The mysterious little girl within the jade pendant space. Lin Yi, once on high alert, suddenly relaxed all defenses and broke into a grin. As expected, when it comes to the creation of such an extraordinarily unique miniature world, Lin Yi could be deemed a master in the realm of cultivation. The number of miniature worlds he had crafted was simply incalculable. It can be said that when it comes to the comprehension of the miniature world, Lin Yi is unparalleled. No one dares to claim the second position. At this moment, a voice resounded once more. Let me see. At 18 years of age, only at the 5th level of qi training, such strength and talent can only be regarded as the weakest among all the inheritors throughout the ages. Alas, yet another reckless child courting death. Lin Yi, however, merely scoffed. It is merely a realm spirit. What need is there for theatrics? Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere of the entire miniature world instantly became stifling. Lin Yi remained silent. Since there exists a miniature world, there must be realm spirits as well. These spirits lack physical form, existing solely as ethereal essences, their purpose being to guard this miniature realm while quietly awaiting the inheritor. Suddenly, a delicate figure clad in a white dress appeared before Lin Yi, a little girl, ethereal in form. How do you know? Her voice was particularly tender, contrasting sharply with the deep, resonant tone from before. Ignoring the astonished gaze of the little girl, Lin Yi yawned and leisurely remarked, "I am unaware of the origins of this jade pendant, but since you have mentioned the word inheritance, then it must be surrendered." Surrender what? The little girl pouted in response. Lin Yi rolled his eyes and stated, "Surely you know, it is the items left behind by the lord of this miniature world." The little girl was astounded. She could not fathom why a mere qi training practitioner would possess such extensive knowledge. Lin Yi surmised that, if all went according to expectation, this miniature world had been crafted by a formidable being. It is merely that formidable being, for reasons unknown, left behind certain remnants and subsequently created this spirit of the realm, entrusting it to await, generation after generation, the arrival of a fated individual. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the realm of cultivation. Lin Yi had witnessed countless similar instances. The powerful figure may have been on the brink of departure or facing imminent demise. Regardless of the rationale, the legacy he left within this small world suffices. "You are bullying me," the young girl cried out, her voice tinged with indignation. Is it a mark of manhood to pick on a little girl? Lin Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation. He understood that this seemingly innocent child likely possessed a greater age than his own. As Lin Yi found himself at a loss, the girl, who had been sobbing, suddenly made a face, sticking out her tongue and declaring, "You wish to claim the legacy?" Intrigued, Lin Yi inquired, "Before me, how many individuals have obtained this jade pendant and successfully entered this small world? How long have you existed?" The girl pondered for a moment before responding in her naive manner, "I forgot. I only remember that the first person to enter was named something like Xianxia of the Western Shu?" Lin Yi was taken aback. Did this not also imply that this seemingly youthful girl clad in a white dress had lived for at least 2 millennia? With a clap of her hands, the girl nodded enthusiastically, resembling a chick pecking at rice. Yes, that's him. This little fellow had remarkable talent, yet he still perished on the path of challenges. Lin Fei furrowed his brow and asked, wasn't he the one who perished by self-immolation at the Wu River? Suddenly, Lin Fei recalled something and inquired, what was Xiangyu's cultivation level? The pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, the young girl answered with clarity. Lin Fei experienced a moment of enlightenment. No wonder. It was no surprise that Xiangyu failed to conquer the world. Had he been a golden core cultivator, he would not have needed an army of thousands. With a single spell, an entire city could have been obliterated. This was no exaggeration. Take Lin Fei, for instance, before his cultivation fell, at his peak. He had already 1 foot in the gates of immortality. What does it mean to be a peak tribulation stage grand cultivator? With a single roar, everyone within 1,000 miles would be struck dead, shaking the mountains and shattering the seas. Flying through the air at supersonic speeds, surpassing even modern aircraft. Living for a millennium without aging, and the resilience of their physical form. Bullets would be ineffective, let alone missiles. Their spiritual awareness could penetrate through barriers. And they possessed countless abilities that modern individuals would deem supernatural, such as teleportation, wall passing, and summoning storms. Alas, Lin Fei had completely lost his cultivation. Returning to the starting point, merely a small practitioner at the qi refinement stage. What is your master's cultivation level? Lin Fei asked. You must complete 10 challenges? He pondered. What kind of power does the Lord who created this small world possess? What legacy has he left behind? These thoughts ignited countless curiosities within Lin Fei. The young girl pouted and replied, you shouldn't ask too much about that. Rather, focus on how far you can get in the challenges. Just say it. Lin Fei maintained his composure. The first challenge is actually quite simple. The little girl clapped her hands lightly and said with a calm demeanor, bring me the blood of 10,000. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, gazing warily at the girl and inquired, is your master an evil cultivator? The term evil cultivator refers to those who practice their craft through malevolent means, individuals scorned by all practitioners. Such cultivators often lack humanity. Lin Fei had once witnessed an evil cultivator mercilessly slaughter an entire city, draining the blood of countless innocent civilians solely to enhance their own power, an utterly inhumane act. If this inheritance was left by an evil cultivator, Lin Fei would leave without hesitation, sealing the jade pendant forever. The little girl rolled her eyes in annoyance and retorted, you are the evil cultivator. Your entire family is filled with evil cultivators. I'm not asking you to kill 10,000 people. The blood of 10,000 is simply a medicinal herb. Do you understand anything about herbs? Lin Fei frowned. He had never heard of such a herb. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense, for Earth and the realm of cultivation were not the same. Some herbs existed on Earth but not in the realm. And even if they were the same, their names could differ. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fei asked, what does the blood of 10,000 look like? What are its characteristics? I don't know. You'll have to find out for yourself, the little girl replied, turning her head away and completely ignoring Lin Fei. With no other choice, he realized he would have to embark on his own quest for answers. After a prolonged silence from Lin Fei, the girl finally spoke again. Why are you so foolish? Don't you know you can ask other cultivators? At her words, a spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Fei's eyes as he pondered deeply. The little girl appeared to be weary. She stifled a yawn and said, you may leave now. I wish to sleep, and please do not disturb me. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment before inquiring, what is your name? Or rather, how should I address you? The girl was taken aback for a moment, then smiled brightly and replied, I have no name. For reasons unknown. Lin Fei felt a twinge of sadness in her smile, sensing it was somewhat forced. He fell silent, then concentrated deeply, focusing his spirit to exit this small realm. Upon opening his eyes and gazing at the familiar room, Lin Fei murmured to himself while sitting cross-legged on the bed, is it the blood of millions? It seems imperative to engage with the practitioners on Earth. The day passed swiftly. With the college entrance examination approaching, Tong Yao remained diligently immersed in her studies. While other students, who had previously neglected their studies, began to feel the urgency and scrambled to catch up. Fortunately, no one disturbed Lin Fei. Changing clothes? Lin Fei furrowed his brow, and before he could ponder further, Tong Lei hurriedly pulled him into her Audi A4. As they drove out of the villa community and onto the main road, Lin Fei finally spoke up. What is the matter that requires such haste? While waiting at a red light, Tong Lei, with her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, frantically retrieved a lipstick from seemingly nowhere, applying it as she said, "We can't afford to be late. It would be quite unfortunate." Lin Yi was increasingly perplexed. This was not the temperament of the young lady, Tong Yao. Moreover, he remained unaware of the matter at hand. After a brief hesitation, he asked, "Might I inquire, Miss, what is it you require of me?" Tong Lei, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, "It's simple. Just pretend to be my boyfriend." Chapter 27. By Lin pretending to be the boyfriend of the young lady, Tong Lei. Lin Yi's expression turned peculiar. He had not anticipated that the significant matter Tong Lei had mentioned earlier was this. "Young lady, this might not be appropriate." Lin Yi felt somewhat reluctant. Tong Lei, engrossed in her makeup, replied, "I don't mind at all. Why are you, a grown man, being so shy?" Lin Yi found himself in a dilemma, but, "I lack experience in this regard." Tong Lei reassured him, "Experience is unnecessary. Just refrain from speaking foolishly and be quick-witted." With a resigned sigh, Lin Yi conceded, "All right, I will do my utmost to avoid revealing the truth, but what sort of people will be there?" At that moment, the traffic light turned green. Tong Lei set aside her makeup mirror, pressed the accelerator, and said, "There will be familiar faces as well as unfamiliar ones. You'll know when the time comes. We don't have much time left, so hurry and buy some clothes. Your current outfit is simply inadequate." Indeed, Lin Yi possessed little in terms of clothing, spending his days clad in a school uniform. Appearing in such attire would undoubtedly invite ridicule, as any discerning individual would recognize him as a high school student, which could lead to unwarranted speculation about the 20-year-old Tong Lei and discussions of a May-December romance that would undoubtedly embarrass her. Fortunately, despite his youth, Lin Yi's demeanor and temperament were mature and composed. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. When Lin Yi emerged from the fitting room, not only did Tong Lei stand in astonishment, but the staff and other customers in the store were equally taken aback. At this moment, Lin Yi was clad in a suit and tie, his feet adorned with polished black leather shoes. With his short hair, he exuded a unique charisma. Quite impressive indeed. Tong Lei found herself at a loss for words. To label him as handsome would be inaccurate. Lin Yi did not fit the mold of a pretty boy, and the term handsome seemed ill-suited to him. Yet, the mature and composed aura he projected was undeniably captivating, drawing the attention of many women. After much contemplation, Tong Lei realized she could not pinpoint a single descriptive term. She could only conclude that Lin Yi appeared significantly more spirited than before. However, Lin Yi himself held a different perspective. In truth, he was indifferent to what he wore. He had simply never donned a suit and leather shoes before, and now found the attire somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, he quickly acclimated to the sensation, becoming more at ease. "Come on, the dinner is about to start." Without hesitation, Tong Lei swiped her card and pulled Lin Yi out of the mall. Before long, after a swift drive, they arrived at their destination. It was an upscale restaurant, not a hotel, named Jun Jiming. Jun Jiming specialized in Hunan cuisine, boasting a uniquely styled ambience. The primary materials used in the restaurant's decor were bamboo and sandalwood, exuding a natural, subtle fragrance. As Tong Lei and Lin Yi stepped inside, they were warmly greeted by the staff. "Excuse me, madam, how many in your party? Do you have a reservation?" The keen-eyed staff could easily discern that Lin Yi was a man being supported by Tong Lei. Tong Lei, familiar with the establishment, replied nonchalantly, "Yes, we have a reservation. Please take me to Bai Lin." "Certainly. This way, please," the server responded, leading them onward. After walking only a few steps, Lin Yi was led to the entrance of a lavish private room, where Tong Lei confidently pushed the door open. "Ah, Tong Lei has arrived. Please, take a seat." "Haha, Tong Lei, you certainly kept Brother Bai Lin waiting." Inside the room, both men and women filled the space, numbering at least 30. Tong Lei offered a slight smile as she guided Lin Yi inside, apologizing, "I'm sorry for being late. There was a bit of traffic." The crowd had initially intended to assure her that it was no trouble at all, but upon noticing Tong Lei entwined with Lin Yi, they were rendered speechless. Lin Yi flashed a charming smile. Feeling the touch around her waist, Tong Lei shuddered slightly. The embrace of a strong hand did not feel out of place, but rather instilled a subtle sense of safety within her. Observing the couple's intimate demeanor, the guest discreetly glanced at a young man at the forefront. Suddenly, the cup in his hand shattered with a sharp crack. Tong Lei spoke succinctly. The young man slowly rose and approached Lin Yi, offering a slight smile as he extended his hand, saying, "Lin Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Tong Lei's university classmate, Bai Lin." Lin Yi frowned slightly. by identifying himself as Bai Lin rather than simply stating, "My name is Bai Lin." It implied that he was quite renowned in Xiang City. Bai Lin's outstretched hand lingered in the air, and noticing Lin Yi's lack of response, he sneered. "What's the matter? Is brother Lin Yi refusing to acknowledge me?" "No, I was merely contemplating some matters," Lin Yi replied with a faint smile, extending his right hand to shake Bai Lin's. As their hands met, Lin Yi instinctively sensed that Bai Lin was not an ordinary individual. Bai Lin's hands, though not as coarse as those of a seasoned martial artist, were far from ordinary. They were not smooth by any means, and the appearance of his thumb and index finger suggested he had undoubtedly taken a life. Just as Lin Yi was silently assessing the situation, he suddenly felt a surge of pressure in his hand. "Lin Yi, my brother, I hope you will take good care of me in the future," Bai Lin said with a sinister smile, unconsciously tightening his grip. From the outset, he intended to ensure that Lin Yi suffered a considerable loss. In this regard, Bai Lin was profoundly confident, and he could almost visualize the scene of Lin Yi's agonized cries as he forcefully crushed all of his fingers, trying to assert dominance over me. Lin Yi remained expressionless, simultaneously exerting more strength. Bai Lin frowned. He had not anticipated that Lin Yi possessed such formidable strength. The two remained locked in their handshake, neither willing to relent. At this juncture, even the most oblivious onlookers in the private room could sense that something was amiss. Tong Lei intended to intervene, but upon observing Lin Yi's relaxed demeanor contrasted with Bai Lin's evident struggle and bulging veins, he found himself unable to voice his concerns. "How? Is this possible?" Bai Lin was utterly astonished. The unassuming Lin Yi before him was, in terms of strength, superior to him. While outsiders could not perceive it, Bai Lin felt the truth keenly. Had he not been holding back, he would have likely cried out in pain by now. What did mere strength matter? Bai Lin's face turned ashen as he unwittingly began to channel his internal energy, his greatest secret. Everyone believed he was merely a skilled martial artist, exceptionally adept in combat, unaware that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. He concealed his true identity, not as a martial artist, but as a practitioner. "Die?" Bai Lin's maniacal laughter echoed coldly. Lin Yi's brow furrowed sharply. He could clearly sense the fierce true energy surging towards his hand. A practitioner? At this moment, Lin Yi dared not underestimate his opponent. He never anticipated that his first encounter, a direct confrontation with a practitioner, would occur at such a time and place. What a ruthless heart. Lin Yi scoffed coldly. Bai Lin unleashed his true energy, attempting to infiltrate Lin Yi's body through his hand, which would instantly render him feeble and powerless. On the surface, Lin Yi would appear unaffected, but in a few days, the latent true energy would rampage through his body, shattering his organs in an instant. "Hee, Lin Yi, is it? I'm sorry, but for stealing my Bai Lin's woman, you are already a dead man," Bai Lin proclaimed with arrogance. In the past, there had been others who were equally oblivious to their fate, yet they had all vanished without a trace. This was because Bai Lin had personally dispatched them. Their remains were unrecognizable, leaving no clues behind. When a practitioner sought to kill, there was simply no evidence to uncover. Just as Bai Lin believed that another name, Lin Yi, had been added to his death list, suddenly, a surge of even more potent and pure true energy rebounded violently, like a dragon piercing directly into Bai Lin's body. "How? Is this possible?" Bai Lin was astonished, staring intently at Lin Yi, who wore an expression of calm indifference. A chill ran down his spine. How could he also be a practitioner? Moreover, his cultivation level was even higher than mine. Chapter 28. Retribution. Within the private room of Jun's path, two men shook hands for over a minute. The onlookers could not help but cast sidelong glances, their eyes fixated on Lin Yi, as if anticipating the torment that would contort his expression. While many may not have witnessed Bai Lin's prowess firsthand, his classmates understood all too well the depths of his abilities over the years. He was nothing short of a monster. Those who possessed any martial skills in university, be they the heads of taekwondo clubs or masters of sanda, had all been effortlessly laid low by a single blow from him, often confined to a hospital bed for weeks on end. Had Bai Lin not shown restraint, he could have easily inflicted fatal harm. Furthermore, Bai Lin was merciless. Numerous fools had dared to provoke him, wealthy scions and privileged offspring alike, only to meet with devastating consequences. This was precisely why people regarded Bai Lin with such trepidation. While they felt sympathy for Lin Yi, it did not extend to pity. On the contrary, they coldly observed the unfolding drama, none daring to intervene. They could accept Bai Lin's association with a woman of exceptional beauty such as Tong Lei, but the presence of this Lin Yi was incomprehensible to them. What right did he have? It must be said that jealousy can breed a truly frightening intensity. At that moment, what the onlookers truly craved was to witness Bai Lin dismantle Lin Yi with the same ease as one would a discarded rag. Yet, to their astonishment, it was not Lin Yi whose expression twisted in agony, but rather the once self-assured and nonchalant Bai Lin. You. Bai Lin gasped in shock, his astonishment prompting an audible exclamation as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Yi. Veins bulged on Bai Lin's forehead, and cold sweat cascaded down like a waterfall, pattering onto the bamboo floor, resonating clearly in the vast, silent room. He was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Lin Yi was, in fact, a cultivator. A tumultuous wave surged through his insides, and an icy dread gripped his scalp. He exerted every ounce of strength to withdraw his hand, yet Lin Yi's hands, gleaming with an infantile sheen, clamped down like iron pincers, immovable. With a cold snort, Lin Yi flicked his wrist, once again channeling a stream of vital energy into Bai Lin's body. Bai Lin cried out in agony, nearly spitting blood. No one could fathom the extent of the internal damage he was enduring at that moment. Two surges of energy rampaged within him, inflicting injuries akin to being struck by a speeding vehicle at 180 miles per hour, threatening to shatter his internal organs instantaneously. Had it not been for Bai Lin summoning all his vital energy to suppress the turmoil, he would have likely perished on the spot. The crowd, stunned by Bai Lin's scream, was left in a state of disbelief. "Well done, Bai Lin," Lin Yi remarked with a slight smile, releasing his grip. In the instant Lin Yi loosened his hold, Bai Lin retreated 2 steps as if escaping a tiger's maw. He clasped his left hand around his right wrist, desperately channeling vital energy to protect himself. Under the astonished gazes of those around him, Bai Lin gasped for breath, his right hand trembling visibly. What is happening? All eyes widened in disbelief. What were they witnessing? The formidable Bai Lin, unexpectedly suffering such a setback. He is Bai Lin. How could he possibly be subdued by a mere stranger he had never encountered before? As the crowd struggled to accept this astonishing reality, Bai Lin, feeling a rush of bitterness, forced down the blood rising in his throat. After taking several deep breaths, he cast a resentful glance at Lin Yi before hastily departing, as if fleeing. Only this explanation could elucidate Bai Lin's sudden exit. Moreover, the speed at which he left resembled that of a desperate escape. The onlookers gazed at Lin Yi as if he were some sort of monster. Yet, Lin Yi remained unfazed by the scrutiny of so many. He nonchalantly took a seat at the dining table, staring back at the 30 or so people around him. Tong Lei was momentarily stunned, unable to process the unfolding events. Initially, she had brought Lin Yi along as a shield, a decision that had begun to feel precarious. Especially when Bai Lin started to target him. She was filled with regret. However, with the arrow already loosed, there was no turning back. Just as she prepared to intervene, Lin Yi showed no signs of distress, seemingly unaffected. In the days that followed, she gradually realized that Lin Yi was indeed commendable, particularly in his calm demeanor when handling matters. His selfless act of saving Tong Yao's life solidified Tong Lei's perception of him as one of her own. It was only today that she recognized Lin Yi was far more complex than he appeared. Following this incident and Bai Lin's departure, the atmosphere at the dining table turned peculiar. Everyone seemed lost in thought, their minds elsewhere. In summary, very few of the attendees were genuinely engaged in the meal. Conversely, Lin Yi exhibited no restraint, indulging heartily in the meal before him. Indeed, as Tong Lei had previously remarked, among the 30-odd individuals present, the vast majority were strangers to Lin Yi. He merely recognized that they were all distinguished students from Changshan University, though a few faces were somewhat familiar. Until the very moment of departure, the others remained utterly perplexed by Bai Lin's abrupt behavior. Only Lin Yi understood that, at this juncture, Bai Lin was likely experiencing a rather unpleasant ordeal. "Let us take our leave," Tong Lei suggested, as she gathered her belongings and intertwined her arm with Lin Yi's as they exited together. It wasn't until they had completely departed from Junzido and settled into the car that Tong Lei liberated herself from Lin Yi's grasp, playfully chiding. "How much longer do you intend to hold my hand?" Lin Yi shook his head and replied, "I am fine. It is he who is in trouble." "He?" Tong Lei instinctively inquired, "What has happened to him?" "Oh, right. Why did he leave so suddenly? What is going on? I still cannot fathom it." Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly and stated, if he had not left, it would have been disastrous. "What do you mean?" Tong Lei asked, utterly bewildered. In a lavish bedroom, Bai Lin sat cross-legged on the floor, his complexion ashen. At this moment, his right hand had succumbed entirely to a deep black hue. the dense black lines appearing quite fearsome. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Lin gritted his teeth and repeatedly pressed several acupoints on his right arm with his left hand. With swift movements, upon completing the acupoint stimulation, the black lines on Bai Lin's right hand finally halted their relentless advance. Coughing violently, Bai Lin tasted the metallic tang of blood in his throat and spat out a mouthful of dark crimson fluid. The essence of a cultivator is inherently non-toxic. However, its destructive capacity, particularly when it infiltrates the body, is far more unbearable than any venom. He forcibly suppressed the surging restlessness within him, breathing heavily. After a while, Bai Lin opened his eyes. Who exactly is this Lin Yi? Why is he also a cultivator? In Xiang City, I have never heard of the name Lin Yi. Bai Lin swallowed an unknown pill. His complexion improved somewhat, yet his face remained pale. Moments later, Bai Lin's eyes turned crimson, filled with intense hatred and murderous intent. This person and I cannot coexist. He must be eliminated. Bai Lin stood up, stumbling to the bedside. He opened the nightstand and retrieved a wooden box. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He would buy his life at the cost of this treasured artifact. Worth it. Lin Yi, you have offended me, Bai Lin, and you were destined to die. Bai Lin screamed in despair. Chapter 29. The moonlit will goodbye. Lin Yi smiled. These past 2 days had been quite fulfilling for him. Since the class reunion with Tong Lei a few days ago, no unusual events had occurred, allowing Lin Yi to enjoy a leisurely pace, attending classes during the day, occasionally practicing cultivation, tutoring after school at Qin Yueshi's house, and meditating in the small world at night. As most of the students were leaving, Qin Yueshi entered the classroom. Let us go. I bought some ingredients today. I'll cook for you tonight. You can taste your teacher's culinary skills, Qin Yueshi said with a smile. Lin Yi replied, Teacher Qin, there's no need to be so courteous. Qin Yueshi responded, It's nothing. The college entrance examination is approaching, and you are a promising student. Keep working hard, and you will surely get into a good university. Over these days, Qin Yueshi gradually realized that Lin Yi's talent for learning was simply astounding. Perhaps there are certain scientific subjects, such as mathematics, where Lin Yi can only be deemed mediocre. However, in the realm of humanities, his comprehension is remarkably high, and most importantly, Lin Yi's memory is nothing short of astonishing, regardless of the subject matter. As long as Qin Yueshi articulates it once, he is able to commit it to memory. It is no exaggeration to say that he possesses a photographic memory. This leads to the situation where, had it not been for her genuine understanding that Lin Yi was not jesting, Qin Yueshi would undoubtedly question whether he had truly forgotten his previous academic pursuits. What do you usually enjoy eating? I can prepare it for you, Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin, I am not picky. Oh, at least mention something. Qin Yueshi replied, perplexed. Instinctively, she remarked, but you just said you weren't hungry. Enough. Lin Yi suddenly barked. Qin Yueshi was taken aback by the seriousness of his tone. She could not fathom why Lin Yi's demeanor shifted so abruptly, nor why she felt intimidated. Let us not forget, she was the teacher and he merely a student. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi, without any hesitation, altered his course and dashed in the opposite direction from Qin Yueshi, fleeing with great urgency. Although Lin Yi was yet unaware of who was pursuing him, a practitioner at the 7th level of the Qi refining stage would certainly not fare well in a direct confrontation, especially under such circumstances where the enemy lurked in the shadows. He ceased his retreat towards the city center and instead ran towards the less populated banks of the Xiang River. Before long, Lin Yi had reached the riverbank, with no avenue for escape. Ah, little one, are you contemplating self-destruction? Behind him, an enchanting voice echoed, suggesting that this place could serve as a suitable resting ground. Dying here would ensure solitude. Lin Yi's nostrils flared slightly as he inhaled the atmosphere. Suddenly realizing that this was the very woman who had visited him on the night, he entered the first layer of Qi training, her presence unmistakably identical. Under the dark moon, the alluring figure gradually approached, revealing herself before Lin Yi. A red rose. The initial impression she imparted was that of a rose, albeit one adorned with thorns, capable of drawing blood at any moment. Clad in a seductive crimson qipao and towering high heels, she bore no visible weapon. Utterly captivating, if not for the constant aura of murderous intent and the flow of true energy that Lin Yi sensed. He might have overlooked the fact that this enchanting woman was indeed a cultivator. Who are you? Why are you fixated on me? Lin Yi's eyes flickered with apprehension. The alluring woman laughed lightly. Who am I? I am simply the one destined to end your life. In all honesty, Lin Yi had no desire to engage in battle. He was considerably outmatched, having fallen behind by 2 layers of cultivation, rendering him no match for this cheap-how-clad cultivator. However, he found himself with no alternative but to lead her to this desolate area. To the seductive woman, his actions undoubtedly appeared as a path to self-destruction. Since you have chosen to meet your end here, then, I am sorry, dear brother. Her laughter rang out as she slowly advanced toward Lin Yi, the murderous intent intensifying with each step. Lin Yi's mind raced, desperately seeking a solution to his predicament, yet no answer surfaced, no matter how he pondered. Had I known earlier, I would have practiced 1 or 2 martial arts. Lin Yi silently smiled wryly. It was only at this moment that he realized. Despite having attained the 5th level of qi refinement, he possessed a reservoir of true energy, yet had not cultivated even the most fundamental techniques. The world is replete with an abundance of martial arts, some utilizing fists, others wielding swords, employing hidden weapons, or even various forms of movement. Every cultivator typically possesses at least 1 technique, yet Lin Yi had mastered none. This was not due to a lack of options, on the contrary. His mind brimmed with countless supreme techniques. However, he had not practiced them, a grave oversight indeed. It stands to reason. Lin Yi was originally a formidable cultivator at the tribulation transcendent stage, endowed with the spirit of a champion and an indomitable will. How could he stoop to train in such rudimentary techniques? To illustrate, it is akin to a seasoned professional gamer who has spent years mastering his craft, suddenly finding himself at the beginning, leveling up anew. Would he engage with anything overly complex in the early stages? No. He would focus solely on advancing as swiftly as possible. Likewise, Lin Yi's thoughts were consumed with how to elevate his cultivation to greater heights in the shortest possible time. The river of Xianxia could be considered a picturesque sight, but soon, its waters would be stained crimson. A seductive woman licked her red lips, her eyes already suffused with murderous intent. With a mere flick of her wrist, a small, vibrant red dagger materialized in her hand, akin in size to a dagger. Yet Lin Yi had no doubt that this diminutive blade could easily claim a life. "Farewell, little one," she said. As the words fell, the alluring woman held the vibrant crimson dagger aloft before her, her hands deftly forming intricate seals, her ruby lips whispering, "Moon of the Abyss." Upon the utterance of these 3 syllables, the atmosphere around the enchanting woman darkened instantaneously, the already shadowy surroundings under the black moon plunging into an impenetrable blackness, obscuring all sight. With a swift motion, the scarlet dagger was released, hurtling towards Lin Yi with a velocity akin to that of a bullet. Suddenly, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. Moon of the Abyss? A commendable technique, but alas, it shall bear no fruit. As the final syllable of Lin Yi's words dissipated into the air, the once ferociously lethal dagger halted a mere centimeter from Lin Yi's forehead. It came to an abrupt stop, unable to advance any further. The captivating woman stood momentarily stunned, then gasped in disbelief. You, how could you? Chapter 30. Lin Yi's abilities beside the xianxia River. A sound distinctly resonated. The crimson dagger, resembling a dagger of ice, fell to the ground under the astonished gaze of the enchanting woman, rendering no further sound. No matter her attempts to channel her vital energy, the dagger remained unresponsive, as if entirely severed from her will. With a sudden recoil, the alluring woman spat forth a mouthful of blood. Her eyes widened in horror as she muttered incoherently, "How is this possible? How can a true absolute physique exist in this world?" An absolute physique, as the name suggests, refers to one who is impervious to magical arts. Such individuals are inherently incapable of cultivating any technique, even the most rudimentary. However, this does not render them worthless. On the contrary, they are prodigies, the favored darlings of fate. Although the absolute law body is incapable of cultivating spells, any technique wielded by adversaries is rendered perpetually ineffective against it. To put it bluntly, the absolute law body resembles a barren woman. While it cannot conceive, no one else can compel it to bear fruit either. This analogy holds true. In the grand tapestry of existence, the absolute law body transcends the confines of the 5 elements, existing beyond their reach. The enchanting woman had merely encountered descriptions of the absolute law body as characteristics and legends within the pages of an ancient tome. Initially, she regarded these claims with skepticism, questioning the very existence of a practitioner capable of cultivating true energy, yet incapable of mastering techniques, and even more so, one so uniquely different. However, today, along the banks of the Xiang River, she witnessed this phenomenon firsthand. In her astonishment, the alluring woman did not abandon her struggle. She swiftly expelled the blood that had lodged in her throat and once more formed a hand seal, moon cycle, arise. Yet, regardless of her incantations, the crimson dagger remained utterly motionless. Despair engulfed her as she realized that the technique she had mastered, known as the shadow moon cycle, was a method for wielding hidden weapons with lethal precision. This technique, when perfected, could shatter the sound barrier and cleave through anything. However, it bore a significant flaw. Severing the connection between her and the dagger would result in dire backlash. If not managed properly in the aftermath, the consequences could be catastrophic, potentially leading to the complete collapse of her cultivation. Who are you to possess such a constitution? The enchanting woman, having relinquished her efforts, chose not to depart. For her, despite Lin Fei being an absolute law body, she found herself unable to inflict any harm upon him. Conversely, he too was powerless against her. In essence, neither could slay the other, leaving them in a stalemate. Lin Fei shrugged and chuckled. The absolute body? No, I am not so fortunate. In this world, there exist a select few fortunate individuals endowed with various physiques. Among the myriad of extraordinary bodies Lin Fei had encountered in the realm of cultivation, the most peculiar was the gluttonous body. Practitioners possessing this physique did not cultivate through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but instead thrived by devouring all things. Any genius treasure, be it medicinal herbs, weapons, or precious materials, could be consumed raw. Temporary learning? The enchanting woman felt a shiver run down her spine. Desperately suppressing the urge to flee, she covered her mouth with a soft laugh. Hee, do you take me for a fool? Cultivation techniques cannot be mastered overnight. Lin Fei remained silent. Whether the alluring woman believed him or not was of no concern to him. This short dagger is quite nice. I shall take it. Upon finishing his words, Lin Fei executed a hand gesture, murmuring incantations, and the vibrant red dagger, once belonging to the enchanting woman, began to levitate slowly. Hovering before Lin Fei, its blade pointing directly at her. Under the horrified gaze of the captivating woman, Lin Fei's lips curled slightly, and he uttered 3 words. Moonlit wheel. No, this cannot be. This is absolutely not real. The enchanting woman stared in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before her. A whooshing sound sliced through the air, and the trajectory of the crimson dagger became almost imperceptible to the naked eye as it shot forth. Sensing the overwhelming threat of lethal intent, the alluring woman instinctively swerved to the right by several inches, and as a result, the dagger merely severed a strand of her dark hair. Unable to witness the enemy's throat pierced, Lin Fei felt a flicker of disappointment. After all, this moonlit wheel was merely a rudimentary technique. The enchanting woman was on the verge of collapse, unable to fathom why, after years of diligent cultivation, this seemingly inept man could suddenly master it in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he had the audacity to manipulate her own weapon against her. What was most difficult for her to accept was that Lin Fei had executed the entire spell with a single hand, rather than 2. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners must first form hand seals to cast spells. A person capable of performing such intricate gestures with just one hand could either be a prodigy or have a profound understanding of the technique at its pinnacle. Despite her 4 years of relentless training in the moonlit wheel, she could not achieve what Lin Fei had done so effortlessly. Who on earth are you? The enchanting woman's face turned pale as she stood frozen, beads of cold sweat trickling down her spine. Lin Fei remained silent. Although his cultivation had regressed to its initial state, the wisdom and insights within his mind remained intact. Just moments ago, he had keenly observed the entire process of her hand seals, allowing him to discern all the characteristics and properties of the technique. With a slight adjustment, he had claimed the mastery for himself. Lin Fei shook his head and said, "Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that on that day, I succeeded in my cultivation, you trespassed into my domain, and now you wish to take my life. How shall we settle this score?" Upon hearing these words, the enchanting woman was taken aback. "It was you," she exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. She never anticipated that the newcomer who had recently broken through in Xianxia, stepping into the realm of cultivation, would turn out to be Lin Fei. What is Lin Fei's current cultivation level? The 5th layer of qi refinement. In less than 10 days, he had ascended from the 1st to the 5th layer. A mere child? No, he is nothing short of a monster. Flee. This was the first thought that crossed the mind of the enchanting woman, who, disregarding everything, desperately sought to escape. Her chest was drenched in cold sweat. Lin Fei was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses, and behind him, there must be a master providing guidance. Perhaps, at this very moment, A powerful figure was lurking nearby, silently safeguarding Lin Yi. Thinking of escape? As the alluring woman turned and fled in a frenzy, Lin Yi remained rooted in place, not rushing to pursue her. His target was not solely this woman in the qipao. Rather, Lin Yi was more intrigued to uncover who was orchestrating this attempt on his life from the shadows. Following her aura would surely lead him to the answer. With a thought, Lin Yi stealthily followed her. It must be said, the enchanting woman was quite experienced. She did not hastily seek out Bai Lin, but instead found a discreet place to recuperate, lodging in an inconspicuous little inn. The backlash from her cultivation had caused severe injuries, and it would likely take a year and a half for her to recover fully. Fortunately, she had escaped in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The alluring woman suppressed the blood rising in her throat, reasoning that the man's cultivation was not as high as hers. And he likely had not mastered any body movement techniques, making it impossible for him to catch up with her. After cultivating, the enchanting woman consumed a pill, and her complexion gradually improved, no longer as pale as before. How dare you, Bai Lin, attempt to ensnare me in such a manner? The enchanting woman, with a gaze laced with malice, leaped from the fourth floor, swiftly darting in a singular direction. She intended to settle the score with Bai Lin. Little did she know, amidst the shadows of the waning moon, an inconspicuous figure was quietly trailing her. Inside the hotel, Bai Lin reclined on the bed, lighting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke, his mood exceedingly buoyant. The mere thought that the detestable Lin Yi had met a gruesome fate in Xianxia filled his heart with an indescribable exhilaration. Whenever the pain from his still-mending wounds flared up, he yearned to dismember Lin Yi. Having taken action, he was certain Lin Yi was irretrievably dead. He was well aware of that woman's formidable abilities. Eliminating Lin Yi would be a task accomplished with effortless ease. With a sigh, Bai Lin lamented that he could not witness Lin Yi's lifeless body sprawled on the street, a regret he found hard to shake. However, what troubled him most was the cost of enlisting the bewitching woman as aid. The thought of relinquishing that exceedingly rare artifact made his eyelids twitch and his heart ache with pain. At that moment, a whoosh echoed as a figure flew in through the window, revealing the captivating woman clad in a qipao. Bai Lin hastily rose from the bed, his face alight with anticipation. So how did it go? Where did he die? He inquired eagerly. The enchanting woman remained expressionless. You asked me where he died, she retorted. And before Bai Lin could comprehend, she struck him across the face with a resounding slap. I nearly perished at his hands. Chapter 31. A bounty of gains. Bai Lin was left dazed by the woman's sudden assault. Despite her lack of utilizing her vital energy, the slap she delivered was undeniably real, and the immense strength of a cultivator made the sensation far from pleasant. However, Bai Lin was beyond caring for such pain. He was utterly stunned. The red fox nearly lost her life at his hands. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief. How could this be possible? The woman before him, clad in a qipao, was no mere low-level qi refinement cultivator. She was on the verge of reaching the 8th layer of qi refinement. She had almost perished? Just how monstrous was that fellow named Lin Yi? Bai Lin found it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality, yet the truth lay starkly before him. The red fox could not possibly deceive him, nor did she have any reason to do so. Shouldn't one have investigated their opponent's background prior to engaging? Utterly incompetent. The red fox's brows furrowed in anger. At that moment, Bai Lin suddenly grasped something and hurriedly inquired, what is the current status of Lin Yi? What exactly transpired? The red fox scoffed. He has even taken my weapon from me, and you still ask how he fares? The fact that I managed to escape with my life is already an extraordinary stroke of luck. Bai Lin still could not come to terms with the situation, stating, he is merely a 5th layer qi refinement cultivator. How could that be possible? The red fox's face darkened, and she coldly retorted, if it were that simple, would I still be in this predicament? Do you not realize that merely a week ago, he was just a novice who had barely entered the realm of cultivation? Situated at the 1st layer of qi refinement? What? Bai Lin felt as though the ground had been ripped from beneath him. His back drenched in cold sweat. In less than 10 days, he had advanced from the 1st to the 5th layer of qi refinement? Where did this creature emerge from? At this moment, the red fox remarked, you must have guessed it. He undoubtedly has a backing from his sect. Perhaps an old fellow is lurking nearby, ready to protect him at any moment. I am indeed facing a life-threatening situation tonight. I sincerely apologize, Senior Red Fox. I possess a yuan gathering pill, White Lin said, fawningly presenting a pill from his bosom with utmost reverence. However, to his dismay, the red fox swatted the pill away with a swift motion, exclaiming in anger, a yuan gathering pill? You think such a trivial item meant for healing could compensate me? White Lin's eyelids twitched, and he cautiously inquired. Then, Senior Red Fox, please hand over the item. At last, the Red Fox revealed her intention for coming here. Frankly speaking, even if she were to kill White Lin herself, it would merely be an act of venting her frustration. For her, that exceedingly precious treasure was of utmost importance. White Lin resolutely shook his head, declaring, no, that contradicts the rules. Rules? What do rules even mean in the realm of cultivators? Do you wish to die? The Red Fox took a step forward, the sound of her high heels echoing distinctly in the room. Seeing the Red Fox's aggressive demeanor, White Lin remained unperturbed, sneering as he said, aren't you afraid of the repercussions if word of this situation spreads? Upon hearing this, the Red Fox paused momentarily. Indeed, this was not the outcome she desired. Although it was common to oppress the weak in the world of cultivators, she was different. Her identity entailed engaging in such endeavors. To put it plainly, the Red Fox was akin to a bounty hunter, reliant on her reputation for sustenance. Should the events of today be disclosed, her career would essentially be over. Thus, the Red Fox harbored some trepidation. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she chuckled softly, saying, you are quite astute. Yet it is often the clever who meet their demise through the very intellect they take pride in. What do you mean? Lin furrowed his brow. The Red Fox, with her alluring tongue, licked her crimson lips and replied, if you were to perish, then, who would bear witness to the events of today? You. Lin retreated 2 steps, utterly convinced that this ruthless woman would indeed act upon her threats. Now, whether you comply or not, it is too late. Should you die, that object will still fall into my possession. The Red Fox advanced menacingly. Lin, whose face had previously been ashen, now threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Do you wish to kill me? You ought to consider your own capabilities. The Red Fox frowned, feeling the pressure mounting. Lin sneered. Even if you manage to escape, you must be gravely injured. Though my cultivation is inferior to yours, a wounded opponent like you, even if you were to slay me in the end, I am no easy target. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure that you are severely wounded. This was a threat, an overt and blatant threat. Yet the Red Fox, fully aware of this intimidation, found herself oddly compelled to heed it. I advise you to surrender willingly. It would spare you some agony. Her eyes glinted with murderous intent. Had she not sustained significant injuries, Lin would have been but a mere insect beneath her heel. Lin, undeterred, coldly retorted, then by all means, do give it a try. The two remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to strike first, both wary of the other's capabilities. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed, that artifact shall be entrusted to me. Who? Both the Red Fox and Lin exclaimed in unison, turning their head sharply to fix their gaze upon the window. Suddenly, a figure leaped through the window, landing gracefully on the carpet within the room. His expression inscrutable, none other than Lin Yi, who had been stealthily following the Red Fox. He had arrived long ago, concealed in the shadows. Now, having comprehended all that he sought to know, there was no longer any need for him to remain hidden. It's you. The Red Fox's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her expression akin to encountering a specter. Sensing Lin Yi's formidable presence, Lin realized the peril of the situation and, without hesitation, turned to flee desperately. Trying to escape? Lin Yi chuckled softly. In an instant, he moved, appearing at the door of the private room, blocking Lin's escape route. Almost in despair, Lin placed his last glimmer of hope upon the Red Fox. What are you waiting for? Quickly, let us strike together. Otherwise, we shall both perish at his hands. The Red Fox hesitated for a moment, but the overwhelming display of Lin Yi's strength had instilled fear within her. Just as she faltered, Lin Yi struck suddenly. The chilling sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, and Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down to see a dagger embedded in his chest, stained with the foul, crimson essence of his life. Everything transpired too swiftly. Lin's throat constricted. Regret washed over him. Had it not been for the obsession with beauty, fixating on Tong Lei, had there been no provocation towards Lin Yi, had the order to eliminate him not been given to Hong Hu, it is likely that none of this would have transpired. Today, I would not meet my demise here. Lin's heart was filled with regret. In the prime of his cultivation years, with a life of lofty aspirations and a future that shimmered with promise, he now found himself at the brink of oblivion. I harbor such hatred. Lin trembled all over. Lin Yi gently placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered in his ear, the realm of cultivation is indeed this brutal, little one. Remember to live as an ordinary person in your next life. With that, Lin Yi released his grip on the hilt of the dagger. Thud. Bai Lin collapsed to his knees, head bowed, devoid of breath, dead beyond any doubt. Lin Yi remained indifferent, his heart untouched by even the slightest ripple. It seemed as though taking a life was merely a mundane affair. It was not that he was devoid of compassion, but rather, in the world of cultivation, tenderness equates to a swift approach to death. Either you kill me, or I kill you. To ensure one's own survival and that of those around them, one must never show weakness. At that moment, Hong Hu finally grasped the situation. There was no point in fleeing any longer. As she contemplated escaping through the window, Lin Yi shook his head. Hong Hu understood. She realized that Lin Yi, having emerged so boldly, was confident that he would not allow anyone to escape. Lin Yi initially paid her no mind, instead extending his consciousness to search the opulent room for something. Shortly thereafter, a faint smile graced Lin Yi's lips as he found it. The function of the storage ring was to directly insert items into the space within the ring. Even a large truck can effortlessly accommodate items as long as the storage ring possesses sufficient space, allowing one to retrieve anything in an instant, which is exceedingly convenient. Surprisingly, I have acquired such a spatial treasure during my Qi training period. Lin Yi smiled as he adorned the ring on his finger. At that moment, he turned to gaze at the red fox. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lin Yi, the red fox was engulfed by an overwhelming fear, struggling to suppress her trembling, and stammered, "Senior, spare me." "Spare you? Very well, what is your price?" Lin Yi replied with a smile. In truth, there was no significant enmity between him and the red fox. If she could offer something that piqued Lin Yi's interest, sparing her life would not be out of the question. The red fox seemed to ponder for a moment, and after considerable hesitation, she clenched her teeth and said, "The cultivator auction in Hu province, held only once every decade, is about to commence. I possess a ticket and a secret map to the venue. If you spare me, I am willing to present them to you." Chapter 32. I see you recording Death, the Hu province cultivator auction? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he had never heard of it before. Observing his interest, the red fox hastily continued, "Indeed, this auction occurs only once every 10 years, and countless cultivators dream of obtaining an entry ticket. I have gone to great lengths and spent a considerable fortune to secure one." Lin Yi felt a stir of excitement within. The existence of trade among cultivators was a universal principle. Moreover, the auction perfectly aligned with his current needs, as he urgently sought a medicinal herb known as 10,000 blood. Since it is an auction, there must be a variety of treasures, medicinal herbs, and rare curiosities. Perhaps one might even procure a blood of 10,000 men. The red fox continued, "There are numerous exceptional items in the auction that are seldom seen in daily life. With sufficient funds, one can acquire anything. Moreover, at this point, the red fox lowered her voice and whispered conspiratorially, it is said that this year's auction also features the exceedingly precious Foundation Establishment Pill." Foundation Establishment Pill? Precious? Lin Yi's expression grew peculiar. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, the Foundation Establishment Pill holds significant importance. Without it, cultivators cannot successfully establish their foundation, forever remaining in the Qi refining stage, unable to transcend to higher realms. Yet, even so, the Foundation Establishment Pill is merely a potion for establishing the foundation. It is not particularly rare. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cultivators beyond the foundation establishment stage in the cultivation world. However, Lin Yi pondered, this is Earth, not the cultivation world. Rare treasures are inherently scarce, and cultivators are few and far between, let alone the Foundation Establishment Pill. I possess several precious herbs, which could indeed be refined into a batch of pills to sell. Lin Yi's eyes glimmered. Contemplating this, he inquired, "What currency is used for transactions among cultivators?" Generally speaking, cultivators utilize spirit stones as a universal currency, yet Earth is somewhat different. The function of spirit stones is to provide spiritual energy. Each time a cultivator consumes a spirit stone, they can absorb the spiritual energy within, enabling rapid cultivation. The terrestrial sphere is characterized by a paucity of spiritual energy, and the existence of celestial treasures is exceedingly rare. Consequently, the pace of cultivation is inherently slow, precluding the possibility of extensive spiritual stone deposits or even the presence of such stones altogether. Should spiritual stones exist, their scarcity would undoubtedly be pronounced. Elucidating the continued use of conventional currency among Earth's cultivators. After some contemplation, Lin Yi inquired, "Might the auction feature the blood of 10,000 men?" Red Fox, evidently unfamiliar with the term, responded tentatively, presumably so. Each auction showcases a plethora of novelties, exhibiting remarkable diversity. It is plausible that such an item may be present. Lin Yi paused in reflection before fixing his gaze upon Red Fox and asking, "Where are the admission tickets? What is the venue?" Upon hearing this, Red Fox hesitated momentarily before disrobing, revealing her entire physique. To Lin Yi's bemusement, she had concealed the items within her bosom. "Senior, these are the admission tickets and a map detailing the auction's location, including the precise timing," Red Fox stated, unabashedly presenting the items to Lin Yi in her state of undress. Her apprehension stemmed from the fear that Lin Yi might abruptly resort to violence, eliminating any witnesses. Thus, she endeavored to accentuate her allure, hoping to pique Lin Yi's interest and thereby enhance her chances of survival. Contrary to her expectations, Lin Yi accepted the items, briefly examining them to ensure their authenticity. Without so much as a glance at Red Fox, he leaped out of the window, swiftly departing the chamber and vanishing into the moonlit night. Including the Yuluan technique, these constituted his acquisitions for the day. Lin Yixian meticulously examined the crimson short blade, oblivious to its name and indifferent to the idea of bestowing one upon it, for it was merely an ordinary weapon, now employed for convenience. The technique of the moonlit wheel bore a conspicuous flaw. Its casting time was excessively prolonged, allowing the enemy ample opportunity to prepare, thus thwarting the possibility of a decisive strike. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yixian resolved to make slight modifications to this technique. Altering a martial art is a daunting endeavor, typically achievable only by exceptionally powerful practitioners. Yet, despite Lin Yixian's modest strength, his wealth of experience and profound understanding of the principles of the Tao rendered such an undertaking feasible. In a brief span, he transformed the moonlit wheel significantly. The revised technique, however, diverged from the essence of the original. Now, the moonlit wheel appeared unassuming. Yet it possessed the potential to shine as the most radiant crescent moon amidst the boundless night. After a moment's reflection, Lin Yixian conceived an apt name, Crescent Moon Slaughter. Setting aside the crimson short blade, he felt an urge and grasped the entrance ticket to the auction in hushing. He pondered for a while and murmured to himself, "It seems I must set forth in the coming days." The distance from Xiang City to Chang'an City was not great, merely an hour's journey by car. With this thought, Lin Yixian picked up a storage ring and let a drop of his blood fall upon it. In an instant, his consciousness intertwined with the ring, establishing a bond of ownership. With a mere thought, he stored the auction ticket and map within the ring, and after a moment's consideration, he included the crimson short blade as well. The three items vanished into thin air. Should this scene be witnessed by others, they would undoubtedly mistake Lin Yi for a magician. First, he needed to find Qin Yueshi to inform her of his intention to take a 2-day leave. After tidying up his belongings, Lin Yi gradually rose and swiftly headed in the direction of Qin Yueshi's residence. At present, Lin Yi's cultivation had nearly reached the 6th layer of the qi refinement stage, and his vital energy consumption was not rapid. Although he had yet to attain the realm of void flight, he could leap several dozen meters high, moving with a speed comparable to that of a rapidly traveling sedan. However, the handsome young man forcibly held the door, preventing Qin Yueshi from closing it. "Yueshi, listen to me." Lin Yi approached and pushed the handsome young man aside, asserting, "Step aside, do not obstruct my path." "Lin Yi, where have you been? Why have you only just arrived?" As she spoke, Qin Yueshi covered her mouth, seemingly realizing that her words might lead to misunderstandings. The handsome young man, having been shoved off balance, glared furiously at Lin Yi. "Who are you? Why are you at Yueshi's house?" Lin Yi ignored him and turned to Qin Yueshi, inquiring, "Is he your friend?" "No." Qin Yueshi shook her head. Upon receiving her answer, Lin Yi cast a glance at the handsome young man and impatiently replied, "That is none of your business." "You." The handsome young man's face contorted in rage, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Very well. In a mere small city like Xiang, how dare anyone speak to me in such a manner? You must be courting death." Chapter 33. The secret of Qin Yueshi. In the face of the handsome young man's threats, Lin Yi frowned slightly. He despised threats above all else. However, Qin Yueshi could no longer tolerate it. She furrowed her brow and said, "Cui Muzin, please leave immediately." The handsome young man, known as Cui Muzin, became agitated and shouted, "Yueshi, what makes me inferior to him? You would drive me away for his sake. Please leave." Qin Yueshi held back her frustration, almost on the verge of telling him to get lost. As Cui Muzin attempted to say more, Lin Yi kicked him away. and then slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Outside the door, Zhang Mingxuan clutched his painfully throbbing abdomen, sitting on the ground, utterly lacking the strength to stand. He glared at the firmly shut door, gritting his teeth and bellowing. "You brat, you've got guts. I will definitely make you pay. I swear." With the door securely locked, Xianxia finally exhaled a sigh of relief and said, "Lin Yi, I'm sorry for the trouble. Thank you." "Not at all. It was a mere trifle," Lin Yi replied with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, Xianxia asked, "Aren't you curious about who he is?" Lin Yi shook his head. "There's no need to know." Regarding Zhang Mingxuan, Lin Yi truly did not take him to heart. Everyone has their own privacy and secrets, and he had no desire to uncover the nature of Xianxia's relationship with him. After a brief silence, Xianxia warned, "Be careful. Zhang Mingxuan harbors a strong desire for revenge." "Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Qin. I will keep it in mind," Lin Yi nodded. "You speak," Xianxia replied promptly. Lin Yi organized his thoughts and said, "I need to take a 2-day leave. I won't be attending school tomorrow. I wonder if that's all right." Xianxia was slightly taken aback and asked, "Tomorrow? What urgent matter requires your attention?" "I need to make a trip to Chang'an City," Lin Yi replied without elaborating. Upon hearing the words Chang'an, Xianxia instinctively blurted out, "What are you going there for?" Lin Yi regarded her with a peculiar expression, deep in thought. Realizing her emotional outburst, Xianxia quickly shifted the focus, saying, "Allow me to prepare you a cup of tea. We can discuss it slowly." Lin Yi promptly replied, "There's no need for that trouble. I came today to request a leave." Noticing his earnest demeanor, Xianxia inquired, "Have you truly made up your mind? How is it? Is it delicious?" She gazed at Lin Yi with a mixture of anxiety and curiosity. After sampling a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, Lin Yi replied, his face betraying no emotion, "It's quite tasty. I'm glad you like it." A radiant smile blossomed on Xianxia's face. However, sensing that her words might lead to misunderstandings, her cheeks flushed, and she absent-mindedly picked at her food, finding it difficult to meet Lin Yi's gaze. The truth was, while she was genuinely taking a bath, she was also attempting to escape from Lin Yi. Observing her shyness, Lin Yi rubbed his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Soon, the sound of water splashing echoed from the bathroom, and through the misted glass, a tantalizing silhouette stirred the imagination. Despite his efforts to remain composed, Lin Yi couldn't resist stealing glances toward the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Xianxia found herself lost in thought as she admired her flawless and alluring figure in the mirror. She hastily shook off the impure thoughts invading her mind. Yet, such is the nature of the human experience, the more one tries to suppress certain thoughts, the more difficult it becomes to control one's mind. Unbeknownst to anyone, Xianxia harbored a deeply personal secret, an exceptionally sensitive constitution. This matter was discovered by Xianxia only a few years ago, and under such circumstances, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment that rendered her powerless. Since then, she has been hesitant to allow her body to come into contact with sensitive matters and has refrained from confiding in anyone. Until that fateful night when Lin Yi assisted her in treating her foot injury. As she pondered, Lin Yi's image filled her mind. No more wandering thoughts. Xianxia felt utterly mortified, wishing she could vanish. After a mental struggle, she distractedly finished her shower. With Lin Yi present, she could not wrap herself carelessly in a towel. Instead, she donned a clean nightgown before stepping out of the bathroom. Upon hearing the sound of the bathroom door opening, Lin Yi hastily stood up and said, "Teacher Qin, it's getting late, I should." Before he could finish, he was struck dumb. At that moment, Xianxia stood before him, her lustrous black hair damp, adorned in a water-blue nightgown, with her delicate feet clearly visible in her slippers, leaving Lin Yi utterly mesmerized. Gulp. Lin Yi found it difficult to swallow, nearly succumbing to the urge to flee. He feared that lingering here would cause him to lose control over his senses. "Why are you staring at me?" Xianxia's cheeks flushed slightly. Noticing Lin Yi's hesitant gaze, she felt a surge of confidence and playfully asked, "Do I look good?" She seated herself on the sofa and beckoned him to come closer. Lin Yi, unsure of her intentions, hesitated for a moment but eventually approached. Seeing Lin Yi remain motionless, Xianxia, feigning annoyance, said, "Oh, come on, sit down. Are you afraid your teacher will eat you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of indignation. Afraid? What could I possibly fear? How can one say that he is a venerable practitioner who has lived for centuries, having encountered all manner of women, and yet finds himself concerned with such trivial matters? Thus, Lin Yi boldly plopped down beside Xianxia, their eyes locking in a curious exchange. As Lin Yi unabashedly fixed his gaze upon her, Qin Yuexi's heart fluttered like a startled fawn, a blend of anxiety and a subtle hint of anticipation washing over her. "Teacher Qin, you possess a truly remarkable figure," Lin Yi remarked with a cheeky grin. Qin Yuexi's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she playfully chided. "Oh, how dare you, peeking at your teacher." Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "I cannot help it. My eyes have a mind of their own." A soft laugh escaped Qin Yuexi's lips, her shyness evident as she responded, "With such mischief now, what will become of you in the future? However, if you wish to see." At this, she hesitated momentarily. After a prolonged inner struggle, with her cheeks burning in embarrassment, Qin Yuexi slowly began to unbutton her nightgown. Chapter 34. The disappearance of Tong Yao. As Qin Yuexi cautiously loosened her garment, Lin Yi smiled. "Are you certain?" His simple inquiry prompted a wave of doubt within her. It is worth noting that throughout her life, she had never uttered such scandalous words to any other man, let alone a student younger than herself. Yet, despite this, Lin Yi exuded an aura of exceptional reliability and charm, distinguishing him as a man of remarkable caliber. Of course, Lin Yi was not without his flaws. Primarily, his looks were rather unremarkable. He bore an ordinary visage. Although his spirited demeanor and masculine allure could captivate some women, in terms of sheer appearance, he seemed unworthy of a beauty such as Qin Yuexi. There is one more point, and it is of utmost importance: poverty. Lin Yi is financially constrained. Since time immemorial, the principle of social compatibility has been esteemed. This holds particularly true in modern society, where the trifecta of car, house, and savings reigns supreme. Yet, in the eyes of Qin Yuexi, these do not constitute shortcomings. Countless talented and promising young men vie for her affection, each exuding charm and hailing from affluent backgrounds. If Qin Yuexi were to take an interest in such men, she would not find herself in her current state of solitude. For a long time, she had not contemplated seeking reliance on another. However, in recent days, she has gradually discovered Lin Yi's image frequently surfacing in her mind, an unshakable presence. Were Lin Yi not her student, she might not have been burdened by such concerns. Alas, reality presents an impenetrable barrier within her heart. The separation of student and teacher looms large. Qin Yuexi halted, refraining from further unfastening her garment. She became ensnared in contemplation and confusion. Would he regard her with disdain, mistakenly believing her to be a woman of loose morals? Would he? Once a woman begins to spiral into such thoughts, the musings seem boundless. At that moment, a pair of hands gently tightened her nightgown. Not every young man in his adolescence is easily impulsive. Lin Yi smiled calmly, meticulously fastening the buttons of Qin Yuexi's nightwear. Strangely, she felt a sudden sting in her nose. Countless men might desire to unfasten her clothing, yet a man who would take the care to button it up. Perhaps she would never encounter such a person. "Lin Yi," Qin Yuexi suddenly called out. Lin Yi lifted his head, inquiring, "What is it, Teacher Qin?" Qin Yuexi, with a hint of grievance in her tone, implored, in the absence of others, "Could you refrain from calling me Teacher Qin?" Lin Yi paused momentarily, then chuckled. "Very well. It is settled then." Suddenly, Qin Yuexi burst into a charming laugh, her beauty radiating like a blooming flower. The night in Xianxia was far from tranquil. Lin Yi had initially thought that encountering the Red Fox's attack was already chaotic enough, only to find that another was similarly ensnared in peril, none other than the second miss. Tong Yao. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Outside the villa where Tong Lei and Tong Yao resided, Lin Yi observed the indistinct, chaotic footprints on the ground, alongside an unusual scent lingering in the courtyard, causing his heart to plummet. "Stand aside." Uncle Fang's voice rang out sharply as he pushed Lin Yi aside, leading a group of remarkably composed and robust men as they entered through the courtyard gate. It was then that Lin Yi sensed an even deeper disquiet. After a brief contemplation, he silently followed suit, stepping into the familiar villa. As soon as he pushed open the villa door, Uncle Fang's eyelids twitched violently. This is not good. Indeed, something has happened. The scene before them rendered Lin Yi momentarily speechless. The furniture in the living room remained intact, yet the floor was marred by numerous grimy footprints. The novel that Tong Yao had recently cherished lay scattered on the ground, all signs indicating that something was amiss within the villa. Could it be that Tong Yao had succumbed to her illness? Lin Yi furrowed his brow in distress. In theory, human patients afflicted with rabies do not manifest as terrifyingly as one might imagine during the onset of the disease. In most instances, there manifests a state of mental tension. accompanied by full-body spasms, hallucinations, delirium, and an aversion to light, sound, water, and wind, more reminiscent of a pitiable coward than a frenzied beast. Lin Yi's immediate reaction was the concern that Tong Yao might be experiencing an episode, but he swiftly dismissed that notion. The pressing matter was not to dwell on such thoughts. Urgency dictated, quickly, everyone follow me. Uncle Fong, unwavering, efficiently led a group out of the villa. Upon seeing Lin Yi silently take the passenger seat, Uncle Fong paused in surprise. What are you doing here? Lin Yi replied, I'm coming along. Perhaps I can be of assistance. At this juncture, Uncle Fong refrained from further debate, flooring the accelerator and propelling them at full speed into the unknown. As they traveled, Lin Yi began to inquire, what exactly has transpired? If all goes as expected, the second miss is in grave danger. Uncle Fong, filled with concern, struck the steering wheel in anger. How could anyone still threaten the second miss in such a state? If I get my hands on them, I swear I will flay them alive. The more he spoke, the more Lin Yi's anxiety escalated. Although safeguarding Tong Yao was not his official duty, it was a personal endeavor he felt compelled to undertake, driven solely by the fact that Tong Yao regarded him as a friend. After Uncle Fong took a deep breath and calmed his emotions, he quickly explained to Lin Yi, just now, the chairman attempted to reach the second young lady for a casual chat, but the call could not get through. It is worth noting that the second young lady's phone has never experienced such a situation. The chairman found this matter suspicious and dispatched me with a few men to investigate. However, I never anticipated. Suddenly, Lin Yi thought of something and inquired. What about the eldest young lady? Now we are heading towards the city center, and we can only wait for further news. Amidst the anxious waiting, Uncle Fong received a phone call. Are you certain? All right, I understand. After hanging up, Uncle Fong started the business vehicle, carrying several subordinates and a convoy of cars behind him. Lin Yi quickly asked, is there news? One cannot deny that the Tong family holds a formidable position in Xiang City, akin to a local powerhouse. Indeed, they are in this vicinity. Although Uncle Fong is middle-aged, a glint of ferocity still flickered in his eyes. He sneered, I shall see who possesses the audacity to provoke the Tong family in Xiang City. Navigating through the relatively light traffic with his steady driving skills, they soon arrived at their destination, a large-scale billiards hall. Hurry, get out, Uncle Fong shouted. He charged up the stairs, eschewing the elevator, with Lin Yi closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Uncle Fong and the other burly men exhibited slightly flushed faces. Although they were not out of breath from climbing 8 flights, their hearts raced a bit. Only Lin Yi remained expressionless, showing no signs of exertion. Uncle Fong paid him no mind, his thoughts solely focused on locating Tong Yao. The billiard hall exudes a grandeur bordering on extravagance. Its expansive space ensures that it never feels overcrowded, yet it is undeniably thriving. The air is filled with the resonant sounds of cue balls colliding. As Uncle Fong surveyed his surroundings, keenly attuned to the atmosphere, Lin Yi, from a distance, spotted Tong Yao. At that moment, Tong Lei was animatedly gesticulating, seemingly quite agitated. Surrounding Tong Yao was a group of young men and women, who appeared to be spectators of the unfolding drama, and beside her stood a familiar dapper figure. How could it be him? This individual was none other than the strikingly handsome Zhang Mingxuan, who had earlier been seen at Tong Lei's doorstep, presenting a bouquet of flowers. Chapter 35. I will play with you. Tong Yao had been at this venue for 2 hours. She was not in any peril. For hours prior, she had been at home, engrossed in her studies. The mere thought of Lin Yi being alone with Qin Yueshi made her instinctively uneasy. This sensation was profoundly irritating to her. Moreover, Lin Yi had neither a mobile phone nor a landline, rendering Tong Yao unable to reach him. Leaving her to wait aimlessly in the courtyard of the villa, for reasons unknown, she suddenly felt an urge to venture out and clear her mind, reminiscent of the days when her mother's warm hand guided her through vibrant streets. She wandered far on foot, and when fatigue set in, she sought refuge in a quieter bar, where she sat in a corner, despondently sipping on a cocktail. It was then that a handsome young man entered the scene. Zhang Mingxuan, having just exited from Qin Yueshi's company, was brimming with frustration and had invited several prominent young gentlemen from Xiang City for a drink. Fortuitously encountering Tong Yao in that very bar, it is evident that the young gentlemen accompanying Zhang Mingxuan are all acquainted with Tong Yao. They discussed her identity and background. Yet Zhang Mingxuan remained indifferent, dismissing her as merely a local ruffian from Xiang City, someone he had no reason to fear. Following Zhang Mingxuan's instructions, the young men approached Tong Yao with an invitation to play billiards. In the past, she would have undoubtedly declined. But tonight was different. She nonchalantly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "All right, let us have some fun." Consequently, they all made their way to the largest billiards hall in Xiang City. Tong Yao was indeed familiar with the game, though her skills were rather mediocre. During her matches with Cui Muzhen, she suffered repeated humiliations, losing almost every round. There was even one game where she failed to sink a single ball. This was proving to be an unfortunate situation, especially considering Tong Yao was not known for her patience. Initially, they played for amusement, but as her frustration mounted, Tong Yao began wagering money, 10,000 per game. 2 hours had elapsed since their arrival, and she had gradually lost tens of thousands. Thus, when Lin arrived, he immediately noticed Tong Yao's furious expression. "Are you still playing?" Cui Muzhen inquired with a faint smile. He was beginning to lose interest, as his primary objective had always been to seduce Tong Yao. Having played enough, he was contemplating ways to lure her into his bed. However, Tong Yao, with her stubborn temperament, indignantly declared, "Yes, we are playing. Waiter, please transfer 10,000 to him." She continued to play, asserting her determination. The onlookers, billiards enthusiasts, whispered among themselves, curious about this girl who seemed to have emerged from nowhere. "Who is she? I've never seen her before." Uncertain, it appears she is not a frequent player. Her skills are rather lacking. A staggering 10,000 for a single game. This is the highest stakes I have ever witnessed. How much has that man won? Perhaps 200,000 or 300,000. One must admit, the man's prowess is truly remarkable, nearly at a professional level. It is indeed an intriguing spectacle, one a novice, the other a near master. Amidst the incessant chatter surrounding her, Tong Yao scoffed softly. Deep down, she recognized that Cui Muzhen's expertise in billiards far surpassed her own. However, in her current state of discontent, she remained obstinate. Moreover, for Tong Yao, 10,000 yuan per game was merely a trifling matter. As she showed no signs of wanting to continue, Cui Muzhen gradually lost his patience. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, 10,000 per game is rather mundane. How about 30,000 per game? Will you play? 30,000. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Goodness, this is an extravagant affair. 30,000. Just a few rounds of this could purchase the Porsche I had deliberated over for ages, finally affording it only through gritted teeth. Who is this man? Since when has such a figure emerged in Xiang City? Every onlooker gasped in disbelief. They had encountered affluent scions before, yet none had witnessed such opulence. Surely, you cannot afford this? If you cannot, just admit it, we can cease the game. A blatant provocation. Anyone present, provided they are not a fool, could see this for what it was, a naked challenge. Though Cui Muzhen was not lacking in wealth, no one would ever turn down the allure of more. Recently, he had been spending extravagantly, nearly exhausting his funds. Now that a steady influx of 300,000 was assured, Cui Muzhen was certainly not inclined to let this opportunity slip away easily. I. Tong Yao's face flushed crimson as she stammered. Just when she was at a loss for what to do, a sudden voice broke through. "Second miss." At the sound of this voice, everyone, including Tong Yao, turned in unison. It was Uncle Fong, accompanied by a throng of people, rushing over. Cui Muzhen's eyes glinted, a faint smile gracing his lips, devoid of any trepidation. "How are you? Is everything all right?" Uncle Fong, visibly alarmed, bombarded Tong Yao with questions, fearing for her well-being. Tong Yao shook her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she replied, "I'm fine, Uncle Fong." Meanwhile, among the crowd of young gentlemen and ladies, some recognized Uncle Fong. He is Fong Wu." "What? Fong Wu?" "The very same who is connected to Tong." "Shoo, lower your voice. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" He referred to this young lady as the second Mississippi. Does that not imply? Realizing Tong Yao's identity, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Instinctively, their gazes shifted towards Cui Muzhen, eager to discern how this enigmatic figure would respond. At that moment, Uncle Fong fixed his gaze on Cui Muzhen, his brow furrowing slightly as he inquired, "Might I ask why this young man has brought my second miss out?" There was a hint of anger in his tone, as if he were poised to confront Cui Muzhen should a satisfactory explanation not be forthcoming. Confronted by the imposing presence of Uncle Fong and his companions, Cui Muzhen shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "I did not coerce her. She willingly accompanied me here to play." This, he asserted, did not justify their bullying of the second young lady of his family. Uncle Fong's tone gradually turned frigid. Cui Muzhen scoffed in return. "Merely a minor local tyrant from Xiang City, yet you truly consider yourself significant? While it is indeed true that the Tong family wields considerable influence in Xiang City, in my realm, you are nothing but a mere speck. Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt a jolt of surprise. They had anticipated Cui Muzhen's formidable background, but never to such an extent. Uncle Fong, too, was filled with trepidation, unable to gauge Cui Muzhen's true identity. At that moment, Cui Muzhen, with a mocking smile, declared, 300,000 for a round. If you cannot afford even that, you should refrain from boasting about the Tong family's prowess in Xiang City. If you can't play, just admit it. There's no need for such circumlocution. It is rather tiresome. Who says I can't play? Upon hearing Cui Muzhen disparage the Tong family, Tong Yao erupted with indignation, retorting, "What 300,000? I'll play you." The sum was merely a wager for a single round, should she lose several rounds. The stakes could escalate to millions. This money was within Tong Yao's reach, having been saved from her pocket money over the years. As Cui Muzhen polished his cue, he replied, "Well, since you have chosen to play, you may break for the first round, lest anyone accuse me of bullying you." "Very well." Tong Lei selected a cue anew, scrutinizing it with care. Uncle Fong's expression was as dark as thunderclouds, yet he refrained from intervening. However, at that precise moment, a languid voice echoed from the throng. 300,000 for a hand? Isn't that a tad paltry? To the astonishment of all onlookers, Lin Fei sauntered forth, yawning as he spoke. "Since we're all young bloods, let's not trifle with meager sums. How about 1,000,000 per hand? I'll take you on." Chapter 36, Neophyte or Prodigy. Save for Lin Fei, whose countenance remained placid, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. A peculiar gaze swept over Lin Fei as they collectively pondered. Where did this simpleton spring from? 1,000,000 per hand is hardly trifling. Good heavens! There are more sensible ways to squander one's wealth. Cui Muzhen followed the sound, his eyes landing on Lin Fei. Initially, the voice had seemed vaguely familiar, but upon recognizing Lin Fei's face, he involuntarily exclaimed with resentment, "It's you." Lin Fei shrugged, retorting, "Bullying a woman is rather unseemly. Wouldn't you agree? Since you're so eager to gamble, I'll gladly indulge you." Cui Muzhen sneered, "You? Huh? Can you even afford such sums? This pittance is of no consequence." Lin Fei waved his hand dismissively, his nonchalant demeanor akin to that of a wealthy and influential young gentleman. Cui Muzhen was far from resigned. Ever since Lin Fei had toppled him before Qin Yueshi, Cui Muzhen had been consumed by a desire to flay the couple alive. Were it not for Qin Yueshi's distinguished status, Qin Yueshi was beyond his reach, but Lin Fei was not. He had been fretting over how to locate Lin Fei amidst the vast throngs of Xiang City, given his status as an outsider with limited influence in the region. But now, fortune had smiled upon him. Lin Fei had voluntarily walked into his trap, seeking his own demise. Isn't it just 1,000,000 for a game? What is there to be afraid of? Cui Muzhen's face turned ashen, and he silently gritted his teeth, muttering, "As I said, you break first. Don't blame me for taking advantage of you." Seeing Cui Muzhen with his arms crossed, disdainfully snorting, Lin Fei, visibly frustrated, blinked and asked, "Are you sure you want me to break first? What? Can you not even manage the break?" Cui Muzhen sneered coldly. Lin Fei touched his nose and replied, "Well then. Tong Yao, could you teach me how to play this billiards?" Tong Yao, Uncle Fong. The onlookers. Everyone was bewildered. They had witnessed those with excessive wealth and those courting disaster, but had never encountered someone so foolish. This was akin to the foolish son of a landlord. Tong Yao discreetly tugged at Lin Fei's sleeve, her expression urging him to reconsider. "Lin Fei, stop fooling around. You can't win against him." Without a doubt, Tong Yao had the most profound understanding of Cui Muzhen's billiards prowess among those present. He was a prodigy. Facing such a genius, one must always be mentally prepared for him to pot several balls in succession. Lin Fei, a poor boy from the depths of the mountains, had never even touched a cue. How could he possibly compete? Learn on the spot? Even the most exceptional billiards prodigy could not achieve that. Yet, Lin Fei remained earnest and serious, insisting, "Just teach me. Trust me." "Are you serious?" Tong Yao asked. Though her acquaintance with Lin Fei was brief, she recognized that whenever he bore such a solemn expression, it signified he was indeed not jesting. As soon as the words left her lips, a chorus of light laughter echoed around her, causing Tong Yao's cheeks to flush. It dawned on her just how suddenly she had placed her faith in Lin Fei. What if she had imparted the rules to him? Many novices struggle to even grip the cue properly, let alone strike the ball. How could she possibly expect him to grasp it so easily? Noticing his prolonged inaction, a few spectators chuckled. "What are you waiting for? Surely you're not intimidated." "Are you? Just take the shot." If you lose, consider it tuition. The crowd, eager for entertainment, seemed unbothered by the prospect of $1 million lesson. A sentiment only the onlookers could voice without hesitation. Suddenly, Lin Yi opened his eyes. He turned to Tong Yao and posed a seemingly absurd question. What if I pocket all the balls on the break? Tong Yao was rendered speechless. At that moment, Zhang Mingxuan, sipping his tea, couldn't contain himself and sputtered. Even I can't manage that. How could you? Ha ha ha. That is utterly ridiculous. The billiard enthusiasts observing the scene erupted in laughter. Feeling embarrassed, Tong Yao turned her head away, unable to bear the spectacle any longer. Yet, Lin Yi, undeterred, swallowed hard. Bent down, grasped the cue, and focused intently on the ball, executing his shot in one fluid motion. This action silenced many of the onlookers. When a true expert makes a move, the outcome is unmistakable. Although Lin Yi's technique was not flawless, it was undeniably standard form. An extraordinary feat for a newcomer wielding a cue for the first time. Some began to wonder if this truly was his inaugural experience with billiards. Zhang Mingxuan narrowed his eyes and chuckled coldly, remarking, "It certainly appears rather plausible. The posture is commendable, yet I wonder about the accuracy." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yi, whose right hand had hitherto remained still as a statue, suddenly struck the cue ball with a sharp crack. The white ball surged forth at an astonishing speed. This cannot be possible. Just as Zhang Mingxuan anticipated Lin Yi's blunder, he was taken aback when he realized that there was not a single ball left on the table. He staggered back a few steps, his complexion paling, nearly losing his sanity. Just a moment ago, he had been a novice, utterly inexperienced, yet now, with a single stroke, he had pocketed every ball. When did billiards become so effortless? It is worth noting that he had been trained by professional instructors since childhood, laboriously practicing day and night. Yet had only reached this level, while Lin Yi seemed to achieve it with such ease. Uncle Fong, utterly dumbfounded, called out to Tong Yao, "Miss Second. You must look. What has happened? Where are the balls?" Following his gaze, Tong Yao's body trembled, nearly causing her to faint on the spot. They all went into the pockets. Uncle Fong swallowed hard. As an avid billiards player himself, he understood just how extraordinary such skill was, an unattainable level for the average person. Tong Yao was left speechless. Wasn't it said that Lin Yi was merely a novice? Hadn't he never before laid hands on a cue? Yet here he was, executing a break shot that pocketed everything. For anyone else, even the most gifted individual, being able to pot a single ball on their first attempt would be commendable. Even if one managed to pocket a few balls by sheer luck, they would still be considered a prodigy among prodigies. But this, Lin Yi cleared all 15 balls, including the cue ball, totaling 16, in a single shot? Unbelievable. Miss, are you certain? This is his first time playing billiards, and not some prodigy who's been practicing since birth? Uncle Fong's lips twitched for a good while before he could no longer contain himself. Chapter 37. Giving away as promised. Tong Yao, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer, rushed forward to ask, "Lin Yi, how did you do that?" Lin Yi touched his nose, evidently unaware that his actions would elicit such astonishment and shock from the crowd. In his view, it was quite elementary, merely calculating angles, mentally simulating the trajectory each ball would initiate, requiring at most a slightly more agile precision in the force applied by the hand. Genuinely quite simple. Billiards aside, the complexity of even a rudimentary formation in the cultivation world demands exponentially more time for deduction. Lin Yi has even deciphered ancient formations capable of trapping nascent soul-stage cultivators. So what is a simple billiards calculation in comparison? Just now, his shot didn't even employ true qi, purely utilizing the strength of his physical body. If he were to use true qi, it's no exaggeration to say that he wouldn't even need a cue stick. A gentle tap on the table would suffice to manipulate all the balls into the pockets. However, that would be far too shocking, and Lin Yi had no intention of doing so. His objective is simple, to make Zhang Mingxuan cry. Earlier, in Qin Yuexi's presence, Zhang Mingxuan brazenly uttered such threatening words. Had it not been for Qin Yuexi's presence, Zhang Mingxuan likely wouldn't have left so easily. Moreover, he bullied Tong Yao. Lin Yi's code of conduct was invariably straightforward. He would never offend others unless they offended him, and if they did, he would exact retribution. It was precisely because of his mercilessness toward his adversaries that Lin Yi had managed to survive, step by step, in the brutal world of cultivation. "I won the first game. It's your turn to break," Lin Yi stated, his expression devoid of emotion, as he stepped aside. Zhang Mingxuan was merely an ordinary man, not worth the spilling of blood by his hand. Nevertheless, he ought to be taught a lesson. Cui Muzin surreptitiously wiped away cold sweat, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the cue stick. No, I cannot afford to lose. Cui Muzin inhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure. He fixed his gaze upon the cue ball, knowing that a complete break was beyond his capabilities. Instead, he aimed for a modified version, to maintain continuous play, denying Lin any opportunity to take over. With a sharp crack, the cue ball struck, scattering the balls across the table. A subtle sound indicated that a colored ball had found its way into a pocket. Subsequently, Cui Muzin continued to strike, sinking another colored ball. Crack, crack. One colored ball after another disappeared into the pockets. Now, only the final colored ball and the black 8 ball remained on the table. Cui Muzin found himself in a predicament, pondering for an extended period before finally taking his shot. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he watched the last colored ball drop into the pocket. Excellent shot. A true spectacle. The precision of each shot is remarkable, and the positional play is equally impressive. Indeed, only the black 8 ball remains. But observe, this black 8. It's unplayable. Following the gaze of the crowd, the black 8 ball was ensconced amidst 3 solid colored balls, presenting no feasible angle for a shot. Cui Muzin let out a derisive snort and casually took a shot, declaring, "Come on, I refuse to believe you can turn the tide in such a dire situation." Lin remained silent, acutely aware that the current scenario was indeed a deadlock. Cui Muzin, possessing remarkable skill, had systematically cornered Lin Yi's solid balls into a series of vexing positions while simultaneously pocketing his own strike balls. Even the most elite professional masters would find themselves at a loss for some time. What's wrong? If you can't make a move, conceding is an option, Cui Muzin taunted. Noticing Lin Yi's prolonged inaction as he wiped his cue, Lin Yi shot him a sidelong glance but chose silence. Instead, bending low in an unusual manner to grip his cue and focus intently on the ball. What angle was he aiming for? Why here? Was there anything to strike? Had he given up? It seemed likely. In such a predicament, surrender was the only course left. As the spectators murmured amongst themselves, Lin Yi suddenly sprang into action. With a resounding crack, the speed was unremarkable, yet the trajectory was clearly visible as the cue ball brushed past one of the solid balls. Had he missed? What was happening? A succession of 4 collision sounds echoed, and under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a multitude of solid balls careened chaotically across the table. Not a single one remained as they all fell into the pockets, with the last ball to go in being none other than the black 8 ball. A resounding thud followed. Everyone gulped hard, gazing at the empty pool table, a sight that felt hauntingly familiar. Yet again, it was a flawless break. This was not merely a cue shot. It was a masterstroke executed under the pressure of countless daunting angles calculated by Cui Muzin. How was this even possible? Cui Muzin's eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets as he fixated on the table, teetering on the brink of madness. Uncle Fong's gaze towards Lin Yi had transformed entirely. A genius? Which genius could compare to Lin Yi? If Cui Muzin was considered bizarre, then Lin Yi was an absolute prodigy, a veritable anomaly. He was beyond the realm of normal humanity. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, and seeing the server frozen in place, Lin Yi, out of necessity, took it upon himself to arrange the balls. Once set, he calmly remarked to Cui Muzin, "Let us break." 6 seconds later, the table remained devoid of balls. For the 3rd time, a flawless break. The onlookers regarded Lin Yi with eyes filled with astonishment, akin to those beholding a monster. Initially, they had assumed he was merely the foolish son of a wealthy landlord, burning money frivolously. But who could have anticipated? He was not here to squander money. He was here to seize it. While others toiled exhaustively, expending their utmost efforts for mere hundreds or 1,000 per game, Lin Yi effortlessly pocketed 1,000,000 with a casual shot. Goodness, the disparity was infuriating. Yet, contemplating Lin Yi's terrifying mastery of billiards, envy did not arise among them. When one reaches an extraordinary level, others can only admire. Cold sweat drenched Cui Muzin's back, his clothes thoroughly soaked. Was it merely luck? The first time could be attributed to mere fortune, and the second could similarly be deemed luck. However, when the 3rd instance yields the same outcome, can it still be considered mere chance? At this juncture, Cui Muzin found himself utterly shattered, contemplating an immediate retreat. In a matter of mere minutes, he had squandered 3,000,000. If this continued, would he not be left with nothing to lose? Setting down his cue, Cui Muzin hastily declared, I have a pressing matter to attend to." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What's the matter? Can't handle it. A coward who can't play." "Humph. Tong Yao chimed in, undoubtedly siding with Lin Yi. Noticing Cui Muzhen drenched in sweat, Lin Yi chuckled. If you wish to leave, you must first settle the 3 million. Cui Muzhen was unwilling to relinquish 3 million to this insufferable scoundrel, yet with so many eyes upon him, he could not afford to lose face. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and, in front of the gathered crowd, transferred the money to the billiards hall's account, glaring fiercely at Lin Yi as he declared, 3 million, consider it yours. With that, Cui Muzhen exited the billiards hall in a disheveled state. As he departed, Tong Yao erupted in cheers, laughing heartily. Lin Yi, this is your doing. Did you see that fellow's expression? He looked as though he had swallowed a fly, haha. At that moment, the owner of the billiards hall approached. The owner presented 3 bank cards to Lin Yi, along with an impressive gold card. Wearing a smile as he said, young man, this is your winnings. These 3 cards contain 3 million. And this additional card is a VIP card for my esteemed billiards hall in the capital. Thank you. Lin Yi paid little attention and accepted the cards. However, the crowd around him gasped in astonishment. A VIP card? Is this for real? I've played at the Imperial Capital Billiards Hall for nearly 5 years and have only seen one VIP card, possessed by a top-tier master, in all of Xiang City. It seems there is no one else who holds a VIP card from the Imperial Capital Billiards Hall. Yet, Lin Yi remained unfazed, casually sliding 2 of the cards over to Tong Yao, saying, here, S.A. million for our share of the profits. And since you enjoy playing billiards, you can have this so-called VIP card. I have no use for it. Upon hearing this, the onlookers exhibited expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. 1 million. A share of the profits? In all of Xiang City, there would be no second VIP card, and he simply offers it away? Countless individuals felt as if they might choke with disbelief, nearly fainting on the spot. Goodness, brother, isn't this a bit too extravagant? Chapter 38. Alchemist Lin Yi stubbornly insisted, no, you taught me how to play billiards, so you must take this money. At this, Tong Yao's face flushed crimson, feeling too embarrassed to remain in that moment. Taught me? How does that even make sense? She had merely demonstrated the rules of billiards once. How could that be considered teaching? After all, when others instruct beginners, they typically guide them step by step, hand in hand. No, truly unnecessary. Tong Yao felt genuinely reluctant to accept the money. Besides, she had no need for it. She certainly wasn't lacking funds. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before suggesting, let us split the spoils. Use it to buy yourself 2 new outfits. Upon hearing those words, everyone instinctively drew a sharp breath. 1 million for 2 new garments? Goodness. Surely, garments made of gold could not be this exorbitantly priced. The onlookers cast peculiar glances at Lin Yi. His extravagant expenditure was not merely generous but astonishingly lavish. Lin Yi remained unfazed, for in the eyes of cultivators, money bore little more significance than scrap paper. To illustrate, a cultivator could effortlessly forge a single elixir and sell it for an astronomical sum. They were hardly ever short of wealth. He wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. The sudden disappearance of Tong Yao had truly alarmed him. Were anything untoward to befall the second young mistress, he would be utterly at a loss for how to face Tong Diqiang. Uncle Fong, I realize my mistake. I am truly sorry. Tong Yao pouted in a playful manner. Immediately, Uncle Fong and his entourage escorted Tong Yao away. This night had witnessed an overwhelming cascade of events. It only intensified Lin Yi's yearning for strength. The most pressing matter at hand was to acquire the legacy of the powerful being within the jade pendant small world. Therefore, he must obtain the blood of thousands at all costs. Sitting in the carriage, Lin Yi clenched his fists, resolute to secure victory at the upcoming auction for cultivators in Lake Province. I can't sleep. Lin Yi glanced at the clock. It was deep into the night, nearing midnight. Typically, Tong Yao would retire by 9 o'clock, yet tonight, she claimed she could not sleep. Could it be that she was afraid? Lin Yi regarded Tong Yao with a curious expression. With Tong Lei away on a business trip, leaving her alone upstairs, perhaps that was the reason. If one is frightened, why not simply admit it rather than feign an air of indifference? In a moment of resignation, Lin Yi plopped down onto the sofa, reluctantly accompanying Tong Yao as they watched an incomprehensible fantasy drama. Sleep, for a cultivator, holds little significance. Although Lin Yi claimed he was heading to rest, in truth, he merely wished to engage in cultivation. However, since the second young lady had spoken, it was only reasonable to comply. Wow, so handsome, Tong Yao exclaimed as she witnessed a supporting character in the drama walking on air. In contrast, Lin Yi found his eyelids growing heavy, succumbing to drowsiness. It was quite absurd for a distinguished cultivator to feel such fatigue, highlighting the utter tedium of the show. Linny, look quickly. Isn't he handsome? Tong Yao tugged insistently at Lin Yi's arm. He opened his eyes wide, yawning repeatedly. To be frank, he found the drama utterly nonsensical. A cultivator gracefully descending from the sky to confront enemies? Was this not a blatant invitation for adversaries to prepare for their demise? Linny scoffed. Such theatrics served no purpose beyond ostentation. In the harsh and unforgiving world of cultivation, a foolish cultivator like that would likely have been devoured, leaving not a single bone behind. Unable to endure any longer, Lin Yi mustered the courage to say, "Could I possibly not watch this anymore?" "No way." Tong Yao firmly disagreed, her gaze fixed on the television, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "You think this captivating drama isn't good? Goodness, Lin Yi. Do you even understand cultivators? They are truly formidable." Lin Yi was left speechless, caught between amusement and exasperation. On this night, he was unaware of how he endured until he awoke to find Tong Yao sound asleep beside him, nestled in Lin Yi's embrace, her drool saturating his shirt as she indulged in some delightful dream. This foolish girl. Lin Yi offered a wry smile and gently shifted Tong Yao away. Subsequently, he retrieved a thin blanket from his room and draped it over her before silently departing the villa. He sought refuge in a relatively safe hotel and secured a room. This journey to Chanyang City marked my inaugural encounter with the community of Earth cultivators, necessitating thorough preparation. With this thought, Lin Yi sat cross-legged, opened his eyes, and summoned several herbs that materialized in his palm, extracted from his storage ring. Although he possessed 2 million in cash, it would not suffice for his needs. Setting aside this amount, 2 million was certainly inadequate, and Lin Yi remained cautious, uncertain whether the currency among cultivators was indeed merely ordinary money, as the Red Fox had claimed. Thus, Lin Yi resolved to refine a few pills first, intending to sell them at the auction, thereby acquiring sufficient capital to partake in the bidding. However, lacking an alchemical furnace, Lin Yi found himself in a quandary, for the creation of pills necessitated such a furnace, and not everyone had the capability to concoct them. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a rare and distinguished profession known as the alchemist. A single alchemist is a rarity among thousands, and each one is revered as a transcendent figure within major sects, capable of commanding respect wherever they go. A widely circulated adage in the cultivation world states, "It is better to offend a petty person than to provoke an alchemist." The alchemist has saved countless lives of cultivators and has assisted many in concocting bespoke elixirs, thus establishing an extensive social network, with numerous cultivators indebted to him. Lin Yi vaguely recalls an incident where an individual offended an alchemist, leading to the latter unleashing a multitude of cultivators upon the offender, who was ultimately compelled to sever his own meridians and perish in a prolonged kneel. Lin Yi, however, is an exceptionally unique alchemist. "If I lack a cauldron, then I shall resort to using a rice cooker." A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Indeed, should the external world of cultivators discover his unconventional method, they would undoubtedly find it laughable. Utilizing a rice cooker to refine elixirs? What an absurdity! Yet Lin Yi was not jesting. He truly retrieved a rice cooker from the opulent hotel kitchen. Although it was somewhat unwieldy, it would suffice for concocting a few low-grade elixirs. With determination, Lin Yi commenced the alchemical process. He toiled throughout the day, and as night fell, a muffled sound resonated, accompanied by the fragrant aroma of herbs wafting through the air. Lin Yi swiftly bottled 4 elixirs, each resting in the palm of his hand. At last, he had successfully refined them. Lin Yi exhaled a breath of exhaustion. Having invested an inordinate amount of time, he felt weary, but the success was a gratifying reward. Glancing at the clock, he promptly changed into a simple black outfit and set off, making his way to the high-speed train station. His destination, Chanyang City. Chapter 39, A Realm Beyond. On the high-speed train, Lin Yi sat empty-handed, en route to Chanyang City. The journey from Xiang City to Chanyang is relatively brief. It takes merely 10 to 20 minutes by high-speed train. Such a pace is unparalleled, even for peak Qi training period cultivators, showcasing the remarkable advancements of modern technology. "Esteemed passengers, we have arrived at Chanyang City," announced the voice over the intercom. At this moment, Lin Yi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, gradually opened them. However, the little boy did not relent. He pointed to a woman in her 20s who was passing by Lin Yi, exclaiming, "Buy it for this beautiful sister." Upon hearing this, the woman paused and smiled gently at the boy, saying, "Little one, I do not know this big brother." The boy, undeterred, insisted, "You two are clearly a couple. My mother says that a talented man and a beautiful woman are a perfect match. You and this big brother are both beautiful and handsome, a match made in heaven. So you must be a couple." Both Lin Yi and the woman were taken aback, surprised by the boy's perceptiveness. "Little friend, I do not know her. Nor do I have a taste for chocolate," Lin Yi replied, touching his nose. After saying this, he intended to leave, but the boy clung to him. His voice tinged with a whimper, "Brother, just buy one box." It seemed that unless he complied, the boy would not allow him to depart. Lin Yi's gaze gradually hardened. Being tugged at repeatedly by a small child was beginning to wear on his patience. He was neither a saint nor a fool. This boy was clearly not a simple and innocent child. It was likely he was unaware of the many distasteful acts he had committed at the high-speed train station. Perhaps behind this little boy lies a group that specializes in such matters. Lin Yi had long since become accustomed to such occurrences. He neither indulged in chocolate nor had friends nearby who desired it. So why must he purchase it? Was it merely because he was a young boy? Lin Yi scoffed at the notion of moral coercion. "What are you doing? It's just a box of chocolate. It's not a big deal." At that moment, a woman, unable to bear the sight, affectionately ruffled the little boy's hair and said, "It's all right. If he doesn't buy it, I will buy it for myself." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cunning flashed through the boy's bright eyes, quickly concealed thereafter. Nevertheless, Lin Yi noticed it. "Little one, how much is it?" the woman inquired. The boy beamed with innocence as he replied, "Sister, this box of chocolate is 688. The woman was taken aback, then incredulously asked, "So expensive?" Lin Yi observed her confusion with indifference. Since she was willing to play the fool, there was no need for him to intervene. The boy, however, shook his head and said, "It's not expensive. It's imported from Australia." The woman hesitated for a moment before retrieving her wallet from her bag and handing the boy the money, clearly surprised by how smoothly the situation was unfolding. The boy graciously accepted the money, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sister." The woman smiled sweetly. As the boy turned to leave, Lin Yi watched his steps for a while, deep in thought. It turned out to be a dwarf. Lin Yi remained silent. Realizing that this was far from a mere child, the gait of a young one is distinctly different from that of an adult. Lin Yi deduced that this little boy was at least over 25 years old. However, he chose not to expose the truth. At high-speed rail stations, train stations, and even airports, countless individuals of this sort could be found daily across the nation, too many to manage. At that moment, the woman suddenly spoke. "Really? Is it necessary to bicker with a child?" Lin Yi was left speechless. The woman scoffed and shot him an exasperated glance, stating, "For a grown man to act this way, it's truly beneath you." After casting one last disdainful look at Lin Yi, she departed, leaving him standing alone. He touched his nose, a self-deprecating smile escaping his lips before he too walked away. That day, Lin Yi found a place to stay, a relatively clean budget hotel. Sitting on the bed, he felt a surge of inspiration and retrieved an admission ticket along with a map from his storage ring. It was only fitting. In the 21st century, the existence of practitioners capable of traversing heaven and earth was indeed astonishing. No wonder ordinary people had yet to realize that someone they might casually brush past could possess celestial abilities. Tomorrow evening marked the commencement of the auction. Lin Yi quietly cultivated, solidifying his skills, yet he was haunted by a sense of foreboding. It seemed that this auction journey would not be a tranquil one. That night, a chilling breeze swept through, leaving the usually bustling streets of Chanyang City eerily deserted. After some time, Lin Yi opened his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, he had been cultivating for an entire day and night. Now, it was the night of July 15th. It was time to witness what the auction of Earth's cultivators entailed. Clad in a black outfit, Lin Yi donned a cap pulled low over his brow, stepping out of the budget hotel room with his head bowed. Following the map, he arrived at the dilapidated exterior of a suburban house. Could this truly be the location? A peculiar expression crossed Lin Yi's face. Before him stood an earthen dwelling that appeared long abandoned. How could such a shabby place serve as the venue for an auction held once every decade? Just as Lin Yi's confusion deepened, footsteps echoed in the air. It was at that moment he suddenly realized that he had not taken the time to observe her during the day, and thus had not discerned that she was also a cultivator. Since they were fellow practitioners, why hesitate to part with a meager few hundred coins? The woman furrowed her brows, her disdain for Lin Yi heightened upon their reunion. Lin Yi remained silent, offering no explanations, as was his nature. Just then, a flurry of footsteps approached. To his surprise, others had arrived even earlier than them. Several figures gradually emerged, a mix of men and women, some concealing their identities behind masks or veils. "Greetings, fellow cultivators. Long time no see," exclaimed one voice. "Is that not the pure young Taoist from Bashu? What brings him here?" Another voice chimed in, "And the elder of the great mountain. It is said he has reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, with one foot already touching the threshold of the golden core realm, standing at the precipice of transformation." As the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, a multitude of figures materialized. "Behold," one exclaimed, "is that not the prodigious scion of the Azure Feather sect? Has he truly arrived?" It would appear that the Azure Feather sect intends to groom this prodigy as a true disciple in the years to come. Indeed, this auction promises to be a spectacle. Eavesdropping on the surrounding discourse, Lin Fei furrowed his brow in contemplation. To his astonishment, the cultivation levels of the vast majority of these cultivators rivaled his own. Any one of them possessed the advanced cultivation of the chi refining stage, with occasional glimpses of foundation establishment cultivators and even nascent golden core elders. Amidst their jovial banter, the assembly entered the humble, earthen-constructed dwelling. Lin Fei and the woman exchanged a hesitant glance before following suit. The instant Lin Fei crossed the wooden threshold, the very fabric of reality seemed to warp, revealing the presence of an intricate array. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fei discerned the truth, a clandestine formation. The dilapidated earthen house vanished, replaced by an expansive underground trading venue teeming with hundreds of cultivators. A flicker of astonishment danced in Lin Yi's eyes as he beheld the unexpected transformation. To think that a mere humble abode could conceal such a secret, concealed by this elaborate formation. The orchestrators of this auction were undoubtedly individuals of considerable influence. The woman's countenance shifted, betraying her surprise, as if this were her first encounter with the venue. "First, I shall sell the elixirs and prepare for the commencement of the auction," Lin Fei mused. With that thought, he silently lowered his head and proceeded towards the backstage chambers of the auction house. The woman cast a sidelong glance, taken aback by the revelation that this vexatious individual possessed items to offer to the auction. A miserly monk, reluctant to part even with a few hundred coins, would possess something worthy of sale. With her eyes glinting, the woman quietly followed suit, musing that this was no mere marketplace, nor a venue for the auction of trifles. She was determined to discern what this fellow could possibly offer. Far away in Xianxia, there existed a hotel where a death had occurred within its rooms. The hotel manager, fearing the repercussions, was intent on suppressing the incident, discreetly reaching out to the deceased's family. At last, today, he managed to contact several men claiming to be the deceased's brothers. "Who is it?" A thunderous shout erupted from the luxurious suite. Upon witnessing the corpse of the now foul-smelling Lin, the men's faces turned ashen. They had rushed from afar upon receiving the grim news. Among them, a burly man gritted his teeth and declared, "Investigate. We must uncover the truth. I shall see who dares to harm a disciple of the Jingyu sect." With that, the robust man savagely kicked the lifeless Lin, scoffing, "A disgraceful wretch." These men were all senior brothers of Lin. Suddenly, a lean man caught a whiff of something and noticed a long strand of hair on the carpet. Chasing breath technique. The lean man gestured with his hands, causing the once withered black hair to stand upright, pointing in a specific direction. A female cultivator? The burly man led the charge, a mocking smile on his lips. "Let us pursue her and demand answers. I shall ascertain who has provoked the Jingyu sect. I will ensure that they meet a fate most gruesome. None among their kin or friends shall escape. The wrath of the Jingyu sect is not something that everyone can endure." As these words fell, a few grim-faced men leapt from the towering edifice, swiftly vanishing into the hazy night. Chapter 40. Worthless Pills. The decade-long auction for cultivators in Hushu province is held in an unassuming earthen dwelling on the outskirts of Chang'an City. Rather than merely being a house, it is more accurately described as an underground venue. The formidable array here works in such a way that ordinary individuals, upon entering through the wooden door, experience no alterations. Only those cultivators possessing true energy within them activate the formation, granting passage to the subterranean auction house. The atmosphere buzzes with anticipation, even before the auction commences. A multitude of powerful figures has begun to arrive. Hundreds of cultivators are seated, quietly awaiting the event's initiation, while a segment of them has ventured into the backstage chambers of the auction house. This area is designated for consignment. It is a commonality among all auction houses that cultivators, prior to participating in the bidding, may submit their cherished treasures for sale, entrusting them to the auction house for auctioning. However, not just any trivial items are accepted. The auction house seeks only rare and extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. So many people. Upon entering the backstage room and observing the throngs before him, Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. For this was a grand auction held once every decade, certainly attracting cultivators who had amassed valuable items over the years. Lin Fei remained uncertain whether the 4 pills he had prepared would capture the auction house's interest. Within the expansive backroom, dozens of tables and chairs were arranged, where appraisers sat at the forefront. Should any cultivator wish to sell their treasures, they could simply take a seat and present their prized possessions for evaluation. What? You refuse to accept it? Are you joking? I nearly lost my life to acquire this magical artifact. At that moment, a burly man in his 30s slammed his hand on the table, glaring furiously at the auction house staff. In the blink of an eye, several glimmers of murderous intent were directed at him, subtly threatening. Noticing a slight change in the man's expression, an elderly staff member from the auction house smiled and said, "My friend, the soft sword you have acquired is indeed a fine magical treasure, but it has suffered significant damage. I regret to inform you that we cannot accept it." Lin Fei inwardly clicked his tongue, realizing the truth in the statement. After all, how could one operate an auction house without a modicum of strength? Nevertheless, many proud cultivators found it hard to accept the auction house's stance, rising in indignation on several occasions. Has your auction house in the Lake Province gone mad? You refuse to accept my soul-condensing grass. I apologize, my friend, but in recent years, the yield of soul-condensing grass has been excessively high. Prior to your arrival, we had already received dozens of such herbs. What? You won't even take the yuan-gathering pill? Wasn't it accepted a decade ago? This year's circumstances differ greatly from the past. Let me put it this way, my friend, we have already received thousands of yuan-gathering pills. Such exchanges occurred at various negotiation tables throughout the establishment, even though some cultivators were filled with rage. The overwhelming presence of the auction house compelled them to swallow their anger and leave in disgrace. Nevertheless, a considerable number of treasures were gladly accepted by the auction house. Feeling that it was about time, Lin Fei found a table to sit down at. What treasures have you prepared, fellow cultivator? Please present them. The appraiser before him was an elder in his 60s. Meanwhile, a woman discreetly following behind curled her lip in disdain. Him? This miserly wretch who wouldn't even spend a few hundred coins on a box. What good could he possibly possess? Unbeknownst to Lin Fei, the woman was scrutinizing him from the shadows. Without hesitation, he retrieved a small vial from his bosom. He chose not to place it in his storage ring. As the crowded surroundings might attract unwanted attention, such a ring could provoke envy among some onlookers. A medicinal pill? The elder paused momentarily. While consignment of medicinal pills was not unheard of, they typically consisted of the commonplace healing pills, low-tier remedies easily found everywhere. Instinctively, the elder's demeanor grew slightly contemptuous as he impatiently remarked, "Please, no more healing pills." The woman couldn't help but chuckle softly. "I thought it might be something remarkable. Turns out, it's just those ubiquitous healing pills." Fortunately, she stifled her laughter, drawing no attention. At that moment, a youth around 18 or 19 shot Lin Fei a disdainful glance before boldly seating himself at the table beside him. A long knife materialized in the youth's hand as he snorted. Take a wild guess at the worth of this blade. The appraiser seated opposite him immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. This is, quick look, it's a mid-grade magical artifact. Upon utterance of those words, a multitude of cultivators turned their gaze in unison. A staff member was meticulously appraising a long sword laid horizontally on the table, inciting covetousness among the crowd, who seemed ready to commit violence for the treasure. The blade was, in fact, a medium-grade magical artifact. The crimson dagger wielded by Lin Fei was merely a low-grade artifact, possessed by most Qi refining stage cultivators. Medium-grade magical artifacts, however, were typically used by foundation establishment stage cultivators and were exceedingly rare. In terms of scarcity, a medium-grade magical artifact would undoubtedly spark a bloody conflict if it were to appear elsewhere. The cultivator selling the long sword snorted, his eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. Lin Fei found him somewhat familiar. Was he not Lu Shui, the little fiend from the Jingyu sect? He had come as well. It seemed that the Jingyu sect was willing to invest heavily, providing a medium-grade magical artifact for the little fiend Lu Shui to participate fully in the auction. Presumably, this medium-grade magical artifact would fetch a considerable sum of cultivation currency. Hearing these murmurs, Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Cultivation currency? It seemed that the red fox had indeed concealed something. With this thought, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. glad that he had been cautious and had not tried to obtain worldly wealth by any means. The little fiend Lu Shui glanced at Lin and scoffed. To offer such paltry pills for auction is truly beneath contempt. It seems that this auction in Hu province is nothing special. Upon hearing these words, the elderly appraiser became even more displeased with Lin. Was he not embarrassing himself? The old man waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing him away, and said quickly, "Move aside. We do not accept Na Yuan pills. Senior, these are not Na Yuan pills. Being treated in such a manner." Lin could not help but feel a surge of resentment, yet he suppressed his emotions. The elderly man, with his cloudy, aged eyes, glared and questioned. "Not a Na Yuan pill. What is it then?" As he spoke, the old man carelessly uncorked the vial and rudely poured out a grayish-black pill directly from within. Instantly, an aroma of medicinal herbs permeated the air. The fragrance was such that it drew the sidelong glances of countless individuals. This rich, medicinal scent. It was undeniably a freshly concocted pill. The only question remained, what kind of pill was it? The little devil, Lu Shui's, expression shifted as well. He had just proclaimed Lin Yi's pill to be a worthless concoction, but now, the mere scent of it testified to its extraordinary nature. This sensation was particularly unsettling for Lu Shui, who was hailed as the prodigious talent of the Jingyu sect. The crowd fixed their gaze upon the pill as it tumbled onto the table. The old man stood there, dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that it would indeed be something other than a Na Yuan pill. Moreover, judging by the scent and color of the pill, it was no ordinary substance. The old man paused, composing himself and diminishing his air of disdain. He curiously scrutinized the pill for a moment, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "What's wrong? What kind of pill is this? I've never encountered such a pill before. Something feels amiss. Have you all noticed? This pill faintly emanates a robust vitality. Peculiar, truly peculiar." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the little devil, Lu Shui, remarked with a sneer. What kind of remarkable pill could he possibly produce? Mere theatrics. Yet, the woman who had been discreetly following them wore a peculiar expression. She glanced at the elixir, murmuring to herself, "What exactly is this pill? I've never seen it before, nor have I heard my master mention it. Could it be?" The elderly man, gazing at the pill on the table, spoke with a somewhat unclear tongue. Witnessing this, many were filled with astonishment. What kind of elixir could provoke such fervor in a seasoned appraiser, causing him to struggle with his own emotions? Lin smiled subtly and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed elder, if this elixir could be consigned for auction?" And no. The elder shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. The woman rolled her eyes, further diminishing her regard for Lin, thinking to herself, "I knew this fellow could hardly present anything of value." However, she did not voice her thoughts. Instead, the mischievous little demon, Lu Shui, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I thought it was something of worth. Turns out it's merely a rejected, worthless piece of trash." The elder continued to shake his head, and the jeers from the surrounding cultivators grew increasingly caustic. Yet, in the next moment, the elder's words rendered everyone speechless. "And no, I lack the qualifications to appraise this. Quickly, summon elderly." The elder shouted to the backstage personnel, his expression frenzied, his hands protectively cradling the unremarkable black elixir, as if fearing Lin might change his mind or that someone else might seize it on the spot. The laughter of the crowd abruptly ceased. Suddenly, the backstage room fell into a profound silence, leaving everyone dumbfounded and enshrouded in a disquieting hush. Chapter 41. A shock that stuns all. The elder's proclamation echoed throughout the backstage chamber. Everyone involuntarily gasped in astonishment, their expressions a blend of disbelief and incredulity. What kind of elixir could possibly provoke such words from a seasoned expert with decades of experience in the appraisal of treasures? The woman, who initially regarded the matter with disdain, gradually shifted her demeanor. Even a fool could discern that Lin Yi's pill was extraordinary. What was this concoction? Why had she never encountered it before? The woman struggled to come to terms with this reality. Despite her modest cultivation level, merely at the 4th tier of qi refinement, she bore an identity unknown to outsiders, an alchemist. Indeed, she was a distinguished alchemist, trained under another esteemed alchemist. How could she, as an alchemist, fail to recognize a single pill? This conundrum eluded her understanding entirely. At that moment, the young rascal Lu Shui also came to the realization, his countenance darkening as if he had just swallowed a fly. Just then, a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, strolled over. "What is all this commotion? What kind of behavior is this?" The middle-aged man spoke with an air of authority, reprimanding the elder. The elder, not daring to be negligent, quickly responded, Li. Old Li, I cannot take charge of this pill. I must request your esteemed presence for an appraisal. The scene was rather comical, as a man in his 60s respectfully addressed a middle-aged individual as Old Li. Yet, none of the cultivators present found it amiss. In the realm of cultivation, seniority is determined not by age but by prowess. A simple illustration: as long as Lin Yi possessed sufficient strength, even if he were merely in his 20s, elderly individuals in their 70s or 80s would have to respectfully address him as senior. This is a realm where strength dictates everything. A world where one's prowess speaks volumes. What kind of elixir is this? Even you are unable to identify it? Elderly furrowed his brow slightly and approached. His gaze fixated on the singular pill laid out upon the table, his eyes widening in disbelief as if he had encountered the most astonishing phenomenon imaginable. No, it cannot be. Under the perplexed gazes of the onlookers, Elderly vehemently shook his head, grasping the pill in his hand, murmuring in a daze, "How is this possible? How could such a thing still exist in this world?" At that moment, the woman could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "What is this?" Her question took Lin Yi by surprise, as he had not anticipated her involvement. The others turned their attention to Elderly, eagerly awaiting his response. The antiquities appraiser hesitated for a moment before cautiously stating, "If my judgment is correct, this pill should be the longevity pill." "What? The longevity pill? Impossible. It must be a forgery. Absolutely impossible." Despite everyone's reluctance to accept the truth, the evidence lay before them. And Elderly's slight nod signified his tacit acceptance. The Hu Province auction house would never deceive them. The woman could no longer remain composed. Astonished as she asked, "But the formula for the longevity pill has been lost for over 600 years. How could this be? Every type of elixir possesses its own formula, which is of utmost importance, akin to a treasure passed down through generations among alchemists, never to be disclosed. The last known appearance of the longevity pill was 6 centuries ago. Years have passed, and no second elixir of life has ever emerged. All cultivators believed that the formula for the elixir had been irrevocably lost to time. Yet, unexpectedly today, they encountered the elusive elixir of life, a sight only found in ancient texts. "Friend," Li Lao ventured timidly, "might I inquire about the origin of this elixir?" His heart raced with hope that Lin Yi would affirm it was crafted by a revered predecessor rather than merely stumbled upon during some fortuitous encounter. This was the elixir of life. Consuming it could rejuvenate even the frailest of the elderly, granting them an additional 20 years of vitality. What an extraordinary notion. For cultivators, nothing holds more significance than longevity itself. To live is the ultimate truth. This is precisely why countless practitioners aspired to attain immortality. Lin Yi remained silent, casting an unintentional glance at those around him, their eyes glistening with fervor, fixated on the elixir. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Lao promptly rose and exclaimed, "Friend, please follow me." With a sense of urgency, he grasped Lin Yi's arm, hastening their departure. The emergence of the elixir of life could very well herald momentous events at this auction. Meanwhile, a woman observed the hurried retreat of Li Lao and Lin Yi. Murmuring to herself, not far away, in a secluded private chamber, only Li Lao and Lin Yi were present. "Friend, please take a seat." Li Lao displayed no pretenses. As Lin Yi settled in, Li Lao did not rush into business matters. Instead, he prepared a cup of nameless tea for Lin Yi. This tea, sourced from Kunlun Mountain, rivaled the renowned Da Hong Pao in quality, and Li Lao cheerfully elaborated on its merits. Lin Yi took a sip, set down his teacup, and with a calm smile remarked, "I am but a rough man who knows little of tea. I cannot discern its flavor, and I fear I have embarrassed Old Li." Upon hearing this, Old Li was momentarily taken aback, chuckling awkwardly as he responded, "My friend, you are indeed a person of sincerity." After a brief pause, Old Li gathered his thoughts and broached the matter at hand. "May I inquire, where did this longevity pill originate?" "It was crafted by my master," Lin Yi succinctly replied. His brevity was not without purpose, for as the saying goes, "A common man is innocent, yet possessing a gem brings trouble. Whatever quantity I possess, I shall part with at the agreed price." Before he could finish, Lin Yi cast a knowing glance at him. This gaze prompted Old Li to regain his composure as he suppressed his inner excitement, sheepishly admitting, "I apologize. I was too hasty." After a moment, Lin Yi inquired, "What price shall you offer for this longevity pill?" "Thus, my friend, you need only pay a 10% service fee, a gesture of goodwill from my establishment," Old Li replied. Lin Yi nodded to himself, finding no fault with this pricing. as it was standard practice in auction houses. However, what astonished him was the remarkable value placed upon a mere longevity pill, elevating it to the status of a highlight in the upcoming auction. It is merely a longevity pill, not a life essence pill, Lin mused, his expression peculiar. It was no exaggeration to say that, given sufficient materials, he could concoct as many longevity pills as he desired. The life essence pill, however, was an entirely different matter. Despite the slight difference in nomenclature, the disparity in significance was vast. Even Lin could not concoct a longevity pill of such supreme caliber, one that could forcibly extend life by an astonishing 400 years. Elder Li's hand trembled, nearly toppling his teacup. What had he just heard? A mere longevity pill. Just that. Good heavens. Young man, do you have any idea how exceedingly rare a longevity pill is? It has taken 6 centuries for such a specimen to emerge. While this type of elixir might not hold great significance in the eyes of youthful cultivators, to the aging masters teetering on the brink of death, it is worth 100-fold more than anything else. Were it not for Lin Yi's unique status and the enigmatic alchemist behind him, Elder Li would have surely erupted in a fit of rage, berating Lin mercilessly. As he simmered in indignation, Lin suddenly produced 2 vials from his robe. I have a few trifles to consign, he stated. Under Elder Li's astonished gaze, Lin uncorked the 2 vials. Like scattering beans, he casually tossed 2 elixirs onto the table, nonchalantly declaring, "These are 2 beauty elixirs, intended for women. I have little use for them, so I might as well sell them." Upon hearing this, Elder Li was left utterly speechless, his jaw nearly grazing the floor. Chapter 42. The auction begins. After finishing his task, he finally found a moment to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. "Friend, are you certain you wish to consign these?" Elder Li felt a twinge of unease. This was no run-of-the-mill nascent yuan pill. It was a beauty elixir. Its value was scarcely inferior to that of a longevity pill. It must be noted that while a longevity pill possesses miraculous effects, granting an extension of life by a mere 20 years, the beauty elixir offers permanence. Once consumed, this elixir can eternally preserve one's visage at this very moment, ensuring that the ravages of time shall never mar one's appearance. What does this imply? A blossoming maiden of 18, upon taking this pill, will retain her youthful beauty until the day she departs from this world, even decades later. To speak frankly, this is a precious potion that could enrapture handsome men and incite countless women to frenzy, even to the point of desperate competition for it. Yet what of Lin? He brazenly sells the youth-preserving elixir without a second thought. Moreover, from the nonchalant manner in which he handles it, it seems, he is utterly indifferent to the value of these 2 youth-preserving pills. Fellow cultivator, Elder Li stammered, swallowing hard. The worth of the youth-preserving elixir is incalculable. These 2 could potentially fetch a price surpassing that of the longevity elixir. Lin was secretly astonished. How could such a trivial youth-preserving elixir hold such significance in the eyes of cultivators on Earth? Is appearance truly so paramount that it can be equated with the elixirs that extend one's lifespan? At that moment, Elder Li muttered to himself. Since the fall of the 6 kingdoms by Qin Shi Huang Ingzheng 2 millennia ago, no second cultivator of the transformation stage has emerged in the land of China. Regardless of how cultivators train, they remain eternally stalled at the nascent soul stage, unable to transcend to the transformation stage. The most elite and powerful cultivators can only hope for a mere 1,000 years of life. Thus, while the longevity elixir is indeed astonishing for the majority, the youth-preserving elixir is far more precious. Elder Li clutched the vial of youth-preserving elixir tightly, seemingly lost in a fervor of excitement, completely oblivious to the change in Lin Yi's expression. In China, are there truly no cultivators beyond the transformation stage? Lin furrowed his brow, still unaware of the extensive history of cultivation in China. According to Elder Li, even after 2 millennia, the mightiest cultivators attained merely the yuanying stage. What significant events transpired over 2,000 years ago? Meanwhile, Elder Li, enraptured by the rejuvenating elixir, continued. Cultivators in the qi refining stage have lifespans not vastly different from ordinary individuals, living perhaps up to a century. Those in the foundation establishment stage can expect a mere 200 years. Conversely, golden core experts may live up to 500 years, while the most exceptional yuanying elders, after a millennium, will inevitably succumb to the earth. Thus, the value of the rejuvenating elixir is self-evident. As he spoke, Elder Li turned to Lin Fei, his gaze fervent. The auction tonight will undoubtedly feature the rejuvenating elixir alongside the longevity elixir as the grand finale. Lin Fei nodded and glanced at the time. It should be starting soon, right? Oh no. Elderly slapped his forehead. How could I be so forgetful? Quickly, glancing around, there are likely no fewer than 500 cultivators present, and these are merely the ones with entry passes. Many more are outside without them. Let's not forget, this is only in Hushu province. It's unimaginable how many cultivators are concealed among the populace, navigating the bustling cities of China. The number of cultivators capable of posing a threat to him was countless. He must remain vigilant and cautious. Lin Fei reminded himself once more that he was no longer the pinnacle cultivator of the tribulation phase, but rather a humble qi refining practitioner, diminished to an almost insignificant existence. Among the 500 individuals present, one could randomly select any of them, and their prowess would likely rival his own. Furthermore, a portion of the cultivators possessed the ability to effortlessly overpower Lin Fei, with a select few capable of striking him down with a single blow, leaving him utterly disoriented, remaining composed and diligently enhancing his self-preservation capabilities. Lin Fei prioritized acquiring the blood of 10,000 individuals. Gradually, he steadied his mind, seated at a distance from the auction stage. Unfortunately, the woman sat right beside him. Several times, she contemplated inquiring Lin Fei about the longevity pills, yet hesitated to voice her thoughts, especially considering she had previously reproached him for being miserly. With her silence, Lin Fei naturally refrained from seeking unnecessary conversation. Fortunately, the auction commenced amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd. Dear friends, welcome to the decennial auction of Husheng Province. Thank you for your patience. I trust you are all eager to begin. Without further ado, let us commence. A venerable elder clad in a Zhongshan suit spoke rapidly from the auction stage. As his words faded, internal staff brought forth a robust piece of dark red wood, capturing the attention of many. The elder elaborated, "This is a high-quality piece of crimson wood, renowned for its calming properties. The starting bid is 100 cultivation coins." The attendees nodded knowingly. Most cultivators were familiar with crimson wood and its soothing effects. However, one should not underestimate this crimson wood, as it vastly surpassed the common sandalwood known for its calming effects. Immediately, numerous cultivators raised their bidding cards. "I bid 200 cultivation coins," chuckled one. "You believe you can procure a fine piece of crimson wood for merely 200 cultivation coins? I bid 400. Perfect timing, as I am currently in need of refining a rather impetuous and violent technique. This wood, if employed as a beam, would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to me. 500 cultivation coins, I shall take it." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, deducing that these cultivation coins were the currency utilized among cultivators. Like most practitioners, he refrained from making a bid. This was merely the first item, an appetizer, if you will. The true treasures lay ahead. Ultimately, the piece of Yinong wood was acquired by a cold-breathed female cultivator for 700 cultivation coins. The second item presented was an oddly shaped compass. Observing the crowd's confusion, the elder chuckled and introduced it. This compass is known as the dragon-seeking disc. As the name suggests, it is used for locating dragon veins. For those well-versed in feng shui, this is an exquisite treasure not to be missed. Should fortune favor you, discovering a dragon vein may not be impossible. Upon hearing this, many were astonished. What? It could actually locate dragon veins? Dragon veins are among the most enigmatic and elusive phenomena in the world. Watching the stir within the crowd, the elder nodded to himself with satisfaction and bellowed, "The starting bid is 300 cultivation coins." The base price was surprisingly set at only 300 cultivation coins. After a moment's reflection, many began to comprehend. The elder merely suggested the possibility. It was evident to anyone that he was intentionally making such claims to inflate the price. If the item truly possessed the extraordinary ability to locate dragon veins, only a fool would part with such a treasure. Few dared to participate in the bidding, with silence prevailing for a while. After all, the vast majority of cultivators possess little interest in pursuits such as dragon seeking and treasure finding. Their focus lies in the principles of integrity and transparency, and few are inclined to associate with anything deemed unclean. However, Lin Fei displayed a flicker of curiosity, raising a sign and declaring for 100 cultivation coins. His unexpected bid attracted considerable attention, though it ultimately failed to resonate deeply with the onlookers. For 100 cultivation coins for the first time, is there anyone willing to bid higher? Just as the elder finished speaking, a lean figure, his face entirely obscured, spoke from the corner. 500 cultivation coins. The voice of the slender man was deliberately suppressed. Lin Fei cast a glance at the peculiar individual, but refrained from further bidding, as his interest was merely superficial, and it was unnecessary to provoke anyone. With no one else willing to counter the offer, the dragon-seeking plate was successfully acquired by the lean man. The initial items served merely as a warm-up. As time progressed, an array of genuine treasures was gradually presented. Lin Fei found the unfolding spectacle quite fascinating. There was a golden silk armor capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a peak Qi refinement stage cultivator, an exceptional item for self-preservation. There were transparent blades crafted from special materials, appearing to be utterly invisible when held, making them quintessential tools for assassination and stealth. Additionally, there was a type of spirit medicine that, when applied to the skin, could induce remarkable transformations, allowing a youthful individual to instantly appear as a frail, elderly man, a masterful disguise indeed. Two items of moderate quality emerged, one being a curved bow and the other a long sword consigned by the little demon, Lu Shui. Lin Fei, maintaining a low profile, seldom made a move. An entire hour elapsed without him acquiring a single treasure. The next item was rather peculiar. A stone. The elder paused briefly before continuing. According to the seller, this stone was unearthed at great risk from the remnants of an ancient cultivator's cave. However, it is with some embarrassment that I must admit, all the appraisers in our organization could discern nothing remarkable about this stone, no matter the method of evaluation. It consistently appeared to be an ordinary rock. As the elder spoke, an oddly shaped, jet-black stone was brought forth. At that very moment, unnoticed by anyone, Lin Yi's pupils dilated in shock. This is... He was nearly propelled to his feet in astonishment. Yet, the others remained utterly bewildered, failing to grasp the significance of the object before them. Observing the perplexed expressions of many cultivators, the elder hesitated before sheepishly proclaiming, "As for this stone, I cannot provide a definitive assessment. The starting bid is 100 cultivation coins." Upon uttering this, the elder's face flushed with embarrassment. Even he felt awkward. The cultivators below scoffed in derision. For such a worthless stone, does it truly warrant 100 cultivation coins? If it were me, I wouldn't pay a single coin. Old man, have you lost your wits to present such a thing for auction? Ha ha ha. Listening to the laughter from the audience, the elder could only feel a sense of discomfort. To put it plainly, he is merely a host. The decision to auction off this unremarkable stone was made by the appraisers, not him. Just as the old man's weathered face was about to lose its composure, a sudden voice resonated from the audience. 200 cultivation coins. These 4 words, though softly spoken, were distinctly audible to all present. The old man paused, clearly taken aback. He never anticipated that someone would actually be willing to purchase this inconspicuous stone. The speaker was none other than Lin Fei. To his astonishment, he had encountered the celestial repair stone here. He struggled to suppress the tumult of excitement and shock within him, which was akin to a tempest raging in his heart. This seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat unsightly stone, known as the Celestial Repair Stone, stirred an exhilaration within Lin Fei that was difficult to contain. Its worth transcended all imaginations. Even a treasure as precious as a foundational elixir, whether 1,000 or 10,000 pieces, could scarcely afford a mere fragment of the Celestial Repair Stone. Moreover, this was a substantial chunk. Furthermore, the Celestial Repair Stone is priceless and untradeable. No one would be foolish enough to sell it, nor could anyone assign it a value. Its rarity is such that it cannot simply be quantified by price. Its existence is as rare as a phoenix feather, scarcely found in the entire realm of cultivation. Could appraisers truly fail to identify it? Just a common stone? If only Lin Fei could stifle a derisive laugh. The Celestial Repair Stone is not something that just anyone could recognize. Let alone recognition, the vast majority of cultivators might not even have heard of it. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Fei offered only 200 repair coins, aiming to conceal his intentions from others. 200 repair coins for the first time. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The elderly man, filled with surprise, never anticipated that someone would indeed be interested in purchasing. He hastily called out, eager to finalize the deal, seemingly fearful that Lin Fei might change his mind. However, just as the elder was about to declare 200 repair coins for the 3rd time, a sudden voice rang out, 300 repair coins. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Truly, the disciple of the Jingyu sect possessed substantial resources. Spending 300 repair coins on a mere stone, merely for amusement? What extravagance! Lin Fei's heart raced. The coveted stone was almost within his grasp when an unexpected rival emerged. A worthless stone? For mere jest? If Lu Shui were to learn of the incredible power of the stone, he might very well slap himself in disbelief until incapacitated. Remaining composed, Lin Yiqiang declared. 500 repair coins. 1,000 repair coins. Lu Shui followed suit, raising his bidding paddle. 1,500. Lin Yiqiang maintained a stoic expression. 2,000. 3,000. Watching Lin Yiqiang and Lu Shui fervently escalate their bids left many in the audience wide-eyed. What was happening? Were they truly prepared to spend 3,000 repair coins on a trivial stone? Those cultivators, whose entire fortunes amounted to mere thousands of repair coins, felt a profound sense of shame, wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow them whole. The elderly man, equally astonished, could scarcely fathom that such a monumental stroke of fortune would come his way. It is evident that the higher the bidding price of an item, the greater the commission garnered. 3,000 repair coins for the first time. Is there anyone willing to increase the bid? The elderly man's face flushed crimson, wishing fervently that Lin Yi would continue to raise the stakes. However, after a lengthy pause of over 10 seconds, Lin Yi remained utterly unresponsive. The old man, feeling a sense of disappointment due to the prolonged silence, finally mustered the courage to declare 3,000 repair coins for the second time. Yet again, Lin Yi remained silent, merely gazing at Lu Shui, lost in contemplation. Similarly, Lu Shui regarded Lin Yi with a derisive smirk. The intensity of their gaze was palpable, charged with tension. No one present doubted that once they exited the auction, Lu Shui would undoubtedly take action against that naive youth. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, many observers had begun to cast sympathetic glances in his direction. At this moment, Lin Yi flashed a grin at Lu Shui. Was it possible that this world had gone mad? 10,000 repair coins? For a mere piece of worthless rock? Is there some sort of mistake? Earlier, Lu Shui's initial bid of 3,000 had already showcased his substantial wealth and audacity. What, then, could this current bid signify? It surpassed Lu Shui's ostentatious offer by an astounding threefold. Moreover, Lin Yi spoke those words without so much as a flicker of his brow. Had he lost his senses? The woman seated beside Lin Yi was visibly taken aback. Was he truly so stingy? She found herself utterly perplexed by Lin Yi's motives. This individual, who hesitated to spend a few hundred mundane renminbi on a box of chocolates, was now extravagantly tossing down 10,000 repair coins for a worthless stone. Lin Yi remained silent, offering no explanation. How could he clarify? Should he reveal to them that this was, in fact, a celestial stone? If the truth were to be revealed, not only Lin Yi would face dire consequences, but this grand auction house would likely be annihilated by reclusive, formidably powerful elders. Every cultivator present would be unable to escape, destined for slaughter, all to prevent the news of the celestial stone from leaking out. 10,000 spirit coins. For the first time, the elder was so thrilled he nearly fainted. Lu Shui's face was ashen as he coldly scoffed, ceasing his bidding. Without his competition, Lin Yi had no further worries. 10,000 spirit coins for the third and final time. With the elder's swift hammer strike, the celestial stone finally fell into Lin Yi's possession. Lin Yi restrained the impulse to turn and flee with the celestial stone, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. In his past life, he had exhausted every means to acquire even a small piece of celestial stone, never imagining that one day he, Lin Yi, would be fortunate enough to possess one. Could mere excitement encapsulate the emotions surging within Lin Yi at this moment? Contemplating the celestial stone's potential, Lin Yi felt as though he were in a dream. Chapter 44. Myriad bloodshed. Lin Yi sat uneasily in his chair. Until he had the celestial stone in his grasp, he couldn't help but succumb to unfounded anxieties, fearing something might go awry. Alas, the celestial stone was of utmost importance. With it, his survivability and cultivation speed would increase exponentially. Lin Yi's eyes burned with fervor. Only a select few cultivators knew a secret. The vast majority of minor worlds, including the one within Lin Yi's jade pendant, were not truly complete. Due to the absence of the celestial stone, let me present a simple analogy. Consider a prestigious watch. If possessing the celestial stone symbolizes a world equivalent to a $10 million timepiece, then a realm devoid of it resembles a trivial roadside stall offering shoddy replicas for mere dozens of dollars. To genuinely carve out a world of one's own, the celestial stone is indispensable. It serves as the firmament, akin to the very earth beneath our feet. In my previous existence, I devoted 7 centuries to cultivation, having personally established countless miniature realms, yet I never succeeded in creating an authentic world of my own. Little did I expect that today, fortune would favor me with the acquisition of a legendary celestial stone. Truly, a divine blessing. Lin Yi clutched the jade pendant at his chest, his heart racing with anticipation. Once I possess the celestial stone, I shall perfect the miniature world contained within this pendant, transforming it into a genuine realm of existence. The power of the celestial stone does not merely lie in mending the heavens. Rather, it is the essence of creation. It is named the celestial stone because its capabilities are extraordinarily transcendent, deserving of the title of heavenly restoration, to put it simply, once Lin Yi's pendant. With its vast expanse of white mist, acquires the celestial stone, it will undergo a monumental transformation. Firstly, that miniature world will no longer exist in chaos. It will blossom with flora, majestic mountains, flowing rivers, and even oceans. The purity and richness of vital energy will be deemed infinite. It will feel as though he has activated a cheat, as Lin Yi's cultivation speed will soar to unparalleled heights. Yet, this is not the most pivotal aspect. The most extraordinary revelation is that his physical form can enter at any moment. What does this signify? What if he finds himself being pursued and has no means of escape? With a swift plunge into the miniature realm, he vanished completely from the earth, eluding all pursuit. Once the peril had passed, he would emerge again. This was akin to an indomitable cockroach. As long as Lin Yi harbored no desire for demise, no one could extinguish his life. Steady, he must remain steadfast. Lin Yi took a deep breath, incessantly reminding himself that he must not divulge any information regarding the celestial stone. It was unfathomable that a formidable cultivator, having transcended for over 7 centuries, would exhibit such fervent emotion in this moment. The woman seated beside Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance. She found it perplexing. Having spent 10,000 cultivation coins on a seemingly worthless stone, he displayed not a shred of regret, but rather an expression as tranquil as a still lake. Was he truly unaffected by the expenditure? At that moment, a new item ascended the auction platform, and the elder announced, "Next up for auction is a rather unique elixir, known as Blood of 10,000. Lin Yi's brows furrowed sharply, and the other cultivators erupted in astonishment. What? Blood of 10,000 foot? The auction house of Hu province was indeed audacious, managing to procure such an exceedingly rare elixir. It was rumored that simply diluting it in water and bathing in it could temper the flesh beyond measure, rendering it harder than steel. Indeed, Blood of 10,000 was the pinnacle of physical enhancement elixirs. Observing the crowd's astonishment, the elder chuckled with satisfaction. I trust that everyone present understands the rarity of Blood of 10,000, so I shall not elaborate further. The starting bid is 2,000 cultivation coins. The figure of 2,000 cultivation coins caused countless eager eyes to dim in disappointment as many cultivators begrudgingly settled back into their seats. Verily, not everyone possesses such affluence. 5,000 cultivation coins. At this juncture, Lu Shui deliberately arose, casting a circumspect gaze upon the assembly, and proclaimed, "Esteemed individuals, I shall procure the blood of 10,000. Grant the venerable Lu Shui of the Jingyu sect this indulgence." Upon witnessing Lu Shui's resolute proclamation, the countenances of the few cultivators who had initially contemplated participating in the auction bore a discernible pallor. Whether to contend with Lu Shui necessitated careful deliberation. Aforementioned, the mere utterance of Jingyu sect sufficed to inspire trepidation, irrespective of the adequacy of their monetary resources to rival him. 5,000 cultivation coins. Once, the aged auctioneer announced, "Are there any further bids to be made?" The aged man wiped away perspiration, acutely aware that the blood of 10,000 could not be sold for a mere 5,000, lest he incur grievous losses. Promptly, the old man endeavored to entice further bids, asserting, the blood of 10,000 is a rare and invaluable spiritual panacea for cultivators in the qi refining stage. Immersion therein would augment their corporeal strength to such an extent that a single strike would possess the lethal force of a foundation establishment cultivator. Observing the old man's efforts to inflate the price, Lu Shui emitted a disdainful snort, yet refrained from interjecting. Suddenly, a voice resonated. Indeed, this old man harbors some interest in this artifact. 7,000 cultivation coins, perhaps. A wizened, emaciated old man gingerly raised his placard. Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance, his brow furrowed in consternation. This old man was far from innocuous. Prior to entering the auction, Lin Yi had overheard others mention this decrepit old man, known by the Taoist appellation of Old Man Deshan, a cultivator at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, tantamount to having 1 foot already across the threshold of the golden core stage. In his presence, not 10, nay, not even 100 Lin Yis would suffice. Ah, it is Senior Deshan. Indeed. Lu Shui nodded slightly, then continued. Forgive my rudeness, but I must acquire this 10,000 blood. Upon finishing, Lu Shui raised his placard. 10,000 cultivation coins. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as they had not anticipated the emergence of such a staggering sum following that broken stone. The elder of the mountains remained silent, merely uttering 4 words. 13,000. 15,000. Lu Shui was not to be outdone. 18,000. 20,000. In a remarkably brief span of time, the price skyrocketed to 20,000 cultivation coins. This figure left countless onlookers in silent awe. Noticing Lin Fei seemingly inclined to join the fray, a woman's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suggested, "Hey, why don't you give it a try and bid as well?" She secretly relished the unfolding drama, a quintessential spectator reveling in the chaos. Lin Fei glanced at her, responding, "No rush, let us observe for now." "Humph, as if you could compete with these two formidable figures," the woman scoffed, disregarding Lin Yi's words entirely. At that moment, as Lu Shui and the elder of the mountains vied for dominance, the price escalated to 40,000. Lu Shui's face darkened, and he spoke with a hint of menace. "Elder, it seems rather inappropriate for someone of your stature to contend with a junior like me." The elder chuckled lightly. "It is an auction. The highest bidder prevails, as has always been the case." "That old fox." Lu Shui cursed inwardly, subtly threatening. "Are you not afraid of offending my Jingyu sect?" The venerable Deshan demurred, professing a desire to visit the esteemed Jingyu sect and inquire after the well-being of the venerable Lu Busi, wondering if he was comfortable in his role as sect master. Lu Shui's countenance turned ashen. Lu Busi was his mentor and the sect master of Jingyu sect. Deshan, with a slight tremor in his eyelids, bid 42,000. Come what may. Lu Shui gritted his teeth and brandished his placard, bellowing, 50,000 cultivation coins. A collective gasp swept through the assembly. 50,000 was an exorbitant sum, beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Deshan paused, then shook his head with a rueful smile. "Very well, this blood of 10,000 is yours." 50,000 had exceeded Deshan's limit. Neither he nor Lu Shui had come to this auction solely for the blood of 10,000. They both needed to conserve funds for the final, highly anticipated competition. "Thank you, senior." Lu Shui bowed, then said with a sinister smile, "It seems this blood of 10,000 shall return to my Jingyu sect." Before he could finish, a composed voice echoed from a corner, 51,000 cultivation coins. Lin Fei, seated, languidly raised his placard, punctuating the gesture with a yawn. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Lu Shui was dumbfounded, and the woman beside Lin Fei was utterly stunned. Chapter 45, The Pinnacle of the Pinnacle, 51,000 cultivation coins. Upon hearing these words and seeing Lin Fei, Lu Shui's face contorted in disgust. Not only him, but all the cultivators present, including the elderly Shan who had already opted out, fixated their gaze upon Lin Fei. What on earth does this fellow mean? At this precise moment, he audaciously calls out a bid exceeding 1,000 cultivation coins? Is he deliberately seeking to embarrass Lu Shui? In contrast, the crowd was even more astounded to discover that Lin Fei, an unremarkable youth previously unheard of, possessed such astonishing wealth. I just recalled. He is the one who auctioned the longevity pills. No wonder he dared to confront the little demon. It appears he has a significant amount of cultivation coins. However, even if his longevity pills are valuable, is it truly wise to spend them in this manner? After previously purchasing a worthless stone for 10,000, he now competes with Lu Shui? Under the watchful eyes of so many, Lin Fei displayed no signs of unease. He lowered his bidding card and flashed a faint smile at Lu Shui. Damn it. Lu Shui had anticipated that the coveted 10,000 blood would suddenly slip away. He quickly assessed his remaining wealth, gritting his teeth as he raised his bid. 52,000 cultivation coins. 70,000 is Lu Shui's limit. Should the bidding surpass that threshold? Despite his desperate need for the 10,000 blood to enhance his physical prowess, he would reluctantly withdraw. He needed to reserve enough cultivation coins for the upcoming major auction. But who would have thought 60,000? Lin Fei raised his card and remarked disdainfully, "Increasing the bid by a mere 1,000 is rather tedious." The gathered cultivators swayed, nearly spitting blood. Was it you who initially suggested 1,000 increment? How is it that you now find such a modest increase tiresome? Moreover, the moment you opened your mouth, you jumped straight to 60,000. Such wealth is not meant to be flaunted in this manner. What is most striking is Lin Yi's nonchalant demeanor, exuding an air of indifference, while others toil endlessly just to accumulate a mere 1,000 cultivation coins. He effortlessly calls out for 60,000. Observing his calmness only serves to amplify one's own insecurities. The disparity is almost unbearable. Lu Shui's face had turned an unhealthy shade, akin to that of a liver, as he began to lose his composure, shouting, 65,000 cultivation coins. After voicing his bid, Lu Shui couldn't help but smirk. He was convinced that at this price, Lin Yi would no longer dare to contest. 100,000. Lin Yi took a leisurely sip of tea, utterly unfazed. Lu Shui, brimming with arrogance and eager to see Lin Yi falter, nearly lost his footing upon hearing the words 100,000. His complexion drained of color. He was on the verge of madness. How had cultivation coins become so worthless? As a direct disciple of the Qingyu sect, he had painstakingly negotiated with his master just to procure these coins. Yet Lin Yi treated them as if they were mere trifles. The woman seated next to Lin Yi could hardly contain her astonishment, stifling her laughter. Had it not been for the throng around them, she might have burst into hysterics. Was this truly the same miserly individual who once hesitated to purchase even a box of chocolates? Earlier, she had mocked Lin Yi for lacking the courage to compete. But look at the outcome. Not only did he dare to place a bid, but he also cornered Lu Shui mercilessly. This time, Lu Shui sat down in frustration, ceasing to contend. With no one else willing to challenge, the elder quickly called out 3 times, sealing the deal. Lin Yi finally exhaled in relief. The blood of countless lives had finally been secured. At this moment, he felt a surge of anticipation, having completed this initial challenge. What kind of legacy reward would he receive? However, now was not the time to ponder that. The wealth he possessed was simply too enticing. Unbeknownst to him, numerous cold gazes had already begun to fixate on Lin Yi. What he needed to contemplate was how to extricate himself unscathed after the auction, avoiding being besieged by the multitude of cultivators. You are in danger. A woman softly cautioned him, evidently aware of the precarious situation. It must be noted that Lin Yi's fortune was astonishing. Not only did he possess the funds from selling the longevity elixir, but he also held the vial of the blood of countless lives that he had just acquired. For a fleeting moment, even she subconsciously entertained thoughts of murder and theft. Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging her words. The woman widened her eyes. You know, and yet you still act so boldly? If you had been more discreet, perhaps you would not have become a target. To her, Lin Yi's behavior was nothing short of foolish. Lin Yi simply smiled lightly, offering no explanation. He had never been an ostentatious individual. His actions were guided by his own rationale. Initially, the blood of countless lives was to be the grand finale of his acquisition. But circumstances had shifted today. At that moment, the elder suddenly spoke. The cultivators collectively straightened, their hearts tightening. The main event was at hand. After a brief pause, the elder continued. Not long ago, our establishment received a new consignment, a particular elixir. Indeed, I trust you are all aware. It is the longevity elixir. The preciousness of the longevity pill needs no further elaboration. Those present are well aware of its worth. The starting bid is set at 10,000. Let the auction commence. As the elder's final words echoed through the chamber, several individuals abruptly rose, brandishing their bidding paddles. These participants had previously remained passive. The rarity of the longevity pill is understood by all, so I shall not linger on it. Allow me to make the first bid. An elderly woman coughed violently a few times before raising her paddle. 50,000. This sudden increase left many in a state of despair. Indeed, the price of the longevity pill is beyond the reach of many. Another gentleman, clad in white and exuding an air of refinement, raised his paddle. 60,000. Ah. It seems everyone is becoming restless, remarked the mountain elder with a dry chuckle, somewhat self-deprecatingly. After all, we old-timers are merely in pursuit of extended lifespans. Since you've all begun bidding, I shall join in as well. 80,000. The elderly woman, with a menacing expression, scoffed. Mountain, do not even think about it. This longevity pill shall be mine. 100,000. 120,000. Countless younger cultivators gazed in astonishment as these 3 Pinnacle Foundation establishment experts vied for dominance. When immortals clash, mere mortals must take cover. Lu Shui refrained from participating, fully aware that the longevity pill was consigned by Lin Yi. He would rather not enrich Lin Yi, even at the cost of his own life. Lin Yi himself remained uninvolved, relishing the unfolding drama. The fiercer the bids from these 3 elderly cultivators, the more profit he would ultimately reap as the seller. In the heat of this fierce bidding war, the longevity pill was ultimately secured by the mountain elder for a staggering 260,000. The elderly man from the mountains did not linger for even a moment. He promptly made his payment and hurriedly departed from the auction venue with the elixir of life in hand. Meanwhile, 2 voices stealthily followed in his wake. It seemed that a fierce battle outside was inevitable. Lin Yi chuckled softly. The woman rolled her eyes and remarked, "You should be more concerned about your own safety. 260,000. TSK. I suspect that the moment you step out of here, you will be besieged by hundreds." "Perhaps," Lin mused, his eyes glimmering, lost in thought. At that moment, the old man spoke again. "Next, we shall witness the grand finale." Boom. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. They had initially believed that the auction would conclude with the elixir of life. But who could have anticipated that an even greater spectacle awaited? Meanwhile, Lu Shui, covered in dust, felt as if he had been rejuvenated. With the elderly man and his two primary competitors gone, the vast auction hall could no longer boast a rival capable of contesting his bids. The forthcoming finale was certainly a treasure among treasures. No one could surpass me, Lu Shui mused inwardly. He had refrained from competing for the elixir of life, thus retaining a considerable amount of cultivation currency. He was not foolish enough to finance Lin Yi. Lu Shui understood perfectly well that even though Lin Yi's elixir sold for 260,000, his prior expenditures on broken stones and blood from thousands had already depleted much of his currency. That sum was insufficient to compete with him, the little demon Lu Shui. What he remained oblivious to was the fact that the upcoming finale was also consigned by Lin Yi. "Youngster, I am eager to see how you intend to contend with me this time." Lu Shui provocatively glared at Lin Yi, snorting disdainfully. If Lu Shui were to realize that all of his wealth ultimately found its way into Lin Yi's pocket, one can only imagine the expression that would adorn his face. Chapter 46. On the brink of tears at the auction venue, countless pairs of eyes fixated intently on the stage. Under such scrutiny, the elder unexpectedly let out a sigh, seemingly filled with sentiment. "I have presided over the hushing auction for many years, yet I never anticipated witnessing such a precious treasure." The elder continued, "I had believed that the longevity pill was the pinnacle, but little did I know, there exists a grand finale even more invaluable." Many cultivators in the audience whispered amongst themselves, while others urged loudly, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and present the item." Indeed, our patience is wearing thin. Could it possibly be an extraordinary divine weapon? Might it be a high-grade magical artifact? Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, the elder waved his hand, and a small wooden box was presented to him. Under the gaze of innumerable spectators, the elder slowly opened the box, revealing yet another familiar vial. A medicinal pill? How can it be another pill? Surely this cannot be. Is there truly a pill more precious than the longevity pill? Could it be a foundational pill? Impossible. Although foundational pills are rare, they could never compare to the longevity pill. Lin Yi discreetly cast a glance at Lu Shui. Lu Shui appeared even more intrigued. The reason he refrained from participating in the bidding for the longevity pill was largely due to his desire not to enrich Lin Yi. This is not to say he was disinterested in the pill. On the contrary, such elixirs are always welcome, and Lu Shui would be more than eager to acquire more. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look." At that moment, the elderly man cautiously uncapped the vial, and a potent fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the expansive auction hall. This is... The woman seated beside Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, and in a sudden burst of excitement, she stood up. Murmuring to herself, "The scent of this medicine is unmistakable. It must be a second-grade elixir." Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. From the woman's words, he discerned two crucial pieces of information. First, that elixirs on Earth are indeed categorized by grade. Second, it appeared that the longevity elixir also belonged to the second-grade tier. Lin Yi remained silent, for as an alchemist, he was well aware of the hierarchy of elixirs. The quality of elixirs ranges from 1st to 9th grade, with higher grades indicating greater difficulty in refinement and rarity. Naturally, the effects are correspondingly extraordinary. What kind of elixir is this? Apart from the woman, the expressions of the other cultivators were filled with confusion and bewilderment, for not everyone possesses the ability to identify elixirs. The elderly man cheerfully introduced, "Within this vial lies the beauty elixir." What? It is indeed the beauty elixir, the legendary elixir that can preserve one's appearance for eternity? The entire venue erupted in chaos, with everyone pulling their hair in frenzy, nearly losing their minds. Initially, they believed that the appearance of a longevity elixir was a once-in-a-millennium occurrence, yet they had not anticipated the existence of a beauty elixir, which rivaled even the longevity elixir. Although the beauty elixir is somewhat less expensive than the longevity elixir, if auctioned properly, it certainly would not be inferior. At that moment, the elderly man dropped another bombshell. Moreover, there are two of them. Many cultivators stared in disbelief, seriously questioning whether they had misheard. It was imperative to obtain a single beauty elixir. This encapsulates the innermost thoughts of all the female cultivators present. Even the woman seated beside Lin Fei found herself instinctively swallowing hard as she gazed blankly at the rejuvenation pills. In disbelief, she murmured to herself, "Even my master finds it exceedingly difficult to concoct rejuvenation pills. Who could this esteemed predecessor be, possessing such remarkable skill and expertise in alchemy? I must seek out this master of the rejuvenation pills and humbly request guidance and instruction." With that, she resolved silently within herself. At that moment, Lin Fei nearly spewed his tea. The woman shot him a glare, asking, "What are you laughing at?" "Oh, it's nothing," Lin Fei replied, his expression peculiar. Meanwhile, the elder had already announced the starting bid, setting the price for the 2 rejuvenation pills at a staggering 10,000 cultivation coins. Such a lofty opening bid, however, did not deter the fervent enthusiasm and frenzied pursuit of the female cultivators for the rejuvenation pills. Even numerous handsome male cultivators joined the fray. 30,000, 40,000, 60,000. Countless bids surged forth, in stark contrast to the earlier competition for the longevity pills. They were still quite young and did not feel the need to pursue longevity. However, the rejuvenation pills were a different matter entirely. They were coveted by countless young cultivators. "Stop dawdling. You think you can acquire the rejuvenation pills for just a few thousand? Huh. I bid 100,000. Lu Shui gradually rose to her feet, casting a cold, sweeping glance over the crowd as she declared, "No one shall compete with me. These 2 rejuvenation pills are mine." The crowd seethed with indignation, yet felt utterly powerless. Few in attendance could contend with the little demoness, Lu Shui. The prestigious Jingyu sect boasts a grand legacy, and Lu Shui, as a direct disciple, is highly favored to ascend as the next leader. Few dare to provoke him. However, there exists an exception. Lin Fei, languidly raising his bidding paddle, eschews any superfluous dialogue and declares, 200,000. The woman beside him gasps in astonishment, who raises the bid by a staggering 100,000 in a single breath. Moreover, what perplexes her further is Lin Yi's unremarkable appearance. What could he possibly desire with this beauty-enhancing elixir? Unable to contain her curiosity, she asks, "What do you need the beauty elixir for?" Lin Fei merely shrugs and cheekily replies, "To gift it to you." The woman rolls her eyes in exasperation. Seeing Lin Yi's reluctance to elaborate, she refrains from pressing further. Though she is inclined to make a bid, her reserves of spirit coins are insufficient. At that moment, Lu Shui glares at Lin Fei with palpable animosity. "You dare to meddle?" Lu Shui scoffs heavily. He had anticipated this interruption and harbored no fear. Who has deeper pockets? "I am not intimidated." With a menacing expression, Lu Shui bellows, "I bid 250,000. 350,000. Lin Fei yawns, responding nonchalantly. A collective gasp emanates from the crowd at yet another substantial increase in the bid. It appears as if Lin Fei is utterly indifferent to the monetary stakes. What a charade! Lu Shui has discerned Lin Yi's facade. He is merely pretending to be unfazed by the escalating stakes. 350,000 is already a considerable sum. With a grim countenance, Lu Shui raises his paddle and declares, 380,000. 480,000. The languid voice from the corner echoed once more. An additional 100,000. Everyone's glasses shattered, and their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Is it truly possible to squander wealth in such a manner? The arena had transformed into a fierce contest between Lu Shui and Lin Fei, with no one daring to interject. It was as if deities were clashing, leaving mere mortals to retreat. Many female cultivators sat in resentment, helpless, as they could not compete in terms of wealth. "Kid, are you opposing me?" Lu Shui seethed. Lin Fei shrugged and replied, "Auctioning has always favored the highest bidder. Can you bid while I am unable to?" Very well, Lu Shui repeated, seemingly infuriated. Gritting his teeth, he declared, 500,000. "I bid 500,000. As he spoke, Lu Shui unsheathed his sword, its sharpness glinting. This Han Shui sword, valued at 200,000 cultivation coins, 500,000. Lu Shui can afford it. To compete for 2 longevity pills. He had begun to sell off his prized possessions. 500,000. The entire venue fell into a profound silence, all present rendered numb. At that moment, Lin Fei hesitated, delaying his response. 500,000, first call. The elder announced. 500,000, second call. The elder lingered, refraining from calling a third time until Lu Shui cast a cold glance his way, prompting him to quietly exhale. 500,000, third. Just then, a voice rang out. Wait. The speaker was none other than Lin Fei. It appeared that Lin Fei had struggled internally for quite some time, and after a brief moment, he gritted his teeth and declared, 520,000. Lu Shui could not help but smirk inwardly. He realized that Lin Yi had reached a dead end. The price had exceeded his limit. 550,000. Lu Shui shouted loudly, his eyes reddened with fervor. He would not relent until he secured those 2 youth-preserving pills. But at that moment, Lin Yi suddenly broke into a grin. They are yours. I appreciate the 55,000 spirit coins you have graciously provided. Everyone was momentarily taken aback before the realization dawned upon them. What? The seller of these 2 youth-preserving pills was actually the one competing against him? Good heavens, he must have made a fortune. It turned out he had deliberately inflated the price, setting a trap for the little demon to fall into. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you wish to court disaster? Hearing these whispered exchanges, Lu Shui's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his face draining of color. Why, of all things to do with his idle time, did he have to provoke this individual during the bidding for that worthless stone? Now, not only had he lost all his possessions, but he had also sold his treasured artifacts at a pittance. It was as if he had willingly jumped into a pit. Lu Shui felt as though thunder was crashing above him, on the verge of tears. Chapter 47. The little girl's shock after much contention. He had finally won. But what was the outcome? After all this time, it turned out that the seller of the youth-preserving pills was none other than Lin Yi, the very person with whom he had been competing. To trap you? That was never my intention. Lin Yi, reclining in his chair, shrugged his shoulders and said with a hint of resignation, I simply had a sudden change of heart and decided against selling these 2 youth-preserving pills. Thus I participated in the bidding to see how it would unfold. Besides, is there any rule in the auction house that prohibits the seller from bidding? Lin Yi smiled faintly. Lu Shui glared intensely at Lin Yi, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. You've got some nerve. Once you step outside, I will ensure your demise is utterly complete. Lin Yi remained silent, disregarding him entirely. Meanwhile, the woman beside him was racking her brain, unable to comprehend why Lin Yi chose to act this way. Surely, if he intended to raise the price to ensnare others, he was not the only one capable of such a scheme. Yet, why did he feel compelled to vocalize it? What benefit could possibly arise from revealing such information? This action, without a doubt, would breed animosity, inciting Lu Shui's wrath while also attracting the attention of countless cultivators. Let us not forget, the amount of cultivation currency Lin Yi possessed was a fortune that most cultivators would never amass in their lifetime. What advantage could Lin Yi possibly gain from this? The woman was nearly at her wit's end, unable to deduce any reasonable explanation. This was clearly a course of action fraught with peril and devoid of any merit. What are you thinking? She tugged at Lin Yi, casting him a desperate glance and whispering urgently, we must leave quickly, or you won't be able to escape later. Lin Yi did wish to depart, yet, unbeknownst to him, countless eyes were now fixed upon him. Even if he wished to flee, he would likely not get far before falling victim to an onslaught. No rush. I shall first retrieve the cultivation currency from my consignment, Lin Yi said calmly, rising leisurely from his seat and making his way toward the back of the auction house. Observing Lin Yi's nonchalant and carefree demeanor, the woman inwardly cursed, this reckless youth. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and exited the auction house. Many others smirked in silence. They had no intention of leaving just yet. They were waiting for Lin Yi to emerge. I shall see how long you can evade. Lu Shui's countenance was ashen. Within the auction house, he was unable to act. Yet once Lin Yi stepped beyond that threshold, at that moment, Lu Shui would undoubtedly be the first to strike. That detestable wretch dared to deceive me. I shall ensure your demise, along with that of your parents. All your kin, friends, lovers, and sect members shall not be spared. I will reduce them all to mere pulp. Lu Shui seated quietly, his fury reaching a boiling point. Alas, Lin Yi in the back of the auction house remained oblivious to these threats. Friend, here are all the spirit coins you have earned. Elderly personally welcomed him, presenting a storage ring, which he offered to Lin Yi. The blood of thousands, along with that stone, are also contained within. Please, do take a moment to verify. Lin Yi glanced at him and replied, Thank you. It was indeed worthy of gratitude to receive a storage ring so generously. After a brief inspection, Lin Yi nodded and inquired, Might your esteemed establishment provide me with a quiet room? Though Elderly harbored some doubts, he refrained from probing further and promptly acquiesced. In a short while, guided by Elderly, Lin Yi entered a pristine chamber. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. Elderly exited. Once the door creaked shut, Lin Yi finally felt at ease. He seated himself cross-legged, allowing his consciousness to enter the small world within the jade pendant. How did you enter? Did I not instruct you not to disturb me if there was nothing of importance? As Linny stepped into the vast, white expanse of the chaotic little world, the spirit girl appeared before him, appearing as if she had just awakened. The little girl, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "If you have something to say, please do so quickly. I am still not fully awake. The blood of countless souls you requested is here." Linny gestured towards the vial of spiritual elixir on the ground. Although living beings could not enter this small world, it was permissible to bring in inanimate objects, somewhat akin to a storage ring. However, the storage ring was far more convenient, allowing one to manage items with merely a thought in the blink of an eye. The small world, on the other hand, was rather cumbersome. Bringing in anything required a substantial expenditure of time, nearly several tens of seconds. That was quick, the little girl exclaimed, startled. She picked up the vial of elixir and examined it closely, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it is the blood of countless souls. Linny, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What do you intend to do with this?" The little girl rolled her eyes in response, stating, "It's not for my use, but rather for you." "Me?" Lin Yi pointed to himself in disbelief. The little girl nodded, confirming, "Precisely, this blood is an exceptional resource for body refinement. You should immerse yourself in it." Linny replied, "Very well, but right now there are more pressing matters." "What matters?" The little girl rubbed her drowsy eyes, yawning repeatedly. Lin Yi pointed to the stone beneath her feet, saying, "This stone of heaven restoration. Take it and transform this small world anew." "Oh," the little girl nodded thoughtfully. But in the next moment, a realization dawned upon her. "What did you say? The stone of heaven restoration?" Linny affirmed, "Yes. The stone beneath your feet is indeed the stone of heaven restoration." The little girl, startled as if she were a frightened rabbit, leapt off the stone in a swift motion. She has only now begun to sense something amiss. In this boundless expanse of whiteness, there is naught but emptiness. How could a stone materialize out of thin air? Indeed, it is the legendary stone of heaven's repair. Oh my heavens! The little girl's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Trembling, she reached out to caress the stone, her astonishment evident as she inquired, "Where did you acquire this? Do you comprehend what this signifies? This is an unparalleled divine stone." In her astonishment, the little girl completely overlooked one crucial detail. How could Lin Yi, with his meager cultivation, possibly possess knowledge of the stone of heaven's repair? How could he even recognize it? This question, evidently, escaped her mind, a testament to the magnitude of her shock. Lin Yi replied, "I obtained it at an auction for 10,000 cultivation coins." The little girl gasped, Purchased? Such a magnificent divine stone could be acquired with mere currency, and yet, it was merely for 10,000 cultivation coins. This is absurd. The little girl was on the brink of madness, her mind reeling. My goodness, this extraordinary divine stone, which for millennia has eluded all, and yet Lin Yi merely spent a small sum to procure it. Struggling to contain her overwhelming emotions, she asked, "Are you truly certain you wish to entrust the stone of heaven's repair to me?" Lin Yi smiled gently. "Indeed, it matters not where it resides in the myriad realms. I shall bestow it upon you." The little girl regarded Lin Yi earnestly and confessed, "For reasons unknown, I suddenly feel an urge to weep. Yet, I am a realm spirit, devoid of emotions." With that she vanished, the stone of heaven's repair in her possession. Lin Yi gazed upwards, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the misty horizon of chaos. "Repairing the heavens," echoed the little girl's soft voice from all directions. The cosmos shifted. The stars realigned. At a pace visible to the naked eye, white clouds emerged, and the earth appeared. "Creation!" the little girl exclaimed. Thunder rumbled, and a torrential downpour cascaded down. As tender grasses gradually broke through the soil, rivers and mountains roared, and all living things revived, teeming with vitality. His dantian, akin to a black hole, voraciously absorbed the unparalleled spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Breakthrough, the sixth layer of the Qi training stage. The taste of power is quite delightful. Lin Yi murmured contentedly. He had been stuck at the fifth layer of the Qi training stage for several days, and finally, at this moment, he achieved his breakthrough. His strength ascended to new heights. If others were to learn of his thoughts, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. While they toiled for years to attain a single realm, Lin Yi, in less than 10 days, advanced from the fifth to the sixth layer, yet he still found it slow. The energy of the celestial stone is astonishing. At that moment, the little girl appeared, panting. Lin Yi inquired, "How are you?" "A bit tired." The little girl waved her hand and replied, "I can't go on. I need to sleep. I'm so exhausted." No sooner had she spoken than she collapsed and fell asleep. The swiftness with which she succumbed to slumber left Lin Yi speechless, staring in astonishment. After a long while, he could only manage a wry smile. Well, let her rest for a while. It is time for me to venture out. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Surely, there are still many waiting for my emergence outside. Do they regard me as a fish on the chopping block? Huh, then let us see. Chapter 48, Necessity. In the desolate outskirts of Chanyang City, hundreds of people stood before an inconspicuous house. The cultivators present, diverse in appearance, encompassing men, women, old, and young, shared a singular objective: to await Lin Yi's emergence. The opulence surrounding Lin Yi was undeniably staggering, inciting a desire in each of them to partake in the spoils. His vast reserves of cultivation currency alone were sufficient to provoke murderous intent. Why hasn't that lad emerged yet? A middle-aged man with a scarred visage grumbled, his patience wearing thin. Does he intend to remain sequestered within indefinitely? His sentiment resonated among many others who were growing increasingly impatient. Damn it, one exclaimed. Is the brat truly planning to exhaust our patience in this manner? If so, what recourse do we have? One individual proposed, if necessary, we shall storm inside and demand an explanation from the auction house. However, this suggestion was met with widespread disdain. Storm the auction house? Are you jesting? One retorted. Do you possess an excessive desire for a swift demise? It was common knowledge that the Hu province auction house was fortified by 5 formidable foundation establishment stage experts. To contravene their established rules would necessitate a careful assessment of one's capabilities. The middle-aged man with the scar, consumed by frustration, erupted in profanity. Damn it, are we a collective of foundation establishment cultivators to be mocked by a mere chi refining junior? At least half of those present were foundation establishment cultivators, albeit of modest cultivation levels. Nevertheless, they were still foundation establishment. It was essential to remember that the disparity in cultivation realms was astonishing. A single foundation establishment cultivator, even at the initial stage, was more than a match for 10 chi refining cultivators. This cannot persist, Lu Shui murmured, his brow furrowed in contemplation. We must devise a solution. As the crowd grew increasingly exasperated with Lin Yi's turtle-like behavior, the wooden door of the earthen house suddenly creaked open. To their astonishment, out stepped none other than Lin Yi, the very person they had been waiting for with bated breath. Oh, so many people. Lin Yi blinked in surprise and remarked, this is quite a lively gathering. The crowd was taken aback, their minds momentarily clouded, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Lin Yi's words. Could it be that this fool was truly oblivious to the fact that they were targeting him? At that moment, Lin Yi took a couple of steps forward and approached a young woman. He patted her shoulder and, with an air of familiarity, inquired, who are you all waiting for? Seeing Lin Yi's innocent and naive demeanor, the woman nearly choked in disbelief. After waiting for so long, her purpose was to alert Lin Yi, hoping that he might assist her with a small favor, a simple act of kindness. Whether it was the longevity pill or the beauty elixir, both had piqued her interest for potential alliance. Yet, here was Lin Yi, utterly oblivious. The woman felt tears welling up, questioning her own judgment about him. Just then, chaos erupted. Someone suddenly shouted, attack. In an instant, numerous figures surged toward Lin Yi, all intent on delivering a lethal blow. Leading the charge was Lu Shui, his eyes ablaze with fury as he bellowed, you little wretch, I shall grind you to dust to satiate my wrath. In this moment of collective animosity, Lin Yi found himself the target of universal scorn. What are you doing? How have I offended you? He cried out, only to turn and flee in sheer panic. Furthermore, Lin Yi's celerity in absconding appeared to be meticulously honed, verging on unparalleled, to the extent that a considerable number of foundation establishment cultivators were nigh rendered unable to react. Pursue him. The cultivation currency shall be mine. He shall not elude me. I am resolute in obtaining the blood of 10,000. Lin Yi sprinted ahead with unrestrained alacrity, plunging headlong into the thicket. In a blind spot, Lin Yi's previously vacant expression metamorphosed instantaneously, his demeanor becoming composed and collected. He uttered in a subdued tone, enter the jade-pendant dimension. As the nocturnal breeze whistled past, an uncanny silence descended, save for the melancholic rustling of the wind. Lin Yi vanished into thin air amidst the arboreal expanse, leaving no trace of his presence. Where has he gone? More than a dozen cultivators arrived in pursuit. Standing at the location where Lin Yi had previously dematerialized, casting their gazes about in all directions. Confound it, I can no longer perceive his aura. A considerable number were somewhat bewildered. It seemed impossible for such a substantial, living being to vanish without a trace. Have you not yet departed? The little girl inquired, rubbing her eyes while stifling a yawn. Lin responded, Nay, I briefly ventured out, only to return anon. The little girl retorted, flitting in and out. Are you amusing yourself? Lin stated, disregard that for now. Furnish me with the blood of 10,000. For the nonce, Lin could not venture forth, as it was imperative that he tarry until those individuals had distanced themselves. At a minimum, he must remain sequestered for several hours. Lin could avail himself of these hours to augment his personal prowess. The blood of 10,000 would undoubtedly serve this purpose. Indeed? The little girl exclaimed, expressing her astonishment. So you have not forgotten about this matter. I had surmised that it had slipped your mind. Just aside, the little girl proffered Lin the elixir of the blood of 10,000. After Lin received the elixir, he did not hastily begin its application. Instead, he took a moment to scrutinize it. The blood of myriad beings was of vivid crimson, its viscosity not particularly high, and it bore a somewhat foul odor. To all appearances, it resembled authentic blood. However, drawing upon his extensive knowledge and experience, Lin surmised that this blood was merely concocted from a blend of unique materials. Though he could not discern the specific components, the young girl pointedly remarked, Stop staring. Find a place, like a small spring, to dilute the blood and immerse yourself in it. Is dilution absolutely necessary? Lin inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl retorted, Undiluted? That is only an option if you wish to perish. Lin's eyes flickered, lost in contemplation. In the next instant, he uncapped the vial. Under the girl's astonished gaze, he audaciously smeared a portion of the blood onto his palm. Are you mad? She exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. The essence of myriad beings is overwhelmingly potent. Without dilution, it's utterly unusable. You must act quickly, or your hand will be rendered useless. Lin cast a sidelong glance at her, but did not relent. On the contrary, he hastened to pour the blood even more rapidly. A searing sensation radiated from his palm, prompting him to furrow his brow. Then, to the girl's utter disbelief, he began to apply the scant blood from his palm onto his body. Stop, please stop, she urged, utterly frantic at his self-destructive behavior. She is merely a spirit, incapable of impeding Lin in any endeavor. Any attempt to do so is futile. Lin marches to the beat of his own drum, seemingly unsatisfied, as he once again pours a copious amount of blood into his palm. You will perish if you continue this way, the little girl exclaimed, her frustration mounting. She was on the brink of collapse. This was no ordinary elixir. It was the blood of countless souls. Its overwhelming potency meant that even a single drop could spell disaster for an ordinary cultivator. Which cultivator, when utilizing the blood of multitudes, does not exercise utmost caution? They would dilute it as much as possible, often adding merely a drop to a large basin of water, terrified of any potential mishap. Yet Lin? He brazenly employed it in such a crude manner. Moreover, the way he smeared it on himself resembled the application of floral water rather than the blood of many. Rest assured, I am fully aware of what I am doing. Lin gritted his teeth tightly, enduring excruciating pain under the little girl's horrified gaze. He audaciously poured the entire vial of blood into his palm in one swift motion. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin began to feverishly apply it across his body. Pain, a torment that penetrated to the marrow and resonated within his very consciousness. Lin felt as though he were engulfed by an inferno, his insides wrenched, suffering beyond measure. Images of two indistinct figures, his parents, swirled in his mind, calling out to him. No, I cannot succumb. If I falter now, I shall never find my family. Clenching his fists tightly, Lin's heart cried out. Strength. Only by desperately enhancing my power can I earn the right to seek my biological parents. Stop it. The little girl's eyes were red as she shouted. If you die, won't I have to wait thousands of years for the next heir? Hey, I cannot die. Lin's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, the excruciating pain causing his fists to clench tightly, veins bulging, and his body trembling in instability. The little girl was perplexed. In such a dire situation, how could he still manage to smile? Her voice choked with emotion. She exclaimed, Is it really necessary to risk your life for a bit of strength? Do you realize that you could die this way? The heart-wrenching pain made it exceedingly difficult for Lin to breathe. There is. Lin's voice quivered, gritting his teeth, his throat moving as he managed a smile. There is a necessity. The little girl was left speechless. Chapter 49. Robbery. With a resounding crash, the incredibly hard boulder could not withstand Lin's strike. shattering into fragments. The little girl stared in astonishment, secretly alarmed. This guy, even with mere physical strength, is capable of contending with some foundational level cultivators. What kind of monster is he? She had never witnessed anyone directly utilizing pure blood from 10,000 people. Lin Yi was the first. The higher the purity, the more effective the blood would be. Not bad. These enhancements are barely acceptable. Lin Yi nodded. The little girl rolled her eyes, nearly cursing out loud. Is this what one calls barely acceptable? How could that leave any face for other cultivators? Despite Lin Yi's current cultivation level, which is merely the 6th layer of the qi refinement stage, he possesses the formidable capability to contend with adversaries at the 1st and 2nd layers of the foundation establishment stage. What does this signify? It exemplifies the audacity of transcending levels in combat, indeed, surpassing multiple ranks. Typically, cultivators with even a slight disparity of 1 or 2 layers find it exceedingly challenging to overcome their opponents. Yet Lin Yi, with his 6th layer of qi refinement, unleashes a force that is astonishingly more terrifying than that of a peak qi refinement cultivator, rendering him an invincible presence beneath the foundation establishment stage. Within the forest, faint roars reverberate. Where is he? Who can elucidate how a living being could vanish so completely? Lu Shui Banruo was frenzied, trembling with rage. He scoured every vicinity, leaving no nook unexplored, yet he could not find even a trace of Lin Yi. Now, 2 full hours have elapsed, and many cultivators who have failed to locate Lin Yi have sighed and departed one by one. The number of those stubbornly persisting in the search for Lin Yi has dwindled. Lu Shui is undoubtedly among them. If there is anyone who harbors the deepest animosity towards Lin Yi and yearns to personally eliminate him, it is solely Lu Shui. Lu brother, please remain calm. He must have employed some secret technique to conceal himself. Suddenly, someone began to console him, urging him to steady his mind. Indeed, a mere 5th layer qi refinement cultivator could not possibly evade us in such a brief interval. Each person present boasts a cultivation level of 7th layer or above in the qi refinement stage. The moment he reveals himself, he shall surely meet a gruesome end. Meanwhile, the woman acquainted with Lin Yi has yet to depart. At that moment, the woman suddenly spoke. In my opinion, he must have some contingency plan. We should retreat to avoid falling into a trap. Her intention in making this statement was merely to feign a strategy, instilling a sense of caution among the others. Despite her disdain for Lin Yi, she still chose to covertly assist him. What a farce! However, Lu Shui was not swayed by such tactics. He laughed maniacally. Is he really capable? If he dares to show himself, I could easily dispatch him with a single slap. As soon as the words left his mouth, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Shui, who had previously exuded arrogance and confidence, was suddenly sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing against a sturdy tree several dozen meters away. So feeble, and yet he dares to emerge to kill and seize treasures? The speaker was none other than Lin Yi, who had appeared out of thin air, seemingly materializing from nowhere. The crowd, thrown into a state of panic, heightened their alertness to the utmost degree. They gazed at Lu Shui, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless beast. Oblivious to his fate, an incredulous gulp passed through them, their eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. A single slap had reduced the formidable Lu Shui, a prodigy of the Qingyu sect and a direct disciple who had attained the 9th level of qi refinement at the mere age of 20, to a pitiful state. How could this be? Now, he was vanquished by an inconspicuous cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement. No, wait. Perhaps he had reached the 6th level? You, lie motionless on the ground, your head spinning, unable to utter a word. At this moment, Lu Shui wishes nothing more than to find a crevice to hide in. Just moments ago, he boasted that he could easily slap Lin Yi to death the moment he emerged. Yet, as fate would have it, no sooner had he spoken than Lin Yi appeared out of thin air, delivering a slap that rendered Lu Shui utterly incoherent. I wonder what treasures await. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Lin Yi swaggered over to Lu Shui, searching him, seemingly in pursuit of something. In but a moment, a storage ring appeared in Lin Yi's hand. In the realm of cultivation, the pursuit of swift vengeance is paramount. Lin Yi surveyed the multitude of cultivators surrounding him and grinned. Since you all wish to plunder me, then, surrender all your possessions. At this proclamation, the crowd stood in stunned silence, momentarily unable to comprehend the audacity of his words. The women among them felt a wave of despair wash over them. Was Lin Yi truly intending to rob them in return? And as a solitary individual, to challenge dozens, if not hundreds of them, be swift. Or do not blame the blades for their indiscriminate nature. Lin threatened. A woman felt her vision darken, nearly fainting from the sheer absurdity of it all. One person attempting to rob a group of 40 or 50, and he appeared utterly serious, as if he intended to engage in battle should they refuse to comply. It was at this moment that the crowd began to regain their wits. Has he lost his senses? With just him? How could he possibly contend with so many of us? No, I feel as though I might perish from laughter. Lin, feeling discontented, adjusted his demeanor, as if he were ready to confront 100 foes at any moment. The crowd, having laughed enough, now felt a surge of anger. With so many present, being repeatedly ridiculed by a mere junior cultivator would provoke anyone's temper. Seize him. Eliminate him. Suddenly, countless cultivators were eager to act, drawing forth their magical artifacts, all their weapons aimed at Lin. A woman hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and shouted, "Everyone, stand down," under the bewildered gazes of the crowd. She took a step forward, clutching a dark token in her hand. "I am a member of the Alchemist Association. My name is Enwaner." The woman, claiming to be Enwaner, raised the token high, looking at Lin and declaring, "This individual is a promising talent selected by our Alchemist Association." What? She is from the Alchemist Association? Is she the extraordinary Enwaner renowned for her alchemical prowess? It is said she has already achieved the rank of a first-class alchemist. The crowd was utterly astonished, rendered immobile. Regarding Lin, they truly dared not act against him. The Alchemist Association is a colossal entity, far surpassing even the Jingyu sect, with 100 times their courage. They would not dare to harm someone chosen by the Alchemist Association. Enwaner stepped closer to Lin, solemnly stating, "In the name of the Alchemist Association, I formally invite you. Are you willing to join our association?" Gulp. Everyone found it difficult to swallow, their eyes gleaming with envy. For it is the Alchemist Association. Anyone who joins that esteemed body is an elite, capable of commanding respect wherever they go. Let us set aside everything else. Had Lin been affiliated with the Alchemist Association, not a single soul would have dared to entertain any nefarious thoughts against him today. The reputation of the Alchemist Association is indeed formidable. In an instant, a myriad of emotions, envy, jealousy, flooded the hearts of all present. They yearned to embody Lin and readily acquiesce. However, confronted with Enwaner's earnest invitation, Lin momentarily faltered, instinctively inquiring, "Alchemist Association? What is that? I've never heard of it." "The Alchemist Association. What is that? You've never heard of it?" Enwaner was left dumbfounded, while the envious cultivators, their eyes reddened with ire, gasped in shock and disbelief. "Do not impede me from attending to my affairs." In that moment, Lin forcefully pushed Enwaner aside. Standing alone before dozens of formidable and dangerous cultivators, he bellowed, "Hand over all your storage rings. This is a robbery." Chapter 50, Lin returns. As Lin reiterated this command, every individual present, including Enwaner, changed countenance. A statement uttered once might be dismissed as a jest, yet to repeat it with such gravity, "Are you serious?" Enwaner realized she was increasingly perplexed by Lin. What could he possibly wield to rob dozens, if not hundreds, of cultivators? Merely his cultivation at the 6th level of chi refinement? Surely this is a jest. Enwaner hastily restrained him, casting urgent glances and whispering, "Calm yourself, you cannot contend with them. If this continues, I may not even be able to protect you." As the saying goes, the law does not punish the multitude. Previously, Enwaner could invoke the name of the Alchemist Association to intimidate these individuals, as none wished to be the scapegoat. But now what remains? The monks, each with flushed faces and eyes ablaze with fury, found the situation teetering on the brink of chaos. Enwaner exerted all her strength, dragging Lin away as she urged, "Hurry, follow me." Just as he began to protest, "What are you?" he was forcibly pulled along, exclaiming, "Hey, let me go. I haven't finished robbing them yet." Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, Enwaner released Lin, exasperatedly stating, "Did you truly intend to rob them all by yourself? Do you have a death wish? Or are you oblivious to the danger?" Lin replied, "I've observed them. Not one possesses the foundational stage of cultivation. The strongest among them is merely at the 9th level of chi training." Enwaner suddenly recalled that Lu Shui was also at the 9th level of chi training. Yet Lin had incapacitated him with a single strike. Her eyes widened as she regarded Lin, asking, "What is your actual level of cultivation?" Most alchemists possess relatively low cultivation levels. These individuals are typically engrossed in alchemy, leaving them little time to hone their skills in cultivation. A practitioner who excels in both disciplines is a rarity seldom encountered in a lifetime. Unbeknownst to Enwaner, the seemingly unremarkable youth before her was indeed one of those exceptional talents. She believed Lin Yi could not possibly be a legitimate alchemist. Her earlier invitation for him to join the association was not solely to intimidate the others into submission. Rather, her deeper intention was to align herself with the enigmatic figure that undoubtedly stood behind Lin Yi. It was beyond doubt that a master-level alchemist was backing him. It is worth noting that even Enwaner's teacher finds it exceedingly difficult to concoct the rejuvenation pill, let alone the long-lost longevity pill. Pray tell, is your master an extraordinary recluse? Enwaner began to probe. However, Lin Yi was not swayed, responding, "Firstly, I do not respond to hey, and secondly, I have no master. These pills were merely found by me." Enwaner rolled her eyes. "Very well, what is your name?" Seeing Lin Yi's reluctance to disclose it, she hesitated to press further, thinking that at least knowing his name would provide ample time and opportunity for future investigation. Little did she know that Lin Yi had no master whatsoever. The few pills were entirely his own creation, and astonishingly, they were brewed using a rice cooker. In Xiang City, at the residence of Qin Yueshi, ever since Lin Yi took leave to visit Chanyang, Qin Yueshi had been unfocused, nearly imparting incorrect knowledge during class. By nightfall, her right eyelid began to twitch incessantly. As the elders say, a twitch in the left eyelid signifies fortune, while the right signifies calamity. After dinner, Qin Yueshi prepared a cup of coffee and sat on the sofa, lost in thought, her right eyelids twitching causing her unease. Could something have happened to Lin Yi? She pondered anxiously, completely unaware of his intentions for traveling to Chanyang. At that moment, a burly man grinned and said, "Good evening, Ms. Qin Yueshi. I apologize for the intrusion. We have come to take your life. We shall be quick, so please cooperate." His demeanor was gentlemanly, yet his words dripped with malevolence. With that, he and two accomplices forcefully entered Qin Yueshi's room. All sounds within her home were sealed off, unable to escape. Who are you?" Qin Yueshi forced herself to remain calm. The burly man remained silent, sinking into the sofa with a relaxed demeanor, stating, "Who we are is of little consequence. What truly matters is your intricate relationship with Lin Yi, and that is sufficient." "Lin Yi?" Qin Yueshi quickly grasped the implication. "What have you done to Lin Yi?" The lean man clapped his hands, a smirk on his face as he remarked, "As a teacher, entangled with a student, just the thought of it sends a thrill through me." As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with excitement, and he lifted Qin Yueshi's chin, admiring her beauty. "What a delightful treat you are." "Let go of me." Qin Yueshi struggled. At that moment, another shorter man coldly interjected, "If you wish to play, be swift about it. We have no intention of waiting." "Heh. How could one rush the pleasure of indulging with a beauty?" The lean man chuckled, his hand caressing Qin Yueshi's figure. "Wouldn't you agree, my dear?" Qin Yueshi's complexion turned ashen. Despite her typically composed demeanor, she was undeniably frightened in this situation. "If you continue like this, I will call the police." Her lips trembled. Upon hearing the mention of the police, the three men erupted in laughter. They had committed numerous illegal acts, yet the authorities could never trace them. And even if they did, what of it? Ultimately, one could only pity Lin Yi, who lacked even a single true friend. The slender man chuckled softly. The burly man, as if conjuring a trick, produced a glass of red wine from seemingly nowhere. After taking a sip, he remarked, "Indeed, we have searched extensively and found only Qin Yueshi to have some connection." The shorter man cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "Brother, you are mistaken. I believe those sisters with the surname Tong must also share a significant relationship with him." "Let go of me." Qin Yueshi attempted to push away the slender man, but no matter how hard she tried, her strength was utterly ineffective. She could only utter resentfully, "Lin Yi will not die." In truth, Qin Yueshi was in a state of deep anxiety. She could discern that these individuals were far from ordinary. They were indeed ruthless criminals capable of murder. The burly man glanced at the terrified Qin Yueshi but chose to ignore her, swirling his wine glass as he continued, "That may be true. Our senior brother Lu Shui is also involved. If Lin Yi is foolish enough to provoke him, he might already be as good as dead." That makes sense. The slender man, having had his fun, prepared to take action. He roughly tossed Qin Yueshi onto the sofa and began to undress, saying, "Beautiful Qin, I shall treat you well. Help, help." Despair welled up within Qin Yueshi. She knew what was about to befall her. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled in vain, calling for help to no avail. invoking heaven with no response and earth with no answer. Lin Yi. In utter hopelessness, Qin Yueshi closed her eyes. Just then, a deep and astonished voice echoed from the direction of the door. Oh? Are you referring to that little demon Lu Shui, who is even less than a waste? Chapter 51. A single strike to victory. Who? The three men felt their hair stand on end, akin to startled birds, instinctively springing to their feet. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Yueshi turned her head in delightful surprise towards the entrance. It was Lin Yi. The moment she beheld his familiar figure, an inexplicable urge to rush into his embrace and weep uncontrollably surged within her, an overwhelming sense of grievance that found no words to express. Seemingly realizing something, Qin Yueshi anxiously shouted, "Lin Yi, you must leave quickly." To her, there were 3 fierce bandits present. While Lin Yi was merely a student with slightly enhanced combat skills, how could he possibly contend with 3 adult men? "Ah, so you are Lin Yi?" The burly man scrutinized Lin Yi closely, snorting disdainfully. "Thinking of fleeing? You won't escape." Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "I never intended to run." The lean man released Qin Yueshi, adjusting his attire as he remarked, "No need for us to seek you out. You've walked right into our trap, realizing your mistake." Indeed, the short man's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity as he declared, "Since you're here, let us settle the score." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, unruffled, and replied, "Settle the score? How do you intend to do that?" Bai Lin is a disciple of my Jingyu sect, though merely the lowest of the low. He is not someone you can touch." The burly man advanced menacingly towards Lin Yi, continuing, "Do you know that anyone who dares to offend my Jingyu sect ultimately meets their demise?" Lin Yi replied, "I must admit, I was unaware of how tyrannical the Jingyu sect truly is." Of course, the imposing figure of the man could not help but swell with a sense of pride. The Jingyu sect reigned supreme in Chanyang, bold enough to stride across the vast expanse of the Lake Province, with no one daring to provoke them. "Is that so?" Lin Yi suddenly chuckled. The 3 men frowned slightly, questioning, "What is so amusing? You foolhardy wretch." Their demeanor was indeed domineering. Yet as for the strength of your Jingyu sect, Lin Yi shook his head, "It is truly not impressive." "Are you provoking the Jingyu sect?" The towering man's anger ignited. Lin Yi remained unfazed, speaking as if to himself, "That Lu Shui is just like you lot, incessantly bragging about the Jingyu sect, as if he is something extraordinary. In reality, merely a pretty face, utterly useless. Seeking death." The 3 men roared in unison, launching their assault. At that moment, Lin Yi let out a soft sigh. They were momentarily taken aback, unable to decipher the meaning behind Lin Yi's sigh. Yet before they could comprehend, they found themselves propelled backwards with force. A series of muffled thuds echoed as the 3 men were sent flying at various angles. Qin Yueshi stood in shock. She could scarcely grasp what had transpired. It seemed Lin Yi had not moved an inch, yet those 3 ruffians had been sent sprawling. "You." The burly man struggled to rise, but his body betrayed him. The trio instinctively endeavored to channel their true energy, only to discover, no matter how they tried, their energy remained utterly beyond their control. Their injuries were far too grave. What realm do you actually belong to?" The 3 men were taken aback. They were formidable practitioners at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Yet they had been severely injured by a single strike. What truly sent shivers down their spines was that they had not even caught a glimpse of Lin Yi's movements. Qin Yueshi, uncertain if it was merely an illusion, discerned a profound fear in the eyes of these 3 fierce bandits. Lin Yi's prowess was simply astonishing. Overwhelmed, Qin Yueshi could hardly fathom how a mere student could effortlessly subdue 3 ferocious ruffians. "Leave," Lin Yi uttered with a cold snort. The 3 exchanged glances, enduring the tumultuous pain within their bodies, and limped out the door. They feared that any delay could lead to their demise. Once the 3 disciples of the Jingyu sect had completely departed, Lin Yi sighed softly. Ultimately, he had revealed certain aspects of himself in front of Qin Yueshi. If he had the choice, he would prefer not to intervene, for once he did, it was inevitable that Qin Yueshi's perception of him would undergo subtle changes. However, given the circumstances, action was unavoidable. Reluctantly, Lin Yi relied solely on his physical strength, refraining from employing any vital energy, and swiftly incapacitated the 3 men. He wished to shield Qin Yueshi from witnessing anything extraordinary, anything beyond the realm of normality. "Are you all right?" At that moment, Qin Yueshi rushed over, anxiously assessing Lin Yi's condition. Lin Yi smiled faintly, "I am fine." Seeing that Lin Yi truly appeared unscathed, Qin Yueshi finally felt relieved and inquired, "Who were they? Why?" "I'm sorry, they were after me, and I caused you trouble." Lin Yi spoke with a sense of guilt. Qin Yueshi replied, "Please do not think that way. They're not good people. It was my oversight. I opened the door without understanding the situation." Lin Yi shook his head inwardly. Regardless of whether he opened the door or not, an ordinary door held no resistance against cultivators. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and Qin Yueshi hastily asked, "You just let them go like that? Will it cause any trouble? Why didn't you call the police to apprehend them?" Lin Yi forced a smile. If it were that simple, he would not have let those 3 individuals leave so easily. Had it not been for Qin Yueshi's presence, he might have even considered ending their lives. Sparing them was solely to prevent Qin Yueshi from witnessing bloodshed. Inflicting severe injuries upon them was intended to ensure they learned their lesson. Otherwise, why would Lin Yi show such leniency? They had dared to intrude upon his life. Encroaching upon those close to him, it was only right that they face some consequences. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. They won't return," Lin Yi reassured her. Realizing this, Qin Yueshi's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Little did she know that Lin Yi had rushed to her home purely because he sensed something unusual while passing nearby. Following the aura of those 3 cultivators led him to her residence. However, Lin Yi could not divulge this information and awkwardly explained, I came to study." "Yes, that's it. I understand." Qin Yueshi lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Yi's gaze. Lin Yi tapped his forehead, realizing that this matter would be difficult to clarify. However, this misunderstanding seems rather delightful. To claim that Lin Yi harbors no thoughts or feelings for Qin Yueshi would be utterly implausible. The exquisite beauty of Qin Yueshi captivates all. Whether they be ordinary folk or cultivators, unable to resist her allure and the essence of a mature woman. "Yueshi." Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, fixating on Qin Yueshi's stunning visage. I will take a shower first." Qin Yueshi employed this tactic once more, evading Lin Yi's piercing gaze, which bore a hint of playful provocation. Lin Yi offered a wry smile and, with a sigh, settled down on the sofa obediently. Before long, Qin Yueshi emerged from the bathroom. "Yueshi, you." Lin Yi was momentarily speechless. There stood Qin Yueshi, adorned in a professional attire befitting a female teacher, complemented by black stockings and high heels, her black-framed glasses adding to her allure, her curves almost tantalizingly visible. Lin Yi was transfixed. "Please, don't stare at me like that." Qin Yueshi, blushing, dared not lift her gaze. She herself was uncertain of what had come over her, as if possessed by a whimsical urge to don such an ensemble. Amidst her nervousness, a flicker of anticipation ignited within her, wondering whether Lin Yi would approve. "Yueshi." Lin Yi suddenly called out her name. Qin Yueshi instinctively looked up, just as a pair of lips sealed over her own. As she felt Lin Yi embrace her, Qin Yueshi was momentarily paralyzed, forgetting to resist. "Yueshi, you are truly beautiful." Gradually, Qin Yueshi's enchanting eyes became misty. Her body trembled slightly, and she completely melted into Lin Yi's embrace. Chapter 52, The 2 Great Families. Lin Yi. Qin Yueshi had entirely succumbed. Her body was weak and pliant, allowing Lin Yi to explore her form. He lifted her effortlessly and carried her towards the bedroom. After gently placing her on the bed, Lin Yi gazed deeply into her eyes and then leaned down for a passionate kiss. "No." Qin Yueshi's voice was laced with a hint of pleading. "Please, don't." Suddenly jolted back to reality, Lin Yi bit his tongue, forcing himself to regain composure. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a remorseful tone. "I apologize. I was too forward." Qin Yueshi shook her head, hastily clarifying, "You mustn't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. I just don't want this right now." "It's all right." Lin Yi smiled reassuringly, gently stroking her hair. Hesitating, Qin Yueshi bit her lip and finally admitted, "Wait for me. When I am ready, I will." At this, she buried her face in embarrassment, unable to meet Lin Yi's gaze. Intrigued, Lin Yi pressed further, "What will you?" Just that." Qin Yueshi puffed her cheeks in frustration and playfully punched Lin Yi, her blow neither painful nor effective. "You just enjoy bullying me, don't you?" Lin Yi grinned. "Not only do I bully you, but I might also devour you." With a swift movement, Qin Yueshi, startled like a frightened rabbit, immediately retreated to a safe distance. Seeing Lin Yi momentarily flustered, she burst into laughter. "I certainly won tea. Little rascal, if you're like this now, what will happen in the future?" "Little? I am certainly not little," Lin Yi chuckled. Qin Yueshi spat lightly. "Bah, shameless." Seemingly fatigued from the commotion, she nestled into Lin Yi's embrace, caressing his resolute visage and softly murmuring, I wonder how many young ladies you will bring misfortune to in the future. Lin leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips, smiling as he replied, one is enough, and that is you. For reasons unknown. A subtle sense of melancholy intertwined with a myriad of complex emotions welled up within Qin Yueshi. Lin inquired, what is troubling you? To which, Qin Yueshi shook her head and replied, it's nothing, just some thoughts that crossed my mind. After a moment of contemplation, Lin tenderly urged, if something is on your mind, please share it with me. I do not wish for you to bear the burden alone. Well, Qin Yueshi nodded. In her first utterance astonished Lin. You might have guessed it. Indeed, I am from Chang'an. And my family is vast, so vast that even someone born into the Qin family, like myself, finds it daunting. Lin had long suspected that Qin Yueshi's background was extraordinary. This was evident from her residence alone. However, he had never imagined that her lineage could be of such remarkable stature. Let us not forget, she mentioned family rather than household. What does that signify? Anything associated with the term family is undoubtedly significant. Perhaps even the wealth of Tongdeqiang pales in comparison to a mere fraction of what lies within Qin Yueshi's clan. The person you encountered last time was named Cui Muzhen. He is a direct descendant of the Cui family. At this mention, Qin Yueshi's mood seemed to darken further. The Cui family? Lin raised an eyebrow. Qin Yueshi nodded and said, indeed, the Cui family, like our Qin family, holds a prominent position in Chanyang City. However, the Cui family is considerably more powerful, their status surpassing that of our Qin family. Lin seemed to grasp something significant, so Cui Muzhen approached you because... Qin Yueshi offered a self-deprecating smile and replied, isn't it due to the alliance between our families? Such matters are beyond my choice, for the family. Interests outweigh everything else. Cui Muzhen appears refined on the surface, yet who knows the number of unscrupulous deeds he has committed behind the scenes. I would never marry such a person. At this point, Lin likely began to understand the situation's intricacies. So, you relocated to Xiang City to live as an ordinary teacher to escape? Yes. Qin Yueshi bit her red lip and nodded. Lin sighed. Continuing like this is not a solution. Eventually, what is meant to come will arrive. What will you do then? I have no idea. Qin Yueshi offered a sorrowful smile, self-mockingly stating, marry someone I have no affection for, bear children, and spend my life in a daze. That seems to encapsulate my future. A woman stripped of her freedom is utterly desolate. Lin held her tighter. After a long while, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse, come with me. Where to? Qin Yueshi retorted, her gaze vacant. Some things cannot be avoided. There is no escaping them. Lin, without a moment's hesitation, scoffed and remarked, one day, I shall take the time to visit your family and have a word with them. Qin Yueshi shook her head and replied, not to mention whether my family will even pay you any heed. Even if you manage to find an opportunity to converse with them, it would bear no fruit. She was acutely aware of the mindset of those within her family. The prominent figures in Chanyang might not even receive due regard from her kin, let alone someone as destitute as Lin, a mere student. Lin countered, then I shall seek out the Cui family. To which Qin Yueshi responded, the Cui family places immense value on their reputation. Regardless of the circumstances, they would never consent to a divorce. Regardless of the circumstances? Absolutely resolute against a divorce? Lin chuckled softly, leaving Qin Yueshi puzzled by his sudden amusement. Only Lin understood that in this world, nothing is absolute. If something cannot be achieved, it is merely due to a lack of capability. With enough strength, any problem can be resolved. Lin silently resolved that after the college entrance examination, he would certainly pay another visit to Chang'an. He picked up a piece of repair coin, scrutinizing it closely. Yet he could not ascertain the material from which this black coin was crafted. To his astonishment, there was even a hint of spiritual energy within this coin. Though the spiritual energy was scant and ethereal, for an ordinary person, it would be akin to a miraculous elixir. To speak without hyperbole, if an average person could absorb this energy through special means, a single repair coin could effortlessly remedy common ailments such as colds and fevers. The benefits for cultivators would be even more pronounced. Despite the limited quantity of spiritual energy, its sheer volume could not be ignored. Before Lin lay a substantial collection of cultivation coins, the spiritual energy contained within them, if fully absorbed, could potentially elevate him from the 6th layer of qi refinement to the 7th. However, Lin chose not to pursue this path, having recently achieved a breakthrough. He recognized that reckless cultivation through external means could destabilize his foundation, likely leading to a perilous descent into madness. It would be wiser to reserve the coins for future use. After all, their intrinsic nature ensures that they will never become obsolete or depreciate in value. He decided to examine the contents of Lu Shui's storage ring for any valuable items. Upon retrieving everything from another storage ring, he found only a scant number of cultivation coins. This was hardly surprising, as Lu Shui had nearly exhausted his entire fortune to acquire the beauty-retaining pills. Yet, to Lin Yi's astonishment, aside from the 2 pills, there were several minor magical artifacts and even a book. The title read Jingyu. Lin Yi's interest was piqued. If he was not mistaken, this was the core technique of the Jingyu sect, a secret that was never meant to be disclosed. At that moment, a little girl unexpectedly appeared, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Where did you obtain this technique?" she inquired. Lin Yi grinned and replied, "I acquired it through less than honorable means. Are you familiar with it?" The girl retorted, "Of course." The previous inheritor was the very founder of this technique. This revelation implied that the last inheritor might still be alive. At that moment, the little girl suddenly recalled something and casually remarked, "Interestingly, that fellow shares your surname, Lin." However, curiously, he chose not to pursue the inheritance and instead opted to forfeit. Since then, he has not been seen again, until 19 years later when you arrived. "What did you say?" Lin Yi's heart quivered intensely, emotions teetering on the brink of chaos, grappling with the staggering impact of this revelation. 19 years ago, also bearing the surname Lin, he did not challenge the inheritance but rather relinquished it. For reasons unknown, the word father abruptly surfaced in Lin Yi's mind. This profoundly unfamiliar term surged within him like a tempest. Once those 2 characters materialized in his thoughts, they became inescapable, flooding his mind with a torrent of familial bonds. Lin Yi felt his eyes well up with tears. Since his birth, he had been devoid of parents, unaware of their appearances, their names, or even their origins and ages. Everything remained a mystery. He had never relinquished his quest to find his family. Even the faintest hint would compel him to pursue it relentlessly. The little girl appeared startled by Lin Yi's reaction, stammering, "So it is." He truly did not accept the inheritance. "What is his full name?" Lin Yi quickly inquired. The girl shook her head. "I do not know. I only heard him say he belonged to the Lin clan." Lin Yi paused momentarily. "Lin clan?" The little girl said, "Indeed, that is precisely what he stated. Yet, curiously, I have never encountered any family bearing the surname Lin. Perhaps my prolonged seclusion has rendered me oblivious to the affairs of the outside world." Lin Yi hesitated momentarily before inquiring. Then why did he refuse to embrace the challenge of inheritance? "Wait, let me ponder." The girl appeared to be awakening from slumber, resting her chin in thought, and after a moment, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now. That fellow mentioned he wished to refrain from involvement, intending to leave it for others." "Father," Lin Yi murmured, while the essence of madness flickered in his eyes. "Indeed, it must be my father. Yes, there can be no mistake." In Lin Yi's imagination, his parents belonged to the realm of ordinary folk, and were the kind whose circumstances were so dire that they had no choice but to abandon him. Yet now, a revelation struck him. The news suggested that his father was highly likely to be a cultivator. Lin Yi meticulously contemplated the various clues. First and foremost, the probability of his father being a cultivator was exceedingly high. The most convincing factor for Lin Yi was his own constitution. The nature of one's constitution is quite enigmatic. A rare few ordinary individuals are born with an innate aptitude for cultivation, yet remain unaware of how to harness it, leading them to live lives of mediocrity and ultimately pass away unremarkably. Many cultivators have identified promising talents among the ordinary populace and guided them into the path of cultivation. However, true genius is predominantly determined by genetic inheritance. For instance, if both parents are cultivators of considerable skill and prowess, their offspring are naturally endowed with exceptional talent for cultivation. Lin Yi did not dare to claim that his physique was a once-in-a-millennium talent. Yet he certainly belonged to the upper echelons of excellence. Just then, the little girl seemed to realize something, her eyes widening. "Wait, are you saying that the person who entered 19 years ago is your father?" Lin Yi nodded emphatically, replying, "Most likely. Even if he is not my father, he could be another relative." In any case, Lin Yi believed that the previous inheritor was inextricably linked to him. With this clarification, Lin Yi's search parameters were significantly narrowed. The little girl tilted her head, racking her brain, and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it has been so long. I can't remember." Lin Yi felt as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, yet he was at a loss, pleading with a tone of desperation, "Auntie, please think hard." Suddenly, seeing Lin Yi in such a fluster, the little girl burst into laughter. "Ha! Lin Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hurry up and tell me. The little girl playfully stuck out her tongue, but after some teasing, she finally said seriously, each of your hands has a peculiar little ant. Ant? Lin Yi mused. There are patterns on the palms, one ant on each hand? Instinctively, Lin Yi opened his hands, only to find nothing in the palms. Frowning, he asked, do you remember what the patterns look like? Can you draw them? The little girl shook her head repeatedly. I truly can't. I didn't see it clearly at the time. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi decided not to press further. It seemed the little girl genuinely could not recall. However, with these clues, it was more than sufficient. Although there exists a multitude of cultivators traversing the vast lands, hidden within various cities, the surname Lin, coupled with the extraordinarily unique mark resembling an ant on the palm, considerably narrows the circle. One must possess formidable strength. Lin Yi clenched his fists, repeatedly reminding himself that until he amassed sufficient power, it would be prudent to refrain from recklessly seeking out connections. Once he attained the capability to safeguard himself in this vast China, pursuing clues would not be too late. That night, Lin Yi spent his time in a small world, practicing meditation. As dawn broke in the external realm, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Truly, the small world containing the heaven-mending stone was unparalleled in its abundant and pure spiritual energy, far beyond what Earth could offer. Feeling sufficiently prepared, Lin Yi directed his consciousness to exit the world within the jade pendant. Huh, just this little trinket? Tong Yao immediately pouted in displeasure, expressing her dissatisfaction. You really shouldn't give a girl such a small bottle. Tong Lei also exhibited mild surprise. She had always thought that Lin Yi possessed high emotional intelligence, so why was he? Meanwhile, Uncle Fong internally scoffed. Even if this lad won millions from playing billiards last time, what does it matter? He remains nonchalant, accustomed to poverty. And doesn't he even know how to spend money appropriately? Despite having a vague awareness of Tong Deqiang's intentions to matchmake Lin Yi and Tong Yao, Uncle Fong, having watched Tong Yao grow up as a father figure, held no belief that Lin Yi was worthy of her. What I am giving you is not merely the bottle, but the contents within it. Lin Yi felt a wave of frustration. Presenting a bottle as a gift to a girl? Was he truly that lacking? Upon hearing this, Tong Yao curiously accepted the bottle, inquiring, the contents? What could possibly be inside? I suspect it's merely some insignificant trinket. Uncle Fong commented. Tong Yao smiled softly, replying, though it may lack value, at least Lin Yi's intentions are sincere. Under the gaze of both, Tong Yao cautiously opened the bottle. Suddenly, a potent aroma of medicine wafted throughout the living room. What is this? Tong Yao poured out 2 dark pills. Lin Yi explained, these are medicinal pills. One is for beautification, and the other is intended for the young lady. Is that for real? Tong Yao exclaimed. Uncle Fong and Tong Lei exchanged glances, silently shaking their heads. Just as Tong Yao was about to try one, Uncle Fong furrowed his brow and admonished, second miss. It's fine, Uncle Fong. Tong Lei chose to trust Lin Yi. She understood that Lin Yi had no reason to harm them. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago and certainly would not have rescued Tong Yao and Wulu Mountain. Moreover, even if Lin Yi had ulterior motives, he would not be foolish enough to employ such a method. With that, Tong Yao stepped forward, took one of the pills, and swallowed it directly. Tong Yao followed suit and consumed hers as well. Ugh, so bitter. Tong Yao instantly wore a face of displeasure. Uncle Fong scoffed repeatedly. This looks rather unclean. It's dark and murky. What effect could it possibly have? Yet the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Young lady. Second Mississippi. This is... Uncle Fong was utterly astonished, as if he had witnessed the most incredible event in the world. Chapter 54. Huang Xiang's Plan. In the living room, silence reigned. Uncle Fong stared, dumbfounded, at Tong Lei and Tong Yao, as though their faces were adorned with flowers. What's wrong, Uncle Fong? Tong Lei felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze, but when she turned to look at Tong Yao, she screamed in panic. Tong Yao was equally startled. Stammering as she pointed at herself, sister, what is going on? The 2 women instinctively rushed to the mirror, eager to examine their reflections. Lin Yi, with arms crossed, observed the scene with keen interest. Just moments ago, although Tong Yao and Tong Lei's appearances had not undergone significant changes, their skin had noticeably brightened, and even their demeanor had subtly shifted. To put it plainly, they were more beautiful than before. Uncle Fong swallowed hard. He had witnessed the entire process of Tong Lei and Tong Yao's skin gradually becoming fairer. It was simply unbelievable. Everything felt surreal, as if it were a dream. Yet the evidence lay before him. Uncle Fong fixed his gaze on Lin Yi and earnestly asked, "What on earth is this?" "Pills, purchased." Lin Yi replied with a slight smile. Tong Yao exclaimed, "What kind of pills? This is amazing. Where did you buy them? Tell me quickly. I want to buy a whole bunch." Yao, don't ask so many questions. In contrast, the more mature Tong Lei understood that Lin Yi preferred not to elaborate. Truth be told, she was equally flabbergasted. What kind of cosmetics had she not seen? Every individual capable of achieving such results. This truly is a miraculous elixir for whitening, yielding immediate effects. If only it could be procured in bulk and sold, it would undoubtedly incite a fervor, compelling women around the globe to purchase it en masse. However, this is merely a thought that Tong Lei dares to entertain within her mind. Such a product must surely come at a steep price, right? "I am truly grateful to you." Tong Lei cast a thankful gaze towards Lin Yi. Tong Yao also nodded emphatically, echoing, "Indeed. Thank you, Lin Yi. This is the finest gift I have ever received in my life." Without exception, Lin Yi, with a composed demeanor, responded with a smile, "It's not too bad. Not very expensive." If this statement were to reach the ears of those in the know, they might very well be driven to despair. The esteemed youth-preserving pill, so casually offered? And to two ordinary individuals, no less. As if that were not enough, he nonchalantly remarked, "It's nothing. Not costly. Are we to believe this? This is the youth-preserving pill. It cannot merely be described with a sky-high price." Poor Tong Lei and Tong Yao. They remained blissfully unaware of the terrifying value of the dark, round pill they just ingested. Surely, just one of those could purchase the entirety of the Tong family's assets. The fact that the young lady and her sister are pleased is sufficient. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. In truth, for Lin Yi, these two youth-preserving pills hold little significance. As long as he has ample medicinal materials, he can concoct a batch at any time. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Lin Yi and Tong Yao boarded Uncle Fong's vehicle, heading towards Changchun High School. With less than a week remaining until the college entrance examination, it is time to strive for excellence. Recently, Lin Yi has scarcely visited Qin Yuexi's home. During the day, he is solely engrossed in his studies, finding solace only in the evenings when he enters the Jade Pendant's realm to cultivate. Over the course of a week, he has reaped considerable rewards. He has diligently caught up with the majority of his courses, and with his remarkable photographic memory, securing admission to a prestigious university poses no challenge. His cultivation has also seen significant advancement. It is undeniable that within the Jade Pendant's domain, enhanced by the Celestial Stone, his training progresses with astonishing speed. In less than 10 days, Lin Yi has nearly reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of Qi training, with an impending sense of breaking through to the 7th layer. At last, the day of the college entrance examination has arrived. This crucial moment for students nationwide has come. And countless parents are even more anxious than the candidates themselves. Outside the examination hall, throngs of people gather, each parent displaying a myriad of expressions. Yao, please don't be nervous. Approach the exam with a calm heart. Do you understand?" Tong Lei repeats reassuringly. Even Tong Diqiang has come, affectionately patting Tong Yao's head, saying, Yao, don't put pressure on yourself. It doesn't matter how you perform. What truly matters is your happiness." Tong Yao pouts, exclaiming in displeasure, Okay. I know. You've all said that 100 times. Lin Yi, however, remains indifferent, willing to attend any university. The primary concern is Tong Yao. Her long-held dream has always been to enroll in Chang'an University. As her study companion, Lin Yi naturally filled out his application alongside hers. Glancing at the time, Tong Yao says, "All right, Dad, Sister, I need to go in with Lin Yi now. Go on, be safe." They respond. Tong Lei and Tong Diqiang repeatedly urged Lin Yi with meaningful glances to keep a watchful eye on Tong Yao, ensuring that nothing would go awry. Following the throng of students, Lin Yi and Tong Yao entered the examination hall. They were not assigned to the same room. After Lin Yi located his designated seat and settled in, he closed his eyes in contemplation. Within the hall, other candidates engaged in deep breaths to calm their nerves, fearful that anxiety might lead to unforeseen mishaps. In stark contrast, Lin Yi appeared as though he were merely dozing off. When the examination papers were distributed, Lin Yi wrote with remarkable fluency. Some questions were answered with a mere glance, devoid of any deliberation. In just half an hour, he submitted his paper. Had the first subject not been Chinese language, which consumed the majority of his time on the essay, his pace would have undoubtedly been swifter. He reassured himself internally, his demeanor composed. After 2 days of intense examinations, a palpable sense of relief swept over the majority of candidates upon completing the final subject. Some were jubilant. Others sighed in disappointment, some wept, and many felt a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. Yet, most experienced a profound sense of liberation. The exams were finally over. Outside the examination hall, Tong Yao raised her small fist and turned to Lin Yi, asking, "How did you do?" Lin Yi responded with an awkward smile. "When are we going? Tonight? Just wait a moment. I'll change my clothes and then we can go." Tong Yao's playful spirit surged. Before long. She eagerly pulled Lin Yi along as they departed in haste. Upon arriving at their destination, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback to discover that the chosen venue for their graduation celebration was, in fact, a bar. After all, graduation called for a bit of relaxation. Sensing Lin Yi's surprise, Tong Yao offered a brief explanation. After speaking, she pulled Lin Yi inside. Upon entering, Lin Yi was greeted by many familiar faces, his classmates. However, what caught Lin Yi's attention was Lu Yaxin, who was reclining in Huang Xiang's embrace. Beside them was a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, who seemed utterly out of place. "Why is Huang Xiang here, since he is not from our class?" Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Tong Yao, indifferent, casually responded, "How would I know? Perhaps he is here for the graduation party as well." At that moment, Huang Xiang also noticed Lin Yi's arrival. "Xianxia." Lu Yaxin fixated her gaze on Lin Yi. Huang Xiang sneered repeatedly, saying, "Finally, the day has come. I spent a hefty sum to invite a master of the pictographic fist. Soon, he will learn that not everyone is someone he can provoke." With that, Huang Xiang slammed his glass onto the table with force. The middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit brazenly scrutinized Lin Yi, his contempt unmistakable. "Is this the young lad? Rest assured, young Master Huang, soon you shall witness how I can beat him to the ground," leaving him searching for his teeth like a dead dog. Chapter 55. The charming young prince. The Phoebe Bar is a large nightclub, renowned for its high per capita consumption, making it one of the finest night spots in Xiang City. Typically, the patrons of such establishments are predominantly young, with the oldest being in their 30s at most. However, tonight was somewhat different. Amidst the throngs of students, there was a solitary middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit. The individual, adorned in an eccentric manner, possessed slightly long hair and a stubbly beard, suggesting a lack of concern for his appearance. Standing beside this middle-aged man was Huang Xiang, whose style contrasted starkly. "Master Yang, I appreciate your assistance this evening," Huang Xiang said as he raised a glass in salute. The man referred to as Master Yang was named Yang Jianjun, a renowned master of the Xiangxing Quan from Hubei province, truly a figure of distinction in his craft. Yang Jianjun was no charlatan. When he struck, he could indeed deliver a lethal blow. Lu Xinya seemed to have witnessed Yang Jianjun's prowess, as she too raised a glass, saying, "Master Yang, please show no mercy. Beat that wretch to a pulp, and if possible, break a leg. Rest assured, although I am reluctant to bully a student, I shall fulfill my promise and handle this matter appropriately," Yang Jianjun replied calmly. To him, Lin Yi appeared to be nothing more than a lifelong cripple. "That is reassuring." Huang Xiang responded with an even broader smile. Lu Xinya cast a malevolent glance toward Lin Yi, her cold laughter dripping with disdain. "That impoverished fellow deserves to look the part of a destitute loser." In comparison to Huang Xiang, Lu Xinya harbored even deeper resentment towards Lin Yi. She had believed it a stroke of extraordinary fortune to be Huang Xiang's woman. Yet she was blindsided by Lin Yi's seemingly greater luck. Having caught the eye of Tong Yao, Lu Xinya was acutely aware of Tong Yao's privileged background, which only fueled her jealousy towards Lin Yi. How could this impoverished wretch ascend to such heights? What right did he have? I refuse to believe that Tong Yao, that wretched girl, would ever have an interest in a crippled failure. Lu Xinya raised her glass of red wine, her eyes betraying her venomous jealousy. Unbeknownst to Tong Yao, Huang Xiang and his cohorts were scheming. However, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, casting furtive glances toward Huang Xiang's direction. "Hey, why do you keep looking over there?" Tong Yao inquired, a hint of displeasure in her tone, suspecting Lin Yi of secretly observing Lu Xinya. Whispers circulated among their classmates, suggesting a prior connection between Lu Xinya and Lin Yi, a notion Tong Yao had encountered. Initially, she dismissed such gossip. Yet a woman's nature is such that the more one commands oneself against idle thoughts, the more fervently those thoughts persist. Lin Yi, taken aback, replied, "It's nothing. Just looking around." With that, Tong Yao clapped her hands in satisfaction. Unnoticed by others, Lin Yi's fingers subtly moved, seemingly calculating something. After a moment, A slight smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. An outsider martial artist, indeed. His earlier glance at Huang Xiang had nothing to do with xianxia. He was merely assessing Yang Jianjun. Upon observing Yang Jianjun's incongruous attire, Lin Yi instinctively probed with his spiritual sense. Yet, he was met with an unexpected revelation. There was no trace of true energy flowing within this individual. This scenario could yield two conclusions. Either he was not a practitioner at all, simply an ordinary mortal, or his cultivation had reached such a high realm that Lin Yi could not perceive him. Nevertheless, the calloused hands and posture, along with the way he held his wine glass, strongly suggested he was a martial artist, leading Lin Yi to conclude that he was merely an ordinary warrior, posing no threat. Lin Yi shook his head, redirecting his attention. At that moment, the atmosphere in the nightclub reached a fever pitch. Countless graduates clinked their glasses, roaring and venting their emotions. Come, let us celebrate our liberation from the depths of despair. To hell with high school. The class leader took the initiative, raising his glass high, and others followed suit, bursting into laughter. At a subtle gesture from Tong Yao, Lin Yi, who had remained inconspicuous in the corner, reluctantly joined in. However, this was a universally experienced emotional journey, and Lin Yi chose not to pass judgment. How about we take to the stage and dance? Proposed a bold girl. Her suggestion igniting applause and cheers from numerous boys. Even several girls were eager to join in on the idea. Wei Haoran raised his glass towards Tong Yao and said, Tong Yao, let us go dance together. How can you speak like that? At this moment, the class leader could only muster a stiff rebuttal. The giant man shot the class leader a glance, a smile forming on his lips instead of anger. Oh, this is rather amusing. In Phoebe Bar. Few dare to speak loudly to me. Who would have thought even a mere child would confront me? Before the class leader could respond, other classmates could no longer contain themselves. Who are you referring to? Who's the mere child? You think you're so impressive, but you too have come from your student days. Don't be afraid. We are many. We need not fear him. The youthful exuberance of the crowd, fueled by alcohol, led them to engage in a fierce stare-down with the giant man. Infuriated by the provocation, the giant could no longer tolerate it and seized a bottle, hurling it towards the class leader's head. The shattering sound of the bottle resonated violently throughout Phoebe Bar. Suddenly, the classmates who had previously shown no fear fell into an eerie silence. The towering giant cursed under his breath, declaring, Today, my mood is relatively tolerable. Had it been any other occasion, I would have taken the lives of you little brats with a single stroke. The students trembled in fear, unable to meet the fierce gaze of the colossal figure. At that moment, Tong Yao, who had been casually chatting with Lin Yi, rushed to the stage, exclaiming, Are you all right, class monitor? I'm fine. I'm fine. The class monitor's head spun, pain rendering his eyes nearly shut. Tong Yao, now in a state of urgency, retorted, What do you mean you're fine? You're bleeding from your head. With unwavering determination, she fixed her gaze upon the giant, boldly asserting, What right do you have to hit someone? The giant, taken aback by her spirit, remarked, Well, this little girl is quite spirited. His eyes, fixated on Tong Yao, could not be diverted. Infuriated, she rebuked him, Shameless. You are still young, and your experiences in society are insufficient. In time, you will understand that a man must be shameless. The giant laughed heartily, revealing his yellowed teeth, unable to restrain herself further. Tong Yao grabbed the hem of her dress and kicked forcefully at the giant. Unexpectedly, the giant, with agility that belied his massive frame, evaded her strike effortlessly. Damn. She is quite bold. The giant's expression grew increasingly grim. At that moment, a cold snort echoed from the edge of the stage. Who is this little rascal? Bullying the woman I adore. Without my permission? The crowd instinctively turned to see none other than Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang, exuding grace and elegance, gently waved a classical paper fan as he led Yang Jianjun onto the dance floor. How strikingly handsome. This instantly elicited a chorus of excited squeals from countless girls, and even the boys gazed upon him with admiration. Unbeknownst to all, in a dim corner of the venue, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 56. Are you certain? One fears the sudden stillness of the air. Within the Phoebe Bar, the previously deafening music came to an abrupt halt. Staff members sensed something amiss and hesitated to resume the music. Meanwhile, other patrons gathered around, drawn by the unfolding spectacle. Who was this young man daring to intervene? As Huang Xiang approached with an air of nonchalance, the towering figure before him exhibited a flicker of apprehension. Though he was a man of considerable size, he was not merely a muscle-bound simpleton. The giant discerned that this young student was no ordinary individual. He was likely a wealthy heir of significant status. It is not I who courts danger, but you. Huang Xiang's cold gaze fixed upon the giant as he pointed at Tong Yao, declaring, I wouldn't even dare to touch a single hair on her head, and you wish to lay a hand on her? Who do you think you are? Seeking death? With a thunderous roar, the giant retorted. Sensing the impending threat, Huang Xiang remained unfazed, softly uttering, This is in your hands, Master Yang. No problem. Yang Jianjun stepped forward, placing himself firmly in front of Huang Xiang, ready to shield him from any external assault. His presence drew the attention of many. Why is this uncle dressed like that? What is his purpose? He seems rather enigmatic. Could he be a formidable expert? How will he confront that behemoth? What a joke. The hulking figure stands at an imposing 2 meters tall, his muscular physique enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. This uncle is in for a tough time. As whispers and murmurs flutter around him, Huang Xiang merely scoffs. Tong Yao turns to the class leader and inquires, Who is that person? The class leader shakes his head. I don't recognize him either. He seems to be associated with Huang Xiang. Get out of my way. The giant bellowed, his fists clenched like hammers. As he aimed a fierce blow at Yang Jianjun, gasps erupted from the crowd, as many envisioned how Yang Jianjun would be reduced to a mere pulp by those tree trunk-like arms. A trivial skill. Yang Jianjun raised his right hand above his head in defense, while his left hand transformed into a claw, bending his body to the side to effortlessly evade the giant's attack. Before the giant could react, Yang Jianjun unleashed a flurry of punches, each striking the giant's back with precision. Is that monkey fist? Lin Fei marveled from the corner. The monkey fist is known for its agility, excelling in defensive maneuvers that transition into offense. What piqued Lin Yi's interest even further was the realization that Yang Jianjun's monkey fist was merely the opening move. As the giant staggered from the blows, Yang Jianjun pressed forward, seizing the initiative with an imposing aura, revealing his true technique, the dragon fist. Lin Yi discerned that Yang Jianjun was employing the form-style fist, a martial art that mimics the strengths and forms of various animals, allowing for both offense and defense, and exhibiting remarkable versatility. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds resonated, as the giant's face bore the brunt of Yang Jianjun's strikes, specifically the leopard fist, which gradually inflicted damage. What on earth is this? Is this martial arts? My heavens, look, that brute's nose is bleeding. Incredibly, it appears that masters of martial arts truly exist. The crowd was on the verge of frenzy, witnessing an authentic practitioner of martial arts standing before them. I shall kill you. The giant, a hulking figure, was consumed by a sense of profound humiliation and fury. He seized a beer bottle, gripping it tightly, and charged towards Yang Jianjun. This man's fist technique seems rather impressive. Lin Fei, observing from the sidelines, clasped his hands together in delight, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. How intriguing. With a calm demeanor and employing crane fist to maneuver, he deftly evaded the brute's advances. TSK, as soon as he gained the upper hand, he swiftly unleashed a tiger fist to suppress his opponent. Lin Fei found the situation increasingly amusing, turning his gaze towards Yang Jianjun, who was fiercely engaged in combat. This individual had truly honed his external martial arts to an extraordinary level, remarkable indeed. Thud. At that moment, Yang Jianjun, utilizing his dragon fist, delivered a powerful strike to the giant's temple. The colossal man staggered, his awareness fading. With a resounding thud, the giant collapsed heavily to the ground, causing the dance floor to tremble. Well done. Huang Xiang was the first to react, clapping in admiration. Phew. Yang Jianjun withdrew his stance, standing with an air of nonchalance. His tone tinged with a hint of pride as he remarked, Young Master Huang, you flatter me. For him, this was merely a warm-up. If he were to truly engage, he could easily defeat the giant. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Had he truly rendered that massive figure unconscious in such a manner? Alas, what remarkable martial arts are these? I am utterly eager to learn. But really, with your frail, stick-like frame, it would be quite a feat if you didn't collapse from exhaustion in the presence of a woman. I must admit, the impact of Chinese martial arts is profoundly striking. People have long been misled by various television dramas, films, and sensational news, believing that martial arts are mere illusions. Nothing but deceit. In an instant, numerous classmates gathered around Huang Xiang, showering him with expressions of gratitude. Several young women even exhibited a subtle inclination towards affection. Huang Xiang's vanity was immensely gratified, yet at that moment, he suddenly recalled something and cast his gaze towards Lin Fei in the corner of the audience. Lin Fei, Huang Xiang called out. Instantly, All eyes shifted towards Lin Yi. Indeed, what a coward. Lu Xianxia scoffed repeatedly, stating, in my view, such a person is utterly unworthy of being our classmate. Even the class monitor, who had suffered a head injury, could not suppress a disdainful snort. Only two women remained silent, Tong Yao and Mo, the girl whose life Lin Yi had saved on Wulu Mountain. Lin Yi is not as you portray him, Tong Yao exclaimed in exasperation. Mo nodded eagerly, her voice soft as she added, Lin Yi is actually a very good person. Lu Xianxia chuckled sarcastically, retorting, then why does he fail to integrate? Everyone else joins the dance floor, yet he, a grown man, hesitates to participate. When our class monitor was bullied, he didn't even dare to utter a word. Indeed, such individuals are the epitome of scoundrels. Lacking a sense of teamwork, even transfer students behave this way. Taking advantage of the moment, Wei Haoran maliciously remarked, everyone, let us not speak anymore. Perhaps Lin Yi merely left for a moment due to an urgent need? Haha, what impeccable timing for such a nature call. Gao Gu joined in the jest. Overwhelmed by the unpleasant remarks ringing in her ears, Tong Yao found herself at a loss. She yearned to retort, but felt utterly incapable of formulating a response. Indeed, why was Lin Yi hiding away without making an appearance? He had been watching all along, yet remained conspicuously silent. Perhaps the answer lay solely within Lin Yi himself. Facing the collective scorn, Lin Yi remained unperturbed, his demeanor as tranquil as a placid lake. After a moment of contemplation, he cast a meaningful glance at Huang Xiang and said, didn't you bring along a skilled individual, young Master Xiang? I believe my involvement is unnecessary. Huang Xiang raised an eyebrow, questioning, how do you know that Master Yang is indeed skilled? Lu Xianxia retorted with a mocking smirk. None of us could discern it. You alone possess the keen eye to recognize Master Yang's prowess. Lin Yi, you truly are remarkable. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly and replied. His gait clearly indicates he is a practitioner. He is more than capable of dealing with a hulking brute who lacks finesse. Oh, before anyone else could speak, Yang Jianjun expressed surprise. You've already noticed? Lin Yi responded, a master of the pictographic style of boxing, his dragon fist technique is quite commendable. Commendable? Yang Jianjun, rather than being incensed, chuckled, never has anyone described me as commendable. You are the first. Lin Yi smiled, then I should feel honored. Huang Xiang, growing impatient, shouted loudly. Lin Yi, since you speak with such conviction, do you consider yourself superior to Master Yang? I never claimed such a thing, Lin Yi retorted, refusing to be provoked. Lu Xianxia, with a hint of challenge in her voice, remarked, then do you have the guts to face Master Yang in a match? Yang Jianjun, with a fierce glint in his eyes, shook his neck and replied, if I were to get serious, it could result in grave consequences. Those with faint hearts should refrain from accepting. The art of provocation was vividly displayed in that moment. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Lin Yi sighed softly. Are you certain? A faint smile crept onto his lips, revealing a radiant grin. Chapter 57. A resounding slap. Are you certain? Such a confidently uttered phrase from Lin Yi seemed, paradoxically, to carry an air of futility. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Yang Jianjun's formidable prowess firsthand. Lin Yi, while possessing commendable skills in combat, paled in comparison to the years of mastery Yang had honed. One was a self-taught student, while the other was a seasoned expert with decades of training. What basis was there for comparison? The onlookers were already captivated, each young man harboring a dream of martial heroism. Many in attendance had reached a level of admiration for Yang Jianjun bordering on reverence. Particularly the class monitor and his classmates. Huang Xiang proclaimed, Master Yang is a revered figure in Chang'an City, a veritable icon of martial arts. Just the mention of his name sends shivers down the spines of many ruffians. None dare to respond lightly, not even the most notorious gang leaders. He has invested heavily to have Master Yang at his service, and with such a formidable bodyguard at his side, Huang Xiang naturally felt an immense sense of pride. Even Lu Xianxia, standing beside him, was overwhelmed with a sense of vanity. Young man, wielding a blade is perilous. When we engage shortly, do not hold it against me for my ruthless hand. Are you prepared? At this moment, Yang Jianjun cast a proud glance at Lin Yi, offering a seemingly kind warning. Is this not merely a caution? Lin Yi's temper flared, his eyes flashing. Huang Xiang sneered repeatedly. Aren't you quite formidable? Why the sudden trepidation? Lu Xianxia chimed in with a mocking tone. How could Lin Yi possibly be afraid? He is merely concerned about being reduced to a state of utter humiliation. Howling like a swine when defeated. You all. Tong Yao was infuriated, instinctively shielding Lin Yi behind her. Lin Yi, pay them no mind. Yet Lin Yi spoke up. Since Master Yang has said so, it would be rather impolite for me to decline. Lin Yi, Tong Yao's anxiety surged. Have you lost your senses? Do not act rashly. You cannot contend with him. She had witnessed how the giant, muscular brute had been effortlessly toppled by Yang Jianjun, an utter annihilation. The hulking figure had been rendered as helpless as a chick under Yang Jianjun's might. And what could Lin Yi possibly wield against Yang Jianjun? Tong Yu silently vowed. No matter what, she would not allow Lin Yi to acquiesce. Tong Yao, this is a matter that concerns men. Your interference seems rather inappropriate, Huang Xiang remarked, a flicker of discontent flashing in his eyes. While others might tread lightly around Tong Yao, he was unperturbed, despite the Tong family's esteemed stature in Xiang City, which rendered them a formidable presence. Huang Xiang's own background was not to be trifled with either. In truth, Huang Xiang had no reason to fear Tong Yao. Tong Yao was acutely aware of the underlying circumstances and endeavored to reason. Lin Yi is merely a student. Is this fair? What difference is there between him facing this master and courting death? Lu Xianxia interjected, yet Lin Yi has never regarded Master Yang with any respect. Silence. Tong Yao shot her a glare. Is it your place to speak? Tong Yao had long harbored 100 grievances against Lu Xianxia. She had always found this snobbish woman intolerable, especially after learning about Lu Xianxia's ambiguous past with Lin Yi, which only intensified her disdain. You, Lu Xianxia, humiliated by Tong Yao's contempt, turned a deep shade of crimson but dared not retort. Huang Xiang possessed the capability to contend with Tong Yao, yet he held no right to intervene. Should Tong Yao resolutely decide to target Lu Xianxia, it was likely that Huang Xiang would be the first to abandon her. He had no desire to confront the Tong family over a woman. Regardless, you all must not lay a finger on Lin Yi. Tong Yao had irrevocably severed ties. The crowd was taken aback, gradually realizing that the Tong Yao they had known for 3 years was becoming increasingly estranged, even from herself. At the moment she uttered those words, she found herself momentarily stunned. When had it come to this? That she would oppose her classmates of 3 years for Lin Yi? Just as Tong Yao was engulfed in confusion, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. Enough, Tong Yao. Do not continue. With that, he stepped onto the dance floor, demonstrating everything through his actions. Ah, indeed, what bravery. Yang Jianjun regarded him with newfound respect. With a startled cry from Momo, Tong Yao finally realized the situation. Lin Yi, don't act impulsively. Saying this, she attempted to rush onto the stage to pull Lin Yi down. However, she was obstructed by several classmates who prevented her from advancing. You all. Tears welled up in Tong Yao's eyes. Originally, tonight was meant to be a joyful celebration, a farewell to the past. But now, what had it devolved into? In that moment, Tong Yao did not perceive any change within herself. It was the familiar faces of her classmates, who had shared 3 years with her, that now seemed so alien. Their expressions were filled with indifference. The way they gazed at Yang Jianjun and Huang Xiang was tinged with blind adoration. Trembling, Tong Yao implored, "Do you not realize that this could lead to a tragedy?" Hearing her words, the crowd hesitated momentarily, seemingly wavering. Indeed, given Master Yang's extraordinary skills, it was plausible that a serious incident could occur. Do not worry. I will take responsibility for any chaos that ensues, Huang Xiang declared, stepping forward. Upon hearing this assurance, the crowd felt unburdened, maintaining their stoic stance before Tong Yao. Lin Yi. Tong Yao was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Momo could not help but divert her gaze towards the stage, anticipating the impending calamity. Please, young man, go ahead, lest it be said that I am bullying you, Yang Jianjun said, standing with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of a reclusive master. Lin Yi blinked in surprise, asking, Master Yang, are you truly letting me go first? Yang Jianjun responded with a serene smile. Feel free to make your move. Very well, then I shall not hold back. Lin Yi replied, humbly cupping his fist in respect. However, to the onlookers, his gesture of cupping his fists appeared particularly comical. As he spoke, Lin Yi, utterly unguarded and without any defensive posture, swaggered towards Yang Jianjun step by step. What a fool! Huang Xiang scoffed disdainfully. Lu Xianxia echoed with a cold laugh, saying, compared to Master Yang, his meager skills are nothing but a joke. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yi had already reached Yang Jianjun's side. Go ahead, little brother. If you can touch me 3 times, I shall consider myself defeated, Yang Jianjun proclaimed with arrogant pride. Lin Yi nodded and suddenly swung his right hand. The resounding slap reverberated throughout the Fabi bar. In an instant, Yang Jianjun had no time to react, as Lin Yi's palm struck his face with force. Yang Jianjun felt his head spin violently, several of his teeth shattered, and he collapsed onto the dance floor stage. What? Everyone was left dumbfounded. The illustrious Master Yang had been knocked down by a single slap from Lin Yi. Tong Yao was stunned. This outcome was something she had never dared to imagine. Hearing nothing around her, Mo curiously lifted her head, and upon seeing the scene, she was equally astonished. No, this is impossible. Huang Xiang was on the verge of collapse. His legs weakened as he nearly lost his balance. Lu Xinya was incredulous, as if words were stuck in her throat. Unable to emerge. A martial arts master, defeated by a recent high school graduate with a mere slap? He didn't even have a chance to respond. Simply collapsing in a daze? My goodness! Is this for real? This was the mightiest expert in hushing, a renowned martial arts master of the highest caliber. The outcome was that Lin Yi effortlessly knocked him over with a single slap. Did this imply that the massive figure, who had just been rendered unconscious, could be crushed beneath Lin Yi's fingertip? Even more astonishing was the reaction of the other patrons in the bar. Out of nowhere appeared a martial artist, who easily subdued the renowned giant, only for a student to emerge and render that skilled fighter senseless with a mere slap. They couldn't help but question their own existence. Were today's students truly this formidable? Chapter 58. Master Yang was on the verge of tears in an instant. The poised and ethereal Yang Jianjun transformed into a motionless figure sprawled on the ground, akin to a lifeless dog. Upon witnessing Yang Jianjun convulsing on the floor, Lin Yi's face was filled with disbelief as he hurried to assist him. Master Yang, are you all right? Lin Yi inquired with genuine concern. Yang Jianjun nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in response. Do you think I'm fine? He thought, yet as the words hovered on his lips, he found himself at a loss, stammering, I. Lin Yi replied, I apologize, Master Yang. I was born with considerable strength. Let us continue, and I shall endeavor to control it this time. Don't. A flicker of fear crossed Yang Jianjun's eyes. With a resounding slap, Lin Yi struck again, this time landing squarely on Yang Jianjun's forehead. The impact sent Yang Jianjun hurtling backward, crashing violently against the DJ booth, leaving the equipment in disarray. Once more, the crowd was gripped by a collective shudder, for there exists a pain that is felt merely by witnessing it. Alas, Master Yang, what have you done? Lin Yi's eyes widened as he hurriedly rushed over to assist him. I'm truly sorry. I'm fine. Yang Jianjun was on the verge of tears. He desperately wished to feign death, lying motionless on the floor, for at least that would spare him further humiliation. Most importantly, it would alleviate this torment. Trembling, Yang Jianjun uttered, Shall we continue? Lin Yi seemed to grasp his meaning, nodding earnestly, All right. Yang Jianjun nearly broke into tears. No. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt himself lifted as Lin Yi grasped his arm and threw him forward. Yang Jianjun was at a loss, lamenting how a distinguished master of the symbolic boxing style could be tossed about like a mere ragdoll. Master Yang, seeing his predicament, Lin Yi was about to rush over to offer further assistance. Yet, from an unknown wellspring of determination, Yang Jianjun exerted all his strength to struggle to his feet, exclaiming, You. Stay away, for heaven's sake. Lin Yi had no choice but to halt. Blinking in confusion, he gazed quizzically at Yang Jianjun and couldn't resist asking, Master Yang, what profound martial art are you employing? Drunken boxing, perhaps? Drunken boxing. Yang Jianjun's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Good heavens. You are the one practicing drunken boxing. Your entire family must be. Yang Jianjun, a formidable practitioner of symbolic boxing, a man of considerable strength who has undoubtedly bested countless masters, known as Brother Yang in society, a man of few words yet fierce demeanor. Why on earth would I, with so much time on my hands, engage in such frivolity as flailing about in drunken boxing? Yang Jianjun felt a heaviness in his chest, struggling to catch his breath. Master Yang, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Yi approached, seemingly intending to offer a comforting pat on his back. No. Don't come any closer. Yang Jianjun wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Retreating rapidly, gazing at Lin Yi as if he were a monstrous apparition, nearly on the verge of tears. The onlookers at the side of the stage were already in a state of unparalleled shock. Lin Yi's playful engagement with this Master Yang felt utterly absurd. As Lin Yi feigned ignorance, appearing bashful yet eager to assist Yang Jianjun, Tong Yao couldn't suppress her laughter. In a spirited tone, she called out to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, look at Master Yang in this condition. Why aren't you rushing to help him up? Surrender. Yang Jianjun shouted repeatedly, using all his strength to retreat, distancing himself from Lin Yi, fearful of being hurled away once more. Lin Yi scratched his head, saying, Master Yang, why would you surrender? You, madman! Yang Jianjun exclaimed in sheer terror. He had never imagined that such a young student could utterly defeat him. Yet it was precisely this chaotic onslaught that filled Yang Jianjun with dread. It was an utter humiliation. At that moment, Lin Yi approached again, suggesting, Master Yang, perhaps you should just concede? I surrender. Yang Jianjun, panic-stricken, fled like a frightened dog, propelled by an unknown vigor, darting away. The notion of dignity was utterly irrelevant. Preserving his life was paramount. Witnessing Yang Jianjun's swift escape, the crowd was left in stunned disbelief. Among them, a portion of individuals appeared rather pale, particularly xianxia, whose face had taken on a hue reminiscent of liver. Lu Xinya, on the other hand, stood frozen in place, increasingly unable to fathom Lin Yi. Was this truly the same destitute and incompetent individual she once knew? Lin Yi, are you all right? As Lin Yi descended from the dance floor, Tong Yao hurriedly grasped his arm, peppering him with questions. Lin Yi offered a slight smile, reassuring her, I am fine. You are quite the rascal. Mo approached, whispering softly. Lin Yi feigned ignorance. Huh? What? I know nothing at all. With a glance exchanged, Tong Yao and Mo found amusement reflected in each other's eyes. Over 10 days later, the results of the college entrance examination were released, prompting countless students to check their scores immediately, while their parents anxiously held their breaths. Some rejoiced, while others were engulfed in despair. Some celebrated, while others resorted to tragic measures. The scores are out, look. Tong Yao, filled with anxiety, muttered prayers under her breath as she entered her examination number. Clutching her mouse, she closed her eyes and clicked to inquire. The web page was exceedingly sluggish, a testament to the multitude of students seeking their results simultaneously. After an agonizing wait, the page finally refreshed. In the next moment, the number 637 appeared before Tong Lei and Lin Yi. Fortuitously, Lin Yi had fared even better. The admission threshold for Chang'an University last year was 612 points, and Lin Yi had achieved a score of 613, surpassing it by a single point. Tong Lei let out a quiet sigh of relief and promptly called Tong Deqiang to share the joyous news. The joyful Tong Deqiang did not forget to remind Lin Yi to work diligently, assuring that he would cover all the miscellaneous fees. After hanging up, she smiled and said, Yao, congratulations. You achieved an impressive score. Yes, I didn't expect to perform so well in this college entrance examination, and Lin Yi did quite well too. Tong Yao exclaimed joyfully. Lin Yi, touching his nose, remarked, I can't compare to you. Tong Lei cast a curious glance at Lin Yi, as if trying to decipher something from his expression. However, Lin Yi maintained a serene demeanor, revealing nothing of value. How did you manage it? Tong Lei suddenly inquired of Lin Yi. She had previously conducted discreet investigations into his past and was well aware that before transferring schools, Lin Yi had been an ordinary student. Yet, how could it be that in less than 2 months, his grades skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket? Lin Yi understood her question but feigned ignorance, replying, just lucky, nothing more. Was it truly that simple? Tong Lei's eyes reflected a complex mixture of emotions. Just enough to meet the cutoff for Chang'an University. Is it really mere luck? Chapter 59, Sudden Developments. Suddenly, a bold and frightening thought unconsciously emerged in Tong Lei's mind. Could Lin Yi have controlled his scores to this extent? However, as soon as this thought surfaced, she quickly suppressed it. How could that be possible? To achieve such a feat would require immense confidence. Perhaps even the top scorer in the college entrance examination could not manage it. Meanwhile, the second young lady, Tong Yao, clearly did not ponder as deeply as her sister. Tong Yao gently shook Lin Yi's arm, saying, Lin Yi, the college entrance examination results are out, and we have both been accepted into Chang'an University. Shall we go out and have some fun? Sure, Lin Yi replied, having no objections. His guiding principle was to comply with Tong Yao's wishes. However, there was another layer of thought in his mind. Let us not forget that Tong Deqiang had also issued directives. Though he was tasked with courting his daughter, Lin Yi had always hesitated to take the plunge. After pondering for a moment, Tong Yao snapped her fingers and exclaimed, Oh, by the way, a new amusement park has opened in Xiang City called the Gateway to the World. Let us go there and enjoy ourselves. Lin Yi hesitated for a brief moment before inquiring, Should we invite others? Tong Yao responded, Of course. Who do you have in mind? Lin Yi suggested. Perhaps we could ask Teacher Qin if she would like to join us. Tong Yao did not think much of Lin Yi's desire to invite Qin Yueshi. She simply believed that Lin Yi wished to take this opportunity to express his gratitude to teacher Qin, who had devoted many nights to tutoring him. That sounds great. Without hesitation, Tong Yao nodded and said, I'll invite Mo to join us as well. Lin Yi then turned to Tong Lei, curiously asking, Miss, aren't you coming along? No, I have been quite busy lately, Tong Lei replied with a gentle smile, apologizing to Tong Yao. Yao? I regret that I cannot spend time with you. It's all right. Tong Yao, ever understanding, replied with a cheerful smile, I know you're busy, sister. It's perfectly fine as long as Lin Yi is here to keep me company. Miss Tong Lei felt a sense of relief and said to Lin Yi, I leave Yao in your care. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Ultimately, Tong Yao made a call to Mo, who readily agreed. As for Qin Yueshi, Lin Yi, lacking a mobile phone, had Tong Yao initiate the call. Teacher Qin assured them that she was available today. After hanging up, Tong Yao turned to Lin Yi, who consented. He now possessed a sufficient amount of renminbi, aside from the 2 million he won playing billiards with Cui Musen. Tong Lei had recently sent him a salary of 100,000. Not only could he afford a mobile phone, but in the third-tier city of Xianxia, purchasing a car or a house was also well within reach. Let us prepare and head directly to the gateway to the World Amusement Park to meet Teacher Qin and Mo at the entrance. Tong Yao began to get ready. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had little to do. Dressed in his casual attire, he settled comfortably on the sofa, awaiting their departure. It was now 8 in the morning, and the college entrance examination scores had been released in the early hours. Tong Lei had forbidden Tong Yao from staying up late, while Lin Yi was unconcerned. He was confident of his success. Hurry. The amusement park is about to open. If we arrive late, we might miss the chance to buy tickets. Tong Yao exclaimed in a flurry, changing into a fresh, youthful outfit that radiated a vibrant essence. Neither of them knew how to drive, so they reluctantly opted for a taxi. During the ride, Tong Yao expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, Lin Yi, it's about time you got your driver's license. How about I teach you to drive in Chanyang after school starts? Lin Yi inquired, though he had never contemplated purchasing a vehicle. Yet, being with Tong Yao without the ability to drive indeed posed some inconvenience. Tong Yao shook her head vigorously, insisting, no way. You must obtain your driver's license this summer. If need be, I can have my sister pull some strings for you. In any case, the sooner, the better. During the lengthy summer vacation, the playful Tong Yao naturally yearned to indulge in frequent excursions. How could Lin Yi, who was unable to drive, refuse? With a hint of reluctance, he acquiesced, stating, very well, I shall enroll in driving school tomorrow. Before long, they arrived at their destination, World's Gate. This amusement park had recently opened, boasting new attractions and a bustling atmosphere, necessitating a queue for tickets. Teacher Qin, Mo. Upon reaching the ticket counter, Tong Yao spotted 2 familiar figures. Mo remained as she always was, her attire delicate and refined, embodying a rather shy and introverted demeanor. In stark contrast, Qin Yueshi appeared completely transformed, dressed in a soft pink Hello Kitty top, paired with a floral skirt that flowed elegantly. Her lustrous black hair was styled into numerous fine braids. Her porcelain face, with its delicate features, was accentuated by long, slender eyebrows framing her radiant, dark eyes, which sparkled with charm. Lin Yi found himself momentarily entranced. Qin Yueshi discreetly winked at him, seemingly conveying, what do you think? Isn't she lovely? Fortunately, Tong Yao remained oblivious to this exchange, engrossed in lively whispers with Mo. Congratulations to you both. I've checked the results, and you performed remarkably well. All thanks to Teacher Qin's guidance. Mo said, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Was it merely his imagination? Lin Yi felt an unsettling anxiety. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition lingered in his mind. Observing Tong Yao's exuberant demeanor, he shook his head and chuckled to himself. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Throughout the morning, the group reveled in a myriad of thrilling high-altitude rides, with Tong Yao displaying an insatiable appetite for adventure, her courage seemingly boundless. Lin Yi felt indifferent, but the expressions on Qin Yueshi and Momo's faces were far from pleasant. How about we take a break? Suggested Qin Yueshi, her complexion pale after just disembarking from the roller coaster. Momo, already petrified, was rendered speechless, her legs trembling and relying on Tong Yao for support. Tong Yao, however, was brimming with enthusiasm, exclaiming, there are still so many attractions left to explore. Look over there, a haunted house. Let us go together. Please, no. Momo's voice quivered, tinged with a hint of tears as she stammered, "Tong Yao, I really can't go." Though Qin Yueshi remained silent, it was evident that she shared the same trepidation. Instantly, Tong Yao's excitement waned. Suddenly, she seemed to notice something and pointed skyward, exclaiming, "Wow! Look! They're bungee jumping." With a jolt, Momo's legs gave way, nearly causing her to collapse. Lin sighed in exasperation, "Come on, considering how Momo and teacher Qin are feeling. You think they would want to try that?" Pouting, Tong Yu replied, "Oh, I'll just go by myself then." Qin Yueshi conceded, "All right, we'll accompany you. But just to clarify, you will be the only one participating. We're not going on that. It's too terrifying." "Not a problem." Tong Yao beamed, eagerly pulling everyone toward the bungee jumping site. Shortly thereafter, Tong Yao paid for her turn, and soon it was her time to ascend. Both Qin Yueshi and Momo, fearful of heights, opted to remain below, leaving Lin as the sole companion for Tong Yao. "Wow, it's so high." Standing at the precipice, Tong Yao's eyes widened in awe, yet she felt no fear, only exhilaration. Meanwhile, the staff were busy with preparations. As Tong Yao stood at the edge, gazing down, the staff hurriedly cautioned, "Miss, please step back from the platform and patiently await us to secure the bungee cord for you." However, these words fell on deaf ears. For Tong Yao was enveloped in a tumult of fear and anxiety. Reflected in her eyes was the image of the tranquil waters below, yet her heart was gripped by trepidation. Suddenly, the fearless Tong Yao was consumed by sheer terror, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, an inconceivable panic emerged within her gaze. The fierce winds howled around her, echoing ominously in her ears. I. Tong Yao struggled to utter a sound, but words eluded her. A wave of discomfort surged in her chest, and dizziness enveloped her mind. An ominous realization dawned upon Lin. Yet, it was too late. Under the watchful eyes of the staff and countless onlookers below, Tong Yao, unprepared and without any safety measures, plunged downward. On the ground, Qin Yueshi and Momo watched in horror as Tong Yao's figure fell rapidly, magnified in their sight. The two women screamed in disbelief, "Tong Yao." Chapter 60, A Daring Leap. Bungee jumping is undoubtedly the pinnacle of excitement at the World Gateway amusement park, far surpassing even the thrill of a drop tower. At that moment, the park was teeming with people, their eyes wide with shock as they witnessed Tong Yao plummeting from the heights. She was not secured with a bungee cord. A chorus of horrified screams erupted as countless spectators shielded their eyes, too terrified to witness the impending disaster. Although the waters below were freshwater, such a height rendered it utterly ineffective. The consequences would be far graver than that of a concrete surface. When a person falls to the ground, the worst outcome may merely be a fractured skull or broken limbs. With a stroke of fortune, there exists a minuscule chance of survival. However, what occurs when one plunges into water from several hundred meters above? It is no exaggeration to assert that there is absolutely no hope of survival upon hitting the water. In that instant of impact, internal organs are violently torn apart, resulting in instantaneous death. And this is merely the lighter scenario. Should one fall from even greater heights, such as thousands of meters, the remains may be utterly unrecognizable, as the body is obliterated, reduced to mere blood and water. This elucidates why the survival rate is nearly non-existent during airplane disasters. Plunging into the ocean guarantees demise for all aboard. Tong Yu. Qin Yueshi's face turned ashen, her eyes reddening with distress. Meanwhile, Momo was utterly petrified, rendered speechless with fear. The staff, stricken with horror, had never anticipated such a calamity. It is worth noting that there are often tourists unafraid of heights who peer over the edge of the platform, only to retreat obediently when cautioned. Yet this time, how could she have suddenly collapsed? It was over. The staff's face drained of color. He realized he would not only face dismissal but also bear a lifelong burden of guilt and anxiety. At that critical moment, as Tong Yao fell through the air, Lin leaped without hesitation, following her descent. The staff stood in shock. Countless tourists on the ground were left dumbfounded, while Qin Yueshi and Momo experienced a wave of dizziness, completely bewildered. Lin, in the moment when Qin Yueshi's mind was enveloped in a haze, Momo's terrified scream pierced the air, her tears cascading from the corners of her eyes as the wind howled around them. Astonishingly, Lin was plummeting at a speed surpassing even that of Tong Yao. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that his descent was not only rapid but nearing the threshold of free fall. Qin Yueshi was bewildered, unable to comprehend how Lin managed such a feat yet. Even if Lin could grasp Tong Yao, what would it matter? What would it truly change? Qin Yueshi's face turned ashen, her tear-streaked visage a testament to her profound despair. This day was destined to be tragic. Under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, Lin Yi's descent accelerated until he finally caught hold of Tong Yao. The precision of his landing was uncanny. He had leapt from a spot that aligned perfectly with her fall. As Lin Yi embraced Tong Yao, he channeled his vital energy to slow his descent. In the air, Tong Yao appeared ghostly pale, trembling uncontrollably. "Do not fear. Everything will be all right, Tong Yao. I am here," Lin Yi shouted with fervor. Tong Yao, sensing something, glanced up at Lin Yi's face, yet her panic remained unmitigated. Gazing down into the endless water below, she felt a crushing weight in her chest and retched violently. Unperturbed by the mess, Lin Yi remained focused, his gaze fixed on the ground as he calculated their landing point with rapid precision. "Here it comes." As they neared the water's surface, Lin Yi formed a hand gesture and shouted, "Hold on tight." Tong Yao tightly closed her eyes, instinctively clutching the warm embrace. Entwining herself with Lin Yi, a deafening crash echoed, and the surface of the water erupted in towering waves. The figures of Lin Yi and Tong Yao vanished completely from the sight of countless onlookers. The water now lay still and silent. Tong Yao, Lin Yi, Qin Yueshi and Momo repeatedly uttered these names, teetering on the brink of despair. They were filled with profound regret. Had they known, they would have accompanied Tong Yao, providing her with more guardianship, thus preventing this calamity. Momo wept inconsolably, blaming herself. "It's all my fault, my cowardice." Qin Yueshi, in her own anguish, forgot to offer comfort, reflecting, "If only I had stopped Tong Yao from bungee jumping, perhaps none of this would have come to light." Whether it be the Alliance or Cui Musin, it all seemed trivial now. Let it be as if Lin Yi had never existed. Qin Yueshi closed her eyes, a final tear cascading down her cheek. Stumbling, she walked away, her gaze vacant, distancing herself from this sorrowful place. Leaving Xiang City, departing from the city where she had shared warmth with Lin Yi. Forget him. The wind swept by, and the fragile Qin Yueshi felt an overwhelming desolation. Her heart had already perished. Beneath the water, glug glug, Tong Yao swallowed a significant amount of water, and Lin Yi swiftly sealed her airway, channeling his vital energy to prevent her from suffocating due to lack of oxygen. Lin Yi guided Tong Yao in a particular direction while swimming. He had no intention of surfacing directly, for so many eyes were upon them. Should they be discovered alive, the sensational news could very well cause an uproar. Lin Yike wished to avoid any unwanted attention from the authorities, thus he steered clear of such troublesome matters. "Don't be afraid, Tong Yao." Lin Yi conveyed this thought through his spiritual sense. With her eyes tightly shut, Tong Yao seemed to sense something. She moved slightly, instinctively relaxing a great deal, and clung more tightly to Lin Yi. After swimming for over 10 minutes, Lin Yi scanned the surroundings with his spiritual awareness, and upon confirming the absence of others, he surfaced with Tong Yao in his arms. "How are you, Tong Yao?" he asked anxiously after laying her on the shore. Tong Yao trembled incessantly, her eyes still filled with panic as she whispered, "Cold, so cold. I feel so uncomfortable." She resembled a frightened child, evoking a deep sense of compassion. "Hold on, I will get you to the hospital immediately." Lin Yi understood that due to Tong Yao's current physical state, he could not transmit too much vital energy, or her condition would worsen. It was imperative to rely on modern medical interventions. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi hoisted Tong Yao onto his back and dashed off. In his urgency, he failed to notice that Tong Yao, resting against him, gradually opened her eyes. Lin Yi, observing his sweat-drenched visage, she longed to call out to him, yet her voice failed her. She was acutely aware of her own condition. Tong Yao comprehended many things, forcing a pale smile as she silently thought, "Thank you for coming. I hope you do not regret my departure." Yo, it won't be long now." Perhaps fatigued, she slowly closed her eyes, becoming utterly still. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, these were Tong Yao's innermost thoughts. "Almost there, just hold on a little longer." Lin Yi raced through the city, his speed surpassing that of any automobile. In less than 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the hospital. Doctor, he shouted anxiously as he burst into the facility. The nurses hurriedly stepped forward, swiftly transporting Tong Yao to the emergency room, leaving Lin Yi in the corridor, anxiously awaiting news. Upon receiving notification from the hospital, Tong Lei and Tong Deqiang, who were engrossed in their work, immediately dropped everything and rushed over without delay. "Where is Yao? How is she?" Tong Deqiang and Tong Lei exclaimed in unison, their urgency palpable. Lin Yi recounted the events that had transpired, omitting the details of bungee jumping, simply stating that Tong Yao had suddenly fallen ill. The revelation of Tong Yao's condition seemed to age Tong Deqiang by a decade. Yao. Tong Lei's body weakened, and she nearly fainted. It was unimaginable that Tong Deqiang, the formidable figure of Xiang City, a man of unwavering strength, covered his blood-stained hands with his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. What sins have I committed to deserve such a fate for Yao? I am filled with hatred. The sense of hopelessness stemming from an incurable disease was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. At that moment, Lin Fei suddenly stood up. I believe I can cure the second Mrs. Illness, he declared, his words striking Tong Deqiang and Tong Lei like a clap of thunder. What did you say? Both were taken aback by Lin Yi's audacious claim. Rabies, a disease that countless doctors worldwide have been unable to remedy. How could Lin Fei possibly suggest he could heal it? How could this be possible? In the next moment, Tong Deqiang abruptly stood up. Fixating his gaze on Lin Fei, Tong Lei, with utmost seriousness, declared, Lin Fei, I am unaware of your true identity, but I comprehend that you are extraordinary. If you possess a solution, please reveal it. Tong Deqiang added, if you can cure Yao's ailment, I shall give her to you in marriage. And the entirety of the Tong family's fortune will be yours. Lin Fei appeared to harbor some unspeakable secret, remaining silent for an extended period. Tong Deqiang, struggling to contain his emotions, urged, whatever difficulties you face, speak freely. I would go to any lengths, even if it means sacrificing everything. At that moment, Tong Lei seemed to grasp something profound. Her face flushed slightly, though the blush quickly faded. Taking a deep breath, she said, Lin Fei, if you can achieve this, I would be willing to marry you. With that, she lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Yi's gaze. Lin Fei stammered, still unable to articulate a response. Tong Deqiang, now exasperated, demanded, what is it that you desire? I will fulfill any request within my capacity. Lin Fei, with a peculiar expression, replied, I do not seek anything for myself. Indeed, I possess a method to heal her, but there is a rather impertinent condition. Speak it, Tong Deqiang urged. Though a hint of apprehension flickered in his eyes as he added, as long as it is not too outrageous. With a soft sigh, Lin Fei stated, I need to take her away. Away? Tong Lei interjected, momentarily bewildered. Where do you intend to take Yao? To a place devoid of people, of course. Lin Fei murmured to himself, yet he could not voice his thoughts. Instead, he mustered the courage to tell a benevolent lie, to be honest. I know an elderly divine physician, a true master of healing. He resides deep within the mountains, having secluded himself for many years, seeing no one but me. Tong Lei suddenly recalled the first time she encountered Lin Fei. It was indeed in the mountains on the outskirts of the city. Could it be that a reclusive old physician truly dwelled there? Tong Deqiang hesitated, genuinely uneasy, especially after the incident involving Dr. Kong. He had grown increasingly skeptical of these so-called divine healers. Just then, Tong Lei spoke up. I believe you. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such resolute faith from her. Lei. Tong Deqiang's expression darkened. Tong Lei turned to her father and said, Dad, this is our only option. Let's take a gamble. Besides, we both know Lin Yi's character. He wouldn't boast without merit. After a lengthy pause, with a conflicted expression, Tong Deqiang gritted his teeth and declared, Then let it be so. Shortly thereafter, Tong Lei inquired, Lin Fei, when do you plan to take Yao there? Lin Fei replied earnestly, the sooner, the better. The second young lady's condition is dire. She is on the brink of a crisis. At that moment, the emergency room door swung open. Dad. Tong Lei quickly grasped his arm, whispering, Let us see what Lin Fei has to say. Lin Fei remained silent. Walking directly into the emergency room and lifting the ailing Tong Yao from her bed, the doctor was taken aback, exclaiming, Excuse me, please step aside. Lin Fei offered no explanations as he carried Tong Yao away. Finding a secluded spot, he booked a room, and under the peculiar gaze of the front desk staff, he entered the elevator with the unconscious Tong Yao in his arms. Upon reaching the floor, he brought her into the hotel room, slamming the door shut and locking it without hesitation. Without delay, he transported Tong Yao into the world of the jade pendant. Spirit of the realm, come forth. Lin Fei called out as soon as he entered the jade pendant world. What's all this ruckus? You're disturbing my slumber. A little girl in a white dress rubbed her sleepy eyes, yawning profusely before Lin Fei, seemingly still in a daze. Oh, who is this? The girl noticed Tong Yao and curiously inquired, Did you bring her in? Isn't it obvious? Who else could it be? Lin Fei rolled his eyes in exasperation. The girl scrutinized Tong Yao for a few moments before exclaiming, "There's no trace of true energy. She is actually immortal? Yet her condition appears rather dire. She is gravely ill. Please take care of her while I search for some medicinal herbs," Lin Yi implored. The little girl, reluctant, replied, "I haven't even woken up properly yet. I refuse." "Then I shall dispose of the jade pendant," Lin Yi threatened. "You wouldn't dare." The girl stomped her foot and insisted, "If you want me to look after her, you must bring me delicious food." "Very well," Lin Yi readily acquiesced. After ensuring Tong Yao is comfortably settled, he departed from the world of the jade pendant. Lin Yi was uncertain how to treat her hydrophobia. Yet he knew he could devise a remedy through his alchemical skills. There exists a third-tier elixir known as the life-saving pill, capable of curing any ailment effortlessly, even the plague. It can restore a person to life, even when they have but a breath remaining. Although the plague is not as fearsome as hydrophobia, Lin Yi believes it can also be cured. He possesses the primary ingredient for the life-saving pill, yet he is troubled by the remaining herbs. He managed to procure a 7-glory lotus from an ancient tomb in Wulu Mountain, which serves as the main ingredient for the elixir. However, he lacks the other necessary herbs: incondensation grass, scarlet essence mushroom, and celestial blue flower. Where could he possibly find these? Just as Lin Yi felt utterly lost, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. The Red Fox. That woman surely has connections. Seeking her assistance would be prudent. His eyes sparkled with determination. He promptly retrieved a tome, a manual of the Jingyu technique acquired from Lu Shui, containing all the martial arts of the Jingyu sect. Lin Yi quickly located an alternative technique called breath pursuit. His current cultivation level is insufficient for the soul-searching technique, but the breath pursuit could be applied with effort. After a cursory glance at the cultivation method, Lin Yi comprehended it in an instant. Pausing briefly, he then produced a vivid crimson dagger from his storage ring. This dagger, originally wielded by the Red Fox, had merely been taken by Lin Yi, thus it undoubtedly bore her essence. Pursuing the breath, with swift hand gestures, Lin Yi activated the technique. His consciousness stirred, and the crimson dagger soared into the air, pointing decisively in a particular direction. He had found it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi hastily departed from the inn, his figure vanishing into the bustling streets. In recent days, the Red Fox has endured considerable misfortune. Ever since her weapon was seized by Lin Yi, she has been grievously injured and unable to recover for several days, only to face an assault from 3 disciples of the Jingyu sect. Although she had already betrayed Lin Yi, the disciples were relentless, intent on eliminating her as well. Surrounded by 3 practitioners at the 7th level of qi refinement, despite being of the same realm, the Red Fox found herself utterly outmatched. With no other recourse, she was compelled to resort to forbidden techniques, incurring great costs to secure her escape. Now, while recuperating by the riverside in the outskirts, the Red Fox's condition has improved significantly. At last, her strength has been restored. As she opened her eyes, she was met by a face so familiar it was almost unsettling. "It is you." Instinctively, the Red Fox recoiled several steps. Lin Yi fixed his gaze upon her and immediately addressed the matter at hand. "I have no other purpose in seeking you. I simply wish to inquire where I might procure medicinal herbs." "Medicinal herbs?" The Red Fox eyed this harbinger of doom with caution and tentatively asked, "What kind of herbs do you require?" Lin Yi replied, "That is not for you to concern yourself with. All I need is for you to inform me where I can find a substantial quantity of herbs." "The Alchemist Association," the Red Fox declared without hesitation, her expression somewhat peculiar. "However, I advise you to abandon this line of thought, for entry to the Alchemist Association is not granted to just anyone. Individuals of our lowly status in the cultivation hierarchy stand no chance of gaining access. The Alchemist Association is a veritable congregation of countless alchemists. If one seeks the most abundant source of medicinal herbs, it undoubtedly lies within the Alchemist Association. After all, alchemists are constantly engaged with the craft of alchemy, and one cannot practice alchemy without the necessary herbs." Alchemy Master Association, Lin Yi murmured to himself, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as the image of a woman flickered in his mind. "I wonder if that woman, named Wanner, still remembers me." Chapter 62, Breaking into the Alchemy Master Association. How does one reach the Alchemy Master Association? Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the Red Fox, his tone tinged with a hint of menace. While he was aware that Wanner was a member of the Alchemy Master Association, he remained utterly ignorant of its precise location or how to access it. After all, Wanner had not left him a business card or any form of contact information. You wish to go? The red fox exclaimed in surprise, followed by a dismissive snort. That place is a sanctum for alchemists. Entry is not granted to just anyone. To put it bluntly, we mere chi refining stage practitioners, without connections or backdoor access, cannot even step foot through the main entrance. Lin Fei understood this well. Within the Alchemy Master Association, alchemists were plentiful, and apprentices were treated as mere afterthoughts, making entry exceedingly difficult. Each alchemist carried an air of superiority, often strutting about with an arrogant demeanor. Without any acquaintances within, Lin Fei's reckless attempt to gain entry would likely invite scornful ridicule. Never mind that. Just tell me what I need to know, Lin Fei said, clearing his ears, finding the red fox's chatter somewhat tedious. With nothing to conceal, the red fox candidly replied, the headquarters of the Alchemy Master Association is located in Yanjing, with branches established in every province across the nation. In Hubei Province, the branch of the Alchemy Master Association is situated in Chang'an City. Lin Fei pressed further. Chang'an? Where exactly is it located? The red fox explained, to the north of the city outskirts, by a lakeside, there lies a formation, that is the Alchemy Master Association. As soon as his words fell, Lin Fei turned and departed, devoid of any lingering sentiment or further inquiries. Observing Lin Fei's swift retreat, the red fox contemptuously curled her lips and murmured, what is the Alchemist Association? A sanctuary that no one dares to provoke. Do you think you can gain entry? Upon arriving in Chang'an City, Lin Fei, having just disembarked from the high-speed train, boarded a black cab and set forth in the direction indicated by the red fox. Throughout the journey, he closed his eyes to rest, allowing his consciousness to traverse into the realm of the jade pendant. After assessing Tong Yao's condition, he withdrew with a heavy heart. It was dire. Her ailment was worsening. Slowly, Lin Fei opened his eyes. At the driver's gesture, he realized he had arrived at his destination. After settling the fare, he began to survey the tranquil expanse of the lake before him. The lake was serene and vast, resembling a poetic realm, with shimmering waves and willows swaying gracefully at the shore, fragrant grasses dancing in the breeze. Was this truly the Alchemist Association as the red fox had described? As Lin Fei tread upon the fragrant, grassy slope, his finely arched brows furrowed in concentration. A mere glance revealed nothing amiss. Indeed, there was a formation concealed upon the lake's surface. Moments later, Lin Fei discerned a clue, hesitating briefly before stepping onto a specific spot on the lake. Remarkably, he did not sink into the water. Instead, he stood astonishingly upon its surface. Soldiers, gather. Lin Fei gestured with his hands, uttering 5 words once more. All formations, advance. The 9-character incantation was the most straightforward and forceful method to breach a formation. Certainly, this is limited to rudimentary formations. If it were a more advanced array, Lin Fei, with his chi refinement stage cultivation, would be utterly helpless. Break! Lin Fei exclaimed, forcefully stomping his left foot. Thunderous rumblings erupted as the surface of the lake miraculously vanished, revealing before him an immense hall. Is this the Alchemist Association? What a grand undertaking! Even Lin Fei couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The vast hall was extraordinarily opulent, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted pillars, filled with a kaleidoscope of splendid silks, radiating magnificence. It was akin to a miniature version of an ancient imperial palace. One could only wonder how much effort and resources were required to construct such a magnificent edifice. Let us not forget, this is merely a branch. Lin Fei could scarcely fathom the grandeur of the headquarters of the Alchemist Association, far away in Yanjing City. Suddenly, a series of astonished voices pierced the air. Someone has breached the formation. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures swiftly approached, encircling Lin Fei. Who are they? These 3 individuals appeared quite young, around their 20s, dressed rather unremarkably, their blue garments soiled, with several patched holes hinting at a semblance of poverty. One of the young men in blue scrutinized Lin Fei warily and inquired, did you breach the formation? They had been at the Alchemist Association for over 20 years and had never encountered such a situation. How dare someone trespass? This is the Alchemist Association, a place not to be trifled with. To break in? Isn't that courting death? I have urgent matters and need to enter. In the face of their vigilant hostility, Lin Fei remained composed and assertive. The man in the blue robe furrowed his brow and exclaimed, do you know where you are? Lin Fei replied, the Alchemist Association. Hold! The 3 men shouted in unison. The leader in the blue robe declared, now that you are aware, you can rest assured and prepare for death. Those who intrude shall be mercilessly slain. As soon as he finished speaking, without granting Lin any opportunity for explanation, the three men sprang into action, drawing their swords and converging upon him. How dare mere apprentices lay a hand on me? Lin scoffed coldly. After all, in his previous life, he had been a formidable cultivator at the transcendent stage. Now, being besieged by three mere fourth-tier chi refinement apprentices, it was impossible for him to remain unperturbed. Lin shifted his stance, evading a sword strike. Then, he thrust his fist forward, shattering two swords with sheer force. How audacious! Seeing their beloved swords destroyed, the two men were filled with rage. However, before they could retaliate, Lin leapt into the air, delivering two swift kicks, with two resounding thuds, accompanied by anguished cries. The two men were sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, clutching their chests and wailing in distress. Oh no! At that moment, the man in the blue robe finally realized that this audacious young man was not someone to be trifled with. He staggered backward several steps, gritting his teeth. Light steel sword. Go. With a whoosh, the sword in his hand was released, soaring through the air towards Lin. Sword control? Lin was slightly taken aback. It was rare for a chi refinement stage cultivator to achieve such a feat, however. He quickly regained his composure. It is likely that this is related to the cultivation technique practiced by the man in the blue shirt, much like the shadow moon will employed by the red fox, which, despite not having reached the foundation establishment stage, can manipulate objects from afar. The man in the blue shirt bellowed with a sinister grin, "Outsider, perish. Is it superior to manipulating objects from a distance?" Lin Yijian raised his brows, his hands swiftly forming a series of intricate seals as he uttered three words: scar, moon, kill. Suddenly, a blood-red dagger materialized before the man in blue. Its velocity surpassed even that of a sword. How could this be? The man in blue felt his heart drop, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He had devoted countless days and nights to secretly practicing this sword manipulation technique, considering it his trump card, yet now, he was effortlessly outmatched by a mere dagger. No, this cannot be. Abruptly, the reflection of the crimson dagger in the man's pupils magnified infinitely, drawing ever closer. With a clang, just as the dagger was about to pierce the throat of the man in blue, a clear voice rang out. The dagger was deflected. Who dares to harm a member of the Alchemist Association? Such audacity. Lin Yijian frowned and gazed intently, noticing an elder standing before the terrified man in blue. It was this elder who had intercepted the dagger. Lin Yijian stated, "I am here in search of someone." Searching for someone, and you dare to intrude? Do you know where this is? The elder snorted disdainfully. Reluctantly, Lin Yijian revealed the truth. I am looking for a woman named Enwaner. If the elder knows her, please guide me inside. The elder sneered, I am Zhuang Dei, a first-tier alchemist, and I have been with the Alchemist Association for nearly 30 years. I have never heard of anyone by the name of Enwaner. Lin furrowed his brow. Could it be that woman deceived him? At that moment, the man in the blue robe appeared somewhat anxious. He tugged at Zhuang Dei's pant leg and stammered, Zhuang. Master, the Enwaner he mentioned. Could it be that renowned celestial maiden? Upon hearing this, Zhuang Dei was struck as if by lightning. What? What did you say? You know Enwaner. Zhuang Dei stared incredulously at Lin, as though the name Enwaner was a bombshell within the Alchemist Association. Chapter 63. I wish to refine a third-rank pill. Noticing the dramatic shift in expression of Zhuang Dei and the man in the blue robe, Lin slightly frowned. He was not entirely aware of the significance of the name Enwaner. In response, Lin earnestly nodded. Indeed, I am here to find Enwaner. Impossible. How could you possibly know the Farian? The man in the blue robe shook his head vigorously, unable to accept the situation. However, Zhuang Dei, observing Lin Yi's demeanor, sensed he was not jesting. What business do you have with her? Zhuang Dei inquired cautiously, as though the name Enwaner were a sensitive topic. Lin replied candidly, I wish to procure a few medicinal herbs, but I am not acquainted with many people. After much deliberation, she was my only option. Nonsense. The man in the blue robe sneered, his face contorted with disdain. Who is Farian, and who are you? She would never recognize you. It's utterly ridiculous. Lin remained silent, merely directing his gaze towards Zhuang Dei. He was acutely aware that the young man in the blue robe held merely the position of a lowly apprentice within the Alchemist Association, while the one capable of meaningful discourse was the elder named Zhuang Dei. Over the course of the following year, Enwaner exhibited a meteoric rise in her abilities, nearing the level of a second-tier alchemist. Just 2 years prior, she was a complete novice, an ordinary individual. Now, 2 years later, She stands at the pinnacle of first-tier alchemists, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she is poised to achieve the rank of second-tier alchemist within a few years. Let us not forget, she is barely 19 this year. Such prodigious talent has left many seasoned alchemists, like Zhang Dai, utterly embarrassed. They toil endlessly, day and night, to attain the status of first-tier alchemists, yet when compared to Enwaner, they seem utterly insignificant. It is no exaggeration to say that Enwaner is a celestial being, the envy of countless men among the younger generation of the Alchemist Association. Is she truly present? Lin Yi began to grow impatient. He was eager to procure medicinal herbs to save someone. Zhang Dai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Uncertain whether Lin Yi truly had any connection with Enwaner. What if it were true? Zhang Dai dared not take that risk. He could not afford to offend Enwaner, not even 100 times over. Yes, she is in the association. Reluctantly, Zhang Dai gritted his teeth and said, "Please wait here for a moment. I will go inside to notify her. Whether I can see her is still uncertain, but I will do my utmost." "Zhuang, master?" The young man in the blue robe was taken aback. He could not fathom how a distinguished first-tier alchemist like Master Zhuang could be swayed by that young man. To put it mildly, the young man had 1,000 reasons to doubt that Lin Yi had any connection with Enwaner. Zhang Dai paid him no heed and hurried towards the entrance of the Alchemist Association. The man in the azure robe fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, exclaiming, "What a sharp-tongued little brat. You've even managed to deceive Master Zhuang." Lin Yi retorted calmly, "You speak too much nonsense." "You," the man in azure, feeling deeply humiliated, sneered repeatedly, "I'm eager to see how long you can maintain this charade. Once Farian arrives and the truth is revealed, your demise will be certain. Mark my words." Lin Yi shot him a cold glance and warned, "If you continue to prattle, I will kill you." At the sight of Lin Yi's icy gaze, the man in azure instinctively shivered, letting out a soft grunt, but dared not utter another word. Before long, several figures emerged from the Alchemist Association. It truly is Farian. The azure-clad man's eyes widened in ecstatic disbelief. For him, merely witnessing the legendary Farian was worth even death. Lin Yi fixed his gaze, and there she was, the woman from that day. Enwaner appeared agitated, flanked by two individuals. One was Zhang Dai, and the other, a man clad in white, whose imposing presence radiated righteousness. Farian. The azure-clad man desperately sought to ingratiate himself, his words spilling forth as he pointed at Lin Yi. "This boy is nothing but a fraud. Not only did he trespass, but he also claims to know you, Farian. Such an affront to your esteemed name. Rest assured, I shall teach him a proper lesson." Upon hearing the words of the azure-clad man, Enwaner furrowed her delicate brows. She paid no heed to the man in the green robe, instead turning her gaze towards Lin Yi, a smile gracing her lips as she softly remarked, "Lin, I have been pondering how to find you, yet unexpectedly, you have come to seek me out." What? The man in the green robe was momentarily rendered speechless, as if struck by lightning. He had never once considered that the illustrious daughter of heaven actually recognized this audacious young man. Moreover, judging by xianxia's tone, it seemed she was quite excited to see Lin Yi. Could this be true? At that moment, Lin Yi, growing impatient, interjected, "Finding you is quite a hassle. Enough with the chatter, take me inside. I have urgent matters to attend to, and will leave once I am done." This left the man in the green robe even more bewildered. What was happening? How could he be so impatient with xianxia? Less chatter? I'll leave after I'm finished? Good heavens! Which young prodigy, upon encountering xianxia, did not shower her with countless flattery? Eager to remain by her side at all times? Yet here was Lin Yi, exhibiting impatience. To the man's utter astonishment, Enwaner, instead of being offended, expressed a hint of apology, saying, "It is I who have been remiss. Since young Master Yi has pressing matters to address, please, follow me inside." Lin Yi nodded in agreement and followed behind Enwaner. This left the man in the green robe and Zhang Dai standing there, exchanging bewildered glances. As they proceeded, guided by Enwaner, Lin Yi encountered no hindrance whatsoever. To his surprise, the vast Alchemist Association had not even a single guard in sight. Seemingly discerning his thoughts, Enwaner smiled and explained, "The Alchemist Association is renowned for its prestige. Never has anyone dared to cause a disturbance here, thus there is no need for guards." Lin Yi awkwardly touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Previously, he had not considered the implications and had forcibly breached the array to enter the Alchemist Association. "May I ask how to address you?" At that moment, the man in white walking beside Enwaner suddenly inquired. Lin Yi replied, "Lin. Oh, so you are brother Yi, The man in white chuckled lightly, saying, I am Gong Sun Feng, a first-grade alchemist, aged 26 this year. As he spoke, Gong Sun Feng's tone was tinged with evident pride. Indeed, to achieve the status of a formal first-grade alchemist at the age of 26 is quite extraordinary. Although he could not be compared to a prodigy like Enwaner, he was certainly not lacking. Lin merely nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. Seemingly indifferent to the significance of a first-grade alchemist, Gong Sun Feng felt a flicker of anger. However, constrained by Enwaner's presence, he forced a smile and inquired, Brother E, being so young, you must have some remarkable accomplishments as well. Lin replied, I am but a wandering cultivator, lacking any notable reputation. The term wandering cultivator refers to a solitary individual without affiliation to any sect. While wandering cultivators may appear carefree and at ease, they often lead rather unfortunate lives, lacking both the experience and resources that come with a school or master. Consequently, many wandering cultivators find their lives quite meager. So it is. Gong Sun Feng remarked with a cold smile. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at the alchemist's hall. Young Mastery, please make yourself comfortable, said Enwaner, who prepared 3 cups of tea. Rather than rushing into business, she savored the tea first. Oh. Enwaner smiled faintly and remarked, Congratulations are in order for you. Gong Sun Feng humbly replied, I cannot compare to you, Waner. You are on the verge of becoming a second-grade alchemist, a true genius. Alas, I have recently encountered a bottleneck and have been unable to reach the realm of a second-grade alchemist. Enwaner sighed, shaking her head. She then turned to Lin and inquired, Young Master E, your sudden visit today must be for a reason? At that moment, Lin set down his teacup. The first thing he uttered left both Enwaner and Gong Sun Feng utterly bewildered. I wish to purchase some medicinal herbs. I intend to concoct a third-grade elixir. Chapter 64. The Examination of Alchemists. What did you just say? Gong Sun Feng's hand trembled slightly as he held the teacup. A clear indication of his current emotional state. To concoct a third-grade elixir? That is utterly preposterous. It seemed as though Gong Sun Feng felt a deep affront to his dignity, and with a rather grim expression, he retorted, Some things should not be spoken lightly. Speaking too freely may lead to dire consequences. Even Enwaner couldn't help but interject. Young Master, he certainly has a knack for jesting. Very well. Noticing their skepticism, Lin grew weary of further explanation and simply stated, Then I shall buy the herbs directly. I wonder if you have them. Enwaner replied, Young Mastery, feel free to ask. Anything I possess can be yours. Her choice of words, can be yours rather than for sale, made her intentions abundantly clear. She held a significant regard for the enigmatic alchemist behind Lin. Regarding Lin, Enwaner harbored a certain disdain for him, which had little to do with whether he was an alchemist. The primary reason was his penchant for grandiloquence. The crafting of third-grade elixirs is not something one can casually proclaim. Not only him, but within the vast alchemist association, the entire Lake Province branch boasted only one individual capable of producing third-grade elixirs, the esteemed branch president himself. Moreover, this was limited to the more basic third-grade elixirs. Although she looked down upon Lin, she still had to maintain a facade of respect, especially considering the enigmatic alchemist behind him, who could concoct life-extending and youthful elixirs, top-tier second-grade potions. Thus, I shall directly name the required herbs. Lin paused briefly and stated, Yin Ning grass, Qi Jing mushroom, and Tian Qing flower. These 3 will suffice. Upon hearing this, not only did Gong Sun Feng's expression shift, but Enwaner's countenance also turned exceedingly grim. Young Mastery, please do not jest with me. Enwaner regarded Lin with a hint of distaste in her eyes. Gong Sun Feng let out a cold chuckle and remarked, Brother is truly impressive, asking for 3 types of third-grade herbs in one breath. Lin frowned and inquired, Are there none? It's not that there are none. It's just. Enwaner's expression was complex, and she was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Gong Sun Feng, with a sarcastic tone, said, I wonder what rank of alchemist you are, Brother E. Rank. Lin was momentarily taken aback, at which point he noticed that both Enwaner and Gong Sun Feng wore a brooch on their chests, prominently featuring a single star. Lin quickly comprehended that a single star likely represented a first-grade alchemist. I possess no rank. Lin candidly stated, I have never participated in the alchemist assessment. Gong Sun Feng could not help but burst into laughter. No rank. How can you concoct a third-grade elixir without a rank? Lin furrowed his brow and asked, Is a rank really necessary for alchemy? Absolutely. Gong Sun Feng replied with pride. A first-grade alchemist can never concoct a second-grade elixir. Similarly, how can someone without any rank aspire to craft a remarkable third-grade elixir? Is that truly the case? Lin Fei glanced at Anwaner, who nodded and explained. Rank signifies alchemical prowess. A second-grade alchemist may not be able to guarantee the successful production of a second-grade elixir, but a first-grade alchemist is definitively incapable of crafting a second-grade elixir. This has been an established rule since ancient times. Lin Fei helplessly inquired, does that mean, if I wish to concoct a third-grade elixir, I must first pass the assessment to become a third-grade alchemist? Gong Sunfeng laughed heartily. Ha! Don't even mention third grade. If you can manage to pass as a first grade, I will write my name backward. He chuckled, reflecting on his own journey, having begun discerning herbs at the tender age of 7 and dealing with medicinal materials and elixirs throughout his life. He had only just attained the rank of first-grade alchemist. Lin Fei, not yet 20, dared to dream of qualifying as a third-grade alchemist? And Anwaner, somewhat speechless, paused for a moment before saying, Young Master E, the assessment for becoming an alchemist is exceedingly challenging. Oh, just how challenging is it? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow in intrigue. And Anwaner remarked, in our alchemist association, there are over 2,000 members, of which only 400 are true alchemists. The rest are apprentices or herbal assistants. Among these 400 alchemists, a staggering 90% belong to the first tier, while less than 10% are second-tier alchemists, all of whom are esteemed elders. As for the third-tier alchemist, at this point, Anwaner cast a glance at Lin Fei. There is but one, and he is the president of our association. Lin Fei's eyes shimmered with intrigue. Gong Sunfeng scoffed, if you can qualify as a third-tier alchemist, I would gladly offer you the herbs you desire. Initially, Anwaner had treated Lin Fei with utmost courtesy, believing him to be a formidable rival. However, she soon realized that Lin Fei's arrogance exceeded her expectations. No, this was not mere hubris. He was akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, indulging in fanciful delusions. Yet at that moment, Lin Fei declared earnestly, very well, I wish to undergo the assessment to become an alchemist. Anwaner was on the verge of losing her composure. She felt utterly exasperated. Despite her extensive efforts to dissuade Lin Fei, he not only refused to back down, but seemed to grow more audacious. Unbeknownst to her, she had shifted her address to him, no longer referring to him as young master, but rather by his assumed name. It was evident that her disdain for Lin Fei had reached its zenith. Lin Fei inquired, what are the requirements for the alchemist assessment? Where does it take place? Gong Sunfeng replied, to assess a first-tier alchemist, no prerequisites are needed. You must first go to the testing chamber for a question-and-answer session. Following that, you must successfully refine a first-tier elixir, and that will mark your success in the assessment. That being said, what is the reality? It is infinitely more challenging than mere words can convey. To speak of the initial trial chamber alone, one cannot hope to succeed without at least 2 or 3 decades of understanding regarding medicinal herbs and elixirs. And Lin Fei, how old is he? Surely not even 20. Even if he has been exposed to medicinal herbs and elixirs since childhood, he cannot possibly rival Anwaner in prodigious talent. Lin Fei nodded. In that case, I would trouble you, Brother Gong's son, to lead me to the trial chamber. Follow me. Gong Sunfeng replied, rising and leading the way. Lin Fei trailed behind, while Anwaner hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow as well. In her view, even if Lin Fei were to fail the assessment, he should possess at least a modicum of knowledge about alchemy, considering he is backed by a formidable and enigmatic alchemist. I am curious to see what you are truly capable of. Anwaner mused inwardly. Before long, the trio arrived at a closed door. An elderly man sat in front of it, eyes shut in slumber. Herbalist, there is someone here to assess as a first-grade alchemist. Gong Sunfeng approached respectfully, announcing their presence. The elder, referred to as the herbalist, slowly opened his murky eyes, glanced at Gong Sunfeng, then at Anwaner. Finally, his gaze settled on Lin Fei. Is it you who seeks to be assessed as a first-grade alchemist? Indeed, Lin Fei affirmed with a nod. At that moment, several passers-by halted in their tracks. It is a rare occasion to witness someone undergoing an assessment. Naturally, they were eager to observe. Who is this person? I don't believe I've seen him before. I don't know, he seems unfamiliar. I am quite curious about the relationship between Gong Sunfeng and him. Heavens, even Farian is present. Well, it is indeed the Farian. What brings her here? Is she also here to observe that young man's assessment for the first-grade alchemist? As murmurs filled the air, the apothecary maintained a stoic expression, filling out the form and inquiring, Name, age? Lin Fei replied, Lin, 19. The apothecary silently set down his pen. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped, staring incredulously at Lin Yi. Soon after, they erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, this person is utterly arrogant. Daring to attempt the assessment for a first-grade alchemist at the tender age of 19? Who does he think he is, to stand alongside Farian? The apothecary's lips twitched as he stated, the first challenge is to enter the testing chamber, where special artifacts will pose countless questions. As long as you can answer each one correctly, without any errors, you shall pass. Lin, it is not too late to withdraw. And Wana spoke softly. Gongsun Feng sneered repeatedly. I only passed the testing chamber at the age of 24 and was already hailed as a genius. What about you? Heh. Lin Yi hesitated. Observing his indecision, and Wana finally sighed in relief, realizing her words had some effect. At that moment, Lin Yi blinked a few times and earnestly asked, what if the answers I provide cannot be determined as correct or incorrect by the artifacts in the testing chamber? Chapter 65. The testing chamber. Everyone was left dumbfounded, questioning whether they had misheard. The artifacts in the testing chamber unable to discern right from wrong? What nonsense! It is worth noting that the testing chamber was created 400 years ago by a 5th-grade alchemist. Lin Yi's inquiry implied a rather audacious thought. What if the answer I provide is beyond the comprehension of this 5th-tier alchemist? How would that be resolved? Goodness! The crowd recognized his arrogance, yet they were taken aback by the sheer magnitude of it. And Wana was thoroughly defeated. She no longer wished to engage with Lin Yi. Initially, she presumed that Lin Yi's indecision stemmed from the daunting nature of the assessment, causing him to hesitate. Little did she know, it was precisely this arrogance that rendered him speechless for so long. Ha ha ha. He might as well claim that the 5th-tier alchemist who created the testing chamber possesses lesser skills in alchemy than he does. Gong Suanfeng's eyes were as deep as an ancient well, a teasing smile curling upon his lips. The alchemist, overwhelmed with disbelief, found himself at a loss for words. Where on earth did this brash youth come from? He treated alchemy as if it were child's play. After a considerable pause, the alchemist repressed his internal turmoil and patiently explained, that is not the case. The treasures within the testing chamber, along with all the knowledge and experience, are equivalent to those of the 5th-tier alchemist who created it. After a brief moment, he added a cautionary note. There are dangers present in the testing chamber. Should the error rate exceed 50%, one will be obliterated by the chamber. This elucidates why the assessment for alchemists requires no preconditions. The Alchemist Association harbors no fear of disruptions, for if one lacks sufficient strength and confidence in the assessment, they risk their very lives. Once, there was a cultivator who had little understanding of alchemy, yet he feigned confidence and braved his way into the test chamber. As a result, when the door opened, not even a corpse could be found. Thus, the moment Gongsun Feng learned of Lin Yi's decision to undertake the alchemist evaluation, he sneered, while Enwaner offered her counsel. Enwaner was not keen on Lin Yi encountering any mishaps. After all, she depended on him to connect with the elusive alchemist behind him. The apothecary sighed. It is not too late for you to withdraw now. Thank you for your concern, Senior. I appreciate it, Lin Yi replied politely. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed open a door and entered. Wait. The apothecary's eyes widened as he attempted to call out to Lin Yi, but it was too late. The door closed tightly. Lin Yi had completely stepped inside. Everyone was left dumbfounded, unable to react. Even Gongsun Feng was stunned. The door Lin Yi entered was not the chamber for the 1st-grade alchemist evaluation, but rather, the 3rd grade. It was over. In an instant, these 2 words echoed in the minds of countless onlookers. Alas, such a promising youth, so early in his life, would meet his demise. Everyone must learn from this. This is the consequence of arrogance. It is finished. He is surely doomed. The apothecary, in a panic, stammered, Quick, go summon the president. There is a grave situation. I shall go at once. Enwaner realized the gravity of the situation. For centuries, the Alchemist Association had never seen a loss of life. For this was the sacred ground of alchemists, and the association's founding principle forbade shedding blood within its walls. Could it be that today a careless mistake might truly lead to a fatal outcome? Ah, Yilin, you seek your own demise. You cannot blame me for that. Unbeknownst to others, the corners of Gongsun Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile as he mused inwardly. You should never have dared to involve yourself with my Waner. Any adversary that poses a threat to me must perish. Waner belongs solely to me, Gongsun Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained oblivious to the tempest outside. Upon entering, he discerned nothing extraordinary within the room. A table and a chair constituted the entirety of this space. Is this truly the examination chamber? Lin Yi's eyes flickered as he took his seat. Suddenly, a voice resonated from all directions. Third-tier alchemist, the assessment commences. The authoritative voice continued. The first question, what is the most essential herb in the formulation of the Panshir-san? Panshir-san. Lin Yi's heart stirred. He was no stranger to it, having personally concocted it several times in his previous life. The formulation of Panshir-san. Zichen, Yin-yang-shui, Huanchi, Jiu-chao. In an instant. Lin Yi recalled the complete formulation. The first question proved somewhat challenging, yet for Lin Yi, it was hardly a hurdle. The primary medicinal ingredient? Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi uttered the two words, Huanchi. The artifact of the examination chamber posed another inquiry. Why is Huanchi the primary ingredient? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi declared. People instinctively believe that the primary medicine is the most precious and rare of all herbs. However, there lies a typical misconception regarding the rock-solid powder. Although the illusion stone is inexpensive, the essence of the rock-solid powder fundamentally hinges upon the concept of stone. Without the illusion stone, the rock-solid powder simply cannot solidify into a pill. Some in the crowd scoffed, others shook their heads in dismay, while some appeared anxious and unsettled. It was over. This time it was truly the end. The apothecary was at a loss for words. Before he could elucidate his thoughts, Lin Yi had already stepped inside. As if that weren't enough, the door he had entered was the assessment chamber for third-tier alchemists. How challenging could the third-tier alchemist's assessment chamber be? Gongsun Feng and Wanner, and everyone present knew that none could pass. To enter was to invite death, for no one could answer more than 50% of the questions correctly in the third-tier assessment chamber. In the vast alchemist association, only the president could accomplish such a feat. Beyond him, anyone who entered would meet their demise. Make way, the president is coming. And Wanner's voice rang out. Upon hearing the president's name, the crowd hurriedly stepped aside, creating a path. And Wanner rushed ahead to lead the way, while behind her, an elderly man with white hair ambled along. He was none other than the president of the Alchemist Association. What is causing such a commotion? President Liu He had just been engrossed in researching a new formula in the alchemy chamber when Wano had summoned him here. Suddenly, he realized that he had arrived at the assessment chamber. Instinctively, Liu He inquired, who is being assessed as an alchemist? Is it a first tier or second tier? When did he enter? How is it that not a single trace of the danlight has been seen? The danlight is a distinctive feature of the testing chamber. Within the chamber, each time a candidate answers a question correctly, a danlight will radiate forth, with a total of 9 lights to be attained. Achieving 4 danlights signifies success in the assessment. Countless alchemists typically attain 4 danlights, while those who reach 5 are exceedingly rare. Such individuals are undoubtedly geniuses. Gongsun Feng, for instance, once emitted 5 danlights, drawing the attention of numerous second-tier alchemists who vied to take him as a disciple. Furthermore, Wanner, upon entering the first-tier testing chamber, astonishingly manifested 6 danlights, leaving the world in awe. Liu He, in a fit of rage, chastised, how could you not keep a close watch over the testing chamber? Old Yao, you are utterly confused. Wanner quickly interjected, President, this is not the time for such discussions. Please find a way to open the door and save him. Alas, Louis sighed deeply and shook his head, stating, once the testing chamber is sealed, there is no way to forcibly reopen it. Not even I can accomplish that. Everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. Did this not imply that the lad named Lin was beyond rescue? It is my fault. I failed to keep a proper watch over him. A sense of guilt washed over Wanner. Gongsun Feng consoled her, saying, it is all right. Wanner, do not blame yourself. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Before he could finish his sentence, a brilliant golden light suddenly shot forth from the entrance of the testing chamber, illuminating the entire hall. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless. Chapter 66, A Dazzling Golden Light. The golden radiance, piercing through the pupils of the onlookers, appeared extraordinarily blinding. How is this possible? Gong Suanfeng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, as he felt a searing pain on his face. Can the dead not be resurrected? Nonsense. Not only did the individual in question escape any mishap, but he also radiated a resplendent alchemical glow. What does this signify? It is self-evident that 19-year-old lad astonishingly answered questions that even many third-tier alchemists would struggle to comprehend. Does this not imply that in terms of theoretical knowledge, he stands shoulder to shoulder with the president? Wanner was equally astounded. She had considered the possibility that Lin Yi might possess some knowledge of alchemy, especially given that he had a mysterious alchemist supporting him, likely as his mentor. However, and Warner had never imagined that Lin Yi's proficiency in alchemy was so formidable. A third-tier assessment room, no less. This was not a first or second-tier trial. The apothecary was utterly at a loss for words, his mind engulfed in disbelief. Surely, I must still be dreaming, yes. That must be it. The apothecary repeatedly reassured himself that this was merely a figment of his imagination, that it could not possibly be real. He had diligently guarded the assessment room for years, never encountering anyone audacious enough to attempt a third-tier assessment, believing he would never witness it in his lifetime. Yet today an unsuspecting 19-year-old had stumbled in, and as if that were not enough, he not only survived, but also produced a radiant alchemical glow. Good heavens! The apothecary's lips twitched violently, overwhelmed by the sheer shock of it all. Are you certain that seated here is indeed a mere 19-year-old? President Liu, he gazed at the apothecary, his eyes brimming with disbelief. It is, absolutely true. The apothecary was on the verge of tears. With the affirmation ringing in his ears, Liu he stood in stunned silence. Among all present, he alone comprehended the sheer terror of the third-rank examination chamber. The challenges therein were scarcely human in nature. In his own time, Liu he had racked his brain and summoned every ounce of strength merely to pass with 4 paltry alchemical lights. Yet now, he was being told that a mere 19-year-old had managed to unleash a single alchemical light within that dawning chamber. Such a comparison was infuriatingly galling. Surely, it must be sheer luck, an improbable stroke of fortune. Gong Sunfeng vehemently shook his head, unwilling to accept this reality. With a grimace contorting his features, he declared, "Just wait and see. There will never be a second alchemical light. In the third-rank examination chamber, he is doomed." At that moment, a low hum resonated. 2 consecutive alchemical lights burst forth from the chamber's entrance. The sound of golden brilliance slicing through the air nearly shattered the eardrums of the onlookers. Good heavens! 2 more alchemical lights, 3 in total. Liu and the apothecary exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting the shock that had overtaken them. I. Gong Sunfeng felt a burning shame wash over him, wishing desperately for a fissure in the earth to swallow him whole. There will be no second alchemical light. He had barely uttered those words when, lo and behold, the chamber radiated not 1, but 2 additional lights. Luck? A mere stroke of fortune? How utterly absurd. It appeared that the young man within the third-rank examination chamber was, for the time being, safe from peril. At this moment, the apothecary finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Should an unfortunate incident occur, resulting in loss of life, the guardian of the testing chamber would find himself in an untenable position. Although the pharmacist maintained a cordial relationship with President Liu He, engaging in casual games of chess and tea, personal connections could not shield him from repercussions if a grave mistake were to transpire. The Alchemist Association has always upheld the principle of fairness. If Lin Yi were to perish within those walls, the pharmacist would undoubtedly face severe penalties, with no one capable of offering assistance. Fortuitously, 3 beams of alchemical light emerged. A miraculous occurrence. Indeed, Liu He nodded, stroking his white beard, and remarked, 3 beams of light should signify the limit. It is improbable he could answer correctly any further. 4 beams would indicate he has passed. However, before he could finish his sentence, a resounding crack echoed, and to the astonishment of all present, a 4th golden beam shone forth. For 4 beams, the pharmacist trembled, barely maintaining his composure. With a loud crash, several apprentices with weaker mental fortitude fainted on the spot, their eyes rolling back. He truly accomplished it, and Warner stood in a daze. Liu he felt parched, stammering. 3 tiers. He actually passed the 3-tier testing chamber. What did this signify? If Lin Yi could successfully concoct a 3rd-tier elixir, it would establish him as a 3rd-tier alchemist henceforth. Such a master alchemist could command respect anywhere. No, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gong Sunfeng was nearing madness, unable to reconcile with this reality. How could he have passed the 3-tier testing chamber? How could this be? At the moment when the 4th beam of elixir light burst forth, Gong Sunfeng's once proud heart shattered in an instant. All his arrogance was reduced to mere fragments. The 4th beam of elixir light. He must be nearing his exit, right? The pharmacist, having just exhaled a sigh of relief, felt his heart leap to his throat, fixating intently on the door of the testing chamber, awaiting the emergence of that figure. Boom. Another beam of elixir light illuminated the surroundings. 5 beams of elixir light. The onlookers were left stupefied, rendered utterly speechless by the astonishing revelation. A historical record, shattered. Liu he struggled to swallow. grappling with the incredulity of experiencing such a tumultuous emotional response at over 200 years of age. It is worth noting that since the establishment of the Alchemist Association's branch in Hushing 4 centuries ago, no one had ever challenged the third-grade testing chamber. Aside from Liu He himself, who had previously achieved 4 beams of elixir light. Yet now, not only had someone entered, but they had also surpassed Liu He's record. Could the person inside truly be 19 years old? Liu He, still not ready to concede, posed the question once more. And Wanner nodded dazedly, confirming, yes. Liu He's expression was a mix of complexity, caught between admiration and regret. Xiaowan. It seems your title of first genius may soon be claimed by another. I understand. And Wanner's heart quivered. She felt no jealousy. Rather, the disparity in talent made it momentarily unbearable for her to accept. Initially, she believed herself to be a rare prodigy, but in the presence of Lin Yi, what did that make her? If she was a genius, then Lin Yi was an extraordinary talent among geniuses. Louis sighed, reflecting on the generations that have produced remarkable talents. The youth of today are truly extraordinary. At merely 19, one can triumph in the trials of the examination chamber. I must seek an audience with this young prodigy to inquire about the secret behind his mastery of the 5 phases of alchemical light. Before he could finish, the hall flickered once more. The 6th ray of alchemical light burst forth. Liu He, apothecary. Everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the floor, scarcely daring to breathe. 6 rays. This must be the limit, right? The apothecary struggled to suppress the dizziness in his mind, trembling as he spoke. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Without a hint of warning, 3 additional beams of golden light erupted from the examination chamber in a frenzied assault. No, it cannot be. Louis's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The apothecary's vision darkened. 9 rays of alchemical light. Flawless. Having answered all the intricate and challenging questions in the repository without a single error. How could he have accomplished this? And Wanner turned pale, utterly bewildered, unable to fathom what transpired inside. Inside the examination chamber, when Lin Yi answered all the questions correctly, the magical artifact fell silent. After a prolonged pause, a commanding voice resonated once more. I have one final question. Please speak freely. Seated in his chair, Lin Yi's heart was as tranquil as still water. The voice from the examination chamber carried a tone of confusion and reflection. What is an alchemist? Such a simple question, why pose it? Lin Yi opened his eyes, his throat slightly moving. An alchemist is merely a clever individual who employs another's hand to orchestrate death. Buzz, 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 buzz. Countless beams of golden light flashed wildly in the hall outside the testing chamber, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. You have passed, a voice from the testing chamber sighed softly. And after uttering those 4 words, it fell into silence. Lin Yi rose and exited the testing chamber. As he pushed open the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon him. At that moment, Lin Yi shielded his eyes with his hand and furrowed his brow, exclaiming, where is all this light coming from? Is it not bothersome? Liu He, the apothecary, and Wanner, everyone. Chapter 67, The Worship of All Lights. Could it truly be the worship of all lights? The crowd was filled with confusion, and at that moment, President Liu He stepped forward. His expression was grave, and he spoke with solemnity. There has always been a legend surrounding the testing chamber. Behind the 9-pillar light lies a higher realm known as the worship of all lights. To surpass the 9-pillar light, a number of first-grade alchemists and apprentices collapsed under the weight of this revelation. Even those who managed to endure it were left with their lips twitching uncontrollably. During their assessments, they had only encountered 4-pillar lights, and to witness 5 was already a blessing. The idea of anything beyond that was a mere fantasy, and 9 was simply unthinkable. Yet now, a mere young novice had inadvertently stumbled into the 3rd-grade testing chamber, manifesting a phenomenon that transcended the 9-pillar light. And Wanner inquired, what is the worship of all lights? The apothecary, still in a state of shock, stared blankly at the testing chamber, completely oblivious to the questions being posed around him. The so-called 10,000 lights paying homage signifies. Liu He, stroking his white beard, spoke with a trembling hand. It signifies the assessment of the treasures within the testing chamber, a humbling acknowledgement of my theoretical knowledge, compelling me to willingly kneel before the examiner. What? The moment these words escaped his lips, the entire assembly was astounded. This was an unparalleled treasure crafted by a 5th-tier alchemist. And one could say that the testing chamber embodied that esteemed alchemist. To be outshone by the testing chamber? To willingly kneel in homage? Good heavens! This is akin to a fifth-tier alchemist bowing reverently before a mere youth, addressing him as master. As one gazed upon the dazzling rays of alchemical light emanating from the testing chamber, one's eyes could very well be blinded. Yet, at that moment, the door of the testing chamber swung open, and Lin Fei emerged. His first utterance was, "Where does this light come from? Is it not bothersome?" The apothecary nearly collapsed, his aged eyes wide with disbelief, almost tumbling to the ground. The moment of 10,000 lights paying homage was meant to be the most solemn and sacred occasion. Yet Lin Fei had the audacity to express annoyance at the blinding light. What kind of peculiar creature has emerged from this youth? And Warner hastily clarified, "This is the testing chamber paying its respects to you." "Oh." Lin Fei nodded, seemingly understanding, and, with newfound respect, remarked, "This testing chamber is indeed quite remarkable. Two of the questions stumped me for a full 2 minutes before I could deduce the answers. Truly impressive." The crowd. The most challenging question took merely 2 minutes? Instantly, countless eyes fixated intently on Lin Fei. Everyone yearned to uncover what had transpired within. How had he achieved this? Lin Fei scratched his head thoughtfully and said earnestly, "At first, he kept asking me questions, none of which were particularly challenging, but it became quite tedious. So, I turned the tables and began to inquire about him. To my surprise, he struggled to answer several of my queries. Eventually, the tables flipped, and he posed a few questions to me before finally letting me go. Could it be that he was inquiring about theoretical knowledge beyond a fifth-tier alchemist? Does this imply that the enigmatic alchemist behind him possesses a mastery exceeding the fifth tier? No, this is impossible. Such a thing cannot exist. There has never been a sixth-tier alchemist in this world. The fifth tier is already the pinnacle. It is crucial to note that in a millennium, no one has ever achieved the sixth tier. Yes, what exactly did you ask him?" Lin Fei also looked towards Lin Fei. Among all present, Lin Fei was undoubtedly the most eager to uncover the truth. He alone understood just how daunting the third-tier examination room truly was. In modern terms, the third-tier examination room is akin to a supercomputer with an immense repository of questions and unparalleled computational power, an entity beyond human challenge. It was quite simple. "Not at all sophisticated," Lin Fei shrugged, replying, "I merely asked a few intriguing questions, such as what the alternative formula for the Nang pill is, and how to mass-produce foundation establishment pills, and so forth." Lin Fei was left dumbfounded, swallowing hard as he murmured, "There is a second formula for the Nang pill? Mass production of foundation establishment pills? Am I dreaming?" The alchemist's gaze was vacant as he muttered to himself. Boom. In just 2 short sentences, a multitude of alchemists erupted in disbelief. How could it be possible? For thousands of years, the formula for the nascent yuan pill has remained singular. This rudimentary elixir, the nascent yuan pill, could not possibly possess a second formula. The notion of mass-producing the foundation establishment pill? Absurd. Do you think this is as simple as scattering beans? Even the president of the Alchemist Association in Yanjing would be stumped by such an unresolvable question. Amidst the thunderous doubts echoing in his ears, Lin Fei endeavored to maintain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "These 2 inquiries are nothing but figments of imagination. A question devoid of an answer cannot possibly elicit a response from the examination chamber, can it? It is merely a reflection of the examination chamber's limited insight." Lin Fei shrugged nonchalantly, remarking, "Just because they cannot answer does not imply they are incapable of achieving it." Lin Fei was about to counter him when a sudden realization struck him, his eyes widening in astonishment. The examination chamber, with its myriad of worshippers. Could it be? At that moment, the apothecary also grasped the implication. Trembling, he uttered, "Young brother Lin, you cannot possibly be suggesting you have stumbled upon a plausible answer, can you? It seems highly probable. Otherwise, why would the examination chamber prostrate itself before him? If you possess such capability, do share." At that juncture, Gongsun Feng, who had remained silent until now, seized the opportunity to reprimand. Lin Fei cast him a glance akin to that of an imbecile, choosing not to respond. Lin Fei came to a realization. Lin Fei may indeed convey the answer to the examination chamber, yet that does not obligate him to disclose it to others. Whether it be the modification of the nascent yuan pill's formula or the mass production of the foundation establishment pill, either one alone would be enough to astonish the world. On what basis does Lin Fei proclaim such fortunate news to the world? What benefits could he possibly gain? Upon realizing this, Lin Fei, with a tone tinged with regret, remarked, "Young brother, please do not take offense. It is we who have been presumptuous." The alchemist then inquired, "Young brother Lin, Are you prepared for the forthcoming practical assessment in alchemy? To be candid, he was far more eager to witness firsthand the methods this individual employed in crafting elixirs. Just how skilled was he? In contrast, Louis held a different perspective. He harbored little faith in Lin Yi's capabilities. Regardless of how extensive one's theoretical knowledge may be, the art of alchemy in practice is an entirely different matter. At the tender age of 19, even with knowledge accumulated from infancy, it was implausible for someone of such youth to possess the ability to concoct third-grade medicinal pills. Utterly impossible. Lin Yi hesitated momentarily before responding. Before the alchemical assessment, there is a matter I must attend to. A chuckle escaped Gongsun Feng, who derisively commented, I dare say someone is feeling rather timid. At that moment, Lin Yi turned to him, a smile playing on his lips as he replied. Brother Gongsun once stated that should I pass the test, he would write his name in reverse. The mockery on Gongsun Feng's face abruptly ceased, his expression shifting dramatically, as if he had just ingested something distasteful. What nearly drove him to madness was the fact that Lin Yi, seemingly out of nowhere, procured paper and a pen, cheerfully extending them towards him. Brother Gongsun, please proceed. Chapter 68. Even a trip to the lavatory can lead to breakthroughs. Gongsun Feng's face turned a deep shade of anger. He had never encountered such an infuriating individual. Indeed, he had made that statement, but he had pretended as though it had never been uttered, and in Wanner, being quite perceptive, had refrained from bringing it up. Yet what of Lin Yi? Upon his emergence, the first thought that crossed his mind was to write his name in reverse. That alone was perplexing enough, but what truly incensed Gongsun Feng, rendering his face a shade of iron, was the sight of Lin Yi, who, with utmost seriousness, presented him with a pen and paper seemingly out of nowhere. Had it not been for the multitude present, the furious Gongsun Feng might have resorted to violence against Lin Yi on the spot. Brother Yi Lin, you certainly possess a knack for jest, he remarked with a strained smile that belied his true feelings. And Wanner, feeling the awkwardness on his behalf, stepped forward to mediate, declaring, enough of this triviality, what truly matters now is. At this point, she turned her gaze towards Lin Yi, her expression a tapestry of emotions as she inquired, the forthcoming assessment involves practical alchemical operations. Are you capable of this? Lin Yi, undeterred by Gongsun Feng's earlier provocations, responded, I have yet to concoct a third-grade elixir. Whether I can accomplish it remains uncertain. Just then, Louis interjected with a question. Young brother, what is your current cultivation level? Lin Yi blinked in response. Gongsun Feng, seemingly relieved to vent his frustration, pressed on with fervor. How can you hope to produce a third-grade elixir when you haven't even met the minimum requirements? Lin Yi chose to ignore him, directing his inquiry towards Lu He. So, to clarify, as long as I reach the 7th level of the qi refining stage, I will be able to formulate a third-grade elixir, correct? In theory, yes. Lu He replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his aged visage. Gongsun Feng scoffed derisively. What third-grade alchemist is not at the foundation establishment stage? Moreover, with merely a cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refinement, which is merely the minimum requirement, the failure rate soars to an astonishing 90%. Furthermore, you have not even reached that minimal threshold. And Wanner remarked, Yi Lin, it would be prudent to wait until your cultivation improves before attempting the assessment. This sentiment was met with unanimous agreement from both Lu He and the alchemist. Indeed, there is no rush at this moment. Yes, dear brother Yi Lin, focus on your cultivation for a few years. Once your level has ascended, you may return for the examination, the alchemist opined. He believed that this 19-year-old individual, demonstrating remarkable talent in alchemy, must possess commendable innate abilities in cultivation as well. Though it may seem somewhat harsh to expect a level increase within a few years, it is not uncommon for prodigies to elevate their levels in such a brief span. Please wait for me a moment. Lin Yi suddenly interjected, and without delay, he hurried away. And Wanner, intrigued, inquired, Yi Lin, where are you going? Everyone is waiting. Lin Yi replied earnestly, I just visited the Jade Pendant realm. His cultivation had already reached the cusp of the 6th layer of qi refinement, poised for a breakthrough to the 7th. However, due to the incident involving Tong Yao, he had not found the time to make that leap. With the abundant spiritual energy in the Jade Pendant realm, Lin Yi effortlessly ascended to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Feeling somewhat bashful, he timidly asked, Alchemist, may I commence the assessment now? Did I not mention that with your 6th layer of qi refinement, it is impossible? Before he could finish his sentence, the pharmacist seemed to sense something amiss, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. You You have reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Upon uttering these words, the entire room fell into a state of shock. What? How? Is this even possible? Lu He was equally astounded, his consciousness scanning Lin Yi repeatedly as he trembled and exclaimed, It truly is the 7th level of qi refinement. Moreover, it seems to be a recent breakthrough. Everyone stood in stunned silence, while Gongsun Feng was utterly bewildered. How on earth had this individual, named Yi Lin, accomplished such a feat? Even a genius would typically require several years to achieve a breakthrough. Yet, Lin Yi had managed it so effortlessly, as if during a mere trip to the restroom. Even if one were at the pinnacle of the 6th level, poised to ascend to the 7th. Such swiftness was unheard of. Others approached their breakthroughs with utmost caution, seeking secure and undisturbed locations, spending days and nights in meticulous preparation before finally achieving their goals. But Lin Yi, he accomplished it in the time it took to relieve himself. Good heavens! If those regarded as geniuses truly deserve that title, then what label could possibly be ascribed to him? No, this was absolutely inconceivable. Gongsun Feng's complexion turned pale, as if thunder rumbled above his head, and he felt a burning pain on his face. He was on the verge of tears. Why? Why did this individual named Yi Lin repeatedly shatter everyone's preconceived notions? Why, whenever he asserted that it was impossible for him to achieve something, did he invariably succeed against all odds? At that moment, Gongsun Feng longed to distance himself from this harbinger of calamity, to find a secluded spot to cry in secret. How could this be possible? Even the esteemed Anwaner was beside herself with frustration, teetering on the brink of madness. As a genius, she could easily fathom the daunting challenges posed by the 3rd-tier trial rooms, and she was acutely aware of the arduous nature of cultivation. It was precisely for this reason that she came to a startling realization. It turned out that this fellow, Yi Lin, was utterly abnormal, so much so that he transcended the realm of humanity. Suddenly, a bold question surged within Anwaner's mind. Yi Lin, those longevity pills and beauty elixirs, could they possibly be crafted by you? Anwaner fixed her gaze intensely upon Lin Yi's eyes, fearful that he might deceive her. Upon hearing this, countless alchemists were thrown into an uproar. What? Longevity pills? It was said that at the recent auction in Hu province, a long-lost longevity pill had re-emerged. Could it truly be authentic? Furthermore, the beauty elixir, a top-tier 2nd-grade potion, was not something even a 3rd-tier alchemist could guarantee to produce with certainty. Could it be that he was the one who concocted it? The apothecary harbored doubts as well, uncertain of the veracity of the claims. In any case, if all went as anticipated, he would soon possess the status of a 3rd-tier alchemist. Why would he fear others doubting his ability to refine top-tier 2nd-grade potions? Witnessing Lin Yi's admission left the crowd in utter astonishment. Even Gongsun Feng appeared momentarily dazed. It was only at this moment that Anwaner realized just how foolish she had been earlier. If Yi Lin was capable of presenting such potions for auction, it must be that he had a mysterious alchemist backing him, right? Why? Could it not be himself? The apothecary suppressed the tumult within and inquired. Young brother, what 3rd-tier potion do you wish to refine? I shall prepare all the necessary materials, and you may commence at your convenience. Lin Yi asked, what about the alchemical furnace? The apothecary replied, you may use your own furnace. We will inspect it, and if there are no issues, you may proceed. But Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, I don't have an alchemical furnace. An alchemical furnace? Both the pharmacist and Lu He were momentarily taken aback. Anwaner instinctively inquired, then how did you concoct the longevity pill and the youth elixir? Oh, you're asking about that. Lin Yi, feeling a bit embarrassed, sheepishly scratched his head and replied, I used a rice cooker. Chapter 69. The Frustrated Alchemist. You. What did you just say? Lu He's aged eyes widened in disbelief, his emotions spiraling out of control as he seized Lin Yi's shoulder, his frail, withered hands trembling uncontrollably. The others, upon hearing Lin Yi's declaration, nearly fainted from shock. Using a rice cooker to refine pills? Goodness, that was the legendary longevity pill, long thought lost. And the youth elixir, which involved an exceedingly complicated refining process. Such top-tier 2nd-grade elixirs. And none of the 2nd-grade alchemists present would dare to guarantee that they could successfully concoct them. Yet Lin Yi, he claimed he did not need an alchemical furnace, but instead used a mere rice cooker. The pharmacist, his face flushed with indignation, was on the verge of exploding. He suppressed the urge to spit blood and said, one must not speak carelessly. Such jokes are best left unspoken. I truly don't have an alchemical furnace. Lin Yi felt a pang of melancholy. Why was it that when he spoke the truth, no one seemed willing to believe him? And Wana also perceived that Lin did not appear to be serious. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, "Come on, I know a bit about your worth. Are you telling me you can't even afford an alchemical furnace? Haha, there is a limit to boasting." Gong Sun Feng let out a cold laugh. Lin felt defeated. After some contemplation, he decided against further disputation, deeming the matter trivial. "Let us set this aside for now, young Lin. Please inform me of the third-tier elixirs you require, and I shall retrieve the necessary materials from the storeroom." The apothecary spoke with utmost confidence, as if there existed no herb in the world that could not be found within the confines of the Alchemists Association storeroom. Never heard of it? Oh, that is quite understandable. Lin soon found solace in the situation and responded, "The life-saving pill is rather obscure, as its applications are seldom needed. It is designed to treat infectious diseases. Anything classified as contagious, even the most lethal of toxins, can be cured. Such a potion exists?" Lu He exclaimed in astonishment. Gong Sun Feng scoffed. "Who knows if this so-called life-saving pill is truly a third-tier elixir?" Lin Yi's lips curled slightly as he enumerated several requisite herbs: 7 mist lotus, shadow condensing grass, crimson essence mushroom, celestial blue flower, along with 3 vials of spirit liquid. Upon hearing these names, Gong Sun Feng suddenly recalled that these were indeed the very herbs this fellow had inquired about when he approached Wanner for a purchase. Lin Yi, however, paid no heed to his thoughts. Since the Alchemist Association offered free materials for the assessment of alchemists, one must seize the opportunity to profit. These herbs were undeniably third tier. The apothecary nodded in agreement. Lu He then interjected, "As it stands, we are indeed to concoct a third-tier elixir. Someone, fetch the materials." The apothecary shouted, and immediately, a young apprentice stepped forward to take the storeroom key from the apothecary's hand. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yi inquired, "May I borrow an alchemical cauldron from the association? I assure you it will be returned promptly after the assessment." The apothecary's face betrayed his discomfort as he replied, "The association has never established such a precedent. Alchemists have always been expected to bring their own cauldrons for evaluations." Noticing that Lu He also appeared troubled, Lin Yi quickly grasped the situation. The reason the Alchemist Association does not provide cauldrons is quite straightforward: the fear of loss. Indeed, the process of assessing alchemists is notoriously arduous, with at least 8 out of 10 candidates likely to fail. What are the consequences of failure? An explosion. When alchemy fails, the only outcome is the catastrophic shattering of the cauldron, rendering the expensive vessel utterly useless. This peculiar circumstance is not that the association is unwilling. Rather, Lu He sighed and continued, "It is a matter of our ancestral teachings. For generations, no one has dared to make exceptions, lest they incur the wrath of the alchemy ancestor, facing divine retribution." Lin Yi felt helpless. It was not his place to question their ancestral teachings. The decision made by the alchemy ancestor was not without justification. The apothecary, filled with emotion, remarked, "Just imagine, if one lacks a cauldron, how can one call themselves an alchemist?" Gong Sun Feng flashed a charming smile and proposed, "Why not purchase my cauldron? I shall waive the fee, provided you kneel and pay homage to me as your master with 3 respectful bows." It was evident to all that Gong Sun Feng was not speaking earnestly. Setting aside his status as a first-tier alchemist, which scarcely qualifies him as Lin Yi's mentor, his very identity precludes him from selling the cauldron to Lin Yi. Gong Sun Feng chuckled coldly and inquired, "So, what do you think? Care to consider it?" "You speak too much," Lin Yi retorted, casting a fleeting glance at Gong Sun Feng, his heart darkening with a hint of murderous intent. Were it not for the presence of the Alchemist Association and the multitude of watchful eyes around, he would have surely dispatched Gong Sun Feng without hesitation. As for Wanner, she yearned to lend her cauldron to Lin Yi, yet her position as a member of the Alchemist Association restrained her from making exceptions, leaving her feeling powerless. What should he do? Lin Yi pondered in anguish, never anticipating that obtaining the title of an alchemist would be fraught with such complications. At that moment, Lin Yi seemed to catch sight of something. His expression shifted as he waved towards a distant figure. "Hey, young one, wait a moment." The snot-nosed child appeared startled, standing frozen in place, too frightened to move. Lin Yi rushed over and enthusiastically grasped the child's hand. "Dear child, may I have a word with you?" Oh. The child, still dazed, was pulled aside by Lin Yi, as if they were engaging in a clandestine discussion. At that juncture, Lin Yi snapped his fingers and beckoned the timid child closer. With trepidation, the child approached. Lin Yi extended his hand, smiling warmly, hand it over. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the still drowsy child reluctantly offered his basin to Lin Yi. Please remember to return it later. The child mustered a great deal of courage to say. Lin Yi smiled gently and reassured him, rest assured, I shall. Wait, just a moment. The apothecary widened his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at Lin Yi. You cannot possibly intend to use that for alchemy, can you? Not only he, but everyone present, including President Liu He, felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. A wash basin? Could this contraption truly serve as an alchemical cauldron? Is there some confusion here? If you were to use a rice cooker, one might begrudgingly accept that, as at least it could cook something. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck. One might even extract a bit of residue. But a third-grade elixir. The crowd glanced at the snot-nosed child, and then back at the wash basin. I shall refine your elixir, indeed. Chapter 70. Eclectic Alchemy. No one could comprehend Lin Yi's audacious decision to utilize a wash basin as an alchemical vessel. Traditional alchemists pursued high-quality cauldrons, adhering to stringent standards that allowed no room for flaw. Yet here was Lin Yi, opting for either a rice cooker or a wash basin. Observing the battered, somewhat rusted wash basin, which even sported a small hole, Liu He felt tears welling up. He realized that all these years as president had been in vain. Could one truly employ other tools for alchemy aside from a proper cauldron? No one knew the answer. Throughout history, no alchemist had ever been foolish enough to attempt such a peculiar endeavor. To forego a suitable cauldron in favor of mere kitchenware? Dear brother, might you reconsider? The apothecary cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to offer some gentle persuasion. Unwaner, too, kindly interjected, this is not feasible. It is likely that the moment you ignite the fire, that wash basin will explode. Lin Yi shook his head resolutely and declared, this is it. Liu Yi nodded in agreement. Very well, I hope that if it ends in failure, young brother, you do not lose heart. Prepare your alchemy furnace for the next attempt and come again. Young brother, please follow me. Seeing Lin Yi's unwavering determination, the pharmacist felt it unnecessary to press further and reluctantly led the way. Not only Lin Yi, but countless alchemists, apprentices, and herb gatherers trailed behind. They too were eager to witness firsthand the spectacle of alchemy conducted in a wash basin. Though it was an unspoken understanding among them all that the outcome would likely be failure, they were drawn by the novelty of the experience. After all, having spent years within the Alchemist Association, none had ever witnessed such an eccentric method of alchemy. After a brief walk, the pharmacist came to a halt. We have arrived at the alchemy chamber, the site of the assessment. Lin Yi remained silent as he stepped into the spacious room, which could easily accommodate hundreds, and with a bit of crowding, even 1,000 individuals. Instantly, a throng of eager onlookers surged into the expansive chamber. Shall we begin? Lin Yi inquired. The pharmacist and Liu He exchanged a serious glance and nodded gravely. Let us commence. As soon as the words left their lips, a deafening crash erupted as Lin Yi picked up the wash basin and began to strike it rhythmically, leaving everyone puzzled. What on earth is happening? The pharmacist and Liu He trembled with indignation, their beards quivering, while Unwaner was left speechless. What was the meaning of beating a wash basin? Was this alchemy or merely street performance? Lin Yi knocked a few times and murmured to himself, this basin has a hole, this won't do. If the medicine leaks out, how can I proceed with the alchemy? Upon hearing this, the others finally understood he was inspecting the wash basin. Gong Sun Feng burst into laughter, tears almost streaming down his face. You're seriously trying to patch this broken basin? Do you truly believe that this basin alone can facilitate the alchemical process? Though Gong Sun Feng was rather unkind to Lin Yi, the crowd inwardly agreed. Indeed, alchemy is exceedingly intricate. The entire process allows for no errors whatsoever. Timing the addition of certain herbs and controlling the fire's temperature are tasks far beyond the capabilities of this dilapidated basin. Moreover, they were about to craft a prestigious third-grade elixir. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Yi conjured a small flame with ease. He then placed the basin atop it. Immediately, several alchemists began instructing the new apprentices. The first step in alchemy is to pour in the medicinal liquid. Yet, in the next moment, all stood frozen. Instead of pouring the liquid, Lin Yi had tossed an entire herb into the basin. The herb sizzled and crackled from the flames, producing a cacophony of roasting sounds. What was he doing? The alchemist widened his eyes, nearly rushing forward to intervene. Brother Lin, stop. Have you forgotten to pour in the medicinal liquid? Liu Yi furrowed his brow. This was akin to cooking rice without water. How could one possibly cook it with just the grains? In mere moments, the rice would likely burn to a crisp under the intense heat. However, Lin Yi's second move nearly caused everyone to collapse on the spot. Had he gone mad? Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi had actually intensified the flames. Under the gaze of countless pained and distressed eyes, that precious third-grade medicinal herb was scorched beyond recognition, reduced to a heap of charred remnants. Stop at once. This is not alchemy at all. The apothecary nearly lost control. Had it not been for Lin Yi's exceptional theoretical knowledge, he would have likely struck him in a fit of rage. At that moment, quite good. Lin Yi even nodded in satisfaction before leisurely pouring in the medicinal liquid. After carelessly emptying all the liquid into the basin, Lin Yi's next action was to plop down onto the ground, doing nothing at all. Increase the heat, lower the flames, add the red essence fungus, toss in some azure flowers. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lin Yi's method of alchemy was truly one of a kind. Was this really alchemy? It felt more like a chef stir-frying in the kitchen. Before long, Lin Yi added the final herb into the basin. Just as the onlookers were about to whisper among themselves, Louis suddenly furrowed his brow and remarked, "Strange. Why hasn't the cauldron exploded yet?" The basin emitted a resounding clang, producing an excruciatingly piercing sound. Not good. It was about to blow. Louis shouted, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment. The others instinctively recoiled several steps back, fearing for their safety. Ahem. At this moment, the apothecary rolled his eyes and said, "It's merely a basin. What are you all so afraid of?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd finally became aware, remaining motionless in their places. With a resounding bang, the basin shattered into fragments under everyone's gaze, a pitiful sight. The alchemical endeavor had failed. Gongsun Feng sneered continuously. With merely the cultivation of the 7th layer of qi refinement, do you expect to concoct a third-grade elixir using a wretched basin? It is nothing but a fanciful daydream. Yet at that moment, what was this aroma? The apothecary sniffed the air, his expression turning peculiar. Louis was the first to react, struck as if by lightning, his heart shattering, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. This is Chapter 71, Tong Yao's Recovery. As he inhaled the familiar scent wafting through the alchemy room, Louis could hardly believe his senses. How could this be possible? His jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Unwaner, in a daze, instinctively exclaimed, "Is this the fragrance of elixirs?" The crowd, astonished, turned their heads to behold 3 elixirs suspended in midair, silence enveloping them. Had they truly been formed? Everyone was on the brink of madness. With a mere 7th layer of qi refinement, using a basin, at the very last moment of the explosion, he had forcibly concocted a third-grade elixir. And astonishingly, it had been accomplished in just half an hour. While others engaged in alchemy typically exerted every effort, fearful of oversight and error, Lin Yi casually sat on the ground, occasionally stirring the mixture, and in the end, he had actually succeeded. At that moment, Lin Yi grasped a vial, swiftly collecting the 3 life-saving elixirs. He furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, why did it take half an hour? His tone suggested he was rather dissatisfied with this pace. The pharmacist and Louis exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss for words. No, this cannot be real. Gongsun Feng vehemently shook his head, refusing to accept the scene before him. And Wanner, in a daze, uttered, a third grade alchemist at just 19 years of age. This revelation struck deep into the hearts of all present, leaving them in stunned silence. Only then did they recall Lin Yi's age, merely 19, a third grade. The pharmacist trembled uncontrollably, as if on the brink of fainting. Louis stammered, quickly notify headquarters. Our Husheng branch has produced a 19-year-old third-grade alchemist. A prodigy, a true marvel. Compared to him, I hardly deserve to be called a genius. It's over. I fear I shall never be able to look at a basin again. The onlookers, whether alchemists, apprentices, were rendered numb. Perhaps for the next half of their lives, they would never forget the astonishing events of this day. It was simply beyond belief. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Lin Yi remained remarkably composed. He approached the snot-nosed child, saying, I'm sorry, little one. I didn't team manage my control well, and your basin. He sheepishly scratched his head. Everyone was left dumbfounded. In compensation for a mere broken basin, he had offered an invaluable third-grade elixir, something nearly impossible to acquire. Goodness, those alchemists who typically cherish second-grade elixirs as treasures now flushed with shame, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Examine oneself, then observe others. This is truly an act of generosity devoid of humanity. Can this dumpling be exchanged for a basin? The innocent inquiry of a snot-nosed child. Lin Yi smiled softly and replied gently, Of course. You may purchase as many as you wish. The crowd was left speechless. Comparing a third-grade medicinal pill to a basin? Is such a comparison even valid? At this moment, Lin rose and turned to Liu He, saying, President, this child possesses great potential. You should take special care of her. Liu He immediately understood. Lin was indeed protecting that snot-nosed child. It was a reasonable assertion. The child truly was a gem. Liu He nodded in agreement. Consequently, those few individuals harboring ulterior motives abandoned all hope. Thank you, President, Lin expressed with a respectful gesture. He understood well the principle of being burdened by one's treasures. He did not wish for the snot-nosed child to encounter any misfortune due to the life-saving elixir he had provided. At this juncture, President Liu He pondered for a moment and spoke with utmost seriousness. From this day forth, you shall be a member of my Alchemist Association, a third-grade alchemist. The title of third grade was a weighty one. To the astonishment of the crowd, Lin remained humble in the face of such honor and achievement, modestly stating, It is merely luck. Brother Gongsun, you previously mentioned that upon my successful assessment, you would gift me those medicinal materials, do you recall? Upon hearing this, Gongsun Feng was suddenly jolted awake. Gongsun Feng was on the verge of tears. How could this fellow named Lin have such an impeccable memory? It was utterly relentless. Under the countless gazes of onlookers, Gongsun Feng's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Following this incident, it is feared that he will never again hold his head high within the Alchemist Association. To speak of nothing else, the mere fact that he has offended a third-tier alchemist is sufficient to sever all ties with his former companions. Everyone disperse. Liu He commanded tersely, with the president's orders. The crowd naturally vacated the alchemy chamber. The events of today will likely spread throughout the Alchemist Association in no time. Congratulations, Lin, and Warner said. Her expression a mixture of complexity and sincerity, once the crowd had departed. Before meeting Lin, she had considered herself exceptionally gifted, a prodigy beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet today, she felt utterly shattered, even questioning her very existence. Lin grinned and replied, I merely fumbled about. It was sheer luck that led to my success. You, on the other hand, possess remarkable talent, and your future achievements in alchemy will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Is that so? And Warner murmured, her gaze clouded with uncertainty. Liu He observed the exchange, nodding to himself. At such a young age, Lin had attained accomplishments that would elude the average person throughout their lifetime, yet he remained humble and composed, possessing an extraordinary gift while also offering comfort to others. In every regard, President Liu He found Lin to be particularly admirable. It should be fine now. Lin Yi's eyes glimmered as he placed a life-saving pill into Tong Yao's mouth. 2 hours passed. Tong Yao's once frail form regained considerable vitality, and her pale lips regained their color. She gradually opened her eyes. Lin Yi? Tong Yu gazed around in confusion. How did I end up here? Uncle Fong, I believe you may have misunderstood Lin Yi. At that moment, Tong Lei reassured the flustered Uncle Fong. Lin Yi is not that kind of person. If he had intended to harm Yao Yao, he would have done so long ago, let alone the fact that he has saved her life. Uncle Fong's expression darkened, and he declared, I don't care about that boy Lin Yi's background. If anything were to happen to Yao Yao, I would never let him off the hook. Just then, a familiar, playful voice echoed at the office door. Uncle Fong, why are you planning something against Lin Yi? Chapter 72. A haunting encounter. Tong Lei quickly assessed her, asking with concern, how are you feeling? Are you all right? I'm fine now. Tong Yao playfully stuck out her tongue. At that moment, Tong Deqiang hurried over, glancing at Tong Yao, then at Lin Yi. Yao Yao she. Uncle Tong, rest assured, the second young lady's illness has been completely cured. Lin Yi smiled gently. The current Tong Yao bore no resemblance to the frail, unconscious figure she had been during the day. Tong Deqiang was incredulous. Could it be that the terminal illness, deemed untreatable by doctors worldwide, had truly found a remedy through Lin Yi? Moreover, it had taken less than a day. This. Uncle Fong was also taken aback, and after a long pause, he solemnly stated, Young lady, you must come with me to the hospital. Tong Yao pouted. Oh, why do we always have to go to the hospital? I really dislike that place. It is necessary. Those words were not from Uncle Fong, but rather from Tong Deqiang. Tong Deqiang spoke with utmost seriousness. Let us first conduct a thorough examination and heed the doctor's advice. Let us not delay. Without hesitation, Tong Deqiang, Tong Lei, and Uncle Fong set aside their pressing tasks to accompany Tong Yao to the hospital. Reluctantly, Lin Yi followed suit. The destination was the very hospital that Tong Yao frequented yet detested the most. I am truly sorry, Miss Tong, but I find myself powerless regarding your condition. The familiar old doctor uttered, his face etched with regret and helplessness upon seeing Tong Daixiang and the others. Uncle Fong's expression darkened. Enough with the pleasantries. Expedite a full examination for her. Examination? The doctor in the white coat paused momentarily, perplexed. He could hardly comprehend. Tong Yao's ailment was already glaringly apparent. One might say she was merely awaiting her fate. Despite her vibrant demeanor, her aquaphobia rendered her condition deceptive. She appeared as any ordinary individual when not in crisis, yet once triggered. If she survived the episode, she would endure a little longer. If not, it would lead to her untimely demise. Thus, it was no surprise to the doctor that Tong Yao could still stand and walk normally. Let us proceed as instructed. A comprehensive examination without omission, Tong Daixiang asserted, his demands for his daughter's health unwaveringly stringent. The doctor, though taken aback, refrained from further comment. Acutely aware of the director's prior instructions and the formidable status of Tong Daixiang. As time passed, the doctor in the white coat emerged alongside Tong Yao. How did it go? The three individuals hurriedly approached, anxiously inquiring, while only Lin Fei leaned against the wall, lazily stifling a yawn. The doctor, his eyes wide with astonishment, clutched the examination report tightly in his hands, struggling to articulate a word. Uncle Fong, in a fit of agitation, his temper flaring, demanded, "Speak quickly. Miss Tong has fully recovered." The moment the doctor uttered this complete sentence, he appeared utterly drained. The trio stood in stunned silence. Subsequently, Tong Lei again embraced Tong Yao, her emotions a blend of exhilaration and sorrow. "Wonderful. Excellent." Tong Daixiang repeated the word thrice. This steadfast man, unable to hold back his tears. The doctor, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, "If a treatment for aquaphobia truly exists, it could save countless lives." Upon hearing this, Tong Yao hesitated. Her inherently gentle and kind nature, coupled with her own affliction, made her acutely aware of the suffering endured by others with the same condition. Just as her moment of doubt lingered, Lin Fei suddenly sprang into action. It was then that he realized the true identity of Tong Yao. Very well. Tong Yao obediently followed behind as they exited the hospital. Once in the car, Tong Daixiang, his expression grave, turned to Uncle Fong and said, "Fong, you must handle that doctor. Ensure his lips are sealed. This matter must not leak. I cannot allow my daughter's situation to be exposed. The ensuing disturbances would be unbearable." Tong Yao inquired, "What are you doing?" "No. Don't come near, Tong Yao. I'll burn more paper money for you. Also, take some for Lin Fei. Please, don't seek me out." Mo covered her eyes tightly, her tone filled with trepidation. Tong Yao rolled her eyes, while Lin Fei, who had just approached, appeared somewhat helpless. "Are you wishing for my demise?" Tong Yao playfully nudged Mo, momentarily taken aback, cautiously opened her eyes. "Tong Yao?" she exclaimed, her expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost, staring in disbelief. You're not dead." Tong Yao chuckled in amusement. Pooh, it's you who is dead." "Oh, this is simply wonderful." Mo cried out in sheer joy, enveloping Tong Yao in a tight embrace. Tears streaming down her face as she lamented, "I thought. By the way, where is Lin Fei?" Suddenly, Tong Yao inquired, "What about Teacher Qin? Wasn't she with you that day?" Mo replied, "Teacher Qin has left." "Left?" Lin Fei blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Mo clarified, "She just left. Without a word. I only learned in the afternoon through the WeChat group that Teacher Qin has resigned. It seems she has gone to Chanyang City." "Chanyang City." Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile creeping within. "Very well, I shall soon be moving to Chanyang as well. It is high time I familiarize myself with the Qin family and the domineering Cui family." Chapter 73. Chanyang University presently. Lin Yi's cultivation had advanced from merely breaking through to the 7th layer of the qi refining stage to reaching the pinnacle of the 7th layer. Indeed. It appears you are on the verge of breaking into the 8th layer. At that moment, a little girl, with a candied hawthorn skewer in her mouth, floated before Lin Fei. He turned to her and asked, "So, is it time for you to reveal the second challenge of the inheritance?" "Almost there." The young girl did not rush to reveal the nature of the challenge. Instead, she solemnly stated, "You must be prepared. The difficulty of the second challenge surpasses that of the first by more than tenfold." "Oh?" Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. "Is it truly that formidable?" The girl nodded earnestly and replied, "The fellow you are familiar with, Xiang Yu, met his demise on the path of the second challenge. Lin Yi remarked. If I recall correctly, at that time, his cultivation level was at the peak of the qi refinement stage, wasn't it? Indeed, the girl exclaimed. Biting into the last skewer of candied hawthorn, her words somewhat garbled. Back then, Xianxia successfully obtained a share of the blood of thousands, fortifying his formidable physique. At his zenith, he could contend with cultivators of the foundation establishment stage. Though Xianxia was hailed as possessing innate divine strength, this was only partially true. A significant reason for his extraordinary physical prowess at such a young age was the tempering he received from the blood of thousands. It could be argued that his physical strength was only slightly inferior to Lin Yi's. After all, Xianxia had diluted the blood of thousands, despite its high purity. It could not compare to Lin Yi, a being who had not diluted even a single drop. Her expression was remarkably serious, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor of languorous slumber. Lin Yi grinned, a smile gracing his lips. I'm certain, for him, as long as he can pursue sufficient strength, no challenge will deter him. Timidity is not in his nature. Once the challenge commences, there is no turning back. It is an inevitability to confront it. Very well. The young girl stared solemnly at Lin Yi and spoke each word with emphasis. With the cultivation of the qi refinement stage, you must kill a cultivator at the 8th level or above of the foundation establishment stage. Lin Yi. He seriously doubted whether he had misheard her. Qi refinement stage, killing a foundation establishment cultivator? Moreover, a cultivator at the 8th level or above. Who on earth could achieve such a feat? Even Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, Damn it, are you serious? I am indeed serious. I would never jest about the master's legacy, replied the young girl, mischievously nodding. Lin Yi's lips twitched violently. This was a challenge beyond comprehension. The very second challenge was already daunting enough to provoke despair. He could scarcely imagine the daunting nature of the subsequent 8 challenges, which would surely drive one to contemplate self-destruction. The disparity in realms was a chasm. One level apart could mean an enormous gap in strength, let alone the vast difference between major realms. If it were to kill a low-level foundation establishment cultivator, that might be feasible. After all, with Lin Yi's current physical prowess, by the time he reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, he could contend with those at the 3rd level of foundation establishment and below. But the 8th level of foundation establishment, how on earth could one fight that? Perhaps a single strike would suffice to crush him. The young girl added, a gentle reminder, once the challenge begins, if it remains unfinished within 3 years, the master's lingering consciousness will erase you. Lin Yi finally understood why the formidable figure of Xianxia chose to abandon the challenge. May I ask a question? As if perceiving Lin Yi's innermost thoughts, the young girl remarked, though the challenge is exceedingly arduous, the rewards of inheritance are equally abundant. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The reward for the first challenge is the essence of countless lives. Then, what might the reward for the second challenge be? I shan't disclose that, the girl teased. Withholding information, Lin Yi was momentarily speechless. The girl burst into a fit of giggles, playfully gazing at him. You have 3 years' time. During these 3 years, you may frolic at your leisure. Once the 3 years elapse, you shall depart peacefully. Is that so? Suddenly, Lin Yi grinned. Just because millions have failed does not imply I shall too. With that, he exited the jade pennant space. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment of his departure, the girl's expression shifted. Even her favorite candied hawthorn held no allure for her now. Master, is he truly the one foretold in your prophecy? She gazed skyward, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, entirely unfitting for a girl of her tender years. After a prolonged silence, she let out a soft sigh. Upon emerging from the pendant, Lin Yi donned his attire, prepared to venture out. When he was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door, he sprang from his bed, realizing he was to head to Chanyang City today. Outside, Tong Yao was exuberantly rapping on the door. Lin Yi opened it to find a jubilant Tong Yao and her sister Tong Lei, who was busily packing her belongings. He slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting that today marked the beginning of school. As Tong Lei gathered her items, she looked up and asked, Lin Yi, have you completed your driving test? Lin Yi nodded. Yes, I finished it last week and received my driver's license. As he spoke, Lin Yi suddenly recalled something and took out a mobile phone from his pocket, handing it to Tong Lei. Young miss, this phone is for you. I will purchase one for myself once I arrive in Chanyang City. No need, you should keep it, replied Tong Lei. Lin Yi, being stubborn and true to his nature, disliked accepting favors from others. At that moment, Tong Yao interjected. Oh, come on, sister, don't be so polite. Lin Yi here has plenty of money. Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly. acknowledging that he indeed did not lack material wealth. Very well, once you purchase a phone in Chanyang, please call me immediately so I can save your contact information. The young man with disheveled hair then noticed Lin Yi sitting beside Tong Yao. His expression shifted momentarily before quickly masking it. Haha, are you two here as new students at the university? He inquired. Yes, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Feeling somewhat disregarded, the young man's demeanor soured as he forced a laugh. What a coincidence. I am also a freshman at the Science and Technology University. The Science and Technology University, a second-tier institution in Chanyang City, though not the highest ranking, was still a commendable university, and gaining admission there was no small feat nevertheless, compared to the prestigious Chanyang University, which only the exceptionally talented could attend. It fell somewhat short. May I ask where you are from? The young man smirked inwardly, confident in his academic superiority, as he was the top student in his class. Gaining admission to the Science and Technology University was a point of pride for him. Lin Yi replied calmly, I am but a humble student from Chanyang University. Chapter 74. The woman of terrifying strength. When Lin Yi, with an expressionless face and a demeanor of cold indifference, uttered those words, the young man with disheveled hair turned beet red. Earlier, he had intended to seize the opportunity to flaunt himself before Tong Yao. Little did he expect. The young man quickly alleviated the awkwardness, forcing a laugh as he said, My friend is truly impressive to have been admitted to Chanyang University. I am Zhou Ping. Let us be friends. The moment he laid eyes on Tong Yao, he was utterly captivated. She was like a playful, ethereal fairy descended from the heavens. In comparison, Zhou Ping realized that the women he had previously encountered were utterly lacking in beauty. If Tong Yao were diligent and academically exceptional, gaining admission to a prestigious technological university, Zhou Ping would feel that his chance had finally arrived. However, Tong Yao playfully stuck out her tongue and said, I am also a freshman at Chanyang University. Zhou Ping. He was utterly stunned. The students who gain admission to Chanyang University are undoubtedly the CRME de la CRME, each a remarkable prodigy, seldom seen in everyday life. Yet now, on this high-speed train, there sat two top students from Chanyang University. Even with Zhou Ping's extroverted nature and thick skin, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing he could instantly disappear. Nevertheless, Tong Yao's breathtaking beauty ultimately anchored him in place. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Ping mustered his courage and asked directly, Beautiful lady, may I ask your name? Would it be convenient to exchange contact information? No, Tong Yao replied. Turning her head away, Zhou Ping's face turned a shade of iron, gritting his teeth as he stated, Venturing into a new city, certain matters may not be convenient. I have an uncle in Chang'an who works in the Education Bureau. Leave. Tong Yao, having encountered such advances numerous times, immediately turned hostile without a second thought. Lin Yi was exasperated. He had long grown accustomed to Tong Yao's swift mood swings. Lin Yi, if he dares to harass me again, make sure to teach him a lesson. Tong Yao huffed. In her mind, Lin Yi had already been branded as her protector. It was inevitable. Lin Yi's skills were something she had witnessed firsthand, truly terrifying beyond ordinary imagination. Very well, Zhou Ping scoffed coldly, flicking his sleeves as he departed. Before long, the high-speed train arrived at its destination. Let us go. I can hardly wait to step through the gates of Chanyang University. Upon disembarking, Tong Yao joyfully sprinted ahead, while Lin Yi, burdened with luggage in both hands, followed closely behind. Unbeknownst to them, someone was intently watching their departing figures. Top students of Chanyang University? Zhou Ping's countenance darkened as he clenched his phone tightly. Very well, just wait and see. I will make you understand the consequences of crossing me, Zhou Ping. He then dialed a number. Hello, uncle, it's me. There are two ungrateful students here. Yes, that's right. Chanyang University, bustling with activity. As Tong Yao finally stepped onto the campus grounds, she felt as though her entire life had reached a sense of fulfillment. Lin Yi, do you realize that all my efforts have been for this day? Suddenly, a wave of emotion washed over her, and she felt on the verge of tears. For many years, she has diligently pursued her studies, rising early and returning late, all in hopes of one day residing in her dream university. Now that the day has finally arrived, Tong Yao's emotions are somewhat unraveled. Lin Yi gently patted her shoulder and remarked with a smile, The 4 years of university life have only just begun. There will be plenty of time ahead for you to savor it to your heart's content. Tong Yao chuckled at Lin Yi's playful banter, exclaiming, I never knew you could be so humorous. Lin Yi awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling a bit bashful. As they continued walking, they arrived at the orientation area for new students. where several upperclassmen were busily welcoming the newcomers. Lin Yi lowered his head, becoming increasingly absorbed in his thoughts. How intriguing it is that within this prestigious university, there exists such a palpable tension. Navigating through the throngs of people, Lin Yi swiftly moved in a particular direction, determined to secure his territory for the next 4 years, unwilling to tolerate any threats. In this realm, he is the undisputed sovereign, forbidding anything that might pose a danger to himself and Tong Yao. Gradually, Lin Yi found himself in a public area. Why am I here? His eyes flickered with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped inside. The atmosphere was thick with an ominous energy. It was the time when new students had just arrived, and the restroom was eerily vacant. Here? He approached a restroom door, sensing the ominous aura emanating from within. Uncertain of what lay behind it, he suspected it was anything but ordinary. Just as Lin Yi hesitated on whether to kick the door open, a pained voice echoed from inside. Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly. The sound that reached her ears belonged unmistakably to a woman. Could it be? Lin Yi's expression turned peculiar. How could a woman's voice emerge in a men's restroom? After a moment's hesitation, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Lin Yi's eyes. He lifted his leg and kicked the door, shattering it to pieces. Upon witnessing the scene within, Lin Yi momentarily froze. There lay a woman, approximately 20 years of age, sprawled on the floor. Her head rested against the toilet, and a copious amount of blood gushed from her abdomen, saturating the ground beneath her. Lin Yi fixed her with a cold stare. You are a cultivator. Indeed, she was a female practitioner. Lin Yi meticulously scanned her with his spiritual sense, noting the flow of true energy within her. Moreover, her cultivation was no trivial matter. She was at least at the foundation establishment stage, a mere junior in the chi refinement stage. The woman, taken aback, glared fiercely at Lin Yi. This is none of your business. Get lost. A thunderous roar reverberated in Lin Yi's mind, leaving him dizzy, nearly shattering his consciousness. He was astounded. Despite her grave injuries, her will was potent enough to exert such formidable power. She was no ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. She was at least at the peak of that stage, or perhaps she could very well be a golden core cultivator. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. In his previous life, he was a formidable transcendent at the tribulation transcendent stage. The likes of foundation establishment were beneath his notice. Even the ancient Yuan Ing cultivators paled in comparison. How the mighty have fallen. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. At that moment, the woman's weak voice pierced the silence. What do you want? Leave now. 2 choices lay before Lin Yi. Either execute an immediate volte-face, thereby avoiding provocation of this formidable woman whose prowess far surpasses your own, or eliminate her. A sudden surge coursed through Lin Yi's heart, recognizing the propitious opportunity laid bare before him. By dispatching her, he could fulfill the second trial of his inheritance. With bountiful rewards within grasp, it is crucial to acknowledge that cultivators at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage, or higher, are not to be trifled with lightly. Yet, this woman stands before him, grievously wounded. Should Lin Yi so desire, a single strike would suffice. I propose we engage in a parley, Lin Yi declared, a smile playing upon his lips. He had elected a third course of action. The woman fixed him with a murderous glare, tersely commanding, "Begone." Not so hasty. Lin Yi countered. Hear me out before rendering your judgment. His gaze drifted towards her abdomen as he continued. I possess the means to mend your wounds. However, as a condition, you must offer an enticement that captivates my interest. He currently finds himself in dire need of mystical artifacts. Despite Lin Yi's vast experience and an abundance of extraordinary techniques within his mental repertoire, tangible treasures such as magical implements are conspicuously absent from his possession. Dream on. The woman scoffed. Undeterred, Lin Yi responded with a serene smile. I urge you to reconsider. The woman was poised to retort, but a piercing pain emanating from her abdomen forced a sharp intake of breath. Chapter 75. Morong Shui scarcely passed the threshold of adolescence. Perhaps 18 or 19 years of age. Observing his bashful demeanor, his timidity, and his evident reluctance, it seems implausible that he could be associated with the lofty and exceedingly rare status of a third-grade alchemist. Indeed, a third-grade alchemist is a figure of eminence, capable of presiding over an entire region. It is widely known that within the expansive province of Hu, only one alchemist has attained the third-grade level, the esteemed President Liu He of the Facetious Water Association. Have you reached a decision? Lin Yi inquired, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. He felt no urgency, for it was the woman who should be anxious. After a moment of contemplation, she posed a frigid question. What do you seek to gain from me? Lin Yi responded, any advantage will suffice, provided the price you offer is satisfactory to me. Heal me first, the woman proposed, offering a promissory note. Lin Yi, however, was not easily deceived. After a moment's reflection, he countered, I can temporarily preserve your life and restore your mobility, but as for your cultivation base, that will require a gradual process. What do you mean? The woman's countenance shifted. Lin Yi calmly elucidated, your injuries are quite severe. If I am not mistaken, you have been afflicted by The woman's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you know? She exclaimed, aghast. Lin Yi had not even touched her, nor conducted any examination, yet he discerned her condition with a mere glance. Lin Yi simply smiled, offering no explanation. While fearsome in name, is not as devastating as it sounds. It poses no threat to ordinary individuals, but its effects on cultivators are catastrophic. Its potency lies in its ability to gradually devour a cultivator's divine sense, consuming it until nothing remains. The one who afflicted you without your knowledge, must be a formidable adversary, Lin Yi remarked. Lin Yi's eyes flickered momentarily as he spoke, for the time being. I shall not concern myself with the matters between you and your adversaries. I can temporarily control the devouring goo, preventing it from further consuming your consciousness. However, to completely eradicate the devouring goo from your body, the use of a soul-cleansing pill is essential. You are aware of this, are you not? The woman let out a soft huff. Naturally, the soul-cleansing pill is a third-tier elixir, and it belongs to the intermediate category of the third tier. Indeed. Lin Yi nodded and continued, the ingredients for the soul-cleansing pill must be gathered by you. I shall only be responsible for the alchemical refinement. The woman furrowed her brow slightly. Those ingredients are exceedingly rare. To procure all of them would require at least a year and a half. Lin Yi shrugged. That is not my concern. The rules are as such. The woman shot Lin Yi an irritated glare but refrained from retorting. The rules of an alchemist are indeed as stated. They bear no responsibility for the ingredients, only for the refinement process. Take these 2 pills first. Lin Yi rummaged through his pocket and produced 2 dark pills. One was for staunching blood flow and treating external injuries, while the other was to suppress the devouring goo's influence on her consciousness. Having idly refined some elixirs during the summer break over 2 months ago, he had not anticipated their immediate necessity today. The woman accepted the pills, inhaled their scent briefly, and consumed them with a cold demeanor. In just a moment, her vitality had visibly improved, and her complexion brightened. Once I have gathered all the ingredients, how shall I locate you? Lin Yi replied. I will be here at the university. Suddenly remembering something, he added, by the way, my name is Lin Yi. How should I address you? The woman responded icily. Morong Shui. At this moment, the vital energy within her had significantly replenished, gradually restoring her strength, allowing her to rise to her feet. Morong Shui cast a minor spell to disperse the pool of blood on the ground. After addressing this matter, she turned her gaze towards Lin Yi, who was leaning against the wall, and inquired, Are you not afraid that I might kill you? You dare not. Lin Yi grinned, seemingly confident that Morong Shui truly would not dare to take her life. Morong Shui let out a cold huff, tacitly acknowledging his assertion. A third-tier alchemist is certainly not someone one can afford to offend, should Lin Yi encounter any mishap. The Alchemist Association might very well come knocking on his door for retribution. Now, let us discuss the benefits you may offer me, Lin Yi said, directing his attention to Morong Shui. She replied, her expression inscrutable, I possess no treasures, only martial arts techniques. Would you desire them? Martial arts techniques? Lin Yi shook his head, responding, I have no interest in martial arts. However, other offerings may warrant consideration. At present, Lin Yi was not lacking in martial arts techniques. It is worth noting that his mind harbored countless extraordinary techniques, yet due to his insufficient cultivation level, he was unable to practice them at this time. After a brief contemplation, Morong Shui stated, I can grant you access to the Celestial Tower. The Celestial Tower? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, inquiring. What kind of place is that? Morong Shui, somewhat exasperated, remarked, You do not even know of the Celestial Tower? Lin Yi shook his head. He had only recently heard of the Alchemist Association, let alone this so-called Celestial Tower. Morong Shui yielded completely and said patiently, The Tower of Babel opens once every 30 years and is restricted to cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. Each sect has 3 places, and I can give you one. Lin Yi gestured for her to continue. Morong Shui nodded. No one knows the origin of the Tower of Babel. It appeared many years ago. Only Qi training stage cultivators can enter. Those of other realms cannot enter. not even nascent soul elders. The Tower of Babel has a total of 10 floors, and each floor has extremely rich rewards. For example, the reward for the 4th floor is a foundation establishment pill. Over the years, countless geniuses have emerged, but the highest record is only the 6th floor. 1,500 years have passed, and no one has broken this record. Therefore, no one knows what is above the 6th floor and how rich the rewards will be. Lin clicked his tongue inwardly, realizing that the Earth was not as mediocre as he had imagined, and that there seemed to be many unknown secrets that had not been discovered and unlocked. At this moment, Mingxuan said solemnly, "To get this place, you must join my sect." "Your sect? What?" Lin was stunned. Mingxuan uttered 3 words. "Ice Heart Palace." Lin frowned slightly and blurted out, "Why does this name sound so effeminate?" Mingxuan was not angry, but her expression was strange as she said, "My Ice Heart Palace was established 600 years ago and only accepts female disciples. There are 400 disciples in the entire sect, and not a single man." Lin was dumbfounded. Then he vehemently shook his head and declared, "Absolutely not. What is this Ice Heart Palace? I have no interest. A man at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, reduced to living under the same roof as hundreds of women. Becoming an oddity? What nonsense." Moreover, Lin had no pressing need to venture into that so-called Tower of Heaven. It was entirely unnecessary. Mingxuan stated, "I am making an exception by allowing you to join. Others would covet the opportunity but lack the qualification. You must consider this carefully. If you do not enter my Ice Heart Palace, I will no longer be able to offer you this opportunity, and you will be barred from the Tower of Heaven." "Absolutely not. I refuse." Lin resolutely defended his dignity as a man, asserting, "If it comes to that, I simply want to go to this Tower of Heaven." Yet at that moment, Mingxuan softly remarked, "My Ice Heart Palace may lack many things, but we have an abundance of medicinal herbs. If you are unwilling, I want to force you. Deal?" Lin nodded emphatically. Chapter 76. The School Beauty. Tong Yao observing Lin Yi's rapid change in demeanor, which was swifter than turning the pages of a book, Mingxuan was left speechless. Whatever happened to his resolute refusal? Whatever happened to upholding the dignity of man? Upon hearing about the medicinal herbs, he cast aside all previous sentiments, practically eager to join the Ice Heart Palace. Indeed, alchemists are peculiar beings. The corners of Mingxuan's exquisitely beautiful mouth twitched slightly. It was no wonder the male classmates wore strange expressions, casting envious glances at Lin before exiting the restroom. The atmosphere froze, and at that moment, even the Ice Queen Mingxuan could not help but feel a faint blush grace her cheeks. Lin took the initiative to break the awkward silence, stating, "As you can see, I am a new student just reporting in, and I have been quite busy lately. I apologize for the sudden interruption." Lin approached Tong Yao, who curiously inquired, "Why did you take so long?" With a smile, Lin replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. I simply ran into an acquaintance and exchanged a few words." "An acquaintance? Was it a male or female?" Tong Yao instinctively asked. Upon uttering her question, she suddenly became aware of her own reaction, her face flushing with embarrassment. Lin, however, did not dwell on it, and casually responded, "A female." "Oh." Tong Yao gradually lowered her head. Lin, oblivious to her unusual reaction, adeptly picked up the heavy bags and said, "Let us go. I'll help you organize your dormitory." Tong Yao's dormitory was on the 6th floor. For most, merely climbing the stairs would leave them breathless, let alone carrying such heavy luggage. Fortunately, Lin possessed remarkable stamina and felt no fatigue whatsoever. Upon opening the door, Tong Yao exclaimed in surprise, "There's nobody here." "It turns out I'm the first to arrive?" Lin replied nonchalantly, "They should be here soon. Let us tidy up in the meantime." As the saying goes, men and women working together makes the task lighter. Within 20 minutes, the dormitory was transformed. Tong Yao approached Lin, her head down and fidgeting, and said, "Could you not find a girlfriend?" "What?" Lin was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Tong Yao's meaning. Pouting, she said, "Some people say that once you reach university, it's inevitable to fall in love, especially for boys who seem to think about finding a girlfriend all day long, aside from playing games. Is it true that even this freedom is taken away from a study partner?" Tong Yao exclaimed, "Oh, it just can't happen. Do you perhaps have feelings for me?" Lin inquired, his expression peculiar. With a gentle smack on Lin Yi's head, Tong Yao replied haughtily, "Like you? Absolutely not. I am the second young lady of the Tong family. How could I ever be interested in you? Dream on." All right, I shall heed your words," Lin said. Scratching his nose, resigned to merely appease her. Subsequently, he descended the stairs with his meager belongings and shortly located his designated dormitory. Upon opening the door, Lin Yi was taken aback to find that, apart from himself, the other 3 roommates were already present. Moreover, one young man appeared familiar to him. What? How can it be you? Before Lin Yi could utter a word, the young man stood up from his chair, astonished. This young man was none other than the individual he had encountered earlier in the restroom, alongside Murong Shui. Lin Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, stating, "What a remarkable coincidence. What brings you here?" Just then, a bespectacled young man approached with curiosity. The young man pointed at Lin Yi and exclaimed, "This is the guy I mentioned earlier, the one flirting in the restroom." "Well," the bespectacled youth exclaimed with envy, "my friend, you are quite fortunate in love. That woman. TSK, simply exquisite." Within a brief exchange, Lin Yi discerned the personalities of his roommates. After a round of self-introductions, they became somewhat acquainted. The bespectacled one was named Xiang Dong, a rather reserved individual, while the youth who had witnessed Lin Yi and Murong Shui's awkward encounter was named Xianxia, whose exceedingly lascivious gaze had already betrayed his character. As for the other one, he also wore glasses, but unlike Xiang Dong, he possessed a certain aloofness, seeming somewhat distant from others, exuding an air of fragility and introversion. The slender youth mustered an immense amount of courage and stammered, I am Feng Xiao, 18 years old, from Zhejiang." Xiang Dong clapped his hands and declared, "Among us 4, I am the eldest at 20. Qinstin comes second, Lin Yi is younger by 2 months, making him the third, and Feng Xiao, you are the youngest." The rankings were established, the taciturn Xiang Dong, the somewhat lewd Qinstin, the introverted Feng Xiao, and naturally, Lin Yi assumed the role of the third. After chatting for a while, their camaraderie deepened significantly. Even the reserved Feng Xiao seemed less apprehensive than before. Qinstin lowered his voice conspiratorially and said, "Have you heard? There's an absolute gem among this year's freshmen." Xiang Dong nodded. "Indeed, it is said that she has been deemed the campus beauty of this cohort. And she has barely been here a day." Unfortunately, they had yet to catch a glimpse of her. Qinstin shook his head with a sigh. Xiang Dong chuckled. Pulling out his phone, "Coincidentally, I caught a glimpse of her at the freshman reception and managed to sneak a photo." "Damn, what a beast!" Qinstin exclaimed indignantly, rubbing his hands together. "Hurry, let me see how she looks." Xiang Dong opened his phone's gallery, and Qinstin immediately let out a curse. "Oh my, she is absolutely stunning." Meanwhile, Lin Yi was left speechless. In the photograph, the so-called campus beauty was none other than Tong Yao. So, what do you think? Third, fourth, isn't she breathtaking? Chapter 77, The Overbearing Chui Family. Witnessing Tong Yao intimately coquetting with Lin Yi, both the eldest, Xiang Dong, and the second, Qinstin, were left utterly astonished, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Even the fourth, Feng Xiao, appeared somewhat dazed. A living embodiment of youthful beauty stood right before them, and her closeness to Lin Yi was simply astonishing. Goodness! Previously, they had thought Lin Yi was merely pretentious, but to their utter disbelief, he was genuinely remarkable. Speechless, their emotions were eclipsed by sheer astonishment, particularly for Qinstin, who had personally witnessed Lin Yi's flirtation with another stunning woman in the restroom. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was entangled with the new campus belle? What on earth? This string of romantic encounters was utterly beyond comprehension. Regardless of which woman one considered, each was of goddess caliber, yet Lin Yi seemed to be effortlessly embracing them all. The third roommate was at a loss for words. Tong Yao turned to the 3 and addressed Lin Yi. "These must be your roommates, right? Aren't you going to introduce us?" "I am Xiang Dong." "Qinstin." I am Feng Xiao." Before Lin Yi could respond, his roommates hurriedly introduced themselves, even Feng Xiao timidly joining in. Lin Yi found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Qinstin seized the opportunity, declaring, "Beautiful lady, I am a local and know of a particularly exquisite hot pot restaurant nearby." "That sounds wonderful." Upon hearing of delectable food, Tong Yao nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "How about this, Lin Yi? I will invite my roommates as well, and we can all go together. 8 of us." Lin Yi said calmly, "I have no objections." "Very well, let us depart. If we delay, we may find no seats available." Upon hearing that more young women would be joining, Qinstin became invigorated, eager to set off immediately. Amidst the urging of a few companions, Lin Yi silently followed behind. The hot pot restaurant was nestled in a bustling street of eateries near Chang'an University. As the group arrived, Tong Yao's roommates, guided by the address provided by Xian, also made their way to the venue. 3 young women, each with distinct charm, appeared. After a brief introduction, everyone learned that these 3 ladies were all locals of Chanyang. The poised one was named Lin Ling, the alluring and mature one was Miku, and the one dressed in a rather affluent manner was Hu Jingfu. Aside from Hu Jingfu, who possessed a more ordinary appearance, the other 2 were undeniably beautiful, capturing the attention of Xian and his friends. Without hesitation, Xian declared, "Let us order freely. This meal is on me." He exuded generosity, suggesting that he was not one to be constrained by financial matters. Before long, the hot pot was served at their table. "Cheers to the friendship between our 2 dormitories on this first day of school." Xiang Dong led the toast, and everyone raised their glasses in unison, even Feng Xiao, who was typically not one for drinking. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere became increasingly convivial. "Tong Yao, what is your relationship with Lin Yi?" Lin Ling inquired with curiosity. This question instantly piqued the interest of the group, eager to uncover the answer. Before Tong Yao could respond, Lin Yi smiled and interjected, "I am her study partner." Study partner? The group paused momentarily, then their expressions shifted as they regarded Tong Yao with newfound intrigue. They had not anticipated that, in addition to her striking beauty, Tong Yao also hailed from a well-off family. The 3 individuals to the east remained skeptical, for they had witnessed the intimate interactions between Tong Yao and Lin Yi. However, the 3 young women perceived the situation differently. They deemed it quite natural, considering that Lin Yi was not particularly handsome and his physique was rather average, falling into the category of the exceptionally ordinary. Such a man, how could he ever be worthy of someone of Tong Yao's caliber? "Xian, let us share a drink." Miku raised her glass. This gesture was understood by everyone present, as they were all aware of Miku's intentions. In both demeanor and attire, Xian exuded an air of sophistication. Although he did not deliberately flaunt his status, he also did not feign modesty. All 8 individuals at the table were single, and there was an unmistakable undertone of seeking companionship. It was evident that Miku had taken a liking to Xian. After exchanging glances, Lin Ling and Hu Jingfu also raised their glasses. "Brother Dong, let us drink to that." "Xiao Feng, you are quite charming. Come, let us share a drink." The graceful Lin Ling toasted with the reserved Xiang Dong, while even the shy and introverted Feng Xiao found herself playfully teased by the affluent Hu Jingfu. Feeling quite full, as the flirtation among the group intensified, Tong Yao set down her chopsticks and gently caressed her stomach in satisfaction. At that moment, a rather abrasive voice suddenly echoed through the hot pot restaurant. "Damn it, this place is really crowded." Many patrons turned their attention towards the entrance, where a young man clad in a suit emerged from a luxurious Maserati, accompanied by a number of vehicles behind him. The suited young man, flanked by a group of about 10 people, strode into the hot pot restaurant. "Is this the establishment you mentioned?" The young man in a suit surveyed the surroundings with a furrowed brow. In such a dismal place, what exquisite flavors could possibly exist? Among the crowd of over 10 individuals, a diminutive young man stepped forward, ingratiatingly stating, "Young Master Yun, do not be deceived by the humble appearance of this place. The flavors here are truly exceptional. I shall trust you this once. Should the taste prove unsatisfactory, I shall make you pay dearly," retorted the suited youth with a cold snort. At this moment, the slight young man, sensing the gravity of the situation, bellowed, "Owner, come out here." The proprietor, having been acutely aware of the unfolding drama, hurriedly approached, his demeanor fraught with discomfort as he stammered, "Gentlemen, the establishment is fully occupied. We have no available seats." With a swift motion, the diminutive youth struck the owner across the face, furiously exclaiming, "To hell with that. Here's 10,000 yuan. Reserve the entire place for us." The owner, momentarily stunned, refrained from retaliating, fully aware that crossing this group was ill-advised. Meanwhile, the other patrons in the establishment fell silent, their dissatisfaction palpable yet unvoiced, unwilling to assume the role of the scapegoat. It was at this juncture that the young man in the suit suddenly noticed Tong Yao seated in a corner, his gaze fixated upon her. A gem, an absolute treasure. He swore that in all his years, he had never encountered a woman of such unparalleled beauty. "Hello, beautiful," he said, adjusting his attire and approaching Tong Yao with the utmost courtesy. "My name is Cui Yun. May I have the honor of becoming your friend?" Upon hearing the name Cui Yun, the owner's eyes widened in disbelief. Many other patrons, alarmed, hastily settled their bills. leaving their change on the table as they made a swift exit. In an instant, Xiang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. The Cui family. Their influence is undeniably vast. As local residents of Changyang, Lin Ling, Miku, and Hu Jingfu dared not utter a single breath at this moment. Within the establishment, some patrons remained, oblivious to the implications of the name Cuiyun. What? A private booking? Do you not understand? The slender young man bellowed once more, casting a menacing glance around the room. Among them, a burly man stood up, visibly displeased, and exclaimed, "You claim it's a private booking, yet why should we, as customers, be denied our meal?" However, before he could utter another word, he found himself silenced by the ominous barrel of a gun pressed against his forehead. "Scram!" the slender youth commanded sharply. The burly man, paralyzed by fear, stumbled back in a frantic escape, while the remaining patrons screamed and fled in terror. At this juncture, only the trembling owner and Tong Yao's group remained. "Beautiful lady, come with me," Cuiyun said with a devilish smile. After much hesitation, Xianxia mustered his courage and interjected, "Young Master Yun, this is my friend. And who might you be?" Cuiyun replied nonchalantly, casting a dismissive glance in his direction. Xianxia struggled to articulate, I am with Emotai Information Technology Company, Limited." Before he could finish, Cuiyun's cold laughter interrupted. "You wish to abandon your family business, do you?" At that moment, Xianxia fell silent, daunted by the weight of his words. One utterance could swiftly dismantle an entire company. There was no doubt about the exaggerated influence of the Cui family. Cuiyun surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on those who bowed their heads, and scoffed, "What is this? Do you wish to intervene? I would not mind engaging with you." At that moment, a slender youth swaggered over, leading a group of individuals. "This is the Cui family's affair. Outsiders should leave. Otherwise, shall we depart?" Hu Jingfu whispered, trembling. No one noticed that Lin Yi, who had been engrossed in his drink, suddenly lifted his head. Is this truly the manner in which the Cui family conducts their business? Lin Yi's expression remained impassive, his throat moving slightly. I believe. The Cui family no longer needs to exist." Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into an utter silence. Chapter 78. I shall remain here, as Cuiyun's lackey brandished a pistol. Feng Xiao, who had never encountered such circumstances, was completely taken aback. The others fared little better. Had it not been for Tong Yao, they would have likely fled. Even so, they understood the peril of offending Cuiyun and contemplated abandoning Tong Yao. Yet, no one anticipated that at this critical juncture, the seemingly inconspicuous Lin Yi, who had remained silent, would suddenly speak up. His first utterance left everyone pale with fear. Their brother, Xiang Dong, seated beside Lin Yi, tugged at him, desperately signaling, "Are you seeking death?" Lin Yi ignored Xiang Dong. He set down his glass and, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, rose to seize Cuiyun by the collar. "Are you certain you belong to the Cui family?" Lin Yi squinted slightly. Cuiyun made no attempt to resist. Instead, he laughed. "Ha! How amusing, truly amusing. I never expected someone in Changyang would dare challenge me. Indeed, I am the direct descendant of the Cui family, Cuiyun." "Splendid." Lin Yi's eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity as he remarked, "I was contemplating how to locate the Cui family, but unexpectedly, you have delivered yourself to me." At that moment, a slight young man rushed forward. "Stop! Are you seeking death? Release young Master Yun at once," he shouted, drawing a handgun and aiming it at Lin Yi. Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "Remove that weapon from my vicinity and leave, or I shall deal with you as well." His words resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Xianxia swallowed hard, realizing he could no longer comprehend the third brother. Why, in the face of the formidable Cui family, a colossus, a force to be reckoned with, did Changyang exude such fearlessness and audacity? Among those present, only Tong Yao felt a complex turmoil within her. "Lin Yi, what has happened to you?" she questioned, sensing an unfamiliarity in his demeanor. Typically, Lin Yi was modest and gentle, unfazed by any circumstance, yet now he appeared utterly unrestrained. Tong Yao could not fathom what grievance Changyang's Cui family had inflicted upon him. "Mouse, shoot him dead." At that moment, Cuiyun suddenly wore a sinister smile, as if uttering the command to kill was an utterly mundane affair. The young man, referred to as Mouse, trembled slightly, having only recently aligned with Cuiyun. He was accustomed to wielding intimidation, but to actually follow through he lacked the courage. Lin Yi turned his gaze towards Mouse and calmly declared, "You have two choices. Either you pull the trigger and I will eliminate him, or you refrain from shooting and I shall still eliminate him." Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 7th layer of qi refining, Lin Yi's true chi defense rendered ordinary bullets nearly ineffective. Moreover, having cultivated his body through the purest essence of countless lives, his physical strength was indomitable. Choose one, Lin Yi remarked with a smile. His calm demeanor bewildered the mouse-like figure, who momentarily found himself at a loss. After following Cui Yun for over half a month, he had grown accustomed to a smooth journey. Everything seemed achievable as long as the name Cui was invoked. Yet now, here stood a reckless youth, unafraid of the formidable Cui family. As the mouse trembled with his gun, hesitating, Tong Yao suddenly interjected, Lin Yi. Her voice resonated with concern. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd as they thought. Finally, Tong Yao had spoken. Perhaps her words would sway the situation. For none wished to witness Lin Yi's demise. Miss, do not interfere. Your pleas are futile. He is as good as dead. Cui Yun scoffed repeatedly. However, Tong Yao's first utterance left everyone dumbfounded. Lin Yi, do be gentle. Do not take a life, she said nervously. The crowd felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, as if thunder rumbled in their ears. What on earth was happening? Wasn't she supposed to persuade Lin Yi to cease his actions and plead with Cui Yun on his behalf? Even Xianxia had prepared his lines to join Tong Yao in her appeal, yet here was Tong Yao issuing the command, be gentle. Good heavens. Lin Yi had a gun pressed to his forehead, and rather than worrying for his safety, she was concerned for Cui Yun? Cui Yun seemed to have heard the most amusing remark in the world, unable to restrain himself as he retorted, my dear, have you perhaps misspoken? Tong Yao shot him a glare and snapped, shut up. Am I speaking to you? With a loud crash, Xiang Dong lost his balance and fell to the ground, while the others, overwhelmed, nearly fainted on the spot. Tong Yao, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Lin Yi's voice was low and cold as he declared, it is high time to discipline the Cui family. Otherwise, they may not even recognize their own role. Oh, Cui Yun raised an eyebrow and inquired, pray tell, what role do you believe the Cui family embodies? Lin Yi grinned, uttering a single word, trash. You. Cui Yun was incensed, losing all composure as he bellowed, everyone, attack. Eliminate him. Tear apart his tendons. Instantly, over 10 thugs surged forward. Cui Yun was taken aback. These enforcers were hand-picked warriors, capable of handling 3 street thugs each without difficulty. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had dispatched them all. Moreover, throughout the entire encounter, Lin Yi had maintained a firm grip on his neck, not having moved an inch. Lin Yi, with a smile, remarked, is that all you've got? At that moment, Cui Yun found himself pinned against the dining table. A small red dagger, seemingly appearing from nowhere, was embedded in his hand, firmly anchored to the table. The blade pierced through the back of his hand, sinking deep into the wooden surface. Cold sweat poured down Cui Yun's forehead as he shouted, you dare to touch me. You actually dare to lay a hand on me. You are as good as dead. I shall ensure that all your friends and family pay the price. I will bring your parents to ruin and force your beloved into a life of disgrace. I will personally take your life. His sanity had completely slipped away. Inside the hot pot restaurant, men lay sprawled across the floor in disarray. Meanwhile, the lofty Cui Yun was firmly pinned to the dining table, his hands bloodied and emitting cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Old 3. Chen Xian was so frightened he nearly fainted, trembling uncontrollably. Only he understood the magnitude of the trouble Lin Yi had stirred. Xiang Dong was utterly drained, rendered speechless. Feng Zhao's face was ashen, seemingly overwhelmed by the day's harrowing events. Tong Yao covered her eyes, voicing her discontent. Lin Yi, I told you to go easy. This is just too terrifying. The other 3 girls were no better off. They had never anticipated that among these 8 individuals, the most unassuming and mediocre one would possess such unimaginable audacity. This was Cui Yun, a direct descendant of the illustrious Cui family. How could Lin Yi dare provoke him? It was one thing to confront Cui Yun, but to do so with such ferocity was entirely another. I have things to attend to. I must take my leave. At that moment, Hu Jingfu abruptly stood up, clutching her bag, intent on vacating the premises. She wished to sever any ties with Lin Yi. Not only her, but Lin Ling and Miku felt the same. They were all contemplating how to extricate themselves and flee as far as possible. This fool was flaunting his bravado against Cui Yun, and it was certain that he would attempt to escape. No, I must leave before him. Otherwise, I will be entangled with the Cui family. In their estimation, Lin Yi was already a deceased individual, just as Hu Jingfu was preparing to extricate herself from the situation. Cui Yun, writhing in agony, bellowed with irrationality. Nobody is permitted to leave. Remain here, none shall depart. Subsequently, Cui Yun directed his gaze towards the mouse, who was prostrate on the ground, his eyes rolling back in pain. You incompetent fool! Immediately contact the family and summon reinforcements. A jolt of realization coursed through the mouse. To alarm the Cui family? He comprehended that a significant event was imminent. Without delay, the mouse distanced himself from Lin Yi and hastily retrieved his mobile phone to initiate a call. You are doomed. Await the consequences. There is no escape for you, Cui Yun declared with a grim countenance. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Lin Yi exhibited no inclination to flee. Devoid of haste, he nonchalantly settled into a chair. He does not intend to escape? Hu Jingfu and the other two women, along with Qin Xian and the others, were utterly bewildered, reclining against the chair. Lin Yi remarked with a languid smile, Today, regardless of the number of individuals who arrive, irrespective of their identity, I shall remain seated in this chair. If anyone can compel me to rise, I shall concede defeat. Chapter 79. Await the moment when you implore for mercy on your knees. In the central district of Chang'an City, a multitude of commercial vehicles were rapidly traversing the streets, eliciting exclamations of displeasure from numerous vehicle owners. However, the words remained unspoken. 4. The license plates of these vehicles uniformly bore the prefix xianxia. UI. Anyone with a modicum of discernment would refrain from provoking such an entity. Within Chang'an City, possessing a license plate with the CUI prefix was tantamount to being the sovereign of the roads. When the Cui family conducts business, ordinary individuals are compelled to yield. At that moment, within an office building, a middle-aged man stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, observing the scene below. For many years, the Cui family had remained dormant. What could have possibly incited them to action this time? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, concern etched upon his face. Behind him, a woman sat upon an office chair. Her figure was voluptuous and curvaceous, possessing an alluring charm. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a certain hollowness in her eyes, as if they had lost their luster and vitality. The woman spoke with a detached tone, Who knows? That's just how the Cui family operates. Whoever provokes them will face their wrath. The middle-aged man frowned, cautioning, Yueshi, mind your words. Qin Yueshi bit her lip, as if grappling with some internal conflict. After a prolonged silence, she sighed softly, refraining from uttering a single word. Ever since Lin Yi's unfortunate accident, she had relinquished all pursuit of freedom and happiness. Now, she was merely a pawn sacrificed by the Qin family for the sake of their own interests. Lin Yi, if only you were still alive, she mused inwardly. But alas, it is too late. In a few days, I shall become a woman of the Cui family. These thoughts remained concealed within the deepest recesses of Qin Yueshi's heart, unknown to anyone else. At the snack street, it was past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the crowds had thinned considerably. As the Cui family's numerous vans arrived, many customers and street vendors hastily departed, and even some businesses closed their doors. The entire snack street was deserted, save for the Cui family's vehicles. A dozen or so vans came to a halt in front of a hot pot restaurant. That's Yun's car. This must be the place. A burly man in his 30s remarked as he alighted from one of the vans, casting a glance at the Maserati sports car parked in front of the restaurant. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, the sounds of car doors opening and closing echoed. Countless burly figures clad in black descended from the vehicles, forming a dense, ominous crowd that blocked the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Let us proceed. I am eager to discover who possesses the audacity to provoke the esteemed Cui family of Chang'an. With that, the muscular man led his legion of sturdy comrades inside. As he crossed the threshold, he was met with a scene that incited his fury. Chaos reigned within the establishment. Furniture lay in disarray, and dozens of bodyguards sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. In a corner, a table was occupied by 8 individuals. 7 bore expressions of trepidation, while one remained unfazed, resting his feet upon Cui Yun's back, hands clasped behind his head, dozing in his chair. Xiao Gu, Cui Yun, pinned to the table and enduring excruciating pain, managed to shout. Cui Xiao, the muscular man, was instantly consumed by rage, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi as he bellowed, You cur, remove your filthy feet from my brother Yun. At that moment, Lin Yi leisurely opened his eyes. Under the murderous glare of Cui Xiao, he stretched languidly and, yawning, remarked, Have you arrived? Do share your name. A dead man has no need to know my name, Cui Xiao retorted, his countenance darkening. With a swift motion, Lin Yi seized the short blade embedded in Cui Yun's hand and yanked it forcefully. Oh! Cui Yun cried out in agony, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Emitting a heart-wrenching wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, Xianxia and the others flinched violently, trembling in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Ling and her companions were utterly paralyzed with fear. Even Tong Yao covered her eyes, unable to bear witness to such a gruesome sight. My apologies. My hand slipped a bit. Lin casually scratched his ear and said, I didn't quite catch what you just said. Could you kindly repeat it? Faced with such a blatant threat, Cui Xiao erupted in fury, declaring, I offer you two choices. Either kneel and apologize, then take your own life. Or I will drag you over and slowly torture you to death. Is that so? Lin chuckled, once again gripping the hilt of his dagger. A smile gracing his lips as he remarked, It's rather chilly today. My hands tend to tremble. And no, Cui Yun's heart sank. He had no desire to relive the sensation of a blade slicing through the flesh of his palm. Meanwhile, Xiang Dong and Chen Xian, along with others present, nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Is this weather cold? Outside, the temperature soared close to 40 degrees, unbearably scorching. You dare to threaten me? Cui Xiao seethed with rage. Lin shrugged nonchalantly, admitting, you caught me. Yes, I am indeed threatening you. Had it not been for Cui Yun being in Lin Yi's grasp, Cui Xiao would have undoubtedly unleashed his men to swarm Lin Yi and beat him to death, without hesitation. Yet, constrained by the fact that Cui Yun was a hostage, Cui Xiao could only suppress his inner turmoil. What do you want? Cui Xiao gritted his teeth, feigning a semblance of concession, as Lin Yi momentarily held the upper hand. However, everyone present understood that the more Lin Yi behaved this way, the more dire his own fate would become. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, who was solely focused on teaching the Cui family a lesson, he simply stated, Come over and let me stab you a couple of times, and I will release him. Lin Yi suddenly burst into laughter, adding, Aren't you always calling him your brother? How is it that, as an elder brother, you are unwilling to endure even this slight pain for your younger sibling? For reasons unknown, Cui Xiao trembled at Lin Yi's peculiar smile. No one truly comprehends the extent of Lin Yi's terrifying nature when he is provoked. In the realm of cultivation, Lin Yi was notoriously known as the ruthless demon old Lin, and all cultivators were acutely aware that the more radiant and innocent his smile, the more he yearned for bloodshed. Lin Yi has never been a benevolent soul. It may be tolerable to provoke him, for he might not take offense. However, once one dares to threaten those dear to him, the repercussions are far beyond what an ordinary person could bear. Swish, swish, swish. My leg. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, 3 toothpicks, moving at an almost imperceptible speed, hurtled toward 3 burly men clad in black. In an instant, the thighs of these men were impaled by the toothpicks, rendering them immobile as they shrieked in agony. No, this is impossible. Cui Xiao felt a chill run down his spine as he suddenly realized that if Lin Yi's target had been him, and aimed at his throat, the thought sent a shiver through Cui Xiao, prompting him to instinctively retreat a few steps. The others were utterly bewildered. Toothpicks can inflict harm? Good heavens. The way everyone looked at Lin Yi transformed dramatically, especially the 3 female roommates of Tong Yao. Cui Xiao gulped down hard, mustering his courage to say, I see now that you are skilled in martial arts, but do not presume that such abilities alone can intimidate me. The power of the Cui family far exceeds your imagination. As he spoke, Cui Xiao swiftly dialed a number. After exchanging a few words on the phone, he glanced at Lin Yi, sneering repeatedly. Just wait, Master Yang will be here shortly. And then you shall understand what it truly means that there are always mountains higher than the one before. Master Yang? Lin Yi felt an unsettling familiarity with this title, as if he had encountered it before indeed. The foremost martial arts master of Hushing, Yang Jianjun. Cui Xiao erupted into a boisterous laugh, his face twisted in malice. Now that you're frightened, it's too late, you wretched creature. When Master Yang arrives, prepare to kneel and beg for mercy. Chapter 80. The Dread of Yang Jianjun. Upon hearing this name, Lin Yi's expression turned exceedingly peculiar. Wasn't this the very same master of xianxia Chu In that Huang Xiang had invited during his time in Xiang City? Observing the drastic change in Lin Yi's countenance, Cui Xiao mistakenly believed he had genuinely instilled fear in him. In his mind, Lin Yi, being a practitioner of martial arts, should have certainly heard of other renowned masters. Indeed, the name of Master Yang held significant weight. Cui Xiao smirked inwardly, standing assertively as he declared, Be sensible and quickly release my brother Yun. Apologies, but I am not one to heed sensibility. As he spoke, Lin Yi picked up a toothpick, gazing at Cui Xiao with a silent smile. Cui Xiao was taken aback, instinctively attempting to retreat. At that moment, Lin Yi placed the toothpick in his mouth without making a move. Realizing that his reaction was somewhat undignified, Cui Xiao snorted dismissively. Just wait and see how Master Yang will deal with you. I am quite curious, don't you have firearms? Suddenly, Lin Yi posed this seemingly irrelevant question. It appears that he had long been prepared for the possibility of his opponent being armed. Cui Xiao's expression was exceedingly grim. Indeed, he possessed firearms, as did some of his subordinates. However, in such a public setting, even 100-fold courage would not compel him to draw a weapon. Should the authorities ever investigate, his fate would be sealed. While the Cui family might clandestinely engage in arms dealings, it was paramount to refrain from employing firearms unless absolutely necessary. Clearly, Emir Lin Yi was not worth the upheaval of such magnitude. Bored, Lin Yi idly chewed on a toothpick and stifled a yawn. Chen Xian and the others grew increasingly curious about whether Lin Yi truly possessed martial prowess. If so, how formidable could it be? It seemed as though this scenario held little significance for him. Were the members of the Alchemist Association to glean their current thoughts, they would undoubtedly scoff in derision. Lin Yi's status as a cultivator alone was sufficient to instill pride over the mundane realm, let alone his esteemed rank as a third-tier alchemist. Before him, the Cui family amounted to nothing. Young Master Xiao. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. Everyone turned to see a robust, middle-aged man with a commanding presence stride in, casting a cold gaze around the room. It was none other than Yang Jianjun. Upon seeing him, Cui Xiao felt as though he had encountered a lifeline and hurriedly approached, saying, Master Yang, you have finally arrived. Yes, young Master Xiao, what has transpired? Yang Jianjun inquired, perplexed. In his experience, individuals bearing the surname Cui rarely had matters significant enough to warrant his attention. In the vast expanse of Chanyang City, few dared to provoke the formidable Cui family, except for the foolish. It was he. Cui Xiao pointed menacingly at Lin Yi, who was dozing off a short distance away, and declared, he has harmed my brother Yun and injured several of my subordinates. He is blatantly challenging the Cui family. Yang Jianjun felt a surge of astonishment within, following Cui Xiao's gaze to ascertain who possessed the audacity to act so brazenly. At that moment, Lin Yi seemed to sense an impending gaze. He lifted his head and squinted at Yang Jianjun. It is you. A tempest of dread surged through Yang Jianjun, rendering him as if struck by lightning. He could never forget Lin Yi. Yang Jianjun vowed that if given a choice, he would prefer to avoid this calamity altogether. The sheer terror of Lin Yi's skills had left him utterly defenseless, tossed about like a mere child, nearly shattering his frail bones. Now, Yang Jianjun realized that the individual he was preparing to confront was none other than this calamity. How could he not be filled with trepidation? What? Master Yang, do you know him? Cui Xiao furrowed his brow but quickly grasped the situation. Practitioners of martial arts inevitably recognized one another. He did not believe Yang Jianjun's prowess could be inferior to Lin Yi's, for after all, Yang Jianjun was renowned as the foremost expert in hushing. Master Yang, this scoundrel harbors a deep-seated grudge against my Cui family. He must not be allowed to live. Cui Xiao's face twisted in rage as he commanded, strike him down. Master Yang, even if he kneels in supplication, do not show him mercy. He should be slowly tormented, suffering unto death. To be honest, I am quite terrified. Lin Yi remarked with a grimace. Yang Jianjun felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down in an instant. He struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to flee, swallowing hard before addressing Cui Xiao. Young Master Xiao, I cannot assist you with this. What does that mean? Cui Xiao was taken aback. Yang Jianjun, his face etched with dread and fear, confessed, I am no match for him. What? Not only Cui Xiao, but everyone on Chen Xian's side was equally astonished. They had all heard of Yang Jianjun's reputation. It was common knowledge among those who followed the news or television that there existed a true martial arts master in Hubei province named Yang Jianjun, whose prowess was formidable enough to fell a horse with a mere 5 punches. Initially, everyone presumed that upon Yang Jianjun's arrival, Lin Yi would be thoroughly beaten. Yet the unexpected unfolded. The esteemed first master of Hubei, Yang Jianjun, voluntarily conceded. Cui Xiao, now flustered, incredulously exclaimed, how is this possible? Master Yang, you are the foremost martial artist in Hubei. How could you possibly be outmatched by him? I. Yang Jianjun's face flushed crimson. He could hardly admit that just a few months prior, he had been soundly defeated by Lin Yi, left like a beaten dog. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly smiled. Gazing at Yang Jianjun with delight, Master Yang, it's been a while. You seem quite sprightly. How about I give you a back massage? No. Don't come any closer. Yang Jianjun shrieked, summoning every ounce of strength to turn and flee. The crowd was left in stunned silence, eyes wide with disbelief. Cui Xiao was utterly taken aback. Wasn't he it said that Master Yang would appear, and that there was no opponent he could not conquer? How? How could he have fled, hastily retreating without a moment's pause? Nothing much, Lin Yi remarked nonchalantly as he shifted into a more comfortable position. I suppose he might have suddenly suffered from a stomach ache and needed to find a restroom. This jest fell flat, devoid of humor. Cui Xiao, seething with rage, erupted. Confess. Do you have some leverage over Master Yang that allows you to threaten him? Suddenly, Tong Yao could no longer contain her laughter. When she first laid eyes on the newcomer, Yang Jianjun, she had been on the verge of laughter, managing to stifle it until now. Tong Yao, what are you laughing at? Hu Jingfu tugged at Tong Yao, signaling her to restrain her mirth lest it provoke the Cui family. Meanwhile, Chun Xian and others were equally perplexed, wondering why the usually anxious Tong Yao had burst into laughter without warning. I just can't help but laugh. Ha ha. In the face of Cui Zhao's murderous glare, Tong Yao laughed uncontrollably, exclaiming that Yang Jianjun was turned into a punching bag by Lin Yi just a few months ago in Xiang City. He couldn't even lift a hand against him. Chun Xian, wide-eyed, instinctively blurted out, is the third brother really that formidable? Indeed. Tong Yao nodded vigorously. Let us put it this way. Lin Yi knocked that Yang Jianjun down with a single slap. He couldn't move at all. At this revelation, the entire room was in shock. A mere slap from Lin Yi could render Yang Jianjun as helpless as a beaten dog? The crowd collectively gasped, their gazes towards Lin Yi now transformed entirely. Particularly, the three women, Hu Jingfu, Miku, and Lin Ling. Initially, they perceived Lin Yi as a mere mediocre individual, lacking wealth, capability, and any distinguishing traits. Even the introverted Feng Xiao seemed more noticeable than him. Yet, what was the reality? Among the four men, the one who concealed his true self the deepest was, by chance him. If time could rewind, they would undoubtedly vie to drink with Lin Yi, eager to seize any opportunity at all costs. For Lin Yi was a formidable figure capable of standing up to the Cui family, a superhuman whom even such a large number of people could not contend with. At this moment, the three women were filled with regret. Chapter 81. The Taoist of Chiu Mountain. Inside the hot pot restaurant, the atmosphere was peculiar. The owner had seemingly vanished, leaving no trace. Lin Yi dozed off in boredom, while Cui Yun was drenched in cold sweat from worry, and Chen Xian and the others dared not even breathe audibly. Despite bringing a large entourage, Cui Xiao found himself unable to accomplish anything. At this juncture, Lin Yi cleared his throat. Is this all your Cui family's capability? Do you possess any new tactics to enlighten me? Such audacity. Lin Yi was the first to openly challenge the Cui family in such a manner over the years. No matter how arrogant he was, Cui Xiao hesitated to act rashly. Doubt began to creep into his mind, severely questioning whether the numerous strong men he had brought along could truly contend with Lin Yi, even without Cui Yun as a hostage. Speak up. Lin Yi appeared somewhat impatient, sitting up straight and declaring, if you remain silent, I shall continue to entertain myself. As he spoke, he grasped the hilt of the knife embedded in Cui Yun's hand. No. Stop. Cui Yun exclaimed in sheer terror. A wave of humiliation washing over him as he realized he had wed himself, a disgrace for the esteemed heir of the Cui family. At that moment, Cui Xiao urgently interjected, Don't. I warn you, do not move. You have 10 minutes. Lin Yi glanced at the clock affixed to the wall and replied nonchalantly, I hope you can conjure something innovative in these 10 minutes. Otherwise, for every passing minute, your brother Yun will lose a finger. Cui Xiao was taken aback. 10 minutes was utterly insufficient. Taking a deep breath, Cui Xiao cautiously stated, Do not rush. The influence of the Cui family is far beyond your imagination. Just let me make a call. Half an hour. There are still 9 minutes, Lin Yi reminded him. Cui Xiao's face turned ashen, and without further ado, he gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone, dialing a number he usually dared not call. Dad, it's me. Something has happened to Yun. He explained the situation, and shortly thereafter, the response from the other end of the line seemed to elicit a dramatic change in Cui Xiao's demeanor. Suddenly, his face lit up with joy, and he exclaimed into the phone, Great, I understand. After hanging up, Cui Xiao erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, you scoundrel, you will die a most unpleasant death shortly. It was evident that Cui Xiao had found a way to utterly ensnare Lin Yi, leaving everyone else bewildered, unsure of what had transpired during the call that had emboldened him so. Indeed, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, That's wonderful. I have long heard of the formidable reputation of the illustrious Cui family, and today I shall finally witness it firsthand. Cui Xiao scoffed repeatedly. Just wait quietly. Soon enough, you shall see something entertaining. For reasons unknown, ever since he made that phone call, Cui Xiao appeared remarkably composed. His audacious demeanor only heightened the curiosity of those present regarding who would soon arrive. Within a mere 10 minutes, someone indeed made an entrance. Yet their appearance was decidedly peculiar. Xiao, what brings you here? A venerable elder, in his 60s, ambled into the room. With a head of white hair, clad in a Zhongshan suit and worn cloth shoes, he stood out conspicuously among the crowd. What can such an old man possibly do to Lin Yi? Was the collective thought of Chen Xian and his companions at that moment. What further baffled them was the profound respect that Cui Xiao and his burly companions exhibited towards the elder, their demeanor notably deferential. Upon seeing the elder's arrival, Cui Yan wailed in despair. Qiu Lao, please save me. Cui Xiao, too, addressed the elder with respect. Qiu Lao, I kindly request your assistance. The elder turned his gaze towards Lin Yi, his dim eyes quivering slightly as he calmly stated, Young man, kindly release Xiao Yun. Oh, Lin Yi chuckled and replied. If you merely say let go, would that not be quite undignified for me? I am Qiu Shan Daoren. Those who hold me in esteem may call me Qiu Lao. I have no desire to resort to violence, the elder proclaimed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the air of a reclusive sage. However, Lin Yi was not amenable to such persuasion, stating, releasing him is contingent upon him leaving something of value behind. How has he provoked you? Qiu Shan Daoren glanced at Cui Yun, prompting Lin Yi to retort, he attempted to make advances towards my woman. Would you not consider that provocation? Upon hearing this, Tong Yao's face flushed crimson. Conversely, the other 3 women experienced a slight pang of disappointment, realizing that they stood little chance. Acknowledging their inferiority to Tong Yao in terms of both wealth and appearance, Qiu Shan Daoren smiled serenely and remarked, such a trivial matter warrants no concern. An immortal? The onlookers were taken aback, observing the expressions of Cui Xiao and Cui Yun, which seemed genuine. Could it be that this Qiu Shan Daoren possessed remarkable magical abilities? The notion seemed implausible. Yet, at that moment, Qiu Shan Daoren's withered hand swiftly formed a series of hand seals while chanting an incantation. In an instant, a wisp of flame erupted from his fingertip. To the astonishment of the crowd, he hurled the tiny flame towards a dining table, whereupon it transformed into an inferno, consuming the table entirely. Chen Xian and the others were utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. They exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the inexplicable phenomenon. Was it a mere illusion? However, Qiu Shan Daoren had made no prior preparations, and the hot pot restaurant was merely a spontaneous choice. Furthermore, the instantaneous incineration of the table defied any explanation of trickery. Could it be that he was indeed a reclusive master of arcane arts? The crowd was struck with astonishment, their hearts firmly convinced. Otherwise, why would the members of the Cui family hold him in such high regard? Lin Yi, Tong Yao became anxious. Chen Xian and others secretly felt a pang of concern for Lin Yi. The current situation was abundantly clear. They were no fools, understanding that their safety depended entirely on Lin Yi. If Lin Yi were to fall, they would inevitably meet the same fate, with no one escaping unscathed. Undoubtedly, the Cui family wielded such tyranny. Young man, if you have any sense, bow your head and admit your mistake, and I shall refrain from taking action. The Taoist Qiu Shan proclaimed with an air of profundity. Just as he believed that Lin Yi had succumbed to intimidation, Lin Yi spoke up. His first utterance left the Taoist Qiu Shan momentarily speechless. An immortal? Lin Yi scoffed coldly. A mere junior at the 2nd level of the Qi refinement stage dares to act presumptuously before me. Taoist Qiu Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. You. Observing the expressions of others, there was little change. It dawned upon Taoist Qiu Shan, horrified, that Lin Yi had utilized sound transmission. Indeed, Lin Yi's previous words were inaudible to all except Taoist Qiu Shan. You are also an immortal. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yi abruptly kicked Cui Yun. The scream instantly drowned out Taoist Qiu Shan's words, leaving the crowd unable to discern what he had said. Cui Xiao erupted in fury. You dare be so audacious. In front of Elder Qiu, you still have the gall to strike. Taoist Qiu Shan's face turned ashen. Yet he remained silent. Lin Yi, with a smirk that danced on the edge of mockery, gazed at Taoist Qiu Shan and asked, Do you still wish to save him? Qiu Shan Daoren hesitated. He was acutely aware of Lin Yi's formidable prowess. The latter's demeanor, calm and unperturbed, suggested he held no fear of Qiu. Speak. Lin Yi suddenly roared, will you save him or not? Qiu Shan Daorin's mind was struck as if by a thunderbolt within his consciousness. It felt as though thunder rumbled, and Lin Yi's shout nearly shattered his very soul. Qiu Shan Daorin was filled with trepidation. At that moment, he comprehended just how terrifying the young man before him truly was, far beyond his capability to contend with. Old Qiu? At that juncture, Cui Xiao called out in confusion. Old Qiu, please take action and beat this wretched creature to within an inch of his life, leaving just enough breath for me to. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Under the astonished gazes of all present, Qiu Shan Daorin struck Cui Xiao forcefully. Old Qiu, you. Cui Xiao was utterly bewildered. Qiu Shan Daorin, seething with rage, exclaimed, if you wish to die, do not drag me into it. Upon hearing this, everyone stood in stunned silence. What is happening? Cui Xiao, dazed by the slap, bellowed, Old Qiu, you need not worry. I will handle it afterwards. Ensuring no trace leads back to you. In my Cui family, no one dares to investigate a murder. In the next moment, all were left dumbfounded. Let me be clear. If you do not sincerely apologize to this young friend, not only will you face ruin, but your entire Cui family shall also meet a dire fate. Qiu Shan Daorin scolded vehemently, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. Before they could react, the Taoist of Qiu Shan approached Lin Yi, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, he knelt down. With a thud, the Taoist of Qiu Shan remained on his knees, repeatedly bowing his head and pleading, I am truly sorry. I am truly sorry. I implore you to spare my life. Instantly, everyone present was rendered speechless. Chapter 82. You can take me in. The prowess of the Taoist of Qiu Shan was evident to all, even if it was hard to believe. The charred remains of the dining table lay before them. Possessing such formidable skills, he now knelt before Lin Yi, apologizing. Moreover, his tone suggested that if he were to offend Lin Yi, the consequences would be dire. Old Qiu. Cui Xiao was dumbfounded. Even Cui Yun, who was writhing in pain, ceased his cries at that moment. Inside the hot pot restaurant, silence reigned. I acknowledge my mistakes, truly acknowledge my mistakes. Young friend, please grant me a reprieve. The Taoist of Qiu Shan continued to bang his head against the floor. Were it anyone else, they would likely be unable to endure such humiliation. Given the Taoist's age, yet who was Lin Yi? His actual age could easily make him the Taoist's great-grandfather. Get lost, and do not appear before me again. Lin Yi said nonchalantly, waving his hand. The root of the conflict lay between Lin Yi and the Cui family. The Taoist of Qiu Shan had merely interjected and had not committed any grave fault. Furthermore, with his mere second level of qi refining, he posed no threat to Lin Yi whatsoever. Very well, I shall take my leave. The Taoist of Qiu Shan wiped the cold sweat from his brow and scurried away in a hurried scramble. The confrontation left Cui Xiao and the brawny men utterly bewildered. They could scarcely comprehend how elder Qiu, a figure of immense stature within the Cui family, almost on par with the patriarch himself, was now reduced to groveling for his life before Lin Yi like a beaten cur. At that moment, Lin Yi declared, summon everyone else, time is of the essence. Let's resolve this promptly. Lin Yi harbored no affection for the Cui family. His domineering conduct was of little consequence, as long as one steered clear of provoking him. However, the Cui family had committed an unpardonable transgression, contemplating designs upon his woman. Irrespective of Cui Yun's indecent behavior towards Lin Yi's closest female confidant, Tong Yao. The mere fact that Cui Musin dared to vie for Qin Yuexi's affections was sufficient grounds for Lin Yi to take action against the Cui family. This was merely a prelude of things to come. Should the Cui family remain oblivious, failing to exercise restraint and instead escalating their recklessness, thereby prompting Lin Yi to unleash his full wrath, the prospect of him exterminating the entire Cui clan overnight was far from a jest. Lin Yi had always been a ruthless and merciless individual. Speak. Lin Yi bellowed, his voice laced with menace, as he noticed Cui Zhao's continued bewilderment. Is your Cui family not formidable? I implore you to demonstrate it to me. Do not revel prematurely. Cui Xiao retorted, a sardonic grin spreading across his face as a sudden realization dawned upon him. Regardless of one's martial prowess or physical agility, what countenance would one adopt when confronted with dozens of firearms pointed in their direction? Qinstian's heart sank precipitously as he grasped the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Cui Xiao initiated a phone call, an action that furrowed Lin Yi's brow. Brandishing his cellular device, Cui Xiao proclaimed, regrettably, I have alerted the authorities. Tong Yao, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, With such a multitude of you surrounding us, a group of students, you dare to resort to calling the police? As she spoke, Tong Yao turned to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, we need not fear. Once the police arrive, we shall clarify everything. Who knows whom they will apprehend? She burst into laughter, and Cui Xiao joined in, his laughter resounding. Even Cui Yun, who was pinned to the dining table, wore a grim expression as he revealed. To be frank, over half of the personnel in the Changyang Municipal Public Security Bureau are under my family's command. Upon hearing this, panic engulfed the others. If Lin Yi were to be imprisoned, they would undoubtedly face the full wrath of the Cui family. Chun Xian struggled to maintain his composure, urging everyone, remain calm. Once the police arrive, we will simply state the facts. Indeed, Xiang Dong, the leader of the dormitory, also chimed in. I firmly believe there are righteous officers who will uphold justice for us. Yes, even a few girls rallied in solidarity. They were now inseparably tied to Lin Yi. If he faced trouble, they would too. Thus, they had to devise every possible means to safeguard him. Before long, the wailing of police sirens echoed outside the hot pot restaurant. A contingent of armed police officers stormed in, weapons drawn, all aimed directly at Lin Yi. Do not move. Hands on your head. Crouch down in the corner, bellowed a stout officer, gun aimed menacingly at Lin Yi. Unfazed, Lin Yi remained seated, his demeanor languid as he retorted. Without even asking, you intend to arrest me? What do you mean by that? The stout officer, seething with anger, shouted, release young Master Yin immediately, or we shall open fire. No shooting. At this moment, Tong Yao bravely rose to her feet, extending her arms to shield Lin Yi, exclaiming, it is Cui Yun who is bullying us. How can you indiscriminately arrest people? The portly police officer replied, we received a report that this person is the perpetrator of a serial murder case. Miss, please step aside and do not impede our investigation. The notion of a serial murder case seemed utterly preposterous. Indeed, that individual known as Mouse is armed. If arrests are to be made, they should apprehend them instead. Echoed the sentiments of the girls, who pointed out the intimidating presence of numerous henchmen, likening them to a criminal syndicate. The trio of young women stood resolutely, with even the timid and introverted Feng Xiao mustering the courage to utter, we are the victims. Silence. Cui Xiao scoffed. Turning to the burly officer and commanding, Xiao Jing, seize him immediately. The officer nodded, gesturing with a sweeping motion. Go. Subdue the suspect. No sooner had the words left his mouth than dozens of armed police advanced, rescuing Cui Yun from the fray. Lin Yi, devoid of any intention to resist, sat calmly in his chair as the hefty officer placed handcuffs on him. You cannot arrest him, Tong Yao cried, nearly in tears. Xiang Dong bellowed, in broad daylight. Is there no law to uphold? Law? The rotund officer sneered. My word is the law. Just then, Cui Xiao furrowed his brow and whispered a warning, signaling with his eyes, do not speak recklessly. As a disciple of the Cui family, he was acutely aware that many regarded the family as a thorn in their side. Particularly those in power seemed restless, eagerly seeking an opportunity to strike against the Cui family. In this critical moment, should any chaos ensue, it would be beyond the capacity of Cui Xiao to bear. The portly officer, realizing his earlier arrogance, hastily nodded and said, rest assured, young Master Xiao, such a situation will not occur again. With that, the officer turned to Chun Xian and the others. Hand over your phones immediately. He demanded a thorough inspection to prevent any indiscreet individuals from activating their recording devices. Chun Xian and the others, aware of the officer's intentions, reluctantly complied, surrendering their phones one by one. At that moment, Cui Xiao swaggered forward, fixing his gaze on Lin Yi with a derisive smile. Aren't you quite capable? What is the matter? Not so arrogant now, are we? You wretched creature. Cui Yun, nursing his injured hand, interjected, what did you say earlier? As long as I can force you from that chair, you concede defeat, correct? Lin Yi nodded, affirming, yes, that was my statement. Cui Yun sneered, well then, why don't you show me some of that spirit? Lin Yi merely smiled, choosing silence. If it weren't for the presence of Tong Yao and the others, he would not have feared even if dozens of guns were pointed at him. To speak of it, a mere technique would ensure none of these individuals could escape. However, for the sake of Chun Xian and the others' safety, he refrained from taking such action. At that moment, Cui Xiao, with a sinister expression, declared, rest assured. Once you find yourself behind bars, certain individuals will make your stay quite exhilarating. Cui Yun, with a menacing visage, added, Brother Xiao, I intend to make him wish he were never born. Leave this matter to me, gentlemen. The portly police officer chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Take him away. But just then, Lin Yi unexpectedly spoke up. Under the slightly puzzled gazes of the crowd, he directed his gaze towards the hefty officer, his profound eyes narrowing slightly. Let me clarify. While you may take me in, releasing me will not be as straightforward. Chapter 83. The arrival of influential figures within the modest hot pot restaurant. Dozens of patrons stood frozen in disbelief. You think you can go in and then just waltz out? The laughter of Cui Xiao echoed. It's simply ludicrous. Once you're behind bars, do you really believe you can escape? Cui Yun sneered. What a delusion. As Lin Yi was escorted to the vehicle amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Cui Xiao turned to Chen Xian and the others, clicking his tongue. You all are quite bold. Though spoken in a hushed tone, his words struck the others like thunder. Indeed. Chen Xian closed his eyes in despair. He understood that Lin Yi was beyond rescue, and he and his newly acquainted friends were equally doomed. Tong Yu suggested, I'll call my father and ask him to buy us some time. We'll devise a plan afterward. As the sun dipped low, twilight enveloped the scene. By the lakeside, an elderly man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the tranquil waters, seemingly awaiting something. It was none other than Liu He, the president of the Alchemist Association. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. Are you not fearful of the Alchemist Association? The shadow paused momentarily, responding in a peculiar tone. It's merely the mundane police. Liu He was taken aback, doubting whether he had misheard. At that moment, the shadowy figure swiftly recounted the events. After listening, Liu He remained silent for a prolonged period. Eventually, he spoke. Go and bring Lin Yi out. Remember, he must leave the Public Security Bureau satisfied. The shadowy figure departed without a word, leaving Liu He alone by the lakeside. With a peculiar expression, Liu He murmured softly. That Shui family is likely doomed. Longyang City Public Security Bureau. At this moment, Lin Yi was confined to an interrogation room, his hands shackled to the cold chair behind him. Name? The officer inquired. Lin Yi grinned and uttered 4 words. Cui family's ancestor. He then extended a hand, casting the broken handcuffs onto the floor, smiling as he declared, such things cannot confine a person. The 2 officers conducting the interrogation were left speechless, while the portly officer fumed with rage, exclaiming, You have some audacity. How dare you engage in wrongdoing within the Public Security Bureau? Are your feet no longer sore? Suddenly, Lin Yi smiled. The portly officer's face flushed crimson. He was about to unleash a tirade when he was interrupted by Cui Xiao and Cui Yun. Cui Xiao, with a hint of caution, remarked, He possesses some skills. There's no need for a direct confrontation. Cui Yun sneered, In this facility, can he really turn the tables? Suppressing his inner fury, the portly officer waved his hand, dismissing the 2 officers, allowing Cui Xiao and Cui Yun to take their seats. Fixing his gaze on Lin Yi, the portly officer stated, You are charged with illegally carrying firearms and openly committing acts of violence. Do you plead guilty? Lin Yi replied with a smile. You may say whatever you wish. Cui Xiao remarked, Do not waste your breath on him. First, let him feel the weight of our authority. And then we shall interrogate him slowly. Cui Yun nodded in agreement, a fierce glint in his eyes as he declared, Indeed. Allow me to take matters into my own hands. I intend to make him wish he were never born. Among all, Cui Yun was the one Lin Yi despised the most. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, he did not rush to the hospital, but merely bandaged himself hastily before hurriedly arriving at the police station. What was his motive? It was to personally administer a lesson to Lin Yi, to vent his pent-up fury. Bring him here and cuff him, commanded the stout officer, and at his bellow, several policemen entered the interrogation room, shackling Lin Yi firmly to the pipe. In that moment, Lin Yi felt as vulnerable as a fish on a cutting board, completely at their mercy. Cui Yun approached Lin Yi with an unsettling calmness and stated, Now, you may call for help from heaven or earth, yet it will be of no avail. How do you intend to battle me now? Brother Yun, take your time to unleash your frustrations. There is no need to rush. Cui Xiao said, arms crossed, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Cui Yun nodded emphatically. Indeed, I shall ensure that he never forgets this day for the rest of his life. As he spoke, Cui Yun began to search for something. The stout officer, perceptive to the situation, promptly handed him a police baton with a fawning demeanor. Cui Yun accepted the baton, swinging it lightly with one hand. You wretched creature, beg me for mercy. Perhaps my heart might soften and I will spare you, he taunted, weighing the baton in his grip. Lin Yi grinned and retorted, What a disgrace it is to bind your ancestors in such a manner. Very well. Cui Yun, instead of becoming enraged, laughed and nodded repeatedly. You possess quite the backbone. Let us see if you maintain such bravado. Upon concluding his statement, Cui Yun exerted all his strength, raising the baton high above his head. Lin felt a slight tremor in his eyelids, and just as he prepared to retaliate, he sensed a faint disturbance outside the door. As the baton hovered perilously close to falling, Lin offered a serene smile. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the interrogation room door was kicked open. Stop! The plump police officer was taken aback, and Cui Yun instinctively halted the baton suspended in the air. Are you resorting to extrajudicial measures? Furthermore, who informed you that this individual is a criminal? Do you possess any evidence? The hefty officer, momentarily stunned, found himself at a loss. Typically, when he engaged in such actions, the chief was complicit, turning a blind eye. Yet today, the circumstances seemed abruptly altered. At this juncture, Cui Xiao proclaimed with arrogance, Director Liu, this is a matter of the Cui family. However, the chief showed no regard for Cui Xiao, sternly insisting, regardless of any grievances, you must release the individual at once. Both Cui Xiao and Cui Yun found themselves bewildered. What was happening? Usually, this chief dared not utter a word in their presence. How could he suddenly exhibit such boldness? Just as the two young masters of the Cui family were engulfed in confusion, a loud commotion erupted from outside. A figure then entered. As Cui Xiao and the others discerned the identity of the newcomer, they were rendered utterly speechless. What brings you here? Chapter 84. Entering is easy. Exiting is difficult. The individual was no ordinary person. He was none other than the prominent Lu Guodong, a figure frequently seen on television. Cui Xiao and Cui Yun stood in stupefied silence, having never encountered Lu Guodong in person before. The Cui family is indeed affluent and powerful, reigning supreme in Chongyang. They are undeniably landlords. However, let us not forget that their influence is confined solely to the city of Chongyang, a mere urban district. When faced with Lu Guodong, even 10 members of the Cui family would pale in comparison. In ancient times, Lu Guodong would have been likened to a regional lord, a figure of princely stature. Across the entirety of Hubei province, Lu Guodong stands as the paramount authority. Lu Ji, what brings you here? Cui Xiao pondered, curious about what could warrant the presence of such a reclusive yet significant individual. Both Cui Xiao and Cui Yun simultaneously entertained a possibility that Lu Guodong might be visiting for the sake of the Cui family. Recently, they had heard within their clan that the reason for the Cui family's enduring prominence was due to the protection of a powerful figure looming over them. Could it be that this esteemed individual is none other than Lu Guodong, the foremost leader of Hubei province? Upon this realization, both Cui Xiao and Cui Yun were filled with exuberance. Quick to react, Cui Xiao hurried forward and respectfully exclaimed, Lu Ji, why did you not announce your arrival? I would have been delighted to welcome you. Observing this scene, Cui Yun inwardly cursed. What a rare opportunity to leave a favorable impression before Lu Guodong. And yet it had been seized by Cui Xiao. Cui Xiao remained oblivious to his cousin Cui Yun's thoughts. Even if he were aware, it would matter little. After all, within the Cui family, sibling rivalries and clandestine struggles for power were commonplace. Lu Ji, at that moment, Cui Yun, albeit a beat behind, approached with a forced smile. Respectfully inquiring, when did you arrive, Lu Ji? It must have been a tiring journey. Have you dined yet? This place is rather small. Might we go out to eat together? I am aware of a 5-star hotel renowned for its exceptionally authentic flavors. The rotund police officer observed all of this, inwardly cursing the sycophant. Did the ride tire him? The man had a personal chauffeur, and Lu Ji had always resided in Chang'an City, which is quite close to this location. Still not having dined? The sun has yet to set. Who would be in such a rush to eat? The officer dared not voice these thoughts, merely grumbling silently within. Although he yearned to make a favorable impression before Lu Guodong, his lowly status rendered him insignificant in the presence of such authority. He felt utterly inconsequential and unable to engage in conversation. Step aside. At this moment, Lu Guodong, with a stoic expression, disregarded the flattery from Cui Xiao and Cui Yun and approached Lin Fei. Cui Xiao chuckled nervously, stating, Lu Ji, this is a vicious murderer. He just went berserk, and we had no choice but to restrain him. Although Cui Xiao understood that Lu Guodong was a figure of great significance to the Cui family, he felt compelled to maintain appearances. After all, Lu's status demanded respect, and any misstep could lead to unfavorable repercussions. But then, in the astonished gaze of the trio, Lu Guodong bowed deeply to Lin Fei. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. You bear no guilt. It is my failure in management that has led to my subordinates mistakenly apprehending you. Upon hearing this, Everyone was left in a state of shock. Cui Xiao and Cui Yin were as if struck by lightning, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Wasn't Lu Ji supposed to be an ally? What on earth was happening? The formidable presence of Lu Guodong was unexpectedly subservient to Lin Yi. Moreover, observing Lu's demeanor, it appeared that he was quite apprehensive, seemingly worried about Lin Yi's potential disapproval. What on earth is this situation? Why has Lu Guodong personally come here to extricate Lin Yi? No, this is not merely an extraction. It is a most respectful invitation for him to leave. In that moment, Cui Xiao felt utterly bewildered and instinctively asked, Lu, what is this? You are so bold. Lu Guodong glared at Cui Xiao and his companions, exclaiming with ire, Mr. Lin is a person of great importance. Even those above me dare not touch him. Are you all out of your minds? Everyone was rendered speechless. The realization that even Lu Guodong's superiors would not dare to lay a finger on that young man sent shivers down their spines. Their gazes toward Lin Yi had transformed entirely. What a remarkable family the Cui family is. They are utterly lawless. Lu Guodong snorted coldly. Cui Xiao and Cui Yun felt their legs weaken, a wave of dizziness washing over them. They had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. The plump police officer, struck as if by lightning, felt darkness closing in and nearly fainted. He understood that his fate was sealed. Quickly, remove the shackles from Mr. Lin. Lu Guodong bellowed. The plump officer trembled, his hands flailing as he hurriedly unshackled Lin Yi, restoring his freedom of movement. Mr. Lin, Lu Guodong now addressed him respectfully. I have come to escort you. Lin Yi glanced at him but remained silent. After a moment, he moved a chair over and seated himself, utterly still, with no intention whatsoever of departing. At this moment, the portly officer and the two young masters of the Cui family suddenly recalled a statement made by Lin Yi. You may imprison me, but releasing me will not be such a straightforward affair. The officer was on the verge of tears, stammering, It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the interrogation room. Where is Lin Yi? Let me in. I must see him. He is innocent. If you are going to arrest him, then take me as well. Upon hearing this uproar, Cui Xiao, Cui Yun, and the portly officer were drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, Chun Xian and his companions finally grasped the situation, staring at Lu Guodong in stunned silence. Mr. Lin, you bear no charges whatsoever. May I escort you out? Lu Guodong inquired again. Chun Xian and the others were utterly bewildered. How could this prominent figure, whom they had only seen on television, be here? Moreover, he was pleading for Lin Yi's release. Lin Yi smacked his lips, pointed at Chun Xian, and leisurely remarked, This friend of mine, in his effort to assist me, has neglected his own company, resulting in considerable losses. Lu Guodong immediately replied, Full compensation. Lin Yi then gestured toward Xiangdong, stating, This friend of mine is a commendable student who stands up for justice. His family is not well off subsidies. Provide for all his educational and living expenses immediately. As he spoke, Lin Yi glanced at Feng Xiao and continued, This friend of mine. Before he could finish, Lu Guodong interjected, All losses will be compensated in full. Only then did Lin Yi nod in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Chun Xian and his companions were completely flabbergasted. Feeling a bit hungry, let us venture out for dinner. With that, Lin Yi rose and strode outside, not uttering a single word regarding the matters of Cui Xiao and Cui Yun. For Lin Yi, the Cui family was not something to be hastily discarded. There was ample time to engage with them leisurely. Lu Guodong cast a glance at Cui Xiao and his companions, coldly remarking, You should exercise restraint in the future. Otherwise, I shall not show your Cui family any leniency. He was a person of considerable stature. Merely stating he hailed from the lakeside, Lu Guodong was unaware of his counterpart's true identity. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, already discerning the situation within. At that moment, Lu Guodong continued, The Cui family has become increasingly audacious. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I have no affiliations with them. They invited me to their wedding in a few days. And without a second thought, I declined. He expended considerable effort in distancing himself from the Cui family. Chapter 85. I am not a coward. Xiangdong was banging a gong and shouting, while Lin Yi had long since awakened. He had not practiced in the jade pendant space the previous night. After all, this was a dormitory, not a private chamber. Should a roommate rise in the middle of the night to use the restroom and unexpectedly discover Lin Yi missing, they might be left in bewilderment. Boss Xiang, what time is it now? Chun Xian complained, as he and Feng Xiao hurriedly dressed and climbed out of bed, commencing their morning routines. Xiangdong urged, Everyone hurry up. After washing your faces and brushing your teeth, put on the military uniforms distributed by the school. We must gather downstairs by 7. The sweltering heat of military training in the summer was quite overwhelming, lamented Xianxia. Feng Xiao weakly remarked, it seems that every university does this. Military training begins the day after enrollment. Xianxia sighed, saying, I have heard that our school's military training is notoriously rigorous. Lao Si, we are in for quite a challenge. Feng Xiao's pale complexion shifted slightly as he replied, I think I will manage. Lin Yi remained silent. It was evident that Feng Xiao's physical condition was frail, and the military training posed a significant challenge for him. Let us go. Assembled downstairs. At the command of the dormitory leader, the four donned their new military uniforms and descended the stairs. At the base of the dormitory, a multitude of freshmen had already gathered. Tong Yao and Lin Yi were from different departments and, naturally, were not in the same class. Before long, Lin Yi and his companions located their class, which comprised over 40 individuals with a fairly balanced gender ratio, all engaged in casual conversation. What are you all doing? Suddenly, the instructor approached, barking, stand up, everyone assemble. The group hastily ceased their chatter and clustered together, albeit somewhat scattered. The instructor frowned slightly, but refrained from further comment. From today onwards, I shall be your instructor. My surname is Xiao, and my given name is Lei. Instructor Xiao Lei cast a cold glance over the crowd and continued. During these 14 days, I will rigorously oversee your training, transforming you from the inside out. My words are law, and your duty is to obey. Do you understand? A lackluster response echoed, we understand. Louder, we understand. As is customary in other universities, the first lesson instructor Xiao Lei imparted was the practice of standing at attention. Beneath the blazing sun, the training ground was filled with a dense throng of figures. Countless students lament their circumstances, yet they remain silent, particularly the girls, who can only grit their teeth and endure the scorching heat and the relentless ache in their legs. Don't move. At the slightest sign of restlessness, Xiao Lei would admonish them sternly, sometimes even delivering a merciless kick. Among them, those with commendable physical fitness are exceedingly rare. These two little fellows exhibit great promise. Xiao Lei silently marveled, having discerned the exceptional physical prowess of two boys in the class during the past half hour of standing at attention. One was robust, with impressive muscular definition, even drenched in sweat, his gaze remained resolute. The other, however, was rather peculiar. His physique was unremarkable, not exactly frail, but certainly far from sturdy, remarkably ordinary in every sense. Nevertheless, throughout this duration, he maintained an unwavering stance, his brow serene, even as sweat trickled into his eyes. He never once blinked. Xiao Lei focused intently on the two boys and inquired, what are your names? The robust boy bellowed, I am Wei Feng. Xiao Lei nodded inwardly, committing the name Wei Feng to memory, and then turned his attention to the other boy. Reporting to the instructor, I am Lin Yi. Lin Yi's demeanor was as tranquil as still water. His voice, though much softer than that of the robust boy, was composed and powerful. By all accounts, he need not show such deference to Xiao Lei. Yet Lin Yi was different. He did not share the detached perspective of other practitioners. His resolve remained steadfast, and he relished experiencing the myriad joys and sorrows of life, finding great pleasure in savoring the bitter and sweet of the human experience. Lin Yi, regardless of his own cultivation level, at this moment, regarded himself as an ordinary soldier. Very well. Instructor Xiao Lei nodded and said, Wei Feng, Lin Yi, which of you is willing to serve as the acting class leader? Report, instructor, I am willing. The first to speak was Wei Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained silent for an extended period, seemingly uninterested in the position of acting class leader. At that moment, Chen Xian and Xiang Dong were eagerly trying to signal Lin Yi. They were even more anxious than he was. It is essential to note that the authority of the acting class leader is quite significant. For their dormitory, if Lin Yi were to take on the role, it would undoubtedly ease their burdens since they would be allies. Nevertheless, Lin Yi continued to remain unmoved. Xiao Lei furrowed his brow slightly and directed his gaze at Lin Yi, saying, although this is merely a temporary position, I will provide feedback to your counselor based on your performance after the military training concludes. There is a high probability that the future sports committee member will be the current acting class leader. Lin Yi, tell me loudly, do you wish to compete for the role of acting class leader? Report, I do not wish to, Lin Yi replied calmly. Xiao Lei, at a loss, refrained from further comments, simply stating, in that case, the acting class leader will be Wei Feng. Thank you, instructor. Wei Feng exclaimed with joy. Internally, he reveled in Lin Yi's disdainful gaze, perceiving it as that of an imbecile. After a little over 10 minutes, Xiao Lei glanced at his watch, deemed the time sufficient, and shouted, "Now begin running." 10 laps around the field. 10 laps. Over 40 pairs of eyes darkened, nearly causing them to faint on the spot. Under the blazing sun, enduring an hour of standing at attention had become unbearable. Now, the instructor announced that they were to run 10 laps around the vast playground. What was the purpose of this? This was a matter of life and death. Immediately, some protested, exclaiming, "Instructor, we cannot do this." Indeed, the playground was excessively large. Running 10 laps? How could that be possible? Not only had they stood for an hour, but even in their best condition, completing 10 laps seemed unattainable. 2 laps were already a struggle. The complaints came from both male and female students, all of whom were top performers from various universities, accustomed to either burying themselves in study or reading, resulting in rather mediocre physical fitness. Instructor Xiao Lei glared and bellowed, "Get running. Those who do not run will face a deduction in credits." After that, he turned away phone and said, "You are the class leader now. You are responsible for supervising them. If anyone cannot keep up, feel free to beat or kick them. Whatever method you choose, ensure they all finish." Wei Feng nodded earnestly. The group, lamenting their fate, reluctantly began to run. Before long, dozens of individuals were seen jogging slowly around the playground. At first, many managed to keep up. But as the laps extended, one by one, they began to falter. "Keep running. Don't you dare stop," Wei Feng shouted from the front. The others silently groaned, gritting their teeth to continue. 10 laps were utterly excessive. It was not just them. Even Wei Feng was panting heavily, his pace slowing. Meanwhile, Lin Yi maintained a steady pace, neither pushing himself to run vigorously nor coming to a halt. No, it cannot be. Wei Feng felt his steps grow increasingly heavy, until ultimately, exhaustion overcame him, and he lay down. At that moment, Instructor Xiao Lei approached. "Not bad," Xiao Lei remarked impassively. "Although no one completed 10 laps, I have witnessed your efforts, and you all performed admirably. However, there is one boy who has been slacking off." Upon hearing this, the crowd's hearts raced. They exchanged glances, bewildered, uncertain of whom the instructor was referring to. "You barely ran 3 laps. Feng Xiao gasped. I did not slack off." Xiao Lei pressed. "Then why did you only complete a little over 2 laps? Feng Xiao hesitated, then weakly replied, "I cannot run anymore." Xiao Lei, exasperated, retorted, "Coward." Feng Xiao, feeling a deep sense of injustice, mustered his strength to declare, I am not a coward." Chapter 86. Run, Feng Xiao? Not a coward? Very well. Observing Feng Xiao muster the courage to retort, Xiao Lei found amusement and turned to Wei Feng, instructing, "Wei Feng, take him for a run." Wei Feng cast a resentful glance at Feng Xiao, thinking that had it not been for him, he would not have to endure this hardship again. Yet with the instructor's command as class leader, he had no choice but to comply. "What are you dawdling for? Run," Wei Feng shouted, seemingly intent on venting his pent-up anger on Feng Xiao. Gritting his teeth, Feng Xiao began to run alongside Wei Feng. However, after less than half a lap, he collapsed. I cannot run anymore." Feng Xiao lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Wei Feng cursed vehemently, "Get up. What kind of man is so weak? Get up and run." "No, I can't. I cannot." Feng Xiao's eyes were red, on the verge of tears. At this moment, more than 40 individuals, both male and female, gazed at Feng Xiao with sympathy. They could see that Feng Xiao's stamina had indeed reached its limit. Upon noticing the questioning and disapproving glances from Instructor Xiao Lei, Wei Feng felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He kicked Feng Xiao fiercely and shouted, "Get up. I'll make you run. Do you hear me?" I. Feng Xiao was utterly exhausted, unable to utter a word. Seeing Lao Si being kicked, Xiang Dong became furious. "What are you doing? He truly cannot run anymore. Why are you kicking him?" Chun Xian was also enraged, exclaiming, "What skill is there in bullying the weak?" Wei Feng sneered, "I am the class leader. The instructor said that whatever I do, as long as I can make him continue running, even if it means beating him, I can do it. Who do you think you are?" Xiang Dong, infuriated, was on the verge of confronting Wei Feng. Chen Sten threatened, "Try kicking him again and see what happens." All of this was observed by Xiao Lei, who chose not to intervene. "Fine, I'll kick him for you to see," Wei Feng snarled, raising his foot to kick again. But at that moment, Lin Yi, who had been mostly silent, suddenly spoke. "Is this how you lead people? What is the matter?" Wei Feng turned to Lin Yi, sneering as he replied, "Who is the class leader, you or me? Who has the final say? If you are the class leader, then you have the final say." As he spoke, Lin Yi shook his head, saying, "It's simply that you lack the ability, if you cannot manage it yourself. Do not place the blame on others." Wei Feng widened his eyes and retorted, "Is it my fault that he, a useless person, can no longer run?" Lin Yi chuckled softly, "Who says he cannot run? What do you mean?" Wei Feng was momentarily taken aback. Could he truly believe that this incompetent individual still possessed the strength to continue running? At that moment, Lin Yi turned to Xiao Lei and remarked, "Instructor, in truth, Feng Zhao's potential extends far beyond what is apparent. It is merely that Wei Feng does not comprehend how to guide him." "Nonsense!" Wei Feng exclaimed in anger. Xiao Lei, perplexed, inquired, "Do you have a solution?" Among those present, Xiao Lei undoubtedly possessed the clearest understanding of Feng Zhao's limitations, aside from leisure pursuits. From the very beginning, he recognized that Feng Zhao was a student with exceedingly poor physical fitness. The reason Xiao Lei was so demanding of Feng Zhao was not only to train him, but also to assess Wei Feng's leadership abilities. Wei Feng had pleased him greatly, leading Feng Zhao to run another lap. It is worth noting that even if Xiao Lei were to lead, he could manage at most one lap for Feng Zhao, which would be the utmost limit. Yet now, Lin Yi asserted that Feng Zhao's potential was far greater than that. Could it be he had a method? After a brief contemplation, Lin Yi stated, "I do not possess a solution, but I can make him run." Xiao Lei frowned, while Wei Feng pointed at the motionless Feng Zhao on the ground and laughed heartily, saying, If you can make him run another lap, I shall write my name backward." The others, too, clearly deemed it impossible. After all, given Feng Zhao's condition and frail physique, how could he possibly keep up? Immediately, a number of boys and girls began to whisper among themselves, "What is this fellow Lin Yi really getting at? Perhaps he simply has a grudge against Wei Feng and is looking to confront him. However, he is clearly overstepping his bounds. Who wouldn't he agree? His bravado has escalated to an audacious level. I am keen to see how this will unfold." As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Xiao Lei interjected, "Very well, Lin Yi. You take him for a run." Lin Yi did not spring into action right away. He slipped one hand into his pocket, rummaging for something unknown. "Huh, what's the matter? Are you backing down now?" Wei Feng scoffed derisively, taunting, "Aren't you supposed to be capable? Go on, take him for a run. Let me witness your prowess." In that instant, Lin Yi halted his search. He extracted a pen and a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Under the curious gazes of the onlookers, Lin Yi handed the pen and paper to Wei Feng, saying, "Hold this." Bewildered, Wei Feng accepted the paper and murmured, "Gongsun Feng? What is this?" The paper bore the curvaceous characters of Gongsun Feng, seemingly written with considerable effort, as if someone had strained to inscribe the name in reverse. Before Wei Feng could inquire further, Lin Yi approached Feng Zhao. The crowd perked up, eager to witness how this boastful individual would ultimately embarrass himself. Lin Yi then crouched down, gently patting Feng Zhao on the shoulder. Feng Zhao, parched and heavy-eyed, murmured, "Water. I long for water." Lin Yi smiled faintly and replied, "Get up and run. Once you finish, you'll have water to drink." I can't move anymore." Feng Zhao gasped heavily. At that moment, under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Lin Yi leaned down and whispered something in Feng Zhao's ear. "Really?" Feng Zhao looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Lin Yi nodded and smiled, saying, "Yes, my dear fourth, you trust me." After a moment's hesitation, Feng Zhao gritted his teeth and declared, "All right, third brother, I believe in you." Then, to the astonishment of Wei Feng and everyone else, Feng Zhao slowly began to rise and sprint forward. No one noticed that Lin Yi's hand was moving erratically, his lips whispering softly. Potential unleashed. Under the incredulous stares of the crowd, Feng Zhao's speed began to accelerate. "What the?" Shen Xian's eyes widened in shock. Observing Feng Zhao, who was now sprinting with vigor, the dormitory leader, Dong, felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he muttered to himself, "Why does it feel like Fourth's running speed is increasing? Is it merely an illusion?" Wei Feng was equally dumbfounded. Where did this useless fellow find the strength? Meanwhile, Instructor Xiao Lei clicked his tongue in surprise. Even he had not anticipated that Feng Zhao could indeed summon the energy to continue running. Moreover, how could he be getting faster? Little did they know, this was merely the beginning. Lin Yi's fingers moved with increasing rapidity, occasionally uttering a few barely audible words, understood only by himself. Chasing wind steps, lightness technique, swift movement decision. Gradually, Feng Zhao's pace quickened. reaching a speed that rivaled that of seasoned athletes in less than 3 minutes. Wei Feng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. How? How is this possible? Under the astonished gazes of all onlookers, Feng Xiao had already completed an entire lap. Moreover, he exhibited no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Gradually, Feng Xiao's running speed approached that of a 100-meter dash. Goodness! The crowd gasped, unable to contain their exclamations. This is hardly long-distance running. Even a 50-meter sprint doesn't demand such reckless abandon. And what is with your ever-increasing speed? Is this some kind of race? You're practically standing still, watching a show, and occasionally offering a few perfunctory remarks. Just as the crowd was still processing the spectacle, Feng Xiao completed yet another lap. In such a brief span, he had run a total of 3 laps, and he appeared perfectly fine, seemingly devoid of exhaustion. How many more laps can he run? A girl asked, her expression one of stunned disbelief. Qin Xian, with vacant eyes, muttered, he should be able to manage another 5. Oh no, for laps. For more laps should be his limit, right? This answer undoubtedly prompted silent agreement among the crowd. They too speculated that Feng Xiao could manage perhaps 4 more laps before he truly could not continue. After all, human endurance has its bounds. No matter how much potential one taps into, there remains an ultimate limit. But just then, Lin Fei shouted towards the approaching Feng Xiao. Keep going. Run 10 more laps. What? 10? 10 laps? As the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their faces turned pale, not from heatstroke, but from the fright instigated by Lin Fei. Chapter 87. The Downtrodden Youth. Lin Fei on the vast expanse of the playground. There was a seemingly frail boy who had run an indeterminate number of laps. The other classes were engaged in military training, standing at attention, casting sidelong glances at him. How many laps had he completed by now? Perhaps nearly 10 laps? The onlookers exchanged incredulous looks, utterly astonished that Lin Fei had accomplished what even their class monitor, Wei Feng, could not. While Wei Feng had managed to persuade Feng Xiao to run half a lap before succumbing to exhaustion, Lin Fei had whispered something to Feng Xiao and, astonishingly, completed 10 laps. A staggering figure that sent shivers down the spine of the 40-odd students in the class, including Wei Feng, who had all failed to achieve such a feat. I can't run anymore. Upon finishing his final lap, Feng Xiao collapsed, utterly spent and devoid of any energy. Xiang Dong hurriedly rushed over to assist him, concern etched on his face as he asked, what happened to him? Lin Fei offered a slight smile. It's nothing. He just needs a day's rest. With that, Lin Fei turned to the instructor, Xiao Lei, and said, Instructor, he has completely exhausted himself and cannot move. I would like to request a half-day leave on his behalf. Very well, approved. Xiao Lei nodded in agreement. Really? The two were somewhat incredulous. In truth, Lin Fei had merely cast a subtle spell to unlock Feng Xiao's potential and had also bestowed upon him a few techniques to enhance his speed and agility. Such matters are effortlessly within the grasp of any cultivator, hardly worthy of note. He is likely to sleep the entire day. Let us descend for now. The inaugural military training for newcomers is undoubtedly a trial. That night, apart from Lin Fei, the other roommates slumbered like dead pigs, their snores resonating like thunder. Tomorrow marks the day when Yuxi will wed into the Chui family. Lin Fei rested his hands behind his head, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. The moonlight was hazy, and the sky, dense as ink, revealed not a glimmer of starlight. The night had grown profound. Yet, for Qin Yuxi, not far away, this tranquil night was destined to be sleepless. On the following day of military training, Lin Fei requested a day off. Fortunately, Xiao Lei found him agreeable and held him in high regard, asking little concerning his absence, thus granting him the day off. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to change his clothes and ambled leisurely towards the Chui residence. Along the way, he encountered numerous wedding cars. However, he did not rush to the wedding venue. Instead, he first entered a service hall. Before arriving in Changyang, the young lady Tong Lei had repeatedly instructed him to purchase a mobile phone as soon as he arrived. Due to the incident with Chui Yun on the first day, he had no time to buy one. But today he had ample time. Good day, sir. What service do you require? Upon entering, a staff member warmly inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fei replied, I wish to purchase a mobile phone. The staff member nodded, asking, Certainly, sir. What type of phone are you looking for? Do you have a specific model in mind? Lin Fei was momentarily at a loss for words. He had not used a mobile phone for over 700 years, and when asked about it now, he truly could not articulate a response. Lin Fei paused for a moment and replied, Perhaps you could make a recommendation. Certainly. the staff member said as she guided Lin Yi towards the exhibition cabinet, speaking with practiced ease. This Huawei model is currently on promotion, offering a significant discount. It is quite economical, boasting excellent cost-performance ratio, and supports dual SIM cards. The front camera's resolution. Listening to the staff member's presentation, Lin Yi felt overwhelmed. He completely failed to comprehend. Sir, what are your thoughts? After an extensive explanation, the staff member noticed Lin Yi's lack of intent to purchase and ceased her introduction. Turning her gaze towards him, after a moment of hesitation, Lin Yi replied, I will take another look. The staff member felt a twinge of disappointment within. In truth, upon Lin Yi's entrance, she had already discerned that he was not of affluent means. His attire, a military training uniform, betrayed him. Anyone with even a modicum of financial capability would not venture out dressed in such a manner. From the staff member's perspective, Lin Yi appeared to be a student from a poverty-stricken rural area. Someone who had seldom used a mobile phone and had come to university with only a meager sum to purchase one. Although such cases were rare, she had encountered several throughout her years of experience. Thus, from the outset, she endeavored to present options that were lower in price. Yet, Lin Yi remained indecisive, appearing as though he could not afford any phone at all. What is the point of attempting to buy a mobile phone if one cannot afford it? The staff member lamented internally, feeling exasperated after expending so much effort in her pitch. It is worth noting that she earned a commission for each phone sold. Though her voice was faint, Lin Yi still heard it. He merely smiled without uttering a word. Instead, immersing himself in the task of selecting a phone from the myriad of options, one he recalled favorably. At that moment, Lin Yi's gaze was drawn to a particular device, prompting him to approach it. How much is this phone? He instinctively inquired. The staff member's expression soured, and with a hint of impatience, she replied, This is the latest model of the iPhone, priced at $5,288. If you wish to pay in installments, you will need to provide your ID and student card. Had it not been for her professional obligation, she might have simply walked away. It was absurd to think someone who couldn't afford even a few hundred yuan for a phone could aspire to purchase an iPhone. Such a notion was nothing short of foolish. A mere daydream. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yi was oblivious to her thoughts. His interest in this latest iPhone stemmed solely from the one borrowed from Tong Lei during the summer, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one before him. Over the course of those 2 months, Lin Yi had become well acquainted with its functionalities. He was not one to relish complications. Having found the phone easy to use and having grown accustomed to it, he decided to purchase it. All right, I'll take this one, he declared, producing a bank card. Please charge it. The staff member was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? He is not even going to try it out first. And he is purchasing it outright? She was slightly bewildered. Typically, customers would deliberate extensively, even if they had already set their sights on a specific model. They would invariably test it first. Yet here was Lin Yi, who had barely asked a question, merely glanced at the device, and proceeded to buy it without hesitation. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Lin Yi inquired with curiosity and confusion upon witnessing the staff standing idly, seemingly in a state of stupor. At that moment, the staff finally snapped to attention, donning a cheerful expression, and replied, Certainly, sir, I will package it for you right away. No need for that. Just bring it to me directly, and please assist me in obtaining a card, Lin Yi said, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications. Shortly thereafter, with the staff's enthusiastic assistance, Lin Yi efficiently completed the payment and received both the phone and the card. Without hesitation, he promptly sent a message to Tong Lei and Tong Yao. Once he had resolved the inconvenience of acquiring the phone, Lin Yi leisurely made his way toward the wedding venue of the Cui and Qin families. The ceremony was being held at a 5-star hotel, owned by the Cui family, which was renowned as the most prestigious and luxurious establishment in Chang'an City. Good day. Please present your invitation, a doorman requested before Lin Yi could even step inside. It was understandable, given his unconventional attire, which drew attention wherever he went. With a smile, Lin Yi replied, I do not possess an invitation. I merely wish to join the festivities and enjoy a complimentary meal. The doorman appeared somewhat troubled by this response. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yi would have been dismissed without a second thought, but today was different. On any wedding day, it is customary for hosts to allow passers-by to partake in the celebratory sweets, as it is considered auspicious. However, this was the Cui family. Furthermore, Lin Yi's attire was exceedingly peculiar. Who among the guests was not a person of high social standing? Each attendee was a distinguished elite, arriving in luxury vehicles and adorned in suits and ties. And yet, there stood Lin Yi. It is evident to anyone with sight that this fellow is merely a freshman undergoing military training at university. At that moment, a cacophony of curses resounded from a distance. Where did this wretched poor lad come from? Has he dared to come to the Chui family to mooch off our hospitality? Is he seeking his own demise? Chapter 88. The Wedding of Qin Yueshi. Lin Yi turned his gaze, focusing on a youth with a sharp, simian visage approaching. Brother Yuan. Several doormen promptly greeted him. This young man, known as Yuan Bai, was a minor leader under the Chui family. Though he was nothing more than a trifling figure in the presence of the Chui clan, his status eclipsed that of countless ordinary lackeys. For today's grand wedding, Yuan Bai had been assigned to work at the forefront, primarily responsible for welcoming guests. Ah, how delightful, Yuan Bai exclaimed, his eyes darting up and down as he scrutinized Lin Yi. You wish to partake in a meal? Very well, as long as you can satisfy me, you may enter. Lin Yi smiled and inquired, what would it take to satisfy you? Getting through the door is no issue, Yuan Bai replied with a grin, revealing his golden tooth, but he gestured towards his own waist, adding, the entrance you seek is located here. Uft. The doormen could not contain their laughter, though they swiftly stifled it out of concern for decorum. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and said to Yuan Bai, my friend, that entrance seems rather small. It might be a challenge to pass through. Then I shall make the entrance a tad wider, Yuan Bai responded, spreading his legs and squatting before Lin Yi as if assuming a horse-riding stance. Haha, brother Yuan is magnificent. Truly, he is awe-inspiring. Young man, hurry and make your way through. Once you pass beneath brother Yuan's legs, a veritable feast of delicacies awaits you. Not only the doorman, but even the few subordinates around Yuan Bai burst into uproarious laughter. Lin Yi chuckled. Haha, my friend, your legs can certainly spread wide. Are you perhaps practicing yoga? Witnessing Lin Yi's unperturbed demeanor, which remained adorned with a smile despite the jest, Yuan Bai felt a twinge of irritation deep within. With a slight frown, Yuan Bai retorted, enough with the nonsense, hurry up and crawl. Otherwise, I'll find a secluded corner and deal with you later. Lin Yi clicked his tongue in response, but my friend, your entrance is still not large enough. Let us make it a bit bigger. I assure you that even if you had 10 heads, you could still fit through. Yuan Bai sneered repeatedly, acutely aware that Lin Yi was mocking him. It was precisely for this reason that Yuan Bai decided to turn the tables, regardless of the outcome. He would ensure that this reckless young man learned a valuable lesson. Either he would crawl, enduring humiliation, or if he chose not to, Yuan Bai would have ample justification to teach Lin Yi a harsh lesson. As Yuan Bai secretly reveled in his cunning plan, Lin Yi suddenly ceased his laughter. In the next moment, Yuan Bai felt an excruciating pain radiate from below. Ah! Yuan Bai screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. His legs tightly clenched as the intense pain drained the color from his lips and made him gasp for breath. Lin Yi had unexpectedly lifted his leg and delivered a forceful kick to his most vulnerable area. Everyone at the entrance was left in shock. Whether it was the doorman, Yuan Bai's subordinates, or the distinguished guests arriving for the wedding, they all stood bewildered. What was happening? Who was this audacious young man that dared to lay hands on someone from the Chui family? It is essential to understand that although Yuan Bai is merely a minor leader under the Chui family, the Chui family's modus operandi is characterized by extreme protectiveness and tyranny. Anyone who dares to harm their people must pay a grievous price. Therefore, in Chang'an City, even a lowly thug under the Chui family's employ can brazenly strut down the streets. Where did this brat come from? He has certainly stirred up a hornet's nest. The onlookers were astonished. On the day of the grand wedding between the Chui and Qin families, causing a ruckus at the entrance, not only would the Chui family retaliate, but the Qin family would not let him off lightly either. They had witnessed audacity before, but nothing of this magnitude. At that moment, Lin Yi crouched down in front of Yuan Bai. He playfully patted Yuan Bai's face, smiling as he said, I apologize. I merely wanted to test the sturdiness of this door, nothing more. Yuan Bai's face flushed a deep shade of purple, and he roared in a menacing tone. You have some nerve. I will see to it that you perish. Just then, a voice erupted from within the hotel, clamoring about something. A plump police officer emerged, summoned by the Chui family to serve as the head of security. Leading a contingent of several uniformed bodyguards, he surveyed the premises for order. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. This man was none other than the rotund officer. At that moment, the officer also spotted Lin Yi and paused for a moment. Then, glancing at Yuan Bai, he swiftly surmised the unfolding situation without much contemplation. The chubby officer had arrived. He was a favored subordinate of the Chui family, wielding considerable power. far beyond what Yuan Bai could contend with. It seemed this young man was in for a dire fate. The crowd murmured among themselves, their gazes towards Lin Yi tinged with sympathy and pity. At this moment, Yuan Bai also took notice of the arrival of Jing Pongzi, and he wailed, "Brother Jing, you must take my side. My life has been kicked away." Jing Pongzi shuddered at the thought, feeling the pain himself. With all his might, Yuan Bai slowly got to his feet, fixing a fierce glare on Lin Yi as he snarled, "You are finished. Absolutely finished. Just watch how Brother Jing deals with you." Suddenly, out of nowhere, Jing Pongzi struck Yuan Bai across the face with a resounding slap. "Silence!" he bellowed. Yuan Bai fell back to the ground, utterly stunned, pitifully realizing that he had barely regained his footing before being knocked down again. What on earth was happening? The usually indulgent Jing Pongzi had turned against him so abruptly. Jing Pongzi then pointed an accusatory finger at Yuan Bai, berating him. "Do you think you are superior? Is this brother here merely a freeloader? He is a person of great significance." The moment this statement was uttered, everyone present gasped in disbelief. A person of great significance? At first glance, Lin Yi, clad in military training attire and still youthful, seemed far from fitting the description of such an esteemed individual. Yuan Bai was left dumbfounded, instinctively exclaiming, "Is there some sort of mistake? This is impossible. I have never seen him in Changyang. How could he possibly?" "Be quiet." Jing Pongzi shot Yuan Bai a withering glare, filled with disappointment. He then turned to Lin Yi, lowering his tone and oozing with flattery. "I apologize for my subordinate's lack of discipline. Please, do come in. Isn't there an invitation?" Lin Yi regarded Jing Pongzi with a knowing smile. Fully aware that the latter was attempting to ingratiate himself, Jing Pongzi shook his head repeatedly, chuckling awkwardly. "No, there's no need for that. If you are here, there is absolutely no requirement to present an invitation." With that, he hastily pushed open the revolving door of the hotel, saying, "Please, come in. You can walk this way." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Yi strode confidently inside. Who on earth is he? It remains a mystery. Perhaps he is a distant relative of the Chui family. Unperturbed by the whispers behind him, Lin Yi found a corner that caught his eye and unceremoniously sat down. Despite the disdainful glances from those nearby, the wedding venue was a resplendent spectacle, with lavish lights illuminating the space, casting a radiant glow upon the floor. An abundance of delicacies and fine wines adorned the tables. Unsurprisingly, given the union of the two prominent families of Changyang City, the Qin and Chui families, the cost of this wedding must have been astronomical. As the ceremony approached, a voice resonated. "Let us welcome the bride." Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent, and all chatter ceased. Accompanied by the stirring strains of music, the bride made her entrance. Flanked by dashing groomsmen and stunning bridesmaids, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he recognized Qin Yueshi. Her pure white gown, enveloped in a delicate veil, gracefully draped over the pleated fabric, while the uneven lace trim accentuated her beauty, adorned with spiraling vines of white roses cascading from her shoulders. The voluminous skirt billowed around her, rendering her akin to a princess amidst the clouds, elegant and resplendent. Yet, there was a haunting emptiness in Qin Yueshi's eyes, devoid of color. It was as if, upon stepping into the sacred realm of matrimony, her heart had already succumbed to an irrevocable void. "Welcome the groom," the host exclaimed in a resounding voice. At that moment, Cui Muzin entered the wedding venue with a smile, captivating the attention of all present. Everyone held their breath, gazing at the charming couple. However, the simple phrase "I do" proved extraordinarily difficult to utter. A figure suddenly emerged in Qin Yueshi's mind, one that was now somewhat blurred, causing her to almost forget his appearance. Yet, the mischievous grin that lingered in her memory stirred deeply within her heart. "Yueshi?" The bridesmaid gently tapped Qin Yueshi. Noticing that everyone was waiting, she forced a bittersweet smile. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she tremulously murmured, I am willing." But just then, a deep voice, laced with amusement, echoed from the corner. "All right, stop playing around. Come with me."